Expelled from school. Disqualified from the college entrance examination. For Su Hao, a once top-ranking student of Jiangqing Middle School, this should have been the end of everything. In a society where the college entrance exam determines fate, losing eligibility meant losing the future. But what no one knew was, Su Hao was never ordinary. A year ago, after an accident, he awakened the future technology system. To activate it, he deliberately ranked last in 100 school exams without submitting blank papers. He mastered every subject, only to perfectly avoid the correct answers. Chapter 1: Expulsion from School and Disqualification from the College Entrance Examination. Jiangqing Middle School, Senior 3, Class 9. Su Hao sat by the window, his bright, star-like eyes fixed on the outside. Outside the window, cicadas chirped incessantly by the lake and in the banyan trees. Summer had arrived. But Su Hao had no time to appreciate the scenery outside. His mind was completely absorbed in the future technology system. Looking at the progress bar showing the technology factory, order quantity at 99/100. A warm, excited smile played on his handsome face. Actually, he wasn't from this world. A year ago, due to an accident, he was unexpectedly transported to this world called Blue Star. Blue Star's technology, culture, geography, and so on were all largely the same. Like other transmigrated protagonists, he also awakened a golden finger cheat code. However, Su Hao's special ability was a bit unusual. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a cold gaze from the podium. Then, a sharp shout rang out. Su Hao! You're hopeless. Not only are you always at the bottom of the class, but you also frequently daydream in class and don't pay attention. You're simply the worst student I've ever taught. His face was filled with nothing but anger. When Su Hao first entered Jiangqing High School, his grades were among the best. But since entering his senior year, his grades had plummeted. At first, he had still held hope for Su Hao. Now, seeing Su Hao, he felt only disgust. Because he was already used to it all. And this was precisely what made his cheat system so special. After awakening the system, he started an activation mission. He only needed to consistently rank last in 100 exams across the entire school for the future technology system to be fully activated. Furthermore, the system repeatedly emphasized that he couldn't submit blank papers. Therefore, Su Hao had no choice but to thoroughly study all high school subjects. He needed to master every single knowledge point. Then, in the exams, he could perfectly avoid the correct answers. Throughout his senior year of high school, he experienced various exams, finally successfully activating the system just before the college entrance exam. As a beginner's gift, the system rewarded him with a future technology factory. He then issued another task. However, this final order was delayed, causing him considerable distress. Last month's mock exam was the school's last standardized test, and it was also the last time he would be ranked last in the entire school. In this way, he could use the future technology system to study at the National University of Defense Technology, contributing to the nation's defense. Simultaneously, he could also use the blueprints provided by the system to develop and expand the future technology factory. Su Hao had already set a bright future for himself. However, bang! Then, he picked up a box of chalk from the podium and threw it at Su Hao. The various colored chalks in the box scattered like pearls falling onto a jade plate, striking Su Hao's face with a crackling sound. Instantly, his handsome face was smeared with various colors of chalk, a truly comical sight. Seeing this, the students burst into laughter. A slacker is a slacker, he didn't even dodge the chalk thrown at him. Is he an idiot? Or is there something wrong with his head? Laughter filled the classroom, everyone looked at Su Hao as if he were a clown. But today, he unusually allowed his classmates to mock Su Hao. His long-accumulated anger finally erupted. Su Hao! I am now formally informing you that for a long time, you have disrespected teachers and disrupted classroom order. During your time at school, you have also shown no ambition, consistently ranking at the bottom of your class in exams. After careful consideration, the school has decided to expel you and disqualify you from the college entrance examination. You will still receive your graduation certificate after the college entrance examination. But from today onwards, you are no longer a student of Senior 3, Class 9, nor a student of Jiangqing Middle School. The words had barely left his lips when the classroom erupted in an uproar. All the students looked at Su Hao. They whispered amongst themselves, discussing the matter. Expelled? Finally, he's been expelled. It's all because of him that our class's overall grades are always a little lower than Class 10's. He pretended to study so diligently every day, thinking he was so great, and yet he came out at the bottom? It proves that congenital intellectual deficiencies, no matter how hard you try, can't be compensated for. Boom! And his college entrance exam eligibility was revoked? Doesn't that mean he won't have a chance to get into the National University of Defense Technology? Not to mention, using the blueprints given by the system to unlock China's technological potential? Su Hao suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. Why? You have no right to disqualify me from the college entrance exam. Now you know you regret it? Too late. Enough. No loud noise in class. Su Hao, you're no longer in our class, get out of here. If you don't leave, don't blame me for calling school security. He never expected that. A teacher on the 3-foot-high platform would one day, for the sake of so-called college entrance examination pass rates, ruthlessly expel a student, even stripping them of their college entrance examination eligibility. He abruptly stood up, his eyes filled with resentment. His fists clenched, as if he were about to leave his seat and run forward. Then, a soft voice came. Su Hao, don't be impulsive. Su Hao turned around. It was his deskmate, Tang Xiao, who had grabbed him. Unlike Su Hao, Tang Xiao was a true school beauty and academic star. She was well known throughout Jiangqing High School and was beloved by both teachers and students. However, Su Hao was in a fit of rage and didn't care about her status. Seeing the sleeping beast about to awaken. Teacher Lei, Su Hao is a bit emotionally unstable. I'll take him outside the classroom to calm down. After saying that, regardless of Su Hao's agreement. By the time Su Hao realized what was happening, the two were already under a banyan tree by the school playground. A refreshing breeze blew, dispelling much of the summer heat. Tang Xiao finally released Su Hao, hands on her hips. Are you crazy? How dare you hit a teacher? If you had hit Teacher Lei just now, you wouldn't have gotten your college entrance exam qualification, not even your graduation certificate. She bit her red lips, quite annoyed. As his deskmate, Tang Xiao knew Su Hao far better than anyone else. She didn't know what had happened to Su Hao that made him consistently at the bottom of his class. Therefore, Tang Xiao was incredibly curious about Su Hao. At this moment, Su Hao gradually calmed down. He felt the breeze, listened to the rustling of leaves, and his thoughts gradually cleared. Now, his college entrance exam qualification was revoked, and his path to the National University of Defense Technology was blocked. Was there really no other way? Just then, a system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Your future technology factory has a new order. Please. Check. That's right, I still have the system. This heavenly system notification instantly dispelled Su Hao's dejection. Currently, Future Technology Factory, S order volume was stuck at 99/100. Su Hao's consciousness sank into the Future Technology system. A striking new order caught his eye. New order, modification of a new type of agricultural drone. Customer, Xiaowei Machinery. Budget, 50,000 to 100,000. After a quick glance at the order, Su Hao immediately understood. It was just drone modification, it wasn't too difficult. Although his requirements were somewhat high, everything was within a reasonable range. Furthermore, his budget was quite ample. However, to Su Hao's surprise, the person who placed the order was actually a returning customer. just as Su Hao was secretly pleased with the new order. Ding! New mission triggered. Detected that the host has been disqualified from the college entrance examination by the school, triggering a random mission. Random mission, please enter the National University of Defense Technology without passing the college entrance examination. Mission reward, random reward based on the host's mission completion. Note, the better the completion, the richer the reward. Su Hao was slightly taken aback. Being disqualified from the college entrance examination, can I still trigger a system task? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. However, this task was a little embarrassing. His brows furrowed. It surpasses even Tsinghua and Peking universities. For Tsinghua and Peking universities, a sufficiently high score might be enough for admission. However, for the National University of Defense Technology, it's not just about meeting the score requirement, there are various other stringent requirements as well. Upon seeing this task, Su Hao began to feel troubled. If his eligibility for the college entrance examination hadn't been revoked, he was absolutely confident of getting into the National University of Defense Technology. But now, his only path to the National University of Defense Technology had been cut off, and his hope was completely extinguished. In an instant, Su Hao's initial joy at securing a new order vanished, replaced by a significant drop in spirit. Developing and expanding the factory. Entering the National University of Defense Technology of China, utilizing the blueprints and technology provided by the system to steadily elevate China's technological level. These were the goals Su Hao had set for himself. Disappointment isn't terrible, what's terrible is being given hope and then cruelly crushed. Su Hao now deeply understands this feeling. Tang Xiao, standing before him, noticed Su Hao's shifting expressions, sometimes smiling, sometimes frowning, sometimes lost in thought. Could Su Hao be suffering from a mental breakdown because of this shock? Thinking this, Tang Xiao gently touched Su Hao's arm. Seeing that he didn't react, she used her delicate hand to gently rub Su Hao's handsome cheek, calling out to him. Hey, Su Hao, what's wrong? Are you all right? Did I say something too harsh? Feeling a soft warmth on his cheek, Su Hao snapped out of his daze and quickly logged out of the system. He looked at Tang Xiao, his eyes filled with worry, and asked with a confused expression. What's wrong? Tang Xiao's heart sank. She sighed softly, patted his hand, and gently comforted him. Su Hao, don't let this setback get you down. You have to pull yourself together. There's always a way out. Gold always shines. Although your college entrance exam eligibility has been revoked by the school, things aren't like before. As long as you're good enough, all universities will open their doors to you. You must believe in yourself. Tang Xiao's gaze lingered on Su Hao. She didn't know what had happened to Su Hao. But she knew for sure that Su Hao was definitely not a bad student. Otherwise, the last physics problem she had struggled with for an entire class period, which Su Hao had solved perfectly in just a few minutes after seeing it, would have been a different story. Not only that. He even used 4 or 5 different solutions, more than the methods given in the answer key. This was why she had always felt that Su Hao possessed genuine talent. Unfortunately. Tang Xiao sighed inwardly, her gaze towards Su Hao somewhat enigmatic. When Su Hao heard her words, especially the phrase, as long as you are good enough, the doors of all universities will open for you. Instantly. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. And the only thing he could do to attract their attention was the blueprints for the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber. How to get the blueprints? First, he needed to complete the last order. After that, everything would fall into place. Phew. Su Hao let out a long sigh, his eyes burning with excitement as he looked at Tang Xiao. You're right, gold always shines. There's always a way out. If there's no road, we'll forge our own. He placed his hands on Tang Xiao's shoulders, speaking with utmost seriousness and enthusiasm. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter and ran out of the school. Tang Xiao blushed at Su Hao's affectionate gesture. But before she could fully blush, she looked up and saw Su Hao had already run off. Hey! Tang Xiara watched Su Hao's figure recede into the distance, wanting to say something, but swallowed the words back. Hey, no, Su Hao, you haven't taken your things yet. The cicadas chirping from the trees drifted far, far away on the wind. However, Su Hao was already nowhere to be seen. On the other side, the news of Su Hao's expulsion and disqualification from the college entrance examination quickly reached his parents' ears. Li Shouqin took leave from the factory and rushed home. That was before. Now, his grades are always at the bottom of the class. Expelling him is already a huge concession from the school. Then, smiling, they looked at Li Shouqin and greeted her. Shouqin, are you off work? Yes. Li Shouqin forced a smile and nodded. Then she fell silent, head bowed, her face alternating between pale and flushed, and quickened her pace towards home. Her mind was completely unconcerned about the gossip of the others. She was simply worried. Su Hao was naturally aloof. Could he bear such a devastating blow as disqualifying him from the college entrance exam? When Li Shouqin returned home, Su Hao's shoes were neatly arranged by the door. This meant her son was home. She closed the door and looked inside. Su Hao's bedroom door was tightly shut. His face, weathered by time, was filled with worry. She put down her bag and was about to knock. She sat in the living room, her eyes fixed on Su Hao's bedroom door, her face filled with sorrow. Shortly afterward, Su Jinlong, who had received the news, returned from outside. His first words upon entering were concerned inquiries. Where's Xiao Hao? Did he suffer any major setback? Su Jinlong immediately understood. The two tiptoed to the sofa in the living room and sat down. When you came back, was Xiao Hao locked in his room the whole time? Li Shouqin sighed and nodded. Li Shouqin covered her mouth, thinking fearfully. Her eyes reddened, and hot tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. Su Jinlong quickly patted her back to comfort her. No, Xiao Hao has always been strong, he wouldn't do anything foolish. But, since he's been in his room for so long, no matter what, we have to go check on him and comfort him. Li Shouqin nodded. The two helped each other up, composed themselves, and walked together to the door. Su Jinlong knocked, and Li Shouqin called softly from the side. Xiao Hao, are you in your room? Mom and Dad are back, can you come out for a second? Li Shouqin clenched her fists, extremely worried. There was no response from inside, and a sense of unease crept into their hearts. Fortunately, after a long silence, they heard the sound of slippers scraping the floor through the door. Then, the door lock turned, the door opened, and Su Hao's face appeared before them. Li Shouqin rushed forward, cupping Su Hao's cheeks in her hands, asking with concern. Xiao Hao, are you all right? Don't scare Mom. Su Hao removed Li Shouqin's hands, his face beaming with a relaxed smile. I'm fine. What could be wrong with me? Su Hao knew. His parents were probably worried he couldn't handle the shock and was hiding in his room, grieving silently. However, he wasn't. The cancellation of the college entrance exam was indeed a devastating blow to a high school senior. But for him, the impact wouldn't be significant. Upon returning home, he immediately began researching the drone modification order. The basic modification plan was now finalized. He was confident he could secure the order within a few days. Once the order was delivered, the mission would be complete. Therefore, Su Hao wasn't sad at all. On the contrary, with a clear direction and plan, he felt incredibly at ease, even somewhat happy. 6th Generation Strategic Stealth Bomber. This was a project that China started several years ago. If he could produce the design blueprints first, it would undoubtedly shock the National University of Defense Technology. In fact, China would be the first to break through and be at the forefront of the world's 6th generation stealth bomber development. However, Su Hao's calm and smiling demeanor only made his parents more worried. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the deep worry in each other's eyes. Even his mental state seemed somewhat unstable. Lu Shouqin's heart ached terribly. How could her perfectly healthy son have become like this after being so provoked by the school? Her eyes welled with tears, but fearing to upset Su Hao, she could only secretly wipe them away when her son wasn't looking. Even the strong-willed Su Jinlong seemed to have aged considerably, his face filled with worry. But Su Hao's mind was completely focused on the blueprints. He couldn't possibly notice the expressions on his parents' faces. "I'm going back to my room now, Mom. Call me when it's time for dinner." Time was tight, the task was heavy. The two looked at each other in silence, Li Xiuqin weeping uncontrollably. "He's lost his college entrance exam qualification, that's all. I just want my son to live a peaceful and healthy life for the rest of his days. The two of us, can't we afford to support him for the rest of his life?" Li Xiuqin's sobs made Su Jinlong sigh deeply, and he couldn't help but hug her tightly. Just as the two sat on the living room sofa, lost in thought, there was a knock at the door. They exchanged a glance, puzzled. Who would come at this hour? Could it be a teacher from school? Thinking this, Li Xiuqin's face darkened instantly. She got up, walked to the door, opened it, and made as if to unleash a torrent of abuse. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie, I'm Su Hao's classmate, my name is Tang Shiro. Su Hao left his things at school, and I was worried he might need them, so I brought them to him." Li Xiuqin was taken aback for a moment, then instantly understood. Su Jinhua also came out, saying kindly, "Oh, you're Xiao Hao's classmate. Thank you so much, please have a seat." The three of them sat on the sofa. Seeing the troubled expressions on Su Jinhua and Li Xiuqin's faces, Tang Shiro immediately realized it was probably because of Su Hao. Holding her water glass in both hands, she asked with concern, "Auntie, Uncle, where is Su Hao?" Hearing this, Li Xiuqin sighed and looked towards Su Hao's room. After returning home, he locked himself in his room. He came out once, laughing heartily, acting like nothing was wrong. Hearing this, Tang Shiro frowned. Laughing heartily, that's not normal behavior. Li Xiuqin muttered to herself. Being expelled from school was a huge blow to Xiao. His behavior is so abnormal, it's not how a normal person should behave, sigh. Li Xiuqin looked worried. Tang Shiro nodded silently. She had already sensed something was off when Su Hao left today. It seemed like her words had encouraged him. But his behavior was too normal. When someone is under extreme stress and acts normally, it's often abnormal. Thinking of this, Tang Shiro cautiously asked, "Can I go see Su Hao?" Su Jinhua and Li Xiuqin were stunned for a moment before reacting, then nodded. "Sure." Seeing this, Tang Shiro put down her teacup and walked to Su Hao's room. She knocked on the door, but there was no response. "Su Hao, I brought your things back from school." This time, there was finally a sound from inside. "Oh, okay." A very brief reply. Tang Shiro was unwilling to give up. She turned the doorknob and found it wasn't locked. An idea struck her. She turned the doorknob and called out, "Su Hao, may I come in?" Click. The door opened with a click, and Tang Shiro entered. The room was dimly lit. Su Hao was sitting at his desk. The light from the computer screen illuminated his face as his fingers danced across the keyboard, typing something. Seeing this, Tang Shiro's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She called softly. When he saw that it was Tang Shiro, Su Hao was slightly taken aback. "Why are you here?" He put the computer to sleep and then stood up. Seeing this, a bad feeling flashed through Tang Shiro's mind. Tang Shiro's palms were sweaty, her slender fingers clenching slightly. She answered. Su Hao hesitated, then shook his head. "Sorry, I didn't notice. But thank you anyway for helping me bring my things back." He smiled gratefully. Lately, other classmates had avoided him like the plague. Only his female deskmate hadn't given him any special treatment. To be honest, Su Hao felt a warmth in his heart. Tang Shiro shook her head dismissively, looking at Su Hao's somewhat tired face, and asked with concern, "I'm fine? What could possibly be wrong with me?" Seemingly noticing the concern in Tang Shiro's eyes, Su Hao continued. "Don't worry, I didn't take the school stuff to heart. I've recovered now." So what were you doing just now? Su Hao's expression faltered slightly, and he touched his nose. He definitely couldn't tell Tang Xiao about the system. I'm doing something extraordinary, something truly great. Su Hao smiled, his face radiating determination. Then, using those blueprints, he would enter the National University of Defense Technology of China. These were indeed things he considered great. However, his expression, made Tang Xiao frown. She had just spoken with Su Hao, and his demeanor seemed normal, so she thought he was truly all right. But now it seemed this wasn't all right at all. This was clearly quite ill. He was even starting to have delusions. Something of great significance? What could be more important than the college entrance exam? Sigh. Tang Xiao sighed softly, her beautiful face filled with worry. Being disqualified from the college entrance exam was a huge blow to Su Hao. After all, he was still a student who hadn't yet entered society, and it was normal for him to be unable to accept such a sudden event. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao bit her lip and comforted him. Su Hao, you don't need to think about the college entrance exam so seriously. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. Many successful people didn't take the college entrance exam. As long as you have a direction, a clear goal, and strive for it, you can still succeed. You mustn't give up on yourself and belittle yourself. Tang Xiao's eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes filled with anxiety. Seeing Su Hao in his current state, she didn't know why, but she just really wanted to help him get out of the shadows in his heart as soon as possible. Hearing Tang Xiao's heartfelt concern, he, who had lived 2 lives, couldn't help but feel touched. Don't worry, I've already thought of a solution. Hearing this, Tang Xiao's downcast eyes suddenly brightened, her gaze widening as she looked at him in disbelief. Tang Xiao was overjoyed. Su Hao had come up with a solution in such a short time. What solution have you thought of? You know, you've had a conflict with Teacher Lei and your college entrance exam eligibility has been revoked by the school. After thinking for a moment, Tang Xiao dismissed the idea. There's still a month until the college entrance exam. Transferring schools now is simply unrealistic. Other schools wouldn't go to such lengths to create special pathways for a poor student like Su Hao. Tang Xiao was very curious about Su Hao's solution. Su Hao spoke calmly. My solution is to enter the National University of Defense Technology of China and continue my unfinished studies. Tang Xiao was completely stunned by his words. The glimmer of light that had just returned to her eyes dimmed instantly. Looking at Su Hao, she shook her head helplessly. He's gone mad. Su Hao has completely gone mad. He finally couldn't overcome his inner defenses and collapsed. Tang Xiao felt a pang of sadness, her eyes filled with a strange look. Su Hao was such a good person. How could he have become like this? Su Hao, you need to know that your college entrance exam eligibility has been revoked. You can no longer enter the National University of Defense Technology through the college entrance exam. Tang Xiao's words were blunt. They might even shatter the beautiful bubble that Su Hao had built up instantly. But more than that, she didn't want to see Su Hao trapped in his own beautiful world, never to wake up. She wanted to wake Su Hao. However, Su Hao, upon hearing this, showed absolutely no concern. It's all right, I can get into the National University of Defense Technology of China without taking the college entrance exam. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Xiao's last shred of hope completely collapsed. This time, she didn't reply. Su Hao was likely completely controlled by his alter ego, unable to distinguish between reality and the virtual world. Tang Xiao sighed softly. Taking advantage of Su Hao's inattention, she quietly left the room, closing the door behind her. Back in the living room, she picked up the glass of water on the table. She gulped it down. Su Hao's parents watched Tang Xiao anxiously. After she finished drinking, they asked with concern and worry. Xiao, how is Su Hao? Tang Xiao wanted to reassure Su Hao's parents, but considering Su Hao's condition earlier, she knew that hiding the truth would only worsen the situation. Su Hao snapped out of his daze. Tang Xiao had left the room sometime earlier. He was stunned. She felt that after enduring such a huge blow, he was still acting so normally, even confidently saying he could get into university without taking the college entrance exam. Such behavior was simply insane. Su Hao smiled nonchalantly, completely unconcerned. The outside world's disturbances had no real impact on him. Especially now that he had a clear goal, these things were even less important. But there was no need. Su Hao returned to his computer and continued communicating with the seller about the order. Reborn, with a system and loving parents. Su Hao hoped this life would be more fulfilling. First and foremost, don't disappoint your parents, get into a university they can be proud of. Utilizing the future technology system, with the support of the National University of Defense Technology, develop a variety of high-end, cutting-edge military products. This will strengthen your future technology factory. Secondly, it will enhance the national defense capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom. A prosperous nation leads to a strong people. Only when the Dragon Kingdom's defense capabilities are enhanced can its people live peaceful, happy, and stable lives. Those Western countries with ulterior motives who bully and suppress the Dragon Kingdom will then feel fear. Thinking of this, Su Hao's heart was filled with fighting spirit. He opened the chat window with the buyer and asked, "Do you have any other requirements for the drones you ordered?" This renewed order demonstrates his strong trust and recognition of Su Hao's products. Chiuwei Machinery Supplier replied, "There aren't any special requirements, just that I hope the drone has a long range and a long standby time." Su Hao nodded. "No problem. Agricultural use." Chiuwei Machinery, the supplier, replied quickly, "Are these requirements okay?" Su Hao wrote down all the requirements in a memo before replying. "The requirements are fine, but what is your budget?" These requirements weren't really a big problem. Most drones on the market now have these functions. With a little modification and integration, it could be done. Even without referencing drones on the market. During the order process, the future technology system will also assist him by providing reference materials for him to learn from and observe. Therefore, Su Hao has no worries at all. The supplier for Chiuwei Machinery replied, "The budget is between 50,000 and 150,000. Okay. No problem." Su Hao replied immediately. If the budget is sufficient, then there's nothing to worry about. Since they were old clients, they were quite familiar with each other, so the conversation flowed easily. At this moment, Su Hao suddenly remembered. Although he planned to enter the National University of Defense Technology through other means, he had no clue how to do it. So, he decided to try his luck and asked the buyer, "Do you know the requirements for special admissions to the National University of Defense Technology in China?" Chen Non, the supplier for Chiuwei Machinery, clearly didn't expect the seller to suddenly ask such a question. The requirements for special admissions to the National University of Defense Technology in China? Looking at the question on the screen, he was slightly taken aback. Is his child planning to apply to the National University of Defense Technology? Chen Non thought to himself. He figured that was probably the case, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. After all, a boss who could produce so many high-tech products must have a son who was equally capable. However, what he didn't know was that the person chatting with him through the screen, even designing products for him, was actually a high school student about to take the college entrance exam. He wondered what kind of expression the student would have when he learned Su Hao's true identity. But that was a matter for later. "I'm not too sure about that either, but you can ask online. There are many platforms online with experts, like that guy on Jihu who says I'm on a plane, just got off the plane in America." Seeing his reply, Su Hao's eyes lit up slightly. "That's right. Why not ask online? Maybe he could find the answer." He thanked him, promised to get the drone sorted out for him as soon as possible, chatted for a while, and then logged off. Then, without delay, he opened the Jihu app, his fingers flying across the keyboard, and typed a question. "Can someone with a 0 score on the college entrance exam get into the National University of Defense Technology?" As it turns out, things that can be solved with money aren't really problems. In no time, the question had many answers. However, when Su Hao saw these answers, his expression was somewhat bewildered, and he awkwardly touched his nose. Is the poster out of their mind? The National University of Defense Technology isn't something you can just get into whenever you want. What an idiot! Are you here to be insulted? Stupid as hell. Is the poster too armed? Go get treatment if you're sick, don't pollute my eyes. Su Hao glanced at the answers. Not a single one was useful, all of them were mockery. 2. Be honest, if you weren't deliberately trying to cause trouble, you would never have been able to get into the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences if you had scored 0 on the college entrance exam. I'm a student under a professor at UCAS. To be honest, if the poster really wants to get into UCAS, they should honestly try to pass the college entrance exam, maybe then they'll have a chance. The messages were numerous and dazzling. His eyes lit up, and he clicked on the person's profile picture to check their homepage. He confirmed that the person was indeed a student at Longtech University. Seeing this, Su Hao was overjoyed and immediately sent them a private message. Hello, I heard you're a student at Longtech University. Could you please provide me with a professor's contact information? I have some research results I'd like to show you. After sending this message, Su Hao stared nervously at the screen. With that contact information, once he finished the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, he could directly send some of the blueprints to the professor. That would definitely attract the attention of a professor at Longtech University. Just then, a private message popped up in the Jihu backend. He paused, stunned. Driven by curiosity, he opened Jihu, a Chinese messaging app, and checked his private messages. It was a message from a stranger. He clicked on it, read the message, and immediately chuckled. Who is this person? Asking for Professor Lu's contact information right off the bat? The stranger who sent him the private message. Wow, wasn't this the person he had just answered the question, can I get into Long University of Science and Technology with 0 points on the college entrance exam? Goodness, he had just casually mentioned it, and the person had actually sent him a private message to ask. He instantly understood why this person had suddenly asked him for Professor Lu's contact information. So he wants to get into Long University of Science and Technology through other means. This person is interesting. He felt that the reason this person asked such a nonsensical question was probably to attract the attention of people at Long University of Science and Technology. And coincidentally, he had actually encountered him. He had simply opened Jihu, a Chinese Q&A website, and seen this question. On a whim, he gave a brief answer. Unexpectedly, this person noticed. May I ask what kind of research you do? Which research institution or academic organization do you belong to? First, this person dared to directly ask him for a professor's contact information, so they must at least be a key researcher at a well-known research institution. Second, they must have at least achieved some research results to have the determination to send such a message. Therefore, he approached the question with an attitude of thorough understanding. Politely, he inquired about the other party. Professor Lu had once told him, there are many talented people in the general public. We should approach them with a learning attitude and treat them equally. However, when he saw the content of the private message, his expectant face immediately darkened. Jihu user 775-8258, hello, I'm currently a senior in high school, and the college entrance exam is in a month. I don't belong to any research institution. His expression froze instantly. A high school student? He hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet? What a joke! He never imagined that the person asking this question, asking for Professor Lu's contact information, would be a high school senior. It all happened so suddenly that he couldn't accept it for a moment. He had even hoped that the other person might be a prominent figure in some research institution. Perhaps they had some outstanding research results and wanted Professor Lu to see them. But now it seemed that it was all wishful thinking on his part. A high school student? What could a high school student know? After a long silence, he still didn't know how to reply. So, he simply replied with a string of ellipses. But then he thought, the other person was, after all, just a high school student, still just a child. Such a perfunctory reply might hurt the other person's self-esteem. Besides, the other person was about to take the college entrance exam. If his reply affected their exam, he would be in serious trouble. My friend, you're still young. Focus on your studies first and finish the college entrance exam diligently. Maybe you can get into Manga University directly through the exam? It's not too late to talk about this after you finish your studies and have finished preparing for the exam. His words were slightly encouraging. Jihu user 775-8258, hello, I currently have a feasibility study plan for a 6th generation fighter jet, and I would like to discuss it with a professor from your esteemed university. A high school student, a 6th generation fighter jet research plan? Are you kidding me? Is this something a high school student could come up with? This is a high-tech military product that several major powers are currently vying to develop. He felt a surge of anger welling up inside him, with nowhere to vent it. Since the other person was a high school student, he couldn't be rude. But precisely because the other person was a high school student, he also needed to remind him to be humble and polite, and not to be overly ambitious. It's commendable that you have such good intentions, but the professor is usually very busy with work and has a heavy workload. He's often in the lab, so it's difficult to see him. Well, the 6th generation fighter jet is, after all, a national defense secret, so I can't very well ask you for it. However, I have an exam paper here. Take some time to complete it and then send it to me. If I think it's good, I'll have the professor contact you privately sometime. How about that? However, the other party seemed determined to get the professor's contact information and continued. The exam paper? Sure, send it over. Why is this person so stubborn? Is he a blockhead? He's clearly telling you to give up, doesn't he understand? Fine. You want to do the exam paper? I'll let you do it. This was their graduate student's mock exam, extremely difficult. Even he would need a considerable amount of time to complete it, and he couldn't guarantee 100% accuracy. He took a picture of the exam paper and sent it directly. Without saying anything more, he immediately closed the chat window. Out of sight, out of mind. There are all kinds of people these days. I shouldn't have answered that question today, now I've gotten myself into this mess. Inside the room. The dim light from the computer monitor illuminated Suhao's face. The boy's expression shifted slightly. He had seen the exam paper and saved it immediately. Suhao shut down the computer. Perhaps his abrupt request for the professor's contact information had aroused suspicion. Sending an exam paper now was definitely a test of his true abilities. If he couldn't even complete an exam from Manga University, then there was no point in talking about getting the professor's contact information. Thinking of this, Suhao treated the exam paper with even greater seriousness. I'll find some time to do this exam paper carefully. Having made up his mind, Suhao tidied his desk, grabbed his backpack, and left the room. Just then, Li Xiaoqin, who was still doing housework outside, saw her son come out of the room and hurriedly went up to ask him. Xiaohao, where are you going? Suhao answered with a smile. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back tonight. Then he opened the door and left. Li Xiaoqin opened her mouth to say something, but seeing her son already gone, she could only sigh helplessly, her face full of worry. She knew her own son well. Although Xiaohao had a smile on his face and seemed indifferent. She knew that Xiaohao was definitely not trying to worry them and was deliberately acting like this. Suhao had no idea what his mother was thinking. After leaving home, he found a print shop and printed out the exam paper. Finishing the last drone order and completing the Manga University entrance exam. Once the last order was completed, he would receive the blueprints for the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber. And this exam paper was his key to entering the National University of Defense Technology. Both things were extremely important to him. He had to be extremely careful and complete them diligently. At the same time, this was related to his academic path and the path to becoming a technologically strong nation. From both a moral and logical standpoint, he had to take it seriously. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the office of the School of Aerospace Physics Research at the National University of Defense Technology, several people sat around the sofas around the small tea table. At the head of the table was Liu Jiangwo, Dean and Professor of the School of Physics at the National University of Defense Technology. To his left and right sat several middle-aged men in military uniforms. Without exception, they all looked at Liu Jiangwo with utmost respect. Dean Liu, regarding the sixth-generation fighter jet. The higher-ups intend to select a group of outstanding talents from the Physics Research Institute of Lonka University to participate in the selection process. In your opinion, is this feasible? The one who spoke was the man standing at the front of the group. His name was Li Weigua. He belonged to the Northern Theater Command of Lonka, holding the rank of colonel. His sole purpose in coming to the National University of Defense Technology of Lonka was to expedite the approval of the sixth-generation fighter jet development project. In recent years, with the rapidly changing international situation, relations between countries have become increasingly complex. Most importantly, due to China's rapid development, Western countries, led by the United States, have become increasingly envious of China's impressive growth rate. To curb China's development, especially in the military high-tech industry. For example, the United States has mandated that the United States prohibit the sale of advanced lithography machines to China. Furthermore, in recent years, the United States, relying on its fifth-generation, long-range, multi-regional B-series bombers, has frequently provoked China militarily, repeatedly intruding into sensitive waters surrounding China. In areas disputed between China and other countries, the United States has repeatedly made provocative moves to assert its presence. However, these repeated and blatant humiliations left the Chinese military feeling extremely aggrieved. Meanwhile, to expand its authority as the strongest nation on Earth, the United States began focusing on developing a sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber and a sixth-generation stealth fighter. Other countries were forced to join the development of sixth-generation fighters. This is an extremely large-scale defense project requiring enormous funding, a large number of personnel, and mature technology. After several years of analysis, considering its own development and industrial capabilities, China decided to launch its sixth-generation stealth bomber project. The situation was urgent. Whether it was external threats or China's own defense development, China needed to acquire a sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber capable of cross-regional operations as soon as possible. While the sixth-generation bomber still possessed considerable deterrent power, it was, after all, aging. A more powerful bomber was needed to take its place. Inside the office, after Li Weigua's voice fell, the room fell silent. All eyes turned to the most crucial person on this trip, Liu Jiangwo. At this moment, Liu Jiangwo picked up his teacup, took a sip of hot tea, then gently set it down, smiling as he spoke. Colonel Li, the sixth-generation fighter jet project is a key national defense project, and this matter is of great importance. Regarding the selection of personnel, please rest assured, we will select a group of highly skilled individuals from among our university's outstanding researchers using the highest standards. In fact, the sixth-generation fighter jet project was initiated several years ago. Liu Jiangwo had begun the personnel selection process earlier, but he hadn't expected that the higher-ups would specifically arrange for someone from the Northern Theater Command to personally make this trip. It seems the higher-ups attach great importance to this national defense project. This is understandable, after all, it's a sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber, a vital national asset that cannot be neglected in the slightest. Sigh, the US is moving too fast. Rumor has it that they'll be conducting their first test flight in a few days. Li Weigua sighed deeply, his face filled with worry. Hearing this, Professor Liu Jiangwo also frowned. The US truly lives up to its reputation as the world's superpower. Even though its momentum hasn't been what it used to be, its strength is undeniable and cannot be underestimated. He walked in and, seeing his teacher talking to someone, looked somewhat embarrassed. He stood at the doorway, not taking another step forward, and asked apologetically. Liu Jiangwo laughed and waved his hand. It's all right, come in. Although he didn't recognize the man, he recognized his clothes. Lu Jiangwo introduced him to Li Weigua. I asked you to get a document, why did it take you so long? In the office. He didn't hide anything. He emphasized Su Hao's educational background. He told me he hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet, he's just a high school student who hasn't graduated. Lu Jiangwo, after hearing the whole story, wore an expression of amusement and surprise. A student actually wanted his contact information right away. He let out a hearty laugh. If a 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber could be so easily developed by a high school student, what use would professors and researchers be? If a high school student could truly produce a feasible design and blueprints, Lu Jiangwo wouldn't even mind appointing him as the dean of the academy. This is no exaggeration. The 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber is a culmination of various disciplines, involving an unimaginable level of cutting-edge technology. If someone could design and develop it independently, it would be a monumental achievement for the entire nation. That's what I thought too, but this guy was relentless, like a leech, constantly pestering me. Considering he's a high school student about to take the college entrance exam, I didn't dare be too harsh, nor could I directly refuse him, so I just gave him a graduate school exam paper to get rid of him. Hopefully, after seeing this exam paper, he'll realize the difficulty, recognize his limitations, and return to his studies. To be honest, this was the first time he'd ever encountered someone like this in his life. He didn't know if he was just young and fearless. Or was he immature, unaware of the dangers? Perhaps. However, whatever the reason, it wasn't his concern anymore. That graduate school exam paper was enough to deter that high school student. It was a graduate school exam paper personally set by Lu Jiangwo. Even they, the graduate students, found it daunting and struggled to answer it. Not to mention, the other party was just a high school senior, barely out of his teens. He'd probably be completely overwhelmed by all the formulas and symbols. Although it's a trivial matter, your words and actions represent Lonka University. Don't worry too much about this, focus your attention on the research project. Yes, teacher. Li Weigua, standing beside him, also nodded in deep agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiangcheng Middle School, Principal's Office. Teacher Lei, you've done a great service this time. Principal, you flatter me. Without the guidance of the principal and the head of the teaching department, I wouldn't have been able to come up with such a method to expel a poor student like Su Hao. However, he was very self-aware, holding his glass slightly lower than theirs, giving the principal and the dean of students ample face. Seeing this subtle gesture, Gao Zhiyong's face showed satisfaction. Moreover, he was very cooperative with the school's work. As a result, the college entrance examination pass rate of Jiangcheng Middle School's senior year significantly improved. Gao Zhiyong was very happy, his smile never fading. The dean of students, Tang Junlian, then spoke up. Teacher Lei, from any perspective, your decision is extremely wise. Look at this data. There were 2 sets of data, one for the entire class. The other set was the exam data for Senior 3-9, class after Su Hao was no longer there. Hiss. Su Hao actually lowered our class's college entrance rate by so much? His face was shocked, his expression one of horror. The data clearly showed that without Su Hao, Senior 3-9, class's rate of students entering second-tier universities rose to 99%. The rate of students entering first-tier universities was 70%. The probability of entering prestigious universities, such as 211 and 985 universities, was as high as 20%. It was clear how much damage Su Hao had caused to Senior 3-9. Otherwise, the other students in the class would likely have achieved even higher scores. Especially Tang Xiao, the class's academic representative, whose score might have approached 730. However, because Tang Xiao was Su Hao's deskmate, Su Hao's presence inevitably affected Tang Xiao to some extent. Teacher Lei, you're a hero. He never expected that he would do such a meritorious deed this time. A path to stardom was unfolding before him. Su Hao returned home, locked himself in his room, and devoted himself entirely to modifying the drone. The sooner he completed this order, the sooner he would receive the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. For nearly a week, Suhao spent all his time except for meals tinkering with the drone in his room. His parents, seeing this, grew even more worried. Finally, on the 7th day, with the last part installed, Suhao let out a long sigh of relief. Phew! Finally finished. He looked at the large, dark, metallic drone before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his handsome face. Suhao perfected all the necessary functions of the drone according to the client's requirements. Furthermore, to make this agricultural drone even more perfect, and as a little bonus for his longtime client, he added many extra features. As for its functions, the customer should understand once they use it. Suhao was about to contact the customer. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have perfectly completed all order tasks. The blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber have been distributed. Please check your inbox. Hearing this crisp, mechanical voice, an excited expression surged across Suhao's face. He clenched his fist slightly, his bright eyes gleaming. After a whole month, heaven rewards the diligent. I finally got the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Congratulations, host, on completing the introductory level mission. The future technology system function is unlocked. The following functions are now unlocked. Suhao's face showed a slight surprise, then he eagerly immersed himself in the system. Looking at the completely redesigned system interface, his eyes lit up. Now the system interface was unlocked in color, and many modules were unlocked. At the bottom were the backpack and blueprint shop buttons. The upper right corner displayed the points, currently 0. Besides, the left side was the taskbar. Seeing the backpack button, Suhao clicked it without hesitation. As he expected. Inside the backpack, quietly sitting, was a blueprint for a 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, gleaming with golden light. Suhao's eyes lit up. His heart pounded with excitement, his hands trembled. He took a deep breath and gently touched the blueprint with his consciousness. Whoosh! With a crisp sound, the blueprint vanished in the blink of an eye. Instantly. By the time Suhao realized what was happening, all the design schemes, blueprints, and data models related to the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber were already etched into his mind. Suhao mentally reviewed the relevant information and data about the 6th-generation stealth bomber. The more he read, the more intense his shock became. Currently, the most powerful bomber known on Earth is the US's B-2 stealth bomber. The 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber that Suhao possessed at this moment boasted data in all aspects, such as maximum speed, payload, maximum range, and stealth performance, far surpassing the B-2. This was a 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. An aerial tyrant, with off-the-charts performance. Suhao's heart surged with excitement. He wished he could immediately begin developing the 6th-generation fighter. After a while, he slowly calmed his excited emotions. His consciousness returned to the system interface, his gaze locking onto the blueprint shop section. With the future technology system fully activated, the corresponding points system also awakened. In the future, completing system tasks, developing technological products, and so on would reward points. These points could be used to exchange for the necessary technological product blueprints in the blueprint shop. I wonder what kind of cutting-edge technological blueprints I can exchange for. With curiosity, Suhao clicked on the blueprint shop. Before his eyes appeared countless high-tech blueprints. These might still seem ordinary, merely eye-catching technological products and technologies. But as Suhao looked further, his heart pounded, and his pupils contracted sharply. Hiss! He gasped, his throat bobbing. These are all actually achievable? Another page of the blueprint store listed even more technological products. Countless technological products dazzled Suhao. And many of them were things he had never heard of before. Phew! He let out a long breath, suppressing his excitement. His eyes gleamed with exhilaration. As long as you have enough points and meet the conditions, you can redeem these cutting-edge technological products. Suhao suddenly felt a sense of direction and motivation. He fiddled with the system for a while, then logged out. Then he opened his phone, contacted the client, and informed him that the drone deal was done. Suhao then packed the drone into a box, shipped it to the customer's address, and sent him the tracking number. So fast? Yes, considering you needed it urgently, I worked overtime to get it done. Suhao replied. He then sent the customer an electronic copy of the instruction manual and told him the drone would arrive in a few days. Chen Nong indicated he understood. How did your inquiry about admission to Lanka University go? Seeing this, Suhao smiled slightly, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he replied. All done. The key to entry is in hand. Oh. That's great. Congratulations. Chen Nong was quite surprised and then congratulated Suhao. After chatting for a while, the two ended their conversation. Now that the drone was done, Suhao could finally arrange his time properly. 3 days passed in a flash. As soon as the drone arrived, he immediately began testing it. It's the busy farming season now, and he urgently needs it. Upon the drone's arrival, Chen Nong immediately disassembled it on the spot. A glossy black, metallic drone immediately caught Chen Nong's eye. Its design was unremarkable, unlike any other drone he'd ever seen. However, its imposing appearance immediately struck him. Leaving aside its functionality for now, its appearance alone blows away many other manufacturers' agricultural drones. I can't believe it, Chen Nong sighed. He stepped forward and lovingly stroked the brand new drone before him, as if caressing a beloved companion. If all goes well, this drone will serve the entire village for a long time to come. However, before that, he needed to test its various functions. Following the instruction manual, he started the drone and then tested its functions while referring to the manual. Start, takeoff, rotation, patrol, and so on. This drone had all these common functions. But as Chen Nong continued testing, his brow gradually furrowed. Something's not right. I didn't ask for so many things, so why is the manual so long? The manual was electronic. But Chen Nong scrolled for a long time without reaching the last page, which puzzled him greatly. Did he really ask for so many things? And why had he never heard of many of the functions listed? Fixed point patrol, intelligent monitoring, automatic mode, integrated offensive and defensive spraying, it had everything. Chen Nong was completely bewildered. Is this a drone? Something about it felt off. Besides, agricultural drones don't usually need to be this imposing and powerful looking. This agricultural drone just had a strange feel to it from head to toe. Chen Nong circled the drone several times, scratching his head. Although he felt something was off, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He had the instruction manual, but he still couldn't understand some of the extremely strange functions. This drone was indeed quite strange and advanced. Suddenly, several farmers came running in panic from a short distance, shouting. A short while later, the men reached Chen Nong, their faces covered in sweat and streaked with black ash. Their eyes were anxious, and they were panting heavily. Chen Nong's expression changed upon hearing this. A fire? How could there be a fire out of nowhere? He looked up, and the blinding sunlight overhead pierced his eyes. He immediately understood. Chen Nong immediately picked up his phone to call the fire department, told them the exact location, and then turned to comfort the two men in front of him. Uncle Lu, don't panic, I've already called the fire department, they'll be here soon. The fire hasn't spread yet, once they get here, they'll put it out quickly. Chen Nong helped the two men sit down in the shade of a tree. Hearing this, they finally felt a little relieved. In no time, a large area was ablaze. The elderly men, having calmed down a bit, noticed the drone parked nearby and asked curiously. Master Chen, is this a new drone your factory ordered? Chen Nong replied, yes, this drone is for agricultural use. Everyone can use it for spraying pesticides, irrigating, fertilizing, and so on. Oh. That's so convenient. A round trip must be expensive, right? Uncle Lu was initially delighted, then asked tentatively. Don't worry, Uncle Lou, our village knows Chihuahua machinery. They've always helped the villagers. If anyone wants to use it, I'll charge you cost price. Chen Nong patted his chest, assuring them. He chose this village for Chihuahua machinery because it's his hometown, and he also wanted to test the machinery's feasibility here. If it worked, he could place large-scale orders later. Uncle Lou smiled happily upon hearing this. Chen Nong, being from his village, was incredibly tactful and considerate. After chatting for a while, the firefighters arrived quickly. However, by then, the fire had already spread, engulfing the entire hillside. The scorching heat of the flames could be felt even from a distance. A growing crowd of onlookers gathered, their faces filled with worry as they gazed at the burning hillside. The fire had almost completely destroyed the trees. If it continued to burn, the entire forest would be burned to the ground. The villagers looked anxious, and the firefighters knew they were desperate to save the trees. For a time, they were at a loss. Just then, the fire chief noticed the large drone placed under a tree, and his eyes lit up. "Sir, is this drone yours?" Chen Nong looked puzzled, wondering why the firefighter was asking this, but he nodded nonetheless. "It's mine, so what? Can I use your drone to fetch water?" The fire chief stated his purpose. Upon hearing this, Chen Nong's face froze, showing considerable reluctance. "Moreover, we have limited manpower, and the water source is too far away, a round trip would take too long. The fire isn't too fierce yet, and there's still a chance to extinguish it. But if it drags on any longer, the entire forest will be burned down, and then the village houses will be threatened. The situation is critical." If there were no other way, the firefighters would never have requested Chen Nong's drone for assistance. The fire chief looked at Chen Nong with anxiety and urgency. Even from a distance, they could feel the intense heat of the flames. The fire chief's eyes were fixed intently on the drone before him, his expression urgent. "Master, is this all right? The fire is getting increasingly fierce. If we delay any longer, we'll lose our crucial rescue time," the fire chief urged. Seeing the hesitation on the man's face, he was frantic with worry. The villagers watching nearby also chimed in with their encouragement. "Yes, Master Chen, please agree quickly. Don't worry, the village chief is here, we keep our word." Hearing everyone's support, the village chief immediately stepped forward. "Master Chen, the situation is urgent. Only your drone is capable of fetching water to extinguish the fire. You have to sacrifice yourself. The entire village will share the losses. How about it?" After the village chief finished speaking, all the villagers nodded. Fighting the fire was the priority, everything else could be discussed later. Since they'd put it that way, Chen Nong couldn't refuse. He nodded. "All right." Chen Nong pointed to the drone in front of him, hesitating. But, just as he finished speaking, the drone instantly responded. A sudden fire detected in the southeast direction, activating disaster relief mode. The crowd looked at the drone in surprise and confusion, wondering what it was doing. The fire chief asked, "Mr. Chen, what's wrong with this drone?" Chen Nong shook his head, bewildered. "I don't know. I didn't do anything, and it just started like this." Suddenly, with a crisp click, the drone, parked on the ground, suddenly began to spin, emitting a buzzing sound. Then, what is it doing? No one answered, because in the few dozen seconds the drone hovered above the lake, its water tank, propelled by a powerful pump, was instantly filled. Then, as if receiving instructions, it flew with astonishing speed towards the most intense part of the fire. Everyone only felt a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, the drone had plunged into the inferno. Throughout this entire process, Chen Nong hadn't operated it at all. He was completely stunned. Was this still his drone? How could it start moving on its own without him having to operate it? However, the fire chief's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. "Oh no! Rushing in like that is like a moth to a flame, the raging fire will engulf it instantly. It can't withstand the intense heat of the wildfire. The drone is doomed." The drone had flown to the area where the fire was most intense. However, the drone is fragile, it shouldn't have rushed in like that. If it had continuously sprayed water at the edge, there would have been a chance to extinguish the fire. But it was all too late. There, they had planted trees for years. His heart sank. Sigh. He sighed deeply, shaking his head helplessly. A drone, destroyed just like that. The atmosphere at the scene was somber. Just moments ago, everyone had pinned all their hopes on the drone. In an instant, the drone was engulfed in flames. Hope shattered, everyone's hearts were heavy. However, the village chief still comforted them. Mr. Chen, although the drone didn't work, the promise we made earlier still stands. Thank you for your generous contribution of the drone. After comforting them, the village chief instructed the villagers. Everyone go home and take buckets to the lake to collect water. Every little bit helps, to ease the burden on the firefighters. The village chief finished speaking and was about to walk back into the village. Just then, a sharp-eyed villager immediately noticed something unusual at the edge of the wildfire. Look! What's that? Everyone turned to look in the direction he was pointing. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the drone repeated its actions. It flew to the lake, pumped water, and filled up. It then plunged back into the flames to extinguish the fire. Repeatedly, in and out. The villagers watching, the fire chief, Chen Nong, and the firefighters who were taking turns fetching water to fight the fire. Seeing the drone's godlike firefighting maneuvers, they were all stunned into silence. Everyone stood motionless, eyes glued to the drone's monotonous yet awe-inspiring movements. Holy crap! What kind of high-tech drone is this? It's so amazing! The villagers' words instantly broke the silence, and everyone snapped back to reality. Then, without warning, they all turned to look at Chen Nong. They saw that Chen Nong was indeed not holding a control handle, nor was he wearing any operating equipment. So, this drone was really extinguishing the fire automatically? Seeing this, the fire chief breathed a sigh of relief, took a deep look at the drone, and then dialed the city fire department, saying, "Brothers at the city level, you don't need to come. The fire is under control." Hanging up, the fire chief hesitated for a moment, then walked to Chen Nong. Just as he was about to ask a question, the village chief spoke first. "Master Chen, your drone is amazing. It extinguished the fire in no time." The village chief shook Chen Nong's hand, his face full of gratitude. After the village chief finished speaking, the villagers gathered around, thanking Chen Nong profusely. "Yes, this drone is really great. It put out the fire in no time, otherwise all my fruit trees would be gone. Mr. Chen's drone is amazing. Everyone saw it, right? The speed, the power, it treated the raging fire like nothing, swish, 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 constantly filling up with water to extinguish the flames. It's truly incredible." The villagers' gloom vanished, and they all gave Chen Nong a thumbs up. The drone Chen Nong brought today had truly made a great contribution. You don't need to be so polite, everyone. It's what I should do. However, the smile and joy on his face were impossible to hide. He had never expected the drone to perform like this. He had initially thought it was just an ordinary agricultural drone, only with a somewhat cool appearance. But after the astonishing scene just now, Chen Nong no longer considered it an ordinary drone. If this was just an ordinary agricultural drone, then what were other manufacturers' drones? Toy drones? Chen Nong looked up, watching the drone complete its mission and fly back to its original position. Then, the familiar mechanical voice sounded. As these sounds ended, the drone returned to its obedient state, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with it. "Master Chen, your drone is truly amazing. Could you tell us which drone manufacturer in China you purchased it from?" He had just witnessed the drone's powerful performance firsthand. Li Shu thought to himself. Currently, it seemed that no known drone manufacturer in China produced this model. He was incredibly curious about where Chen Nong had gotten it. While wiping it, he answered, "Hey, I didn't buy this drone from one of those famous domestic drone manufacturers. Theirs are too expensive, and they don't accept customization." "This drone?" I customized it from a small shop on Taobao. They specialize in customizing small tech products. I've customized some before, and the results were excellent. This time, because the busy farming season is approaching, I had this drone customized. Chen Nong didn't hide anything and told Li Shua about the customized drone. Li Shua's face froze upon hearing this. Small shop? Small tech product? You call this drone that braved the fire, autonomously fetched water to extinguish it, and single-handedly put out the wildfire a small tech product? Do you have some misunderstanding about small tech? Li Shua thought to himself, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind of these thoughts. Then, looking at the drone that Chen Nong had wiped clean in front of him, he coughed lightly, touched his nose, and tentatively asked. Chen Nong was slightly taken aback, turned to look at Li Shua, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Firefighter, what's wrong with saying this? Just say it. Master Chen, could you lend your drone to our fire brigade for a few days? I think this drone is really good. Chen Nong's smile froze upon hearing this. Chen Nong? On the other side. Su Hao sat at his desk, 2 exam papers spread out on it. Now, with the system fully activated, his plan to enter Lanka University should be put on the agenda. Now that his college entrance exam eligibility had been revoked, his first priority to enter Lanka University was to complete this exam paper. This was his key to admission, requiring him to enter Lanka University without taking the college entrance exam. With this in mind, Su Hao snapped out of his reverie and focused all his attention on the exam paper. He took a deep breath, picked up his pen, and began to write diligently. Time passed quickly, and 60 minutes flew by. Su Hao wrote with effortless ease, using the knowledge he had crammed over the past few days to complete all the questions on the exam paper, and then carefully checked it several times. But now, thanks to the system's assistance, he had mastered all the knowledge from all high school subjects. Furthermore, he was systematically studying all university-level subjects. In addition, based on the subjects listed by the system, he was systematically studying various cutting-edge disciplines. Therefore, he was able to write with remarkable ease on this exam paper. However, it was indeed a doctoral exam paper from Lanka University. Even with his vast knowledge, it still took him an hour to finish. After checking it one last time, Su Hao took a picture and sent it over. Perhaps they are busy. After all, they are graduate students at Longtech University with many projects and experiments, so they can't be constantly looking at their phones. Su Hao thought to himself. He immersed his consciousness in the system, intending to study it carefully. In a room filled with the sweet scent of a young girl, Tang Xiao gazed at the scenery outside the window, Su Hao's image unconsciously appearing in her mind. She parted her red lips slightly and murmured to herself. Sigh, the college entrance exam is just around the corner, I wonder what his plans are. So many days have passed, Su Hao should have recovered by now. She would take this opportunity to ask him what his plans were for the future. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao immediately got up and went to Su Hao's house with practiced ease. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked on the door, and it opened. It was Su Hao's mother who opened the door. Seeing Tang Xiao's familiar face, Li Xiuqin's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly welcomed her in. Xiao's here? Quick, come in. Tang Xiao smiled sweetly, greeted her, and then asked softly. Auntie, where is Su Hao? Li Xiuqin seemed to have expected her to ask this, smiled meaningfully, and then pointed to Su Hao's room, saying directly. He's in his room, you can go in directly. Tang Xiao's face flushed slightly, and she softly nodded, then walked towards Su Hao's room. So, she simply turned the doorknob with practiced ease. With a click, the door opened. Su Hao. Her beautiful eyes darted around the room before settling on the desk. Seeing this, Tang Xiao went in and closed the door behind her. Su Hao, what are you daydreaming about? Tang Xiao walked to Su Hao's side and shook his shoulder. At that moment, Su Hao's consciousness was fully immersed in the system when he suddenly sensed someone calling him from the outside. Startled, he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly withdrew his consciousness from the system. Turning his head, he saw it was Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao, what brings you here? Su Hao asked, puzzled. It's the crucial time for the college entrance exams. How could Tang Xiao have time to come see him? Tang Xiao made up a reason. Then, she sniffed her nose lightly, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Why does your room smell so bad? Instantly, the dimly lit room became much brighter. Only then could Tang Xiao finally see everything in Su Hao's room clearly. Compared to last time, Su Hao's room could only be described with one word. Messy. Extremely messy. Tools were scattered everywhere on the floor, wrenches, screwdrivers, pliers, and so on. On his other table, mechanical parts, screws, nuts, and other machine tools were scattered everywhere. Tang Xiao finally understood, the unpleasant smell from earlier was from these parts and the machine oil. She was utterly puzzled. What had Su Hao been doing in the room? Tang Xiao asked. Su Hao, why is your room so messy? Su Hao was taken aback, awkwardly rubbing his nose. After modifying the drone, he hadn't had time to clean the room before focusing intently on his exam papers. Now that Tang Xiao had brought it up, he realized how messy the room was. Oh, I helped someone with a craft project, and I haven't had time to tidy up the room yet. Since it wasn't anything shameful, Su Hao didn't hide anything. Then, he looked at Tang Xiao and asked with a smile. So, what brings you here? Seeing that her little scheme had been seen through, Tang Xiao stuck out her tongue and cautiously asked. Su Hao, what are your plans now? Now that your college entrance exam qualification has been revoked, you can't take the exam this year. Are you planning to retake it, or find a factory job? Hearing this, Tang Xiao's expression became much more serious. But because Su Hao ranked last in the exam, dragging down the class and the school, he was expelled from school and stripped of his eligibility for the college entrance exam. Tang Xiao was furious about the school's actions. But she couldn't fight City Hall. Even though she was dissatisfied, there was nothing she could do. Looking at Su Hao, Tang Xiao felt a surge of resentment. Su Hao, however, seemed unfazed. He waved his hand and calmly replied. Didn't I say? I'll get into Lanka University through other means and continue my university studies. You don't need to worry too much about me. On the contrary, you should focus on preparing for the exam during this time and strive to perform exceptionally well in the college entrance exam to get into a better university. Su Hao smiled, encouraging Tang Xiao instead. Hearing his words, Tang Xiao was stunned. Why was he still talking nonsense? I know you don't believe me, so why don't you take a look at this first? Su Hao made way for Tang Xiao to look. Tang Xiao looked puzzled, wondering what Su Hao was up to. In the days after being expelled from school, I figured it out. Since my college entrance exam eligibility was revoked, I had to find another way to get into Lanka University. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to find a graduate student at Lanka University, and they gave me an assessment test. Now that I've finished the test, I can say that getting into Lanka University is practically guaranteed. He clenched his fist slightly, filled with endless daydreams about university life at Lanka University. However, she turned to the incredibly excited Su Hao and weakly asked, Su Hao, are you sure his reply wasn't just a perfunctory response? Su Hao really didn't see the perfunctory response. The other person practically wrote the word rejection outright. Su Hao snapped out of his daze, his expression blank. How could that be? We were just having a normal conversation, and he did send me a graduate school exam paper. He and the other person had a pleasant chat, and the other person was very polite. If the other person was just being perfunctory, there would be no need to send an exam paper, right? Su Hao felt that Tang Xiao had misunderstood him. Tang Xiao sighed softly and couldn't help but rub her forehead. Look at these messages. Is there a single one he's genuinely and directly answering you? However, he never did, and towards the end, his tone was clearly impatient. Finally, faced with your persistent pestering, he just gave you a random exam paper to get rid of you, and then ignored you completely. So, do you still think he wasn't just giving you the runaround? Tang Xiao looked at Su Hao, her beautiful eyes glistening. It wasn't to discourage Su Hao, but to make him face reality. Tang Xiaoro's words made Su Hao fall into deep thought. After sending the picture, he hadn't received a reply. Doesn't that mean my path to entering Manga University through this method is completely blocked? Su Hao frowned, his heart sinking instantly. Su Hao never expected that the other party had been merely giving him the runaround. He sighed softly, a cloud of worry clouding his brow. Standing by his computer desk, Su Hao was overwhelmed with dejection. What should he do? Lost in thought, Tang Xiaoro walked to his desk and saw 2 exam papers on it. She gently asked, Su Hao, may I look at these exam papers? Su Hao's mind was entirely focused on Manga University. He had no time to think about the exam papers. He nodded, casually picked up the exam papers from the desk, and placed them in her hands. He turned and walked to the bedside, sitting down heavily on the edge. It seems that he doesn't care about me at all now. In that case, there's absolutely no hope of getting into Manga University through this route. So, are there any other methods? Su Hao pondered this in his mind. Tang Xiaoro's sudden insight disrupted his concentration. Beside him, Tang Xiaoro, having taken the test paper, immediately focused her attention on the questions. After only a few dozen seconds, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She thought to herself. Hiss. I recognize every single word in these questions, but why can't I understand them when they're put together? Tang Xiaoro continued reading. As a result, the further she went, the more complex the questions became. Not only were the questions baffling, but even some of the symbols left her completely confused. Tang Xiaoro fell into deep self-doubt. No way, really? She can't understand these questions? Her face flushed slightly. If word got out, she'd be laughed at. She read it almost word for word. However, she got stuck on the very first question. Damn it, I really can't understand it, wah. Tang Xiaoro was on the verge of tears. Although she was very unwilling to admit this fact. She truly couldn't understand a single question on this test paper. These weren't even questions beyond the syllabus. These were dimensional attacks from a completely different knowledge level. However, what she didn't expect was that Su Hao had actually solved every single question she couldn't understand. Not only had he neatly written out the solution process for each question, but he had also listed several different solutions for each question. Tang Xiaoro temporarily forgot about her shock and muttered to herself. How did he solve it? Her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt as she looked up at Su Hao, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Seeing his worried and preoccupied expression, Tang Xiaoro didn't dare to approach him to ask. She took out her phone and searched for the answers to the questions in the online library. The answers were there, but unfortunately, none of them included solutions. First question, correct. Second question, correct. Third question, fourth question. As she checked each question, her beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, staring in disbelief at the test paper Su Hao had completed. Her throat bobbed, and Tang Xiaoro murmured in shock. Su Hao had answered every single question correctly. Tang Xiaoro was utterly stunned, her eyes darting around. A few minutes later, she took a deep breath, her chest heaving. Su Hao's answers were all correct. They were exactly the same as the answer key. He even had more steps and more sophisticated problem-solving strategies than the answer key. Tang Xiaoro was completely astonished. However, but Su Hao was able to solve it completely, and solve it all correctly. Who would believe it? He was just a high school student who hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet, and whose eligibility had been revoked. The shock lingered in her heart. Holding the exam paper, Tang Xiaoro couldn't suppress her curiosity and softly asked Su Hao. She desperately wanted to hear Su Hao say no, to soothe her wounded heart. Unfortunately, after a slight pause, Su Hao nodded imperceptibly. I did it. This test was a bit difficult, it took me an hour to finish. Too bad, it's useless now. Su Hao had initially thought the test was an assessment from the graduate student at Manga University, but realizing the student was just going through the motions, he immediately lost interest. He'd wasted an hour, and all he'd done was a worthless piece of paper. Sigh. Su Hao felt a pang of disappointment. But Tang Xiao was stunned by Su Hao's words. A boom of shock filled her. Not only had Su Hao completed the test himself, but he'd also finished it in just 1 hour. And he'd gotten it all right. Tang Xiao was bewildered, speechless. She'd just checked, the test allotted 2.5 hours. Su Hao had finished it a full hour and a half early and gotten everything right. Tang Xiao looked at him resentfully. But seeing his thoughtful expression, seemingly unconcerned about the test paper, it didn't seem so. Sigh, Tang Xiao was immediately disheartened. Who was the real academic genius here? Looking at this test paper, compared to Su Hao, she felt like a mere academic dreg. Empty and fragile, easily shattered. After a while, Tang Xiao slowly accepted this fact and gradually recovered. She looked at Su Hao's dejected expression, pursed her lips, and asked, Su Hao, are you all right? Su Hao snapped out of his daze and forced a smile. It's nothing. Seeing Tang Xiao still holding the test paper, he asked, how was it? I told you, this test was a bit difficult. He had noticed that Tang Xiao's attention was entirely focused on the test paper, presumably pondering the questions. As a result, upon hearing his words, Tang Xiao's recently calmed emotions instantly reignited. She took a deep breath, her slender fingers gripping the test paper tightly. She kept reassuring herself, calm down, he's not deliberately trying to provoke me. After a while, Tang Xiao replied with a stiff smile. Yeah, it was indeed a bit difficult. What's wrong? Why do you look a little pale? Su Hao noticed Tang Xiao's unusual complexion and asked with concern. I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine. Tang Xiao was somewhat numb. However, she didn't want to let the exam paper go so easily. So she asked, Su Hao, can I take a picture of this exam paper and take a good look at it when I get back? Tang Xiao stayed at Su Hao's house for a few hours before getting up to say goodbye. Su Hao, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now? Opening the door, Tang Xiao waved to Su Hao. Okay, be careful on the road. Don't worry too much, there's still a way. Don't keep things bottled up inside, talk to someone. If you really can't find anyone to confide in, you can talk to me. Tang Xiao gripped the phone slightly tighter. Ever since Su Hao realized that the person had been giving him the runaround, his expression had been rather unpleasant. He was listless, and his voice was weak and listless. Tang Xiao had just offered him some words of comfort, but he didn't know if Su Hao had taken them to heart. Hearing Tang Xiao's caring words, Su Hao felt a warmth in his heart. Of all his classmates, only Tang Xiao truly cared about him. She not only frequently encouraged him but also personally visited him several times to comfort him. Su Hao had seen and heard all of this. I understand, thank you, Tang Xiao. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He was currently at a loss, his path blocked. He really should find another way out, another way to contact Lunka University. Tang Xiao stood at the door, hesitant to speak, the words on the tip of her tongue, then swallowed them back, and waved goodbye to Su Hao. Back home, Tang Xiao opened the exam papers on her phone, biting her red lips, her face full of curiosity. I wonder how good Su Hao's solutions are. Thinking this, a thought struck her. She found her cousin's number and called. Her cousin was a doctoral student at Tsinghua University. Whether the answers on the exam paper were correct or not, and whether the solution process was reasonable, her cousin would definitely be able to tell at a glance. The call connected, and a pleasant, mature voice came from the other end. Hello, Xiao, what's up? No problem. However, I'm busy right now. You can send me a photo of the exam paper on WeChat first, and I'll take a look when I get back tonight. Tang Xiao was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you, my beautiful sister Qining. I'll send it to you on WeChat later. Thank you so much. After a brief chat, they hung up. Let's see what Sister Qining says then. Tang Xiao thought to herself, holding her phone. Even now, the shock in her heart lingered. On the other side, after the fire in the village was extinguished, Li Shua led his team back to the station. Master Chen, we'll take this drone back with us first. Li Shua carefully placed the drone on the vehicle, a satisfied look on his face. Chen Nong nodded to himself. However, a closer look revealed a hint of resentment in his eyes. He looked like a wronged woman who had been abandoned. He hadn't even had a chance to properly study the drone before it extinguished a fire, and now it had been taken away by the firefighters for their research. Chen Nong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Noticing the look in Chen Nong's eyes, Fire Chief Li Shua coughed lightly and turned his head away, pretending not to notice. Actually, he was a little embarrassed. He came to the village to fight a fire, didn't extinguish it, and even took someone else's drone. Was he really a little shameless? But it was all for the sake of firefighting. After thinking about it, Li Shua felt better. After loading the drone into the vehicle and waving goodbye, Li Shua, along with his team, left the village. Chen Nong watched the drone depart, repeatedly reassuring himself. It's alright, don't panic, it'll be back soon. Maybe they'll even commend us. How's the situation? Although the drone had perfectly extinguished the fire, as a precaution, the entire team still split up and carefully checked the route to eliminate any potential hazards. Yuan Tianlong nodded, then seemed to remember something and asked. The city fire brigade called earlier, saying they were going to help you, but halfway there, you called them back, saying it wasn't needed anymore. What happened? They could only rely on firefighters using small firefighting equipment and water to extinguish the fire. Logically, it should have taken at least several hours to successfully extinguish the fire. But Li Shua and his team made it back and forth in no more than 2 hours. That's too fast. Hearing this, Yuan Tianlong was immediately stunned, looking at Li Shua curiously. Did something else happen during the firefighting operation that made it so successful? Yuan Tianlong immediately became interested. Tell me about it. Li Shua nodded and continued. We originally planned to request support from the municipal fire brigade, but we discovered a drone at the scene. Li Shua highlighted the key points, telling Yuan Tianlong about the drone used for firefighting. Speaking of the drone, Li Shua perked up immediately, even the fatigue from the back and forth travel vanished. That drone, after a few quick maneuvers, not only took off automatically, but also, without human intervention, fetched water, located the fire source, and precisely extinguished the flames. Guess what? What? Wow, that drone treated the sea of fire like it was nothing. It charged in, doused a whole tank of water, and whoosh, it came out unscathed, then repeated the same operation. It's no exaggeration to say that the firefighting efficiency of this one drone is comparable to the entire fire station of our county. Li Shua's words stunned Yuan Tianlong. A drone more powerful than his entire county-level fire station? Was that really necessary? A drone more powerful than 30 firefighters? Hey, Li Shua, how come I never realized you were such a good storyteller? You tell stories so convincingly, it sounds so real. I asked you to give a work report, not to tell a story from a science fiction movie. And what about it being like a raptor charging into a sea of fire, creating ripples that left everyone speechless? Why don't you just say it's a shadow fighter jet? Wherever it goes, nothing grows. Yuan Tianlong angrily flung his hand and sat back down. He realized Li Shua was just teasing him. If such a powerful drone really exists, why is it nowhere to be seen? Li Shua panicked upon hearing Yuan Tianlong's words. If you don't believe me, you can ask my team members. They witnessed it with their own eyes. Li Shua was almost in tears. Yuan Tianlong scoffed at this. Keep acting, keep acting. Everyone knows you're in cahoots. You always love to joke around, and now you're joking with me. Li Shua, if I believe your nonsense today, I'll change my name. He could see through such a trick at a glance. It seemed today's rescue mission wasn't as difficult as he had imagined, otherwise Li Shua wouldn't be in the mood for jokes. Thinking of this, Yuan Tianlong breathed a slight sigh of relief. Seeing that Yuan Tianlong refused to believe him, Li Shua gritted his teeth and could only resort to his last resort. I brought the drone back. He thought Li Shuo would give up, but when he looked up, he saw an incredibly solemn expression on his face. Yuan Tianlong was slightly taken aback. Why did this kid seem so serious? You're such a stubborn mule. Humph. Let's go. With that, Yuan Tianlong tossed his hand and walked out first. Li Shuo introduced. Yuan Tianlong walked forward and circled the drone several times. Its appearance was indeed quite cool, with a dark metallic sheen that exuded a powerful and imposing aura, giving it a futuristic feel. Yuan Tianlong nodded. Putting. Everything else aside, Yuan Tianlong was quite satisfied with its cool appearance alone. After all, domestic and international drones are still far from reaching that level. Yuan Tianlong commented. Not bad, the design is cool, looks good. He then fell silent. Do you want me to say anything more? Yuan Tianlong countered. Since that's the case, he'd have to use his ultimate weapon. You don't believe me? Fine. Then let the drone simulate the firefighting scene from earlier. Li Shuo nodded to his team members, who immediately understood his meaning. In an instant, each person took on their duties and began preparations. Squad leader, now keep your eyes wide open and don't blink. After saying that, the team members lit a large fire pit and then activated the drone. Instantly, the drone detected the fire nearby and immediately switched to automatic mode. Ding! Alarm! Fire! Then, Yuan Tianlong saw incredulously. The drone automatically collected water, then returned to the fire pit and sprayed it onto the flames. In an instant, the large fire was extinguished. The drone returned to the ground, deactivated automatic mode, and became a normal drone. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Yuan Tianlong was stunned. Where's the fire? Such a big fire, gone in an instant? Within seconds, made the optimal firefighting action. Autonomously searched for water sources, fetched water to extinguish the fire, and located the source of the fire immediately. Yuan Tianlong's face was full of disbelief. Standing there, he stared for a long time at the drone that had returned to the ground. After a long while, he gradually came to his senses. He asked Li Shuo with an extremely serious expression. Li Shuo smiled without speaking and nodded. Yuan Tianlong gasped, immediately realizing the seriousness of the problem. If this were announced at a fire safety conference, it would likely shock everyone. But that's not the most important thing. If such drones, after professional testing, could be used for routine firefighting, wouldn't that be? Yuan Tianlong's pupils constricted sharply. If such drones were actually involved in firefighting operations, firefighters' firefighting efficiency would be dramatically improved, and their workload would be significantly reduced. Recalling the drone's capabilities, Yuan Tianlong's breathing quickened, and his pupils shone brighter. No, I need to find someone to thoroughly investigate this drone immediately. With that thought, Yuan Tianlong got to work, then instructed Li Shuo. Li Shuo, you've done a great job this time. But before that, find the drone's owner and ask him where he bought it. Unexpectedly, Li Shuo replied directly. I asked, and he ordered it from a small online tech shop. Yuan Tianlong was immediately shocked. This was actually ordered from a small online shop? But now, Yuan Tianlong believed him. However, this was simply too unbelievable. A small online shop could actually create such a powerful drone? Who exactly made this drone? Yuan Tianlong was incredibly curious. But right now, the most important thing is still the drone. He hurriedly instructed. Alright, contact the drone's manufacturer as soon as possible. I'll find someone to study this drone right away. If all the data meets the standards and passes the tests, this drone can definitely be added to the fire department. Moreover, this drone can definitely be mass-produced. If it works well, this drone can be promoted nationwide. As he finished speaking, Yuan Tianlong's tone became increasingly excited. This is a treasure. Meanwhile, as a doctoral student at Tsinghua University, she spent her days either in the lab or on her way there. Today, a project she was leading finished, finally giving her some time off to rest. She took off her clothes, feeling relaxed, and went into the bathroom for a nice shower. Then, wrapped in a bathrobe, she made herself a cup of coffee and returned to her desk. Only then did she remember that her cousin, Tang Xiao, had asked her to look at an exam paper earlier that day. I almost forgot. I have some time now, so I'll take a look at what kind of exam it is. She clicked to enlarge the images and casually glanced at them. Just one look made her thick, long eyebrows furrow slightly. She picked up paper and pen from beside her and began working on the questions, referring to the provided answers. A few minutes later, she finished the first question and checked the answers on the exam paper. They were the same as hers. She nodded imperceptibly. However, she noticed that there was more than one solution method for the question. She initially thought the other person might have just suddenly become interested and randomly picked a university exam to work on. She didn't want to refuse Tang Xiao, so she agreed. But now it seemed things weren't as she thought. She continued looking at the exam questions and started working on them. The further she read and worked, the more clearly she could sense that the exam was indeed quite difficult. At least, even as a doctoral student at Tsinghua University, she still needed to think for a while before having a concrete approach and solution process. But the answers on the exam often gave her a glimmer of hope. In fact, many of the solutions even provided her with new ideas for solving the problems. The person who took this test is no ordinary person. Aside from getting all the questions right, each question even has at least 3 solutions. Some questions were even quite difficult for me. I didn't know where to begin, but they managed to do it in a completely different way, thinking outside the box. All the answers are correct. In fact, their solutions to many questions are simpler and clearer than mine. This person is no ordinary individual. She was immediately filled with curiosity about who had taken this exam. Without hesitation, she dialed Tang Xiao's number. "Xiao, are you resting?" "Not yet," came Tang Xiao's voice from the other end of the line. "Xiao, I've looked at the exam you sent me earlier." Hearing this, Tang Xiao's face tightened, and she gripped her phone slightly. "Sister Qining, how was that exam? Were the answers correct? And were the thought process and solution logical?" Although she had compared the answers online earlier that day, she felt that answers were only for reference, and the veracity of the answers was more convincing only after being judged by an authoritative figure. "Xiao, tell your cousin honestly, who did this test paper? Don't hide it. This is very important to your cousin. Don't worry, I absolutely won't tell anyone what we talked about today." Tang Xiao was slightly taken aback, wondering why her cousin was suddenly so serious. Judging from her cousin's tone, it seemed she really wanted to know who did the test. For some reason, Tang Xiao had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Was this test paper really that unusual? Tang Xiao pondered for a moment and replied. "Sister Qining, I told you during the day, this test paper was done by one of my classmates. That's right, my deskmate." Tang Xiao had mentioned her deskmate before. However, since entering their senior year, things took a sharp turn for the worse. Not only did she become inattentive in class and frequently daydream, but her exam scores plummeted, making her one of the worst students in the entire school. Now Tang Xiao was saying that this test paper was done by her deskmate, who was at the bottom of the class. "Qining, how was this test paper? If this test paper really was done by your deskmate, I can only say that your deskmate is a genius. It requires not only profound subject knowledge but also excellent practical skills." I carefully reviewed his solution process. Many of his ideas and methods were highly innovative, and many of them inspired my own thinking. I can only say that this test paper was done perfectly. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao on the other end of the phone was utterly shocked. Hiss. Doesn't that mean Su Hao's true ability is not what it appears to be at school? This exam paper is indeed very specialized, and it was quite difficult. It took me almost 3 hours to finish it. However, Tang Xiao was stunned when she heard this. I thought the questions were just a little bit difficult. Tang Xiao spoke weakly, her tone a little strange. Solved it in an hour? She finished the entire exam paper in just 1 hour? Really? She had just carefully examined the paper. It was an exam for the physics major at the National University of Defense Technology in China. Some questions seemed commonplace, but they were actually quite cutting-edge. Solving them required a solid foundation in the subject and a clear understanding of current global technology. She had only been able to solve the questions by relying on her years of experience working with her mentor on research projects. But Xiao's deskmate not only solved this exam paper, but did so in just 1 hour. If it were true, this young man was truly a genius. Your deskmate is so talented, Jiangcheng High School should have already listed him as a key student. He should have been directly admitted to university, right? Being at the bottom of the class in exams was probably just one of his hobbies? Sister Qining, you're mistaken. Su Hao was consistently at the bottom of the class in every exam. The school considered that his grades would seriously lower Jiangcheng High School's college entrance rate, so they expelled him a few days ago. Not only that, they also directly stripped him of his college entrance exam eligibility. He's now unemployed. If things had progressed normally, Su Hao's talent, if demonstrated at school, would have guaranteed him a university admission. However, she didn't understand why Su Hao consistently ranked at the bottom in every exam throughout his senior year. Could it be that he was so engrossed in these research that he neglected his high school studies? That seemed to be the only explanation. The school expelled him? And he was disqualified from the college entrance exam? Ah. Your school, really? A student who could produce an exam paper personally designed by a professor from Lonka University didn't seem like the type to be at the bottom of the class. How could the principal of Jiangcheng High School be so short-sighted? Where is your deskmate now? What is he doing? Tang Xiao replied. She sighed deeply, clearly troubled by Su Hao's situation. The answers were perfect, and there were multiple innovative solutions. Yet, he was expelled from school and disqualified from taking the college entrance exam. No matter how you looked at it, this high school student was extraordinary. Or rather, a promising research talent. To let such a promising talent go to waste felt like a terrible waste. However, she couldn't make up her mind right now. Xiao, don't tell anyone about our conversation today, not even your deskmate. I need to inquire about his situation further. You rest first, and I'll contact you if there's anything else, okay? Tang Xiao nodded, okay. Good morning, teacher. Oh, Qining, what brings you here? Wasn't the project already finished? Professor, I need to talk to you about something. She spoke calmly, then told her professor about what had happened last night. After finishing, her tone became somewhat excited. Professor, judging from the exam paper he produced for Lonka University, this high school student is definitely a genius. I asked him, and he only spent an hour on this exam. Not only did he finish it all, but he also used multiple methods to solve each question. Look! Li Shueming's expression became more serious upon hearing this. Li Shueming continued. This person's problem-solving approach is also very interesting, unconventional, and demonstrates the ability to apply knowledge to new situations. His thinking and problem-solving methods are very novel and unique. Excellent, excellent. If the answers and solutions to these questions were truly done by a high school student, then he can only be described as a rare genius. His thinking is meticulous, his insights profound, and he possesses a unique analytical ability. It was almost unbelievable that a high school student could have such understanding. However, even so, as to whether the answers and solutions to these questions were actually done by that high school student, we have no way of knowing, since we haven't verified it. You've only heard from one person, you haven't seen him do these questions with your own eyes, have you? The exam paper was indeed excellent. Seeing is believing, especially for researchers like them. The teacher's words, though blunt, were very reasonable. So, we're just going to let this go? Li Shueming chuckled and shook his head. Qining, you're still a bit too hasty. That's a major taboo in scientific research. You need to correct that gradually. Since we can't know the truth of this matter, why not verify it? Your project is finished now, so you have time. Go back and verify this matter properly. If it's false, we won't lose anything. But if it's true, then Tsinghua University will be recruiting a genius. I understand, Professor. She sat at her desk, deep in thought, her brows slightly furrowed. Hello, Xiaro, are you busy right now? Tang Xiao's voice came through the phone. Not busy right now, what's up, Jie? Don't blame me for being long-winded, this information is very important to me. Was it really Su Hao who did it? To be precise, she couldn't be 100% sure, because this was only what Su Hao had told her. But Tang Xiao's thin, moist lips tightened slightly. Thinking about how Su Hao wasn't usually sociable, she had spent a long time with him as his deskmate. Tang Xiao knew Su Hao, she knew he wasn't a liar and didn't like to exaggerate. After hesitating for a while, she nodded firmly. Sister Qining, Su Hao did the test paper himself. Could it be that Xiao really saw her deskmate do it? Okay, I understand. It's been several months since we last met. I've missed you so much. Putting aside the matter of confirming Su Hao's situation, she hadn't been home for a long time. This was a good opportunity to go home. Tang Xiao was pleasantly surprised to hear this. Really? Sister Qining, you're coming back? That's great. Tang Xiao's pretty face showed excitement. After chatting for a while, they hung up. In the room, Tang Xiao stared at the darkened phone screen, the excitement on her face gradually fading. Then, a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Why did my cousin suddenly come back at this time? She muttered to herself, lost in thought. Logically speaking, her cousin was usually quite busy with her studies and rarely had time to come home. This was too much of a coincidence. At the same time, her cousin, Qining, had asked about Su Hao several times during those phone calls. Could it be that Qining's return was specifically for Su Hao? Thinking of this, Tang Xiao felt a surge of excitement. If that's the case, doesn't it mean there might be a turning point in Su Hao's situation? Her cousin was a doctoral student at Tsinghua University, an excellent student, highly regarded by her professors. If Su Hao's talent were known to her, he might very well be specially admitted to Tsinghua University. Tang Xiao's beautiful eyes shone with excitement. After a long while, a trace of worry appeared on her face, her slender fingers gripping her phone tightly. Tang Xiao bit her red lips. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao sighed softly, her heart filled with anxiety, half joy and half sorrow. Tang Xiao prayed silently. On the other side. When it comes to the most professional drone expert in the county, it has to be old Wang from the County Science and Technology Bureau. Drones were right within his area of expertise. After a 10-minute drive, Yuan Tianlong arrived at the Science and Technology Bureau and easily found his way to old Wang's office. Old Wang, busy? It was more like a workshop than an office, filled with various tools and products. The entire office was filled with the distinctive smell of metal and machinery. Old Wang, also known as Wang Defa, was the head of the technical section of the County Science and Technology Bureau. Hearing the sound, Wang Defa looked up at the doorway and saw Yuan Tianlong. A smile immediately spread across his face. Old Wang, I've come to see you this time because I've found something interesting. Wang Defa was taken aback and teased. When talking about the drone, Yuan Tianlong's voice became more excited. He mimically Shua's earlier words, gesturing wildly with his hands as he passionately recounted. Wow! The drone automatically took off, automatically patrolling to find a water source. Then, with lightning speed, in just over 10 seconds, it pumped water, scouted, and located the fire source. Whoosh, it plunged into the sea of fire. Guess what? What? Wang Defo looked at him with a beaming smile, echoing him. In just a few dozen minutes, it extinguished a huge fire. Isn't that drone amazing? Yuan Tianlong looked at Wang Defa expectantly. Wang Defa coughed lightly, took a sip of tea, and looked at Yuan Tianlong with a strange expression. Amazing. Truly amazing. I've never seen such a powerful drone. Yuan Tianlong immediately became displeased. Anyone could hear the perfunctory tone in Wang Defa's words. Old Wang, you don't believe me? Alright, I brought the drone with me. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Hearing this, Wang Defa was stunned. Yuan Tianlong was serious? He put down his teacup, a look of interest appearing on his face. Fine, let's go see if this drone is as amazing as you say. The two went to the workshop behind the Science and Technology Bureau, where the drone sat quietly on the ground. Look, it's this drone. Old Wang, didn't you not believe me? The drone is right here. Whether it's real or not, you can test it and find out. Test it however you like. He patted his chest, his face full of confidence. Looking at the drone in the workshop, Wang Defa was filled with doubt. This drone looked ordinary, he couldn't see anything special about it. Where did Yuan Tianlong get his confidence? Or was it that he hadn't discovered where it was hidden? Science and Technology Bureau, Technology Department Workshop. Wang Defa looked the drone up and down, a puzzled expression on his face. He walked to the shelf, picked up some tools, and approached the drone. He first examined the drone. Like other drones, this one consisted of a frame, motors, ESCs, rotors, battery, and other power systems. Then, he used professional testing tools to inspect other aspects of the drone. As a result, he immediately noticed something different about this drone. This drone is interesting. Wang Defa couldn't help but mutter. He had just tested it and discovered that this drone didn't use a T-motor power system, but a new kind of power system. His eyes lit up. Putting everything else aside, just this one thing alone made this drone interesting. Yuan Tianlong noticed Wang Defa's expression. How about it, Lao Wang? I wasn't lying to you, was I? Yuan Tianlong's face showed a small hint of pride. Wang Defa ignored him, focusing intently on the drone. As he continued his inspection, he became increasingly aware of the drone's unusual nature. Wang Defa discovered that the drone's flight control computer wasn't one of the common Pixhawk 2.4.8, Pixhawk V4, Pixhawk V2, or Pixhawk V5 models. It was more like a modified and upgraded version of those models. According to the test data, this model of flight control computer had several times the real-time performance. The mission execution frequency reached thousands of times, enabling extremely rapid control of the electrical system. Wang Defa's eyes brightened, his gaze fixed on the drone with a look of fascination. Without turning his head, he asked Yuan Tianlong, "Can I take it apart and take a look?" To know more about the drone's data and information, he had to disassemble it. Meanwhile, the drone's unusual features had already piqued Wang Defa's intense interest. Yuan Tianlong, seeing his eager expression, couldn't help but smile wryly. Like this now. Yuan Tianlong nodded helplessly. Take it apart. Take it apart if you want. Just put it back together afterwards. Yuan Tianlong had complete trust in Wang Defa's skills. He was completely at ease and trusting this drone to him. It's just taking it apart, no big deal. With Yuan Tianlong's permission, Wang Defa's eyes burned with excitement, and he immediately got to work, grabbing the professional tools and beginning to vigorously dismantle the drone. He discovered that this drone was nothing like the common drones on the market. The power system and flight control computer were unconventional, to make matters worse. Now, even the onboard computer is independently innovated and designed. It's nothing like the Raspberry Pi, Odroid, Joule 570X, or Nuke onboard computers we usually see. Wang Defa was momentarily baffled by the onboard computer on this drone. He was completely dumbfounded. After decades in the industry, how could he one day not understand the onboard computer inside a drone? Wouldn't his peers laugh at him if word got out? The result was the same. He couldn't grasp the internal architecture and design principles. Because if he blindly continued, he might damage the onboard computer, rendering the drone unusable. He decided to examine the drone's other structures first. However, as Wang Defa gradually disassembled it, his movements slowed down. The drone's internal structure and layout were exquisite, incredibly crafted. His hands trembled slightly, his eyes darting around. Wow! I already thought its exterior was cooler and more glamorous than other drones, but I never imagined that the internal wiring and component design would be so perfect. This isn't just a product, it's a work of technological art. Such design and architecture was something he had never seen in his decades in the industry. He realized that a technological product could not only have a flawless exterior, but its internal structure could also be both magnificent and understated. He didn't want to, and dared not, disassemble it anymore. Because he didn't want to damage this work of art. At the same time, he realized that after disassembling it for so long, he suddenly seemed to have almost completely forgotten how to put it back together. His face flushed with embarrassment. He glanced at Yuan Tianlong and, seeing he hadn't been discovered, breathed a slight sigh of relief. He dared not tell Yuan Tianlong he couldn't put it back, otherwise, old Yuan would likely go berserk. After a long while, Wang Defa, suppressing his excitement, asked Yuan Tianlong, "Old Yuan, where did you get this drone? It's very unusual." Hearing this, Yuan Tianlong smiled without answering, his expression unreadable. He didn't answer immediately, instead keeping him in suspense. Seeing this, Wang Defa couldn't help but want to smash his head open, but still guessed. "Specially supplied to you by the fire brigade?" Yuan Tianlong shook his head. "A military drone?" Wang Defa took a deep breath, his fist itching to punch. At this moment, Yuan Tianlong finally spoke, his voice calm. "It's an agricultural drone." Wang Defa's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. "Wang Defa? No way, you call this an agricultural drone? What agricultural drone has an entirely innovative design, from its power system to its onboard computer? What agricultural drone boasts specifications comparable to military drones? If this is an agricultural drone, then what about all other agricultural drones? That's why I asked you to test it." Wang Defa looked at him resentfully. "Old Yuan, I admit I laughed a little loudly just now, but aren't you overestimating me? This drone, I still don't know how to handle it." By the end, Wang Defa had a bitter expression. Who knew it would turn out like this? He thought it was just an ordinary drone. Unexpectedly, it was full of hidden features, concealing all sorts of cutting-edge technology and a completely new design. He was on the verge of tears. "It's just an agricultural drone, is it really that serious?" "Old Yuan, based on the current test data, the value of this drone is definitely not limited to agricultural use. Although I haven't fully figured out this drone, I can guarantee that its commercial value, practical value, and even military value will exceed your imagination." Then, he looked at Yuan Tianlong and asked very seriously, "Old Yuan, tell me, who designed this drone?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianlong shook his head. "We haven't found him yet." Just then, his phone rang in his pocket. Yuan Tianlong opened it and saw it was Li Shua calling. "Old Wang, we've found him." Wang Defa was stunned. "A person? Who? Who else could it be but the drone designer?" Wang Defa's face lit up instantly, his expression turning anxious. "Quick! Take me to see him." After saying that, he immediately dialed a number. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After all, she hadn't been home for a long time, and the mission she was undertaking this time was rather special, so thorough preparation was essential. Finally, today, after a long journey, she returned to Jiangcheng County. She walked out of the station and saw Tang Xiao, a youthful and beautiful girl in a white and gray JK uniform, standing at the station entrance. She stood on tiptoe and called out, "Sister Qining, over here." "Xiao, long time no see." The two sisters hadn't seen each other for a long time, so naturally they had plenty to talk about. The two walked hand in hand out of the station. "Sister Qining, my mom heard you were back and prepared a big meal for you today. Let's go home first and have a welcome back dinner." "Xiao, let's not rush the welcome back dinner. Why don't you take me directly to your classmate's house?" She had come back specifically for Tang Xiao's classmate's matter. She wasn't in the mood for anything else until this matter was resolved. Tang Xiao's pretty face froze upon hearing her words. So hasty? Judging from my cousin's expression, could it be that she came back specifically for Su Hao? Tang Xiao thought it was very likely. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao felt a surge of excitement. It seemed her cousin was very concerned about Su Hao's situation. This meant that perhaps Su Hao's situation had indeed taken a significant turn for the better. Therefore, she abandoned her plan to go home. Since you say so, Sister Qining, I'll call Su Hao first and ask if he's home. Tang Xiao took out her phone and dialed Su Hao's number. As soon as the call connected, she asked directly. Su Hao, are you home now? At home, Su Hao was slightly taken aback when he received Tang Xiao's call. How could Tang Xiao have time to contact him at this time? This was the most stressful time of the college entrance examination, shouldn't she be preparing for it? However, he still answered. At home, what's wrong? He'd been staying home the whole time. Ever since he learned that the graduate student from Longtech was just giving him the runaround, Su Hao had been thinking about other ways to get into Longtech. After thinking about it, he decided none of them would work. First, they definitely wouldn't believe him and would think he was just trying to attract attention. Even if they did see it, they might not take it seriously. After much thought, Su Hao couldn't come up with a good solution and was starting to feel anxious. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Okay, I'll come over in a bit. Remember not to leave the house yet. I'll be right there. Staring at the black screen of his phone, Su Hao looked puzzled. Why would she suddenly come to my house? Su Hao muttered to himself. He put down his phone, intending to search online for information about Longka University to see if there were any other options. Just then, a message popped up on his phone. The two had been in contact for a long time and were quite familiar with each other, so they had exchanged names. Chen Nong, Mr. Su, do you have time today? Would it be convenient for us to meet? I'd like to consult you in person about some things related to the drone. Looking at Chen Nong's message, Su Hao fell into deep thought. The drone had been shipped several days ago, and Chen Nong's message now clearly indicated that he had received it and started using it. Now that he wanted to meet, could it be that he was having some trouble using this agricultural drone? Su Hao thought about it, and it seemed that was indeed possible. After all, he had incorporated a lot of advanced technology into the drone. He was about to reply, saying he had time. But then he remembered that Tang Xiao would be arriving later, and he wouldn't be able to get away. Su Hao smiled awkwardly, replying somewhat embarrassed. Sorry. I might have something to do today. How about this, you find some time, and I'll meet with you in person, what do you think? Since it was his fault, Su Hao didn't want to put the other person in a difficult position. Su Hao had initially thought he was dissatisfied with him. Well, could you give me your home address? It's not just me who needs to talk to you, some leaders from county-level units also want to discuss drones with you. You mean? Upon seeing this, Su Hao's expression changed slightly. County-level unit leaders? But now it seemed that wasn't the case. From Chen Nong's words, it seemed their county-level leaders were also interested in his drones? Su Hao's mind immediately started racing, his eyes flickering slightly. He picked up his phone, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. No problem, this is my address, room 520, unit 6, XXX Street, Jiangcheng County. He didn't know what the county-level leaders thought of his drone. But regardless, it was a good thing. After all, these people were leaders with some status and influence. If they noticed him, perhaps his situation would have a chance to turn around? He was truly at his wit's end. He wouldn't let go of even the slightest opportunity. Putting aside the system's mission, he genuinely wanted to get into Longka University. Okay, we'll come over in person later. Su Hao was stunned. What's going on? Coming in person? He thought the other party wanted his address just for record-keeping purposes, to facilitate future searches. He never expected they would actually come looking for him. A county-level leader came in person. To be honest, Su Hao was genuinely shocked. He let out a long sigh, briefly replied okay, and then put down his phone. After a long while, the turmoil in his heart slowly subsided. Su Hao couldn't help but wonder. What was going on today? Why did they all come at the same time? Shaking his head, Su Hao smiled noncommittally. He was now somewhat bewildered and confused. I wonder what they want with me. Su Hao's apartment complex. Su Hao's house is right here. With that, she took the lead, walking confidently towards Su Hao's apartment. Xiao, it seems you come here often, you know it so well. It seemed her cousin knew Su Hao very well. Oh, cousin, isn't it because I live close to Su Hao's house? I often ask him questions I don't understand, so I'd become quite familiar with this place. When they arrived at Su Hao's door, Tang Xiao knocked. The door opened shortly after. It was Su Hao's mother who opened the door. Hello, Auntie. Tang Xiao smiled sweetly and greeted her politely. Li Xiuqin, seeing that it was Tang Xiao, accompanied by another equally elegant and beautiful girl, was taken aback for a moment, then her face lit up with a smile. It's Xiao. Come in quickly. She hurriedly welcomed the two in, poured them water, and brought out a fruit platter. Auntie, don't be so polite. We're here to see Su Hao about something. Li Xiuqin naturally knew Tang Xiao's purpose. Su Hao is in his room. I'll call him out right away. No need, Auntie. I've already contacted Su Hao. Let's go find him directly. Su Hao, are you there? A rustling sound came from inside, then the door opened. You've arrived? Su Hao smiled warmly and welcomed the two in. Sharp features, handsome face. His eyes were deep and unfathomable. Who is this person? Why is she with Tang Xiao? Seemingly sensing Su Hao's doubts, Tang Xiao introduced him. Sister Qining, this is my classmate I mentioned before, Su Hao. The two nodded to each other in greeting. Su Hao, did you really do that exam paper yourself? She didn't like to be wishy-washy, she valued efficiency and decisiveness. Su Hao was taken aback. The exam paper? What exam paper? He pondered for a moment. Su Hao's gaze slowly shifted to Tang Xiao, questioning her. Her eyes darted around, glancing at the scene before her, her meaning clear. Looking at Tang Xiao's expression, Su Hao roughly understood the whole story. It seemed that her cousin had found out about the exam paper, sparking her interest. That's why this scene had unfolded. It was just an exam paper, and a completely useless one at that. Was it really necessary for her to come all the way to his house? He desperately wanted to confirm whether he had actually done it himself. However, he still answered. That's right. This exam paper was indeed done by me. Su Hao, it's not that I don't believe you, but I still want to verify it. She took an exam paper from her bag and handed it to Su Hao. This exam paper was personally prepared by his teacher, Li Xiueming, and was highly professional. It was about the same difficulty as the one from Manga University. However, Su Hao frowned slightly. He had traveled a long way just to verify whether he had done that exam paper himself. Now he wanted him to do another exam paper? He had completed the exam himself, but it didn't seem like he had the responsibility or obligation to prove it to her, did it? Su Hao, don't overthink it. After seeing your exam, your cousin Qining was very interested and found your solution process unique. Moreover, her teacher also found your problem-solving approach very interesting, so she wanted to see your overall problem-solving thought process. Tang Xiao didn't directly say that her cousin had come for Su Hao. Firstly, she didn't know her cousin's specific purpose. Secondly, she was somewhat worried about Su Hao's true situation. Hearing Tang Xiao's words, Su Hao's mood eased slightly. At the same time, his mind raced, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Tang Xiao's cousin was a doctoral student at Tsinghua University. She had just mentioned that her teacher was also interested in his problem-solving approach. Doesn't that mean that if he could attract his teacher's attention, he might be able to use this route to make contact with Manga University? Thinking this, Su Hao's displeasure vanished. Give me an hour, you can take a short break. She looked at Su Hao strangely, thinking to herself. Is Shiro's deskmate being too confident? You think you can finish this test in just 1 hour? Thinking to herself, she still reassured him aloud. Don't rush, there are a lot of questions, and they're quite difficult. Take your time, we're not in a hurry. Personally, she still hoped Su Hao could finish it all correctly. After all, he was Xiaoro's deskmate. Besides, his problem-solving approach was indeed refreshing. Su Hao checked both sides of the test paper, his expression relaxed, and smiled slightly. There are indeed a lot of questions. However, the questions aren't difficult. Not difficult? Did he misunderstand the concept of difficulty? Inside the room, Su Hao was engrossed in the exam paper before him. However, to ensure Su Hao was working on the questions himself, they carefully left the door open. This way, they could see into Su Hao's room from the living room. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Xiaoro, who had been holding her breath, finally relaxed and exhaled. She couldn't help but ask her cousin. Xining, can Su Hao really finish this exam in an hour? Tang Xiaoro was curious. Just now, Su Hao seemed so confident. Impossible. This exam was personally prepared by my teacher on short notice. I glanced at it, and if I were to do it, it would take me at least 3 hours. According to my teacher, even for us doctoral students, it's unlikely we could get them all right. He hadn't even read the questions carefully. As the two were talking, Li Xiuqin came out of the kitchen, carrying sliced watermelon and washed grapes. Here, have some fruit. Her face was embarrassed, and she hesitated before speaking. Xiaoro, who is this? Tang Xiaoro reacted and quickly introduced her. Oh, so you're Xiaoro's cousin. Hello, hello. Li Xiuqin greeted her with a smile. Auntie, has Su Hao been anywhere or contacted anyone else lately? She asked casually in a low voice. Li Xiuqin sighed softly upon hearing this, a trace of worry on her face. Ever since Xiao Hao was expelled from school, he's spent almost every day hiding in his room. He's either fiddling with something in his room or sitting at his desk, writing something. Sai, my son works so hard, why won't the school give him a chance? He's already tried his best, it's not his fault his grades aren't improving. She had witnessed Xiao Hao's efforts. But now he's been expelled from school and disqualified from taking the college entrance exam. Li Xiuqin was extremely dissatisfied with Jiangqing Middle School's decision. So, it's highly likely that Su Hao actually did that exam paper himself? She smiled reassuringly. Auntie, don't worry, Su Hao is very smart, his thinking is extremely quick. Su Hao isn't at all like what the school says. This was indeed true. Based on the exam questions Su Hao did, he did indeed have a very high aptitude for scientific research. Of course, this was all on the premise that the exam paper was done by Su Hao himself. Li Xiuqin's face showed utter surprise upon hearing this, followed by a deflated shake of her head. Thank you for your comfort, but I know Xiao Hao's situation very well. It seemed Su Hao's mother had misunderstood her. Auntie, I'm not trying to comfort you. I'm a doctoral student in the physics department at Tsinghua University. I noticed that Xiao Hao's test results were exceptionally good, so I came here today specifically to test him. If he passes the test, perhaps Su Hao will be favored by some universities, so. She didn't make things too absolute, leaving room for possibility. Gee girl, you're a doctoral student at Tsinghua University? She knew Tsinghua University very well, it was a prestigious university in China. So, it meant that there might really be a chance for Xiao Hao. Li Xiuqin's heart immediately stirred with excitement, the gloom on her face gradually faded, and a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. Time passed quickly, and half an hour flew by. The three women sat at the tea table, chatting quietly, their conversation almost entirely about Su Hao. Just as they were engrossed in their discussion, a sudden knocking sound came from the doorway. Li Xiuqin was slightly startled, glancing abruptly at the clock on the wall. Her brow furrowed. And she muttered to herself. Who is it? At this hour, Xiao Hao's dad isn't even off work yet. Muttering to herself, Li Xiuqin got up and walked towards the door. Opening the door, her eyes widened in shock. At a glance, the narrow doorway outside her home was filled with people. And that wasn't all. Li Xiuqin was astonished to find that these people were wearing all sorts of different clothes. Some were in civil servant uniforms, others in firefighter uniforms, and she even saw several people in police uniforms standing in the back. Li Xiuqin panicked instantly, her heart pounding. Her voice trembled as she asked. She had never seen anything like this before. Looking at this group of people, she was already terrified. Especially seeing the people in police and firefighter uniforms, Li Xiuqin felt inexplicably uneasy. Why would the police come knocking on her door out of the blue? She didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Xiaohao's father stayed at the factory every day and didn't have time to do anything bad. That ruled out herself and Xiaohao's father. Li Xiuqin's heart skipped a beat, her eyes widened, and she looked panicked. Thinking this, her hands trembled slightly with worry. The commotion at the door was loud, immediately attracting the attention of Tang Xiaoro and her sister, who were sitting in the living room. They looked over simultaneously, seeing a large group of people standing at the door, their faces filled with confusion. What was going on? Why were so many people suddenly at Su Hao's house? The two women got up to go over. Just then he asked, "Excuse me, is this Su Hao's house?" A large group of people stood outside Su Hao's house. Wang Defa, the leader, looked at the woman in front of him and asked kindly, "Excuse me, is this Su Hao's house?" Li Xiuqin was already stunned by the scene before her. After all, these people were either firefighters or police officers. These ordinary people had never seen anything like this before. Li Xiuqin nodded blankly, her words slightly stammering. Her face was filled with worry. The police coming to the door was usually not a good thing. Could it be that Xiaohao had committed some crime, leading to his immediate expulsion from school to distance himself from the situation? Now, the matter had been exposed, and the police had come directly to their door. Thinking of this, Li Xiuqin felt even more frightened. Wang Defa replied with a smile. "Please don't be nervous. We just need to talk to Su Hao about something, to ask him about some things." His perfectly normal answer sounded completely different to Li Xiuqin. He needed to talk to Su Hao about something? To ask him about some things? This was exactly the kind of questioning police officers use when interrogating suspects on TV. Li Xiuqin's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. Her face turned pale, her mind went blank. Out of politeness, she gritted her teeth and welcomed the group into the house. Even though she knew more or less about their purpose, it was better to face it openly than to resist. Maybe seeing her cooperation would make them more lenient with Su Hao. With Li Xiuqin's permission, Wang Defa, Yuan Tianlong, and the others entered one after another. Upon entering, they saw two pretty young women standing in the living room. None of them expected this. There were other people in Su Hao's house. In particular, Wang Defa felt that the tall, aloof woman in front of him looked very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. But he couldn't quite place her. Wang Defa couldn't help but ask, "And who are these two?" Hearing the question from the person at the front, she didn't answer immediately, but instead asked in return, "Are you also here to see Su Hao? Why now of all times?" Moreover, judging from the attire of the first few, who clearly resembled leaders, these people didn't have good intentions. She had barely arrived at Su Hao's house when he immediately showed up. Could it be that other university professors knew about Su Hao's exam paper? He sensed the sudden change in attitude from the beautiful, elegant woman before him. Wang Defa was bewildered. What was going on? Why was she suddenly so hostile towards him? Wang Defa was, after all, a seasoned veteran, no. A seasoned technician. What storms hadn't he weathered? Exactly. No. You can't disturb Su Hao right now. Not to mention that Su Hao was currently working on the test questions she had given him. Furthermore, she arrived first, so why should these people get there first? Everything should follow a first-come, first-served principle. Besides, She represents Tsinghua University, and it was her teacher who personally instructed her. Professor Li Shueming is a leading figure in the physics department at Tsinghua. She can't afford to embarrass her teacher in public. Hearing the young woman's unequivocal words, Yuan Tianlong, standing beside Wang Defa, immediately chuckled. This young woman is quite interesting. Young lady, why won't you let us see Su Hao? You should know, we've already contacted Su Hao, and we have a compelling reason to see him. To quickly clarify the matter of the drone, they hurriedly chartered a car and went directly to Jiangcheng County. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at Su Hao's house, someone was blocking them from seeing him. Seeing the situation was amiss, Li Xiuqin quickly stepped forward. Gentlemen, calm down, calm down. This is a doctoral student at Tsinghua University. She's here to see Xiu Hao about something. With Li Xiuqin's introduction, Wang Defa finally remembered the girl's identity. Hiss, no wonder you look so familiar. Wang Defa was full of surprise. Back then, this girl had been directly admitted to Tsinghua University with the highest score in the college entrance examination. He never expected that in the blink of an eye, she would already be a doctoral student at Tsinghua University. The other party actually knew her identity. Her expression softened slightly. With that, she turned and looked towards Su Hao's room. Wang Defa, Yuan Tianlong, and the others followed suit. In the room, Su Hao was sitting at his desk, intently writing something. The living room was noisy, but he seemed completely unaffected. His pen moved with incredible speed, scribbling furiously on the exam paper. Looking away, Wang Defa's brows furrowed immediately. Assessment? What kind of assessment requires a doctoral student from Tsinghua University to come in person? Could it be they also know about the drone? Thinking this, Wang Defa instantly became alert. If that were the case, things would be very difficult. Wang Defa frowned deeply. It seemed that some university had taken notice of Su Hao's exam paper, and the school had personally pressured these leaders to go ahead and make some initial contact. She boldly guessed that this university would soon send someone to contact Su Hao as well. Trying to steal my talent? Don't even think about it. I roughly understand why you're looking for Su Hao. We're all after the same goal, so there's no need to hide anything. Su Hao was the one she had her eye on first. Did they even ask for her opinion before trying to snatch him away? At this moment, Wang Defa and the others were completely bewildered. What's going on? What is this girl talking about? What goal? What special recruitment? What is this all about? See? She was absolutely right. However, seeing so many people coming from the other side, while she was alone besides Tang Xiao, she felt somewhat outnumbered. The other side was coming with overwhelming force, she absolutely couldn't afford to be outmatched. You call people, and our Huaqing University people will be there soon. At Su Hao's home. Felt a slight worry. Without hesitation, she picked up her phone and dialed her teacher, Li Shueming. Hello, teacher. Then, she stepped aside, covering the phone. She reported on Su Hao's situation to her teacher, highlighting the key points and providing a balanced account. Teacher, although Su Hao hasn't finished the exam yet, judging from the current situation, he probably does indeed have real talent and is extremely gifted. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence that another group arrived at Su Hao's house just as I arrived. Li Shueming was silent for a moment on the phone before replying. At the same time, I will, on behalf of Tsinghua University, inform the relevant leaders of Jiangcheng County to have them come to Su Hao's house immediately. Understood, teacher. She hung up the phone, let out a long sigh, and returned to the living room. She thought to herself with a touch of smugness. Humph. He looked at the unfriendly expression on the young girl's face and smiled wryly. They had indeed come to see Su Hao with a purpose, to consult him about that agricultural drone. But this young girl seemed to see them as competitors. Could it be that she was also interested in drones? Wang Defa became much more wary. Just as the two were facing off, a sound came from the room. A short while later, Su Hao put down his pen and let out a long sigh. Phew, finished. Then, ignoring Wang Defa, she quickly entered Su Hao's room. Her eyes flickered, and she asked in surprise. From the time Su Hao started writing the test until now, it hadn't even been an hour as agreed. Was it too fast? Finished every single question. Check it out. Su Hao walked to the side and loosened his wrists. To be honest. However, the difficulty wasn't that different. It was just that some of the questions were tricky and innovative. Su Hao also spent some time solving them. Of course. She checked it carefully from beginning to end, question by question. Her astonishment deepened. Her eyelids narrowed, her red lips parted slightly, and she murmured to herself. The entire exam paper, front and back, was filled with answers to every single question, not a single one was missed. It hadn't even been an hour. Even copying answers would take considerable time, let alone answering the questions correctly. She looked up, giving Su Hao a deep look. Then, she refocused her gaze on the exam paper. She needed to confirm that her answers were correct. Finishing the task is one thing, getting it right is another. If the answers are wrong, no matter how much you write or how quickly you finish, it's all for naught. First question, correct. Second question, correct. Third question, fourth question, fifth question. All correct. Her jade-like face was covered in shock. Her bright eyes flickered incessantly. It was clear that she was far from calm. She stood up abruptly. He got them all right. Even though she tried to suppress her shock, her voice still trembled slightly. She had some idea of Su Hao's true ability. She thought that even if he couldn't get everything right, he could at least get half right. However, reality gave her a huge surprise. Su Hao not only finished the entire exam in just 1 hour, but he answered every single question correctly. She had already made up her mind. I must get Su Hao into Tsinghua University. However, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Wang Defa and the others walk in from outside the living room. The commotion in the room had long piqued the curiosity of Wang Defa and Yuan Tianlong. They also wanted to know what Su Hao had done to astound this doctoral student from Tsinghua University. Wang Defa entered and immediately noticed the exam papers on the table. Out of instinctive curiosity, he walked over. She was secretly annoyed. She should have put the exam papers away earlier, now they had seen them. He had, after all, attended a university and possessed solid professional knowledge. He looked at the exam paper in front of him, initially unimpressed. His face first lit up with interest, then his brows furrowed. He gasped, rubbing his chin with his right hand. After a while, he gave a bitter smile. Some of the questions on this exam paper were terrifyingly difficult. Or rather, they exceeded his syllabus. However, he still noticed the answers and solutions, and a jolt of surprise shot through him. Then, with a try-it-and-see attitude, he attempted to think along the lines of the answers. He discovered that the questions, shrouded in a thick fog, suddenly seemed much clearer. Holy crap! You can do that? Those eyes, as large as a bull's, widened suddenly. Wang Defa stared at Su Hao as if he were a monster. Belatedly realizing what was happening, he asked incredulously, "Did you do this exam?" Inside the room, Wang Defa held the exam paper in both hands, staring at Su Hao in astonishment. He asked. He had figured it out too. This exam paper must have been given to him by this doctoral student from Tsinghua University. He actually managed to complete an exam paper from Tsinghua University. And the questions on the paper were quite difficult. It was Su Hao who did it. I came here this time to test Su Hao on the spot. Su Hao's demonstrated ability had completely passed her test. Or rather, Su Hao was now practically hers. Wang Defa was immediately stunned into place. He gasped. He glanced at the exam paper in his hand, then at Su Hao. His eyes gleamed. A genius. A genius indeed. To pass Tsinghua University's entrance exam so perfectly, someone like that is simply a genius. Wang Defa's gaze grew increasingly intense. Su Hao, standing to the side, wore a strange expression. This guy's gaze is so odd. Tang Xiao hadn't spoken a word since entering Su Hao's room. She looked at Su Hao, her eyes filled with surprise and delight. Su Hao, he really did it. A happy smile bloomed on her face. Tang Xiao walked up to Su Hao and gave him a thumbs up. Su Hao, well done. She was genuinely happy for Su Hao. This past year, Su Hao consistently ranked last in exams, cementing his reputation as a poor student, a loser, and an idiot at school. Although Su Hao outwardly appeared indifferent, Tang Xiao had overheard their gossip and mockery many times, which left her feeling uneasy. She could only sigh helplessly. But now, the facts were completely different. She looked at Su Hao and extended an invitation. Su Hao, I have witnessed your abilities firsthand. Your talent shouldn't be limited to this. On behalf of Tsinghua University, I extend a formal invitation to you. Are you willing to enter Tsinghua University? Now, the college entrance examination is approaching. After the results are released, universities will begin vying for talent from each province. She had already learned about Su Hao's situation through Tang Xiao. She believed, if Tsinghua University extended an olive branch to Su Hao, he would definitely be very happy to accept. After all, he had been expelled from school and disqualified from taking the college entrance examination. Getting into university was already difficult enough, let alone Tsinghua University. Huaqing University? Why was he being directly invited to Huaqing University? He had only completed one exam. Was that exam really that valuable? The system's mission, and his own goal, was to enter Lonka University. Now, in this situation, Su Hao looked embarrassed, unsure how to respond. Tang Xiao, seeing Su Hao's reaction, immediately became anxious. She nudged Su Hao's arm, her pretty face full of worry. Su Hao, hurry. Say yes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tang Xiao knew her cousin was a graduate student at Huaqing University, and a professor's prized student. Su Hao was actually hesitating. They came here specifically to find Su Hao, right? Now, he's about to run off with some beautiful girl. He turned around and saw Wang Defa still looking at his exam paper, and he immediately became furious. Yuan Tianlong nudged Wang Defa's arm. Wang Defa, who had been staring blankly at his exam paper, snapped back to reality and looked at Yuan Tianlong with a puzzled expression. Hurry up, he's about to be kidnapped. Yuan Tianlong whispered anxiously to him. Wang Defa's expression turned serious, and he immediately understood. They came specifically for Su Hao, to resolve the drone issue. Now, Tsinghua University wanted to recruit him. This was absolutely unacceptable. No! Su Hao can't go to Tsinghua University with you. Wang Defa's attitude was very firm. The drone Su Hao developed is of immense significance. Although higher authorities haven't yet given instructions, the accompanying experts stated that this drone has a very high market value. Moreover, it will play an indispensable role for fire departments. It's possible that in the near future, all fire departments nationwide could be equipped with such agricultural drones. However, before that, further guidance from Su Hao is needed. Therefore, Su Hao absolutely cannot go to Tsinghua University. They're determined to have this talent. Everything has a first come, first served principle. I had my eye on Su Hao first. Besides, whether Su Hao wants to go to Tsinghua University is his decision. You have no right to make that decision for him. Hearing this, Wang Defa was speechless for a moment. Su Hao looked at Wang Defa and his group, his eyes thoughtful, his expression somewhat puzzled. Excuse me, but who are you? He didn't seem to recognize any of these people. He didn't think he'd ever contacted them before. The only people he knew of who had contacted him today were Tang Xiao and Chen Nong. Chen Nong? Could it be that Chen Nong brought all these people? But looking at the room full of people in various uniforms, Suhao was filled with mixed emotions. He knew a very important person would be coming. Wang Defa and Chen Nong, standing behind him, heard Suhao's question. Only then did they realize what was happening. Right. They hadn't even introduced themselves to Suhao since they came in. Their purpose in coming today was to have Suhao answer their questions about drones. How did they suddenly get sidetracked by this PhD student from Tsinghua University? Snatching him? Why snatch him? Wang Defa slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about the important matter. In the spacious room, Wang Defa took a long time to finally react. He slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about the important matter. He put the test paper back on the table and walked up to Suhao. His deep eyes scanned Suhao from head to toe. Gradually, a hint of doubt appeared on his dark face. Wang Defa couldn't help but ask, "Are you really Suhao?" Before coming, he had learned a little about Suhao from Chen Nong. Based on Chen Nong's description, Wang Defa thought Suhao should be a mature and steady middle-aged man. But now, standing before him was actually a young boy, still in high school? Chen Nong, standing to the side, was also stunned. Looking at Suhao, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Are you really Boss Su? Judging from his conversation with Suhao, Suhao should be an adult man. How come the person standing in front of him is a teenager? This left Chen Nong somewhat bewildered. The customized tech products and the agricultural drone were all made by this teenager? Thinking this, Chen Nong was startled. Suhao, on the other hand, was bewildered by their question. Is there anyone else in the room named Suhao besides him? Judging from their expressions, they seemed to have some doubts about his identity. Suhao thought for a moment. It seemed he hadn't told Chen Nong his real age, and their conversations mostly revolved around customized products. Their reaction was understandable. Suhao gave a helpless wry smile. It's the real deal, I am Suhao. With Suhao's confirmation, Wang Defa and Chen Nong exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. It really is. Wang Defa continued to ask. That drone. Did you really build it? Suhao nodded. If you're referring to the agricultural drone Mr. Chen ordered, then it was indeed built by me. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the drone? After answering Wang Defa, he turned to Chen Nong, his eyes questioning. Chen Nong immediately shook his head. A problem? There's no problem. The only problem is its performance is too good, its efficiency too high, its functions too comprehensive. This has attracted the attention of the authorities. To confirm that the drone was indeed independently developed and designed by Suhao, Wang Defa asked Suhao several key questions about the drone. Suhao's expression was relaxed, answering them readily. Considering that agricultural drones may be used for large-scale agricultural applications, I didn't use the conventional T-motor power system. Suhao gave a brief answer to Wang Defa's question. Hearing Suhao's professional explanation, Wang Defa finally believed that the drone was indeed developed by Suhao himself. Looking at Suhao, Wang Defa's eyes were filled with surprise and enthusiasm. I never expected this. This drone was actually developed by such a young boy. Truly astonishing. Her face was full of question marks. A drone? Firefighting? A fire brigade? Weren't they here to recruit people? Weren't you here to recruit people? This scenario, this process, seemed familiar. She herself seemed to have learned about Suhao's exam paper, which garnered her attention, leading her to personally come here to assess Suhao. They came to understand the drones. From beginning to end, they never mentioned recruiting. So this young girl had been mistakenly thinking they were from a university admissions office? Young lady, you've misunderstood us. We're not here to recruit students at all. Yuan Tianlong picked up where Wang Defa left off, continuing. Suhao's drone played a crucial role in this wildfire. Not only did it successfully extinguish the fire, but it also saved the villagers from further losses. Without Su Hao's drone, the wildfire definitely wouldn't have been extinguished so easily. Su Hao touched his nose and nodded, acknowledging the fact. Speaking of this drone, Wang Defa immediately became interested. Su Hao's drone is exquisitely crafted, not just its exterior, but also its internal structure. It's practically a work of art. To study its internal design and structure, I took it apart. The internal structure is completely different from other drones on the market. It not only greatly reduces the space occupied by internal components, but it's also incredibly beautiful, a real eye-catcher. To be honest, while Su Hao's drone doesn't look much different from other drones on the market, however, its internal structure is perfectly integrated. The layout of each component is quite sophisticated. Even so, it doesn't affect the drone's performance in the slightest. In fact, it's far more powerful than other drones on the market. You are also a doctoral student at Tsinghua University, so you should know that it is not an easy task for a drone to achieve this level of performance. Especially noteworthy is the drone's outstanding performance in firefighting and other applications. It's truly rare. While drone technology is developing rapidly, their features vary greatly, making it difficult to concentrate all characteristics into a single drone. From Wang Defa's description, Su Hao's drone did indeed seem different. Currently, Su Hao had passed Hua Qing's assessment, fully proving his talent. And now, he had even independently developed a versatile and powerful drone. But why did such a genius repeatedly rank at the bottom in exams? Could it be that he had a reason for having to rank at the bottom? Just as she was about to ask Su Hao, her phone, which was in her pocket, suddenly rang. Inside the room. Just then, her phone rang. She hesitated, swallowing the words she was about to say. Then, she took her phone out of her pocket. Her eyes lit up when she saw the caller ID. It was her teacher calling. "Hello, teacher." Li Xueming didn't bother with pleasantries, but spoke directly. "Xining, how are things going on your end?" "Teacher, the assessment for Su Hao is over." Su Hao not only finished all the questions on the test paper within an hour, but he got them all right, and he even used more than 2 methods to solve each question. Li Xueming was stunned, then his face lit up with astonishment. Finished it all in an hour, and got it all right? Even though Li Xueming knew Su Hao was quite capable. I deliberately included some very tricky questions on that exam paper, and Su Hao was able to answer them, which completely exceeded my expectations. He's a genius. Tsinghua University must recruit him. Li Xueming's tone was filled with excitement. His gaze sharpened, and his red lips parted slightly. His teacher was usually as composed as a still pond. Unexpectedly, today, he was so agitated because of Su Hao. She immediately assured him. "Don't worry, teacher, I've got everything under control." Li Xueming breathed a sigh of relief. "The teachers from the Huaqing University admissions office and I will be there immediately. At the same time, we will immediately notify the Jiangcheng County Education Bureau to begin an investigation into Su Hao's expulsion and disqualification from the college entrance examination. Such a genius, expelled from Jiangcheng Middle School and disqualified from the college entrance examination. It's utterly inexplicable and incomprehensible. No matter what, this matter must be thoroughly investigated." "Understood, teacher. Meet us directly at Jiangcheng High School." She took a deep breath and returned to Su Hao. "Su Hao, my teacher just called. He learned about your situation and will be coming to Jiangcheng personally. Such an outstanding student, and Jiangcheng High School didn't even notice. To arbitrarily deprive him of his college entrance examination qualification without even investigating the facts. Isn't Jiangcheng High School a bit too audacious?" Su Hao's face froze slightly upon hearing this. Then he smiled knowingly and shook his head. "Investigate? Too much trouble. No. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Not only must you be given justice, but the bad practices of Jiangcheng Middle School must also be eradicated." Tang Xiaoro also spoke up at the opportune moment. That's right. Su Hao, don't feel embarrassed. This wasn't your fault to begin with, the school was only concerned with its own interests. Now that you've been expelled and disqualified from the college entrance exam, are you going to let others laugh at you if you don't get this investigated properly? Tang Xiaorou's face was filled with indignation. On the contrary, it was Jiangqing Middle School. That focused solely on so-called college entrance rates, undergraduate admission rates, and so on. That they arbitrarily expelled a student like Su Hao with poor grades. This is utterly contrary to the school's tradition of respecting teachers and valuing education. Now that a teacher from Tsinghua University is backing Su Hao up, Tang Xiaorou is naturally happy and doesn't want Su Hao to give up. Wang Defa, Chen Nong, and the others nearby are completely bewildered. They stare blankly, utterly dumbfounded. Expulsion? Cancellation of college entrance exam eligibility? This? Wang Defa couldn't help but ask. What happened? What are you talking about? Hearing this, Su Hao and the others slowly turned to look. Some time ago, Jiangqing Middle School. That's the gist of it. Jiangcheng High School, for the sake of its college entrance examination pass rate, expelled Su Hao outright and disqualified him from taking the exam. Su Hao has been staying at home because of these reasons. Tang Xiaorou's expression was somewhat resentful. At this moment, Chen Nong finally realized what had happened. So that's how it is. Chen Nong slapped his thigh, a look of sudden understanding on his face. A while ago, when he was talking to Su Hao about customizing drones, Su Hao had asked him about Lunka University. So that's what it was all about. Yuan Tianlong was also amused and annoyed. Education begins with moral cultivation. Is this how the principal and teachers of Jiangqing High School treat their students? Yuan Tianlong spoke bluntly. Such people are unfit to be teachers. The other experts, police officers, and government officials who accompanied the group nodded in complete agreement. Schools are temples of knowledge. Teachers are guides for students. Now, expelling a student before the college entrance examination. Such behavior is utterly outrageous. At the door, Li Shouqin, hearing so many people speaking out for her son, her eyes reddened, but a relieved smile appeared on her face. Yes. How dare the school treat her son like this? After hearing the whole story about Su Hao, Wang Defa's expression was extremely serious. Outrageous. Is the leadership of Jiangqing Middle School really this selfish? Regardless of a student's grades, you shouldn't give up on them before the college entrance exam. Is this still a place for teaching and nurturing students? If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Wang Defa would never have believed such a thing could happen in a school. Moreover, Su Hao passed Tsinghua University's entrance exam flawlessly. He even independently designed and developed a new generation of innovative drones. Could someone like that be a poor student? Humph. The principal of Jiangqing Middle School is truly blind. He'd like to see for himself. Just who is this principal of Jiangqing Middle School? How could he possess such great abilities? Su Hao's home. His room was packed with people. After hearing about Su Hao's expulsion from school and the disqualification from the college entrance examination, Wang Defa and his group all wore expressions of anger. They couldn't believe that a place dedicated to education would do such a thing. Wang Defa walked up to Su Hao, his expression serious. Su Hao, don't worry. Jiangqing Middle School was in the wrong. We will definitely seek justice for you. Yuan Tianlong echoed. That's right. We can't let students lose heart. School leaders like this should be punished by the relevant laws. Behind Wang Defa stood several older people. They hadn't spoken since entering, only listening to the conversation. They were experts from Longdu. Unexpectedly, he encountered Su Hao's drone incident and followed Wang Defa there. This is a dereliction of duty by the education system. Su Hao, don't feel guilty. We will help you seek redress from the school. He was Zhao Guoyuan, a professor at the Institute of Computing Technology, Longwei Academy of Sciences. He now roughly understood the ins and outs of Suhao's situation. A high school student being treated so differently by the school? A poor student? Can a poor student be expelled and disqualified from taking the college entrance examination? Moreover, a student who independently developed a new generation of multi-purpose drones. Could he be a bad student? The leaders of Jiangqing Middle School are truly a narrow-minded bunch. Two police officers standing at the back stepped forward, speaking with great sincerity. Suhao, we now understand your situation. Don't worry, this matter is not your fault. We will definitely cooperate with relevant departments to thoroughly investigate the leaders of Jiangqing Middle School and uphold justice for you. Most of the people in the room, after learning what had happened to Suhao, all felt indignant on his behalf. Jiangqing Middle School is simply outrageous. Expelling a student without cause, is this something a school leader or teacher would do? Suhao was filled with mixed emotions. These people in the room had only met a few hours ago. However, after hearing about his situation, they were eager to help him seek justice. This warmed his heart. At the same time, it was also very complicated. He paused for a moment, let out a long sigh, and smiled as he thanked everyone. Thank you all for your support and help. However, I think this matter really doesn't need to be like this. Let bygones be bygones. Suhao smiled. At first, he was very sad and angry about being deprived of the college entrance examination. These unpleasant emotions gradually faded. Moreover, the system's mission was to allow him to enter Manga University without going through the college entrance examination. Therefore, whether he was eligible for the college entrance exam or not was no longer important to him. However, Suhao's words were interpreted differently by the others. Suhao, don't worry. With us backing you up, Jiangqing High School won't dare to do anything to you. Besides, as long as you accept my invitation, you'll immediately be a student at Tsinghua University. You'll have the entire Tsinghua University backing you up. Your worries are completely unnecessary. Suhao smiled slightly and replied politely. Thank you for your concern and invitation, and thank you to Tsinghua University for considering me and giving me this opportunity. However, my goal is to enter Manga University and dedicate myself to national defense research. Upon hearing this, Suhao actually rejected her invitation. She represented Tsinghua University. But now, Suhao has actually refused outright. Tsinghua University also has many research projects, you can conduct related research here as well. She had come here specifically for Suhao. Suhao's sudden refusal caught her completely off guard. Tang Xiaoro hurriedly tried to persuade him. Suhao, don't be foolish. Your cousin is a doctoral student at Tsinghua University, she knows the situation there best. Getting into Tsinghua University is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Don't be confused. Tang Xiaoro was almost frantic. Suhao had finally gotten another chance to enter university, and a prestigious one at that. Why did he suddenly refuse? Teaching Tsinghua University. Of the high school graduates in Jiangqing this year, the number who were confident of getting in could be counted on two hands. Suhao directly refused such an invitation. If the teachers and students of Jiangqing High School heard this, they would probably be dumbfounded. Despite the persuasion of the two sisters before him, Suhao calmly shook his head. No need to persuade me, my mind is made up. Suhao's eyes were resolute. And indeed, it was true. Putting aside the system missions, entering Manga University would indeed allow him to participate in the research and development of many national defense scientific projects. This was the goal Suhao had pursued ever since activating the system. The senior professors, including Zhao Guoyuan, looked at Suhao with deep respect upon hearing his words. They exchanged glances, nodded, and showed expressions of appreciation. At this moment, Chen Nong suddenly realized something and blurted out, asking Suhao. Mr. Su, so the reason you asked me about Manga University's special admissions process last time was because of this? Last time, Suhao had consulted him about the special admission process for Manga University. He'd initially thought it was the boss's son getting into Lonka University. Who would have thought it was Su Hao himself? Su Hao nodded. That's right. I contacted people at Lonka University before, and even took their exam. Unfortunately, after that, the news just vanished without a trace. He sighed, his face filled with worry. The only solution now was to contact people at Lonka University. They're just giving you a perfunctory answer, they won't actually reply. Professor Zhao Guiyuan, however, was taken aback by Su Hao's words, muttering to himself. Lonka University? You contacted them before? Su Hao looked puzzled, but still nodded. Yes. But several days have passed, and they haven't replied. Zhao Guiyuan nodded to himself, then slowly spoke. Lonka University has many projects and heavy workloads, it's normal that they haven't replied. However, I do know someone at Lonka University who can help you get in touch. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Hao's eyes lit up. Really? Seeing his expression, Zhao Guiyuan laughed heartily. Don't panic, I'll contact them for you right away. After saying that, he picked up his phone, walked aside, and dialed. Inside the room, Zhao Guiyuan picked up his phone, walked to the window, and dialed a number. Her heart skipped a beat. It's over. They've really started trying to snatch her away. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Su Hao, watching Zhao Guiyuan make the call, finally relaxed from his worried expression. He thanked Wang Defa and the others. Thank you, Section Chief Wang, and everyone else. His expression was solemn, his gratitude heartfelt. Without them, he would have had a very difficult time establishing this connection with Lonka University. Now, he didn't know what to do. Speaking of which, this was an unexpected surprise. He never imagined that his last drone order would turn out like this. Su Hao couldn't help but think helplessly. If I had known I could contact Lonka University this way, why would I have gone through all that trouble? However, who knows what will happen before it happens? Wang Defa laughed heartily, his face beaming. Su Hao, don't be so polite. Your talent and ability are undeniable. It's our honor and blessing to be able to help the future pillars of the nation. While Professor Zhao was on the phone, Wang Defa hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip. Su Hao, we've all seen the drone you sold to Master Chen. Wang Defa couldn't help but give Su Hao a thumbs up. Chen Nong also chimed in with a smile. He excitedly recounted how the drone automatically extinguished the fire. After listening, Su Hao, while somewhat expecting it, was still somewhat surprised by the drone's actual performance. Su Hao joked. He had indeed spent several days working on this drone, adding many new functions and technologies. Its performance was to be expected. Wang Defa spoke up at the opportune moment. Through the drone's outstanding firefighting performance and the analysis and research by our relevant departments, this drone will be of great help to future firefighting efforts. Speaking of the drone, Wang Defa's excitement returned. His excited expression was astonishing. He continued his analysis. Besides its simple firefighting purpose, I think the drone's other functions also have a very significant role to play in the military field. Its market value, military value, and so on are immeasurable. So, what I want to consult you about is the relevant blueprints, technology, and subsequent mass production of the drone. Wang Defa looked intently at Su Hao, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. The better the drone performed, the more he felt the extraordinary nature of the young man before him. Similarly, he hoped to cooperate with Su Hao, or at least exchange ideas and discuss more issues related to human-machine interaction. After listening to his words, Su Hao appeared thoughtful. To be honest, he hadn't expected it. He had simply used the system's assistance, had a sudden inspiration, and modified the drone, adding some advanced technology. It had actually improved the drone's performance so much. It had also enabled it to perform so many functions, attracting official attention. All of this was something he hadn't anticipated. But it was all for the best. Seeing Su Hao's silence, Wang Defa assumed Su Hao was worried about subsequent technology, patents, and profits. He quickly offered words of comfort. Su Hao, don't worry. These things are just a general outline now. We can discuss and decide on the specifics of how to proceed. If we conduct further development and research and establish a company, you will still need to personally guide key positions such as chief engineer and technicians. After all, you are the developer of this drone, and all the technology and blueprints belong to your patent. Although Wang Defa really liked this drone, he also knew the hardships and difficulties of independently developing a technological product. Su Hao must have spent a great deal of time and energy creating this drone, especially since he was still a high school student. Perhaps it was because he missed his regular study time that his grades dropped and he was expelled from school. Therefore, Wang Defa could understand the difficulties of research and development. Su Hao's face showed a slight surprise upon hearing this. He wasn't worried about the technology or patents, but rather, under the current circumstances, he wanted to prioritize his studies. Furthermore, the system's mission was for him to enter Lanka University. After completing the mission, there was an unknown reward, which Su Hao was vaguely looking forward to. He snapped out of his thoughts and replied to Wang Defa. Wang Defa nodded in agreement. Then he added, Su Hao, as you know, the technology behind your drone is quite advanced, and it has more functions compared to drones on the market. Therefore, considering the need for secrecy, I hope this drone will not enter the market for the time being. What do you think? Su Hao smiled and nodded in agreement. Regardless, it seems that the authorities are taking this drone very seriously. This is also good news for Su Hao. They had a very pleasant conversation and laughed heartily from time to time. It's all over. She thought she had the upper hand, that Huaqing University could recruit Su Hao, a talent she thought she had secured. But now, things were bad. Judging from the old professor's actions, he was definitely contacting people from Lanka University. This meant Lanka University was getting involved too. Competing with Lanka University for talent? Even Huaqing University would have to step aside. Tang Xiao, watching Su Hao chatting happily with them, calm and composed, exuding confidence in every gesture. How wonderful! The confident, sunny Su Hao was back. Meanwhile, Lanka University, in an office. Professor Lu Jiangwo listened to Zhao Guiyuan's words on the phone, his face showing utter surprise, even a hint of bewilderment. Office at the National University of Defense Technology, China. Lu Jiangwo frowned, his face full of doubt. He asked Zhao Guiyuan on the phone. Old Zhao, did that kid you mentioned really contact the National University of Defense Technology? They were not only colleagues but also old friends. Lu Jiangwo was very puzzled by Zhao Guiyuan's words on the phone. A high school student, taking the initiative to contact the National University of Defense Technology? He frowned, thinking carefully, but he didn't seem to have heard anything about it. If such a thing had happened, the office staff would have reported it long ago. But he hadn't heard anything like this from his subordinates in recent days. Old Lu, it's true. He contacted people at your Lanka University online before, and even made a copy of your university's exam paper. The result was that after he finished your exam paper and sent it over, it disappeared without a trace. Then, he told Lu Jiangwo everything about Su Hao building a new type of firefighting drone and the fact that a doctoral student from Tsinghua University had personally come to recruit students. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo immediately took it much more seriously. Regardless of whether this high school student actually contacted Long University of Technology, it was his ability to independently develop a new type of firefighting drone that led to his recruitment by Tsinghua University. This is enough to prove it. The high school student's talent is absolutely unquestionable. Otherwise, why would a doctoral student from Tsinghua University travel so far to personally assess and recruit him? Lu Jiangwo's mind immediately started racing. Old Zhao was there, so he's basically confirmed the truth of this matter. It seems this high school student truly possesses astonishing talent in scientific research. Regardless, we must send someone to verify this. Thinking this, Lu Jiangwo's face hardened. Old Zhao, I have a general understanding of the situation. I'll have someone investigate immediately. Also, I'll send someone to Jiangcheng to verify it on site. I'll contact you then. After a few more words, Lu Jiangwo hung up the phone. A high school student? Contacting him? Never heard of this. Lu Jiangwo took a sip of hot tea, rubbing his chin, trying to recall the events of the past few days. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall this particular incident. He rubbed his temples, a wry smile on his face. Otherwise, how could he forget something like this? Lost in thought, there was a knock on the office door. Lu Jiangwo snapped out of his reverie, composed himself, and softly called out. Come in. Teacher. Teacher, Colonel Li is here. Lu Jiangwo's graying eyebrows rose, a questioning expression on his face. People in the military region are usually quite busy. Unless it's urgent, he wouldn't easily come to see him. He sighed. Colonel Li is probably here to report on the recent military developments in the U.S. Recently, the U.S. successfully test flew its 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, and along with their latest generation of fighter jets, they specifically came to the waters surrounding us. This is clearly a show of force, a way to provoke and annoy us, and mock us for not having made any progress with our 6th-generation fighters yet. Recently, the U.S. has been quite agitated. They frequently fly around the waters surrounding China. There's nothing they can do. But everyone knows the real meaning. They're just here to annoy China. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo's face darkened. Those barbarians from the U.S., they've really given them a hard time. He slammed his hand on the table, his anger palpable. However, after a moment, he sighed deeply, a bitter and sorrowful expression on his face. Sigh, there's nothing we can do, the gap is still quite large. We started from scratch, lagging behind the US from the very beginning. Many of the advanced core technologies for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber are completely unknown to us, we're searching in the dark. Catching up with the US in a short time will be difficult. Although the bomber project was initiated years ago, with substantial investment in talent development, technological breakthroughs cannot be achieved overnight. The core technologies involved require researchers to study and experiment day and night. Only when the technology is mature enough can it be truly applied to fighter jets. The time required for this is immeasurable. I'll be there in a bit. You take good care of Colonel Li. Lu Jiangwo took a sip of tea, his worried expression undiminished. The international situation was constantly changing. A major upheaval unseen in a century. China was currently facing a turbulent time. Lu Jiangwo looked out the window, his gaze filled with worry. Seeing his retreating figure, his brow suddenly furrowed, as if he had suddenly realized something. Lu Jiangwo hurriedly called out. He turned around, looking at his teacher with a puzzled expression. Teacher, is there anything else you need me to do? Lu Jiangwo completely ignored his question, put down his teacup, and asked with a rather urgent expression. And you even gave him an exam paper? However, he still nodded in reply. That's right. It's been a while since then, I almost forgot about it if you hadn't mentioned it. If the teacher hadn't suddenly asked, he would have completely forgotten about it. Lu Jiangwo, hearing his words, suddenly realized. He slapped his thigh. Office at the National University of Defense Technology, China. What's wrong with the teacher? Not only did he suddenly inquire about the high school student, but now he had this expression. He was utterly perplexed. Lu Jiangwo felt that the person old Zhao mentioned was most likely this high school student. Otherwise, he couldn't recall anyone else who had proactively contacted the National University of Defense Technology. However, seeing the extremely serious expression on his teacher's face, he didn't understand why the teacher suddenly asked about this high school student. In his opinion, this high school student hadn't entered society yet, a fearless newborn calf, acting like he had nothing to fear. And extremely confident. If he weren't good-natured and didn't want to discourage the nation's future, he would have already cursed at him. Such a person is completely unnecessary to pay attention to. Lu Jiangwo frowned and then asked. And then? Then, just like I told you before, to get rid of his harassment, I casually tossed him an exam paper. The exam paper you gave our batch of graduate students. After sending him the picture of the exam paper, he didn't pay any more attention to it. During this time, he hadn't opened Jihu, a Chinese Q&A website, because he was busy with experiments. Then he skillfully opened Jihu and tapped on the messages section. He was surprised to find several small red dots. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were from the high school student. Wow, it actually came. This was somewhat unexpected. But now, he clearly saw it. The exam questions in the image were filled with solutions. Seeing this, a sudden, unrealistic thought crossed his mind. Could this high school student have actually solved it? Thinking this, he hurriedly clicked on the image, wanting to carefully examine the solution steps. Just then, a strong, wrinkled hand reached out. Give it back. He held his phone in one hand and put on his with the other. Lu Jiangwo's eyes were fixed intently on the test questions. That's right. He was extremely familiar with these questions. His mind focused on the answers and steps of the test questions. He first glanced at the answers from beginning to end. He muttered to himself. At this moment, his expression also slightly froze. Though all the answers were correct? This was a graduate entrance exam question from Manga University. A high school student actually solved it? However, after thinking carefully for a moment, the surprise in his eyes gradually faded. It was just that the answers were correct. Based on the idea of resource sharing, universities sometimes upload these exam questions online. So, it's not impossible that this high school student simply copied the answers. Otherwise, a high school student solving a Manga University graduate entrance exam question. That's too unbelievable. If that were the case, what use would a graduate student like him be? But at this moment, Professor Lu Jiangwo was extremely unsettled. After reviewing all the answers to the test questions, he turned his attention to the steps and solutions for each problem. The more he read, the more astonished he became. Unconsciously, he found himself reanalyzing the questions, following the solutions outlined above. His brow furrowed and then relaxed. His fingers scribbled something on the clean desk, then he stroked his chin, lost in thought. No way. No way. Why is the teacher looking at it so intently? He suddenly felt that this matter was probably not as simple as he had imagined. Why was the teacher so engrossed in this exam paper, seemingly deep in thought? Lu Jiangwo had no idea what his student was thinking. He was completely captivated by the exam paper. Looking at the solution steps and unique problem-solving approaches, he was utterly astonished. Lu Jiangwo had never imagined this. It was a revelation. No. It felt like finding a kindred spirit. This was the correct way to solve the questions he had set. Lu Jiangwo let out a long sigh, his cloudy eyes now gleaming with an unusual light. His eyes were filled with a burning passion for knowledge. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Clearing away the clouds to reveal the sun, pushing the boundaries of what's possible, this kind of problem-solving thinking is simply astonishing, absolutely brilliant. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what old Zhao had told him earlier. He couldn't help but sigh. What a genius we missed! After saying this, he suddenly seemed to realize something. His smile froze. Thump! Lu Jiangwo's heart tightened instantly, and he hurriedly took off his. Oh no! Someone else is watching him. In the office. Lu Jiangwo's heart tightened when he thought about the people from Tsinghua University going to Jiangcheng. Tsinghua University really acted quickly. He was secretly surprised. However, this was also a dereliction of duty by Manga University. If they had discovered Su Hao's existence earlier, perhaps they would have acted much sooner. After a moment's thought, Lu Jiangwo changed his mind. It's not too late now. Moreover, in that case, they had a significant advantage. Lu Jiangwo's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly gave orders. Quickly! As he spoke, Lu Jiangwo grabbed his clothes, stood up, and walked out. To secure this promising talent, relying solely on the Manga University admissions office was definitely not enough. Tsinghua University's aggressive approach clearly indicated their determination to acquire Su Hao. Su Hao, a young man still in the workforce, might very well be lured into choosing Tsinghua University by their promises of easy money. He understood this perfectly well. However, when it comes to talented individuals, their standards are surprisingly low. Especially for someone like Su Hao, they might offer irresistible conditions. If Su Hao were to fall for their trap and be lured away, it would be too late for regrets. Therefore, he had to go personally to prevent this from happening. At the same time, this would also demonstrate the importance he and Manga University placed on Su Hao. This student, Manga University, was determined to have him. Looking around. What is the teacher doing? Why the sudden rush? Wasn't he supposed to be meeting Colonel Li? Why the sudden trip to Jiangcheng? Teacher, what's going on? It was the picture sent by the high school student. Only now did he have a chance to examine it closely. With just one glance, his expression changed drastically. Holy crap! He got them all right. He was too familiar with this test paper, he knew every question and answer perfectly. Now, looking at the answers, he immediately confirmed that they were all correct. His pupils dilated, his face filled with disbelief. This young man. This is a high school student? These questions, let alone for them, a group of doctoral students, even some of the professors in the college wouldn't be able to guarantee they got them all right. Yet now, a high school student actually got them all right? Do you know? You almost caused our Manga University to lose a promising talent. Lu Jiangwo's eyes were resentful, his tone indifferent. A highly talented research prospect almost slipped through their fingers. If it weren't for Lao Zhao's call, they would have truly missed out on such a talented individual. Who could have imagined things would develop this way? He swallowed hard, his face contorted with grievance. The words of explanation reached his lips, but he swallowed them back. He clearly remembered. Now, however. After all, this was his teacher. If the teacher had made up his mind, how could it not be his fault? After all, like smearing mud in your crotch, even if it's not excrement, it's still excrement. He was the one who initiated the chat, and he was the one who sent out the test papers. It seemed he really had to take the blame. Then he hurriedly contacted the school's driver, asking him to come immediately. Lu Jiangwo nodded, looking at the high school student's profile picture. Suddenly, he remembered something. It wasn't for any other reason than that he suddenly remembered something. This high school student had casually mentioned something to him earlier. It sounded somewhat absurd, even laughable. But after seeing the high school student's test paper and observing the teacher's reaction and actions. What's wrong? Teacher, this high school student told me something earlier, and I think it's a little important, so I need to tell you. From what we can see now, this high school student had answered all the questions on the teacher's test correctly and had even earned the teacher's attention. Furthermore, I heard from my teacher that the admissions office of Tsinghua University has arrived in Jiangcheng. It seems this high school student really does have something. What else did he tell you? Right now, all information about Su Hao was crucial to Lu Jiangwo. After all, he truly is a promising talent. His only sources of information about Su Hao are old Zhao and the doctoral student in front of him. Therefore, he looked curious. He told me he still has the design blueprints for the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber. His tone was flat, even casual, as if he were discussing something completely ordinary. That was normal. A 6th generation stealth strategic bomber. This was another aerial behemoth coveted by major powers. How could a high school student possibly have the blueprints? It was utterly absurd. What? What did you say? He has the blueprints for a sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber? A gasp of surprise rang out from inside the office. If the office door hadn't been closed and the soundproofing hadn't been so good, it would have attracted attention long ago. Are you sure Suhao really told you that? Teacher, he did mention it briefly. Look! Lu Jiangwo muttered to himself, his brow furrowing even deeper. He didn't know if Suhao was telling the truth. Or was it a joke, meant to attract the attention of Lonka University? After all, the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber was a key national defense project, involving far too many cutting-edge, high-tech advancements. Even the United States had only recently successfully test-flown it. Moreover, it was an upgrade from their existing B-series strategic stealth bombers. And now they were telling him that a high school student had the blueprints for a sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber? That was simply too far-fetched. Tell the driver not to rush over. Let me consider whether I should go to Jiangcheng myself. If it were him just now, he would have gone to Jiangcheng without hesitation. But now, Suhao's sudden move made him hesitate. Suhao does possess some talent, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create his own exam paper, and Tsinghua University wouldn't have personally come to recruit students. Talent is one thing. But national defense scientific research requires more than just talent. It also requires a pragmatic and diligent spirit. And, most importantly, it's about avoiding boasting. For a moment, Lu Jiangwo hesitated. Teacher, is there something wrong with Suhao? He suddenly asked him to tell the driver to be late, and there was no immediate departure. Lu Jiangwo, his face etched with worry, returned to his desk, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. He spoke slowly. But to say he has the blueprints for a sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber? Lu Jiangwo scoffed, then shook his head with a cold laugh. If it were that easy to break through the relevant technology, what would be the point of having us? Researchers? I think either he's deliberately lying to get our attention, or he's just spouting nonsense and lacks any spirit of seeking truth and being pragmatic in scientific research. Even with exceptional talent, someone like that isn't suited for advanced scientific research. Lu Jiangwo's tone turned cold at the end. This was exactly the kind of person he disliked most. Even if you have less talent, it's fine, as long as you're diligent, hardworking, and willing to put in the effort when facing problems, you're still an excellent talent. But what's the use of having high talent if you just spout off empty, unrealistic ideas? Scientific research is a delicate and precise process that allows no room for error. If someone like that were in charge of a key national defense project, who knows what kind of mess they'd make? Therefore, Lu Jiangwo's impression of Suhao had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Teacher, since he says he has the blueprints, why don't we just ask him for them directly? You've seen the chat logs too. His implication seems to be that he wants to give us the blueprints. If we ask him for them, and he doesn't have them, you can simply cancel your trip. There's no need to make a fuss over someone like him. If he really does have them. Thinking of this fact, he was incredibly excited. Lu Jiangwo, upon hearing this, was also taken aback. If he really did have them, the entire sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber project team would be shaken. It might even alarm higher-ups. Confirming it through chat would save him the trouble of traveling all the way to Jiangcheng. Okay. Let's do it your way. You handle it. He took out his phone, opened his chat with Suhao, and began asking him about the sixth-generation stealth bomber. Lu Jiangwo wasn't idle either. He dialed Zhao Guoyuan's number. Hey, Lao Zhao. Zhao Guoyuan's voice came from the other end of the line. Lao Lu, what's up? On your way? Zhao Guoyuan teased. I sent Suhao a few messages on Jihu. Remind him to check his private messages. Zhao Guoyuan on the other end of the line was slightly taken aback. Jihu? Private messages? What is Lao Lu talking about? Lao Lu, what's this? Lu Jiangwo didn't elaborate, continuing to give instructions. Remember, tell him to check his private messages as soon as possible, it's urgent. On the other side, Jiangcheng, Su Hao's home. Zhao Guoyuan was completely bewildered after hanging up. Something's not right, something's not right. Old Lu's tone was off. Logically, he should have been on his way by now, so why didn't he mention this? Instead, he told Su Hao to check Jihu's private messages. He frowned, utterly confused, not understanding what Lu Guojian meant. Instead of rushing to Jiangcheng, he told him to check private messages. Has Lanka University abandoned Su Hao? Thinking this, Zhao Guoyuan didn't forget Lu Guojian's instructions. Su Hao, Lanka University wants you to check your Jihu private messages right now. Su Hao looked puzzled. Jihu private messages? Why would they need to check Jihu private messages out of the blue? Besides, he hadn't opened Jihu in a long time since realizing the other party was just giving him the runaround. After a moment's thought, Su Hao didn't dwell on it. He took out his phone and opened Jihu. Upon entering, he noticed many small red dots in his private message section. What's going on? Su Hao's room was too crowded. At this moment, everyone gathered in the living room to discuss the matter. When Su Hao took out his phone and saw the little red dots on his Jihu, a Chinese messaging app, notifications, he was immediately bewildered. When did he suddenly receive so many private messages? And they were from that graduate student from Lanka University. Confused, Su Hao curiously opened the chat window. Looking at the few greeting messages, Su Hao frowned and replied, "Hello." A reply came almost instantly. He wanted to see what the other person wanted. A short while later, another reply came instantly. That call was from my professor. He's a professor at the School of Physics, National University of Defense Technology, named Lu Jiangwo. If you've been following related news, you should know something about him. Su Hao was slightly taken aback upon seeing the message. Professor Lu Jiangwo of the National University of Defense Technology. He was quite familiar with this name. Lu Jiangwo's name had appeared multiple times on CCTV-7. He had participated in numerous key national defense projects, was a renowned senior professor in China, and currently served as the Dean of the School of Physics at the National University of Defense Technology. Unexpectedly, the call that just came from him? This greatly surprised Su Hao. His expression immediately became more serious. For Professor Lu to call personally, it must be something important he wanted to discuss. Thinking this, he took his phone and walked to a corner. The others were slightly taken aback. What could it be that required them to talk privately? Even so, they didn't disturb him. At this moment, everyone's focus was on Su Hao. If they rashly disturbed Su Hao and displeased him, it would be counterproductive. I looked at the test paper you sent, it's really well done. Su Hao had indeed done very well. Most importantly, he's just a high school student. After all, he had come with a purpose. Regardless of whether Su Hao actually possessed the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, or whether he was willing to provide them. Say nice things, it's always a good idea. You don't like hearing compliments, do you? Su Hao smiled slightly. Actually, he wasn't as concerned about the Lanka University exam paper as before. However, looking at the other person's words, it seemed the focus wasn't actually on the exam paper. For a moment, Su Hao was also curious about what the other person wanted. They chatted for a while. Soon, Su Hao learned the other person's purpose. Su Hao smiled slightly upon seeing this message. He knew it. The other person contacted him by phone and then proactively sent a private message. How could it be just for an exam paper? This person is from the National University of Defense Technology of China. There are plenty of talented people on campus. Why would they make such a fuss over just completing an exam paper? Su Hao smiled slightly, then his brows furrowed slightly. He had already prepared the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. But how should he send them to the other party? He couldn't just send them via Jihu private message. This was a sixth-generation stealth fighter, involving national defense secrets. Jihu was notoriously known for its anonymous users, making it hard to trust its privacy protection. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the office at Lanka University, Lu Jiangwo glanced at his watch. Several minutes had passed. His expression showed slight impatience. Hasn't the blueprint been sent yet? Not yet. After asking him for the blueprints for the sixth-generation stealth fighter, he hasn't replied to any messages. Lu Jiangwo snorted coldly, his expression immediately turning unfriendly. Humph. I think he's not ignoring it, he simply doesn't have this so-called sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber. Alright, don't waste too much time on him. Let's go see Colonel Lee. With that, he got up and walked towards the door. However, just as he was about to put his phone away, Su Hao sent another private message. Su Hao, I have the blueprints, but how do I send them? He didn't react for a moment. He really had the blueprints? Meanwhile, at Su Hao's home, the blueprints for the sixth-generation stealth bomber concerned this matter. Utmost care was required, and no negligence could be tolerated. Therefore, he turned off his phone, walked towards Wang Defa and his group, and then softly asked Zhao Guoyuan. Professor Zhao, was the person who called you just now definitely a professor from Lanka University? Zhao Guoyuan looked puzzled, wondering why Su Hao had suddenly asked such a question. Why would Su Hao suddenly ask such a question? What exactly did Su Hao discuss with Lanka University? No one knew. Seeing Su Hao's very serious expression, Zhao Guoyuan's attitude also became more upright, and he directly assured Su Hao. Su Hao, I assure you, the other party is definitely from the National University of Defense Technology of China. If you don't believe me, I swear to you in front of these police officers. If the other party is not from Lanka University, and this matter causes you any impact or loss, I will take full responsibility. I will also bear all legal responsibilities arising therefrom. How about it? Zhao Guoyuan looked at Su Hao with utmost solemnity. He also realized that Su Hao and Lao Lu and the others might have discussed some important issues. Otherwise, Su Hao wouldn't have suddenly asked so cautiously. Having received Zhao Guoyuan's personal assurance, Su Hao nodded gratefully. Understood, thank you, Professor Zhao. After saying that, he turned and went back to his room, closing the door. Meanwhile, in the office, a short while later. Ding ding. His eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly took out his phone. Log in and check it on my computer. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, don't waste time. He wanted to see if Su Hao really had the blueprints for the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber. He was doing this on purpose to attract the attention of Lanka University. Sender, Su Hao. Could it be that the blueprints for the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber are inside? Open it. Seeing this, instantly. Upon seeing this, just this title alone stunned him. He dared not breathe, then carefully clicked on the encrypted file. He entered the password Su Hao had just given him. In an instant, the file's contents were clearly visible. The document began with a rendering. From the image, it was clear that Su Hao's design for the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber featured a highly distinctive fuselage layout. Upon seeing the cross-sectional diagram and accompanying textual analysis, his cloudy eyes suddenly gleamed. It actually uses a blended wing-body layout. He quickly put on his. He stared at the design proposal in disbelief and began to carefully analyze its contents. Seeing the blended wing-body design concept astonished him. Although many countries have proposed this technology before, they have been heavily investing in research on it. According to current information, this technology hasn't made much progress. But now, Lu Jiangwo spoke slowly, a storm raging within him. You must know. The US's B-series strategic stealth bombers all use a flying wing configuration. Even the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber they mentioned, which had just successfully completed its test flight, was still based on the B-21 strategic stealth bomber, continuing the same layout with some upgrades and modifications. Because of this, according to relevant intelligence, the maximum lift-to-drag ratio of the latest stealth bombers successfully tested by the United States is only around 21. This is a common problem with flying wing layouts: poor stability, maneuverability, and low handling efficiency. Conversely, blended wing body layouts have high lift-to-drag ratio characteristics. Liu Jiangwo focused his attention on the text analysis above. His eyes widened, flashing rapidly. Wow! The shock in Liu Jiangwo's heart lingered for a long time. This was only one technological breakthrough. After reviewing this module, he continued. After reviewing these design schemes and analyses, Liu Jiangwo immediately reached a conclusion. That is, these design schemes and technologies are entirely feasible. If these cutting-edge key technologies were applied to a sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber, he was confident that the performance would be absolutely explosive. Feasible. Absolutely feasible. Our sixth-generation stealth bomber has hope. Liu Jiangwo's eyes burned with fervor. He couldn't understand them at all. However, otherwise, his teacher wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Thinking of this, he muttered to himself, "What a stupid thing I've done." Thinking back to his conversation with Su Hao and his opinion of him, he felt deeply ashamed. Meanwhile, Liu Jiangwo, having finished reviewing the design blueprints and plans, let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with excitement. I can basically confirm it now. The design blueprints and plans for the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber that Su Hao sent are completely feasible. Some of the key technologies proposed are not only completely reasonable, but even groundbreaking. They surpass even the most advanced technologies currently existing in the world. No wonder Su Hao dared to openly admit he had the design blueprints. Because he truly possessed it. No wonder he was so confident. Because he was a genius? No. He was a prodigy. What's wrong with being confident? Confident based on ability. After a long while, Liu Jiangwo finally snapped out of his excitement. Immediately summon all professors and key faculty members to the secure conference room for a meeting. As he gave the order, he printed out Su Hao's design proposal. However, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. At this moment, he had been so engrossed in his reflection that he had momentarily drifted off. Fortunately, he snapped back to reality in time. He quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Professor, I'll have all the professors in the college go to the secure conference room immediately. With that, he hurriedly left Lonka University. His eyes gleamed. The blueprints for the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber. This news was shocking. I never imagined that we would break through the relevant technologies of the sixth-generation bomber under such circumstances. He muttered to himself, a strange feeling welling up inside. His excitement was impossible to hide. He ran as fast as he could to the college office to notify professors and key teachers to attend a meeting in the secure conference room. Meanwhile, Liu Jiangwo printed out a copy of the document Su Hao had sent and put it in a file folder. He then saved the electronic version on an encrypted USB drive. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Suppressing his surging emotions, he let out a long sigh, grabbed the file folder, and strode towards the secure conference room. On the way, he passed by the entrance to the reception room. He was filled with confusion. What was going on? He'd been sitting there for most of the day, and they hadn't come. Now they were heading elsewhere. He frowned. What happened? Thinking this, he put on his hat, stood up briskly, strode out the door, and hurriedly called out to Liu Jiangwo, who was walking quickly ahead. When he saw it was Li Weiguo, his wrinkled face showed a slight surprise. Colonel Li? That's right. Colonel Li had come to discuss the sixth-generation fighter jet project with him, but he had been so focused on Su Hao's matter that he had neglected him. Li Weiguo strode up to Liu Jiangwo, his face filled with suspicion. Professor Liu, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Although he hadn't known Lu Jiangwo for long, he knew the professor was a highly respected and composed old professor. His anxious demeanor today was very unusual. Lu Jiangwo coughed lightly. Then, to prevent eavesdropping, he whispered in Lu's ear. Colonel Li, a major breakthrough has been achieved in the technology related to the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Upon hearing this, Li Weiguo's pupils constricted. Sharply, his face filled with astonishment. What? Fortunately, he recovered in time. Lu Jiangwo nodded. I just took a quick look, and conservatively speaking, the design concept and related technologies are highly feasible. Let's not delay, let's get to the conference room. Lu Jiangwo didn't elaborate. Secondly, although this is the National University of Defense Technology of China, and its security measures are excellent, one can't be too careless. It's always better to be cautious. Li Weiguo watched Lu Jiangwo walk ahead first, pondered for a moment, and also realized the seriousness of the situation. The 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Now, a crucial breakthrough has been achieved in related technologies. Doesn't this mean? Thinking of this, Li Weiguo's eyes gleamed, his excitement palpable. Without hesitation, he quickly followed. The secure conference room. Meetings of national defense importance and confidentiality are usually held here. Everyone entering the conference room, regardless of who they are, must undergo rigorous checks. Furthermore, the conference room is equipped with various shielding devices to prevent eavesdropping and information transmission. Professors and key teachers at all levels, who had received the urgent notification, had all arrived and were seated in the conference room within minutes. Although his temples were graying and he was somewhat older, he was energetic and walked with a brisk pace. The moment he entered, many eyes involuntarily focused on him. Their eyes were filled with respect. After sitting down, Lu Jiangwo spoke directly. He inserted the encrypted USB drive into the computer and then held up the file folder in his hand. Time is short, so I can't print it out for everyone. Please bear with me and look at the screen. He finished speaking. He opened the only file on the encrypted USB drive. As the file opened, its title and content were displayed before everyone in the conference room. Instantly, a collective gasp filled the conference room. The oxygen levels seemed to drop significantly. Design plans and blueprints for a 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber? Shocking. The expressions on everyone's faces were nothing but shock. They never expected this. Since the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber project was initiated and officially began construction, the professors and key faculty members present had all participated in the project's research and development. However, to this day, the project faced immense difficulties. Even so, the project hadn't made much progress. But now, looking at the design plan and blueprints on the big screen, the gloom in everyone's hearts vanished. Their cloudy eyes shone brightly. A professor asked excitedly, Professor Lu, you've finally broken through the key technology of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber? The others quickly echoed. Professor Lu truly lives up to his reputation as a leading figure. He's finally broken through the relevant technology for fighter jets. Everyone looked at Lu Jiangwo with anticipation. The blueprints and plans were presented by Professor Lu. Furthermore, as the founder of many key national defense projects in China, if anyone could break through the core technology of the 6th-generation fighter jet, it could only be him. Therefore, they all believed that this plan and blueprints must be the research result of Lu Jiangwo. If the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber weren't developed by Lu Jiangwo, then who else could they be? However, to their surprise, they saw Lu Jiangwo on the stage gently shake his head after hearing their questions. Then, he spoke softly. This is not my research result, and the blueprints are not from my hand. His expression was calm as he then revealed a piece of news that shocked everyone present. These blueprints came from a high school student who hasn't even taken the college entrance examination yet. Manga University, classified conference room. When Lu Jiangwo announced that the blueprints came from a high school student, everyone present was stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A high school student? Blueprints? How could this be? Even some of the older professors, after their initial shock, wore expressions of disbelief. They spoke up one after another. Professor Lu, don't be modest. These blueprints are clearly your work. None of them believed Lu Jiangwo's words. They all thought he was just being modest and deliberately saying it like that. Hearing everyone's comments, Lu Jiangwo smiled helplessly. Gentlemen, although I'd love to admit that this blueprint is my work, the truth is, it's not my research result. A few minutes later, after listening to Lu Jiangwo's explanation, the professors finally believed him. Then, their astonishment deepened. The younger generation is truly formidable. The younger generation surpasses the older. I never expected a high school student to have such talent, truly remarkable. Lu Jiangwo lightly tapped the table. Everyone, you've all reviewed the design plans and blueprints. What do you all think of the proposed plan and related technologies? Are they feasible? The most important thing right now is Su Hao's plan and related technologies. This is also the reason he convened this confidential meeting. The professors and key teachers present are all core personnel involved in the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber project. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhou Wenchang of Structural Design spoke up. I just carefully reviewed the documents. Regarding the blended wing body layout described above, I'll briefly analyze it. Blended wing body, BWB, also called wing body integration, wing body fusion, or wing body fusion. It integrates the traditional fuselage and wing structure, transforming it into a wing-like shape. The blended wing body, BWB, structure is lightweight, has a large volume, and low drag, making it suitable for many supersonic fighters such as the F-15, Mirage 2000, and MiG-29. However, this is the first time it has been used on a bomber. But in the document provided by Su Hao, he perfectly solved this design problem. Therefore, this design is entirely feasible. Zhou Wenchang offered his opinion. Professor He Jin, specializing in stealth materials for fighter jets, spoke up at the opportune moment. As we all know, the stealth performance of fighter jets is extremely important. Su Hao's proposed shape design needs no further explanation, its performance is impeccable. At the same time, he has put a lot of effort into receiving reflected waves, especially in radar-absorbing materials. He uses a combination of resonant radar-absorbing materials and non-resonant magnetic radar-absorbing materials in a specific ratio to generate a metamaterial stealth coating. This material can change the way radio waves bounce off the surface of the fighter jet, creating an illusion or minimizing radar echoes to achieve stealth. Therefore, his plan is entirely feasible. Professor He Jin also offered his opinion. Afterwards, professors from other fields also spoke, providing relevant analytical theories. They then offered their opinions in unison. The design is safe and feasible. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction. In that case, Professor Zhou, please come with me to Jiangcheng. Let's go see for ourselves this high school student who developed the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber. He then stood up first. Professors He Jin and Zhou Wenchang, secretly delighted, nodded in agreement and readily stood up. Halfway there, Lu Jiangwo suddenly noticed Colonel Li Weigua accompanying him. He nodded to him subtly. Now that the blueprints were confirmed to be feasible, this document must not be leaked. All information online related to this matter must be blocked and deleted. Every trace related to this document must be completely erased. This matter concerns national defense secrets and cannot be neglected in any way. Thinking of this, he immediately dialed the National Security Department. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng, Su Hao's home. With the matter temporarily resolved, everyone's agitated emotions gradually calmed down. She couldn't afford to be idle. If she was any later, the people from Lonka University would arrive. Tang Xiao, on the other hand, was somewhat bewildered. Some time had passed since Su Hao entered the room, and she didn't know what had happened. Just then, Su Hao opened the door and came out. Seeing this, Tang Xiao went forward, pulled him aside, and asked softly, Su Hao, what were you doing in your room just now? What did Lanka University say? She knew that Su Hao had closed the door and hidden in his room because of a phone call from Lanka University. Therefore, he must have been discussing something with Lanka University. Su Hao chuckled softly, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, I sent the people at Lanka University a blueprint for a 6th-generation stealth bomber. He didn't choose to hide it, simply telling Tang Xiao. It didn't matter much. After all, he was only telling her the general idea, he didn't reveal the specific data, technology, or information. Moreover, the general public already knew about the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Tang Xiao's mind went blank upon hearing Su Hao's words. Tang Xiao? A 6th-generation stealth bomber? Although she didn't understand, she was greatly shocked. It sounded incredibly powerful. Tang Xiao nodded blankly. Coming to her senses, feeling the warm breath on her ear. On the balcony of Su Hao's house, Su Hao's bright eyes admired the view outside the window. Seeing Su Hao like this, her long-held worries began to subside. So nice, she murmured softly. Su Hao, hearing her seemingly random words, asked, What? Su Hao turned his head abruptly, catching Tang Xiao off guard. Their gazes met. Then, Tang Xiao realized what had happened and quickly looked away, pretending nothing was amiss. However, the blush that gradually rose on her face betrayed her. Tang Xiao gently shook her head. Su Hao, puzzled, frowned, then turned back to admire the scenery outside. Since there was no rush, he might as well relax for now. Sitting beside her, Tang Xiao calmed down for a long time before the blush on her face gradually faded. She let out a soft, almost imperceptible breath, stealing a glance at Su Hao. Seeing him engrossed in the scenery outside the window, she finally felt relieved. Then, a contented smile returned to her face. Although she didn't know the specifics of what Su Hao had just told her, Su Hao was willing to do it, and willing to put in the effort. That was enough. He hadn't given up, nor had he wasted his time. Now it seemed that Su Hao had found his own direction. He was no longer the poor student who ranked last in exams and was ridiculed as a waste. Su Hao was far more outstanding than she had imagined. As for what he did, how well he did it, or even if it was true at all, none of that mattered to her. She didn't care. Having figured this out, Tang Xiao's mood inexplicably brightened, as if a cloud of pent-up emotions had completely dissipated. Her entire body felt much lighter. She turned to Su Hao, a hint of playfulness and teasing in her voice, and asked, Su Hao, why did you refuse my cousin's invitation earlier? You know, that's Tsinghua University. Besides, my cousin is the aloof campus belle of Tsinghua University. It's extremely rare for her to personally invite you. Tang Xiao looked at Su Hao with a charming smile. Upon hearing this, Su Hao's face showed a hint of apology. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for showing that exam paper to your cousin, which caught the attention of Tsinghua University. However, I want to go to Lanka University, it's always been my goal. So, I'm sorry, I can't accept your cousin's invitation. Su Hao understood. Tang Qining came in person partly because her exam paper was indeed excellent. Also, Tang Xiao played a part. But unfortunately, his goal, and the mission issued by the system, was to enter Lanka University. He naturally couldn't accept Tsinghua University's invitation. Tang Xiao's face froze slightly, then she smiled knowingly. It's alright, don't worry about it too much. Actually, even if your cousin didn't know about your exam paper, you would still be noticed by people at Lanka University. It's just that it happened earlier now. Speaking of this, Tang Xiao looked at Su Hao with a complicated expression. Almost overnight, Su Hao had changed drastically. For some reason, she felt that Su Hao was somewhat unfamiliar now. But then she thought about it. These changes in him were all for the better. At least she was genuinely happy for Su Hao. However, a different emotion crept into her heart. She asked casually, Su Hao, you're so amazing now, you even turned down an invitation from Tsinghua University, you won't forget about me now, will you? Su Hao was slightly taken aback, then shook his head directly. How could I forget? I'd never forget you, no matter who you forget. Then it's a promise. When you become successful, don't forget your old classmate. Su Hao nodded, definitely. Pinky promise. Tang Xiao sat up, leaning forward, extending her slender little finger, her eyes full of seriousness. Su Hao smiled gently, also extending his little finger, hooking it with Tang Xiao's delicate little finger, thumbs pressed tightly together. Tang Xiao softly sang. After singing, Tang Xiao's face lit up, unable to resist teasing him. Okay, it's a tacit agreement. If you go back on your word later, you're a big pighead. She stuck out her tongue and giggled. Su Hao nodded, looking at Tang Xiao with a warm smile. The two chatted casually, exchanging a few words. The conversation eventually turned to university applications. Su Hao asked, Which university are you planning to apply to? Tang Xiao thought for a moment before answering. I was planning to apply to Tsinghua University before, because my cousin is there. But now, I don't know why, I'm a little hesitant. Why do you suddenly not want to apply? Su Hao asked curiously. Tang Xiao's eyes darted around, teasingly. I won't tell you, hee hee. Su Hao scratched his head, giving a helpless wry smile. All right. So, which university are you planning to apply to now? She turned around, leaned down, and smiled slightly. It's a secret, and I'm not telling you. She finished speaking with a broad smile. Looking at the radiant girl before him, Su Hao was momentarily lost in thought. Then, he subconsciously replied, Oh. After some time, his phone rang, bringing Su Hao back to his senses. He took out his phone, looked at the caller ID, and his brows furrowed immediately. The phone number was a mysterious string of random characters, along with the words encrypted call displayed. He had never seen a call like this before. After hesitating for a moment, Su Hao answered. Hello? After a moment of silence, a steady, slightly aged voice came from the phone. Su Hao. Yes, this is Su Hao. Who is this? Su Hao asked. The other person didn't answer, but continued. Are you home right now? Yes, who is this? Su Hao's brows furrowed even deeper. The other person spoke. Okay, we're on our way now. Don't leave the house. After a pause, the person on the phone added. At this point, Su Hao was silent for a moment, then his eyes lit up slightly. He instantly understood. He replied seriously. Understood. On the balcony. Su Hao hung up the phone, his eyes flickering slightly. From the content of the conversation, he had roughly guessed that it was someone from Manga University. Su Hao quickly deduced that relevant national departments had intervened. Beside him, Tang Xiao, seeing Su Hao hastily end the call, couldn't help but ask curiously in a soft voice. Su Hao, who called? Su Hao put his phone in his pocket and smiled slightly. Manga University, their people are coming soon. Tang Xiao's face showed a slight surprise upon hearing this. Manga University? They're here so quickly? She was genuinely surprised. Longdu is so far from Jiangchang, yet the people from Manga University arrived so quickly. It seems they're determined to get Su Hao. A while later, there was a knock on the door. So fast? He hurriedly returned to the living room from the balcony. Tang Xiao, seeing this, quickly followed. The door opened, revealing a large group of people outside. Teacher, you've arrived? Only then did Su Hao realize that it was people from Tsinghua University. Tang Xiao's cousin hadn't lied after all. And, it was her teacher. Then, his gaze involuntarily fell upon Su Hao, who stood in the center of the living room. Li Shueming stepped forward, a friendly smile on his face, and proactively asked. This must be Su Hao, right? Li Shueming extended his hand. Su Hao nodded and extended his hand in return. Yes. Li Shueming chuckled, looked Su Hao up and down, and then introduced himself. Su Hao greeted him politely. Professor Li, hello. Afterwards, Li Shueming proactively introduced him to the other teachers and staff who had accompanied him. Su Hao was an exceptionally talented individual, especially in scientific research, where he possessed outstanding abilities. Out of politeness, Su Hao greeted and shook hands with each of the teachers and staff at Tsinghua University. Then, Li Shueming got down to business. Su Hao, I looked at that exam paper you did at Manga University. To be honest, many of the problem-solving approaches in it were very inspiring, they were truly brilliant. His words weren't unfounded or deliberately exaggerated. Su Hao's exam paper was indeed exceptionally well done. Therefore, Li Shueming spoke these words sincerely, from the bottom of his heart. Not bad, not bad. Capable yet not arrogant. He liked Su Hao even more. This isn't flattery, it's the truth. Li Shueming took it, and looking at Su Hao's problem-solving approach and methods, his eyes lit up. He nodded repeatedly. Originally, he had some doubts. After seeing the exam paper, all his doubts vanished. Su Hao's ability was undeniable. He was even more eager to recruit Su Hao to Tsinghua University. He also noticed that there were other people in Su Hao's house, and some of them seemed familiar. But he couldn't quite place them. Xining, who are those people? Li Shueming gestured to Wang Defa and the others sitting on the other side of the living room. Teacher, these are people from the Science and Technology Bureau and the Fire Department of the neighboring county. Whom? Li Shueming asked, puzzled. What were people from the Science and Technology Bureau and the Fire Department of the neighboring county doing here? Could it be that they also saw Su Hao's exam paper and are keeping an eye on him? Su Hao can't go to the Science and Technology Bureau or the Fire Department, can he? Teacher, Su Hao also developed an agricultural drone, but its firefighting capabilities are extremely powerful, it even extinguished a wildfire on its own. The drone's powerful performance and highly intelligent attributes have attracted the attention of the Fire Department and the Science and Technology Bureau. Upon hearing this, Li Shueming looked at Su Hao in shock. Wow! He actually developed a drone? He's just a child who hasn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. He actually developed a completely new drone on his own? Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the attention of comrades from the Science and Technology Bureau and the Fire Department. He had underestimated Su Hao. Li Shueming's cloudy eyes flickered. Professor, those gentlemen are also professors from the Longdu Research Institute. They've already contacted Longdu University of Science and Technology. If I'm not mistaken, the people from Longdu University of Science and Technology are on their way. She had to remind her teacher. Because Li Shueming had been discussing the exam papers with Su Hao, and now he even wanted to discuss the drone. If we delay any longer, the people from Longka University will be here soon. Li Shueming reacted immediately upon hearing this. That's right. I almost neglected my important business. Li Shueming cleared his throat, his gaze returning to seriousness. Given the current situation, Su Hao has become incredibly sought after. Longka University is coming aggressively, determined to get Su Hao. To win Su Hao over, we need to show some sincerity. Li Shueming asked earnestly. Su Hao, are you willing to enter Tsinghua University? In the living room. At this moment, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only Li Shueming's voice lingered in everyone's ears. Su Hao, would you like to enter Tsinghua University? His voice was calm. But the slight flicker in his eyes and the imperceptible twitch of his face betrayed the unease within him. Li Shueming desperately hoped that Su Hao would agree. After all, from every perspective, Su Hao was an exceptionally talented researcher. Especially since he was so young, with proper guidance and experience in large-scale research projects, his future would be limitless. However, to Li Shueming's disappointment, Su Hao shook his head apologetically, declining his invitation. "I'm sorry, Professor Li. I'm very grateful that you traveled all this way to Jiangqing specifically for me." Su Hao understood. For Professor Li to travel thousands of miles and go through so much trouble to come to Jiangqing personally showed that Tsinghua University truly valued him. However, his goal wouldn't change, nor could the system's mission. Therefore, Lunka University would always be his ideal institution. Li Shueming sighed softly, pursed his lips, and felt a pang of resentment. "Su Hao, can you tell me why? Why must you choose Lunka University? Do you have a compelling reason to choose it? You want cutting-edge labs? We have them. You want large-scale research projects? I have those too. We even offer generous scholarships, grants, and subsidies for outstanding students, experimental stipends, and more each semester. Whatever you want, we can provide." Li Shueming was making a final attempt to persuade him to stay. Yet now, they come out of his mouth so casually. He even offers them to Su Hao without hesitation. He calmly shifted his gaze from Li Shueming to Wang Defa and the firefighters in their uniforms. Su Hao smiled warmly and then spoke softly. "Indeed, Tsinghua University is also an excellent university in our Dragon Nation. However, if I could enter Dragon Science and Technology University, I could more easily dedicate myself to the national defense cause and contribute my share to this ever-growing and developing nation. Professor Li, this is something Tsinghua University cannot offer me." Su Hao's gaze was intense as he looked directly at Li Shueming. The living room fell silent once more. He sighed softly, about to speak. Their minds were racing, and they were overjoyed. It seemed so. They might be the biggest winners today. Su Hao's words had given them much to think about and filled them with emotion. The research results they possessed should help more people in need. Excellent. In that case, how could they not express their support? Su Hao, your words have been a revelation, and I've learned a great deal. Rest assured, the drone you developed will definitely become a steadfast support for our soldiers on the front lines. Based on current research and analysis, Su Hao's agricultural drone indeed possesses high military value. In the future, not only can fire departments across the country equip themselves with such drones to participate in complex firefighting missions. After undergoing relevant military assessments and testing, it can be deployed to appropriate units as needed to perform special missions. These are all possibilities. Su Hao smiled wryly upon hearing this. He didn't suspect Wang Defa and his team of faking it or misusing this agricultural drone. On the contrary, judging from Wang Defa's passion and enthusiasm for drones, and his down-to-earth and hard-working character, Su Hao believed the drone might be able to play a greater role under his guidance. However, Su Hao nodded nonetheless. Section Chief Wang, I'm relieved to hear you say that. To be honest, this drone still has a long way to go. It's currently only in its initial stages. This agricultural drone is not only used for spraying pesticides, applying fertilizers, and firefighting. If we were to conduct a comprehensive assessment and fully explore its capabilities, and even make some minor modifications, adding some special equipment, its potential would likely be even greater. Thinking of this, Su Hao suddenly felt a surge of interest. Perhaps it really could be done? He thought to himself. We could make multi-purpose modifications according to the different tasks an individual soldier might perform. For example, for fire departments. Then, we could make specific modifications to comprehensively serve firefighting needs. If we were to make military-grade modifications, we could make rational and effective modifications according to the needs of individual soldiers and group collaborations. Thinking about these things, Su Hao's gaze gradually burned with fervor. Wang Defa was unaware that Su Hao's mind was already branching out like a computer virus, developing a tree-like structure for the future development of drones. His face was beaming, completely absorbed in Su Hao's words. He was clearly overjoyed, his smile never seemed to close. What a wonderful day! He had thought he had little chance with someone as talented as Su Hao. Su Hao's statement rekindled his hope. And this flame of hope was that agricultural drone. Judging from Su Hao's expression, he clearly intended to expand and develop this drone business. Since that's the case, he'd go with the flow and give Su Hao another big gift. Su Hao, we understand your vision. We old guys are a bit strapped for cash, and our departments can't offer large subsidies. However, we've been working our way up in these units for over a decade, and some people still listen to what we say. Besides, we've been good friends with the leadership of Jiangcheng County for many years. So, we're also giving you a gift, not too big, not too small, but still decent. After a pause, Wang Defa added. It concerns your college entrance exam. Jiangcheng Middle School. Unable to resist Wang Defa and others' repeated requests, Su Hao finally arrived at Jiangcheng Middle School. He also stated that he would make Jiangcheng Middle School understand the seriousness of the situation today. Actually, Su Hao had a rough idea of what the big gift was. However, he shook his head, deciding not to think about it further. Since he was already there, he might as well make the best of it. However, the people from Lonka University were coming to his house later. He had promised them he wouldn't leave home. But now, he had suddenly appeared at Jiangcheng Middle School. This was somewhat awkward. Seemingly noticing the worry in Su Hao's eyes, Professor Zhao Guiyuan stepped forward and kindly comforted him. Su Hao, don't worry about the people from Lonka University. I've already notified them to gather at Jiangcheng Middle School. Hearing this, Su Hao felt slightly relieved. Thank you for your trouble, Professor Zhao. Zhao Guiyuan waved his hand. Wang Defa then looked at Tang Xiaoro. Tang, could you please take us to Su Hao's class? He didn't ask Su Hao directly because he thought Su Hao might be reluctant to take them due to his inner turmoil. On the contrary, this lovely and pretty classmate who had always been by Su Hao's side had repeatedly defended him. Especially when it came to Su Hao's injustices at school, she was indignant and resentful. Therefore, Wang Defa cleverly asked her directly. Tang Xiaoro, as the undisputed school beauty of Jiangcheng Middle School, possessing both beauty and intelligence. Her mind raced, and she quickly understood Wang Defa's purpose. To Su Hao's class. That senior 3-9 class. As for what they'd be going there for? Tang Xiaoro's eyes lit up instantly. So ostentatiously, and now they're saying they're going to give Su Hao a big gift. Isn't this clearly going to set Su Hao up? Tang Xiaoro naturally agreed wholeheartedly to this. Jiangcheng Middle School deserved to be taught a lesson long ago. She nodded slightly. No problem. Come on. Follow me. Tang Xiaoro took the lead, setting the way. With the status of leaders like Wang Defa, they passed through without hindrance. The gatekeeper let them through directly. Seeing this, Su Hao shook his head helplessly. After hesitating for a moment, he followed. They've gone to such lengths. If he were to act all effeminate, would he still be a man? Since today's purpose was to cause trouble for Jiangcheng Middle School, and Tang Xiaoro had repeatedly emphasized that they couldn't swallow their anger and let the leaders and teachers of Jiangcheng Middle School act recklessly. Then let the storm rage on. Walking along the familiar road, looking at the numerous bicycles parked in the shed, Su Hao's eyes darkened as he casually remarked. Isn't it the weekend? Does this mean everyone's coming to school to study on the weekend? So serious. This casual remark took on a deeper meaning to Wang Defa, Zhao Guiyuan, and Li Xueming, who had come along. A glint of light flashed almost imperceptibly in their eyes. The higher-ups have issued a document stating schools are strictly prohibited from conducting weekend tutoring in any form in violation of regulations. Jiangcheng Middle School is knowingly walking into danger. Good. They have guts. Wang Defa and the others remembered this well. Not long after they left, the group, led by Tang Xiaoro, slowly approached the classroom of Senior 3, Class 9. As they neared the classroom, they seemed to hear someone mentioning Su Hao's name. At this moment, Senior 3, Class 9. It was the weekend. Logically, the students should be resting at home at this time. However, the principal, leaders, and teachers of Jiangqing Middle School unanimously believed that study until you drop. This way, Jiangqing Middle School's college entrance examination pass rate would definitely increase significantly. At the same time, the school could also collect an extra high tutoring fee through weekend tutoring. It was a win-win situation, and the leadership of Jiangqing Middle School was very happy to do it. Class, with the college entrance exam approaching, you must stay focused and not let your guard down. But ever since she became close to Su Hao, that guy who always came in last place and was expelled from school, she now skips even weekend tutoring. Class, this behavior is extremely unacceptable. You must all learn from her mistake and not follow her example. Su Hao is a parasite on Jiangqing Middle School. The decision to expel Su Hao was unanimously agreed upon by the school leaders and teachers. Keeping someone like him in the class will only affect everyone's studies and the school's overall atmosphere. The college entrance examination is in a few days. That scourge Su Hao has been completely eliminated. You must all do well on the exam, take it seriously. Don't disappoint your parents, don't let down your teachers' hard work. Your names will be engraved on that wall of shame. Do you all understand? Understood. Teacher, we will definitely study hard for the exam to repay your kindness in educating us. Yes. We will never be like Su Hao, wasting our time and being idle. After the college entrance exam, once we get into university, we'll be living in completely different worlds from Su Hao. The students below nodded and echoed loudly. Good, that's the attitude and understanding we need. Su Hao is destined for mediocrity, but you are different. Through the college entrance exam, you will change your lives. Also, there will be a final mock exam tomorrow. Anyone who does poorly will be expelled. He expelled Su Hao, and also several other students with poor exam results. Now, a third of the students in the class had excellent grades, and the rest were more than capable of getting into a university. His class's college entrance rate and university admission rate were now 100%. Ah, invincible. However, just then, a powerful and domineering voice came from outside the classroom. Who do you think you are? Students are not to be expelled at will. Who gave you that right? Outside the classroom of Senior 3, Class 9. A loud, sharp shout echoed throughout the classroom, growing louder as it approached. Before he even turned around, his expression froze. His brows, like earthworms, furrowed tightly. He turned around, hands behind his back, his face contorted with anger, and looked towards the doorway. There he saw a man with slightly dark skin, dressed in ordinary clothes, but with bright, spirited eyes, stood at the head of the classroom doorway. And who dared to contradict and reprimand him on the spot? However, when he saw Su Hao and Tang Xiaoro standing behind the man, the anger on his face gradually subsided. Made him instantly furious. He directly questioned. A student's academic record is proof of their student status. What right do you have to expel them at will? Having spent over a decade navigating the officialdom, he naturally wouldn't forget his composure despite his overwhelming anger. Even knowing the other party was wrong, he needed to present a reasoned argument, forcing them to reveal their weaknesses. Standing behind him, Su Hao subtly tugged at Tang Xiaoro's arm. After she looked over, he gestured with his fingers as if playing with a phone. As clever as Tang Xiaoro was, she immediately understood. She smiled sweetly, then quietly took out her phone and started recording. Faced with Wang Defa's renewed direct questioning. Who does he think he is? So what if he speaks loudly? He scoffed, then spoke arrogantly. This is school policy. Jiangcheng High School, as a key high school in Jiangcheng County, sends countless students to prestigious universities every year. Jiangcheng High School wants elite students, not some good-for-nothings with low intelligence who waste their time and even negatively influence other students. So what if we expel a bottom-of-the-class student who consistently ranks at the bottom? The contempt and mockery in his eyes were undisguised. He continued speaking. Besides, every time the school decides to expel a student, it's after a unanimous vote by the principal, the dean of studies, all the school leaders, and the homeroom teacher. The procedure is completely compliant, and the opinions are completely unanimous. Those expelled from Jiangcheng Middle School are truly incorrigible bad students. He spoke with such self-righteous confidence. Because he had the right to say so. The expulsion of Su Hao and the other underperforming students in the class was indeed a decision made after a school-wide meeting. Furthermore, the principal had clearly stated that he would be commended for his exemplary conduct. The annual awards for Outstanding Homeroom Teacher and County-Level Outstanding Young Talent were already in the approval process. Hearing his arrogant words, even the usually composed Wang Defa was momentarily speechless with anger. To speak of illegal and irregular matters so grandly. Is this the kind of teacher at Jiangcheng Middle School? Is this the professional ethics of teachers at Jiangcheng County's key middle school? Wang Defa took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, me, a teacher? Would I lie to you? He then glanced at Wang Defa, then at Su Hao and Tang Xiao standing behind him. His words were cold and sarcastic. Su Hao, I know you're resentful about being expelled from school and have been trying to get an explanation. Let me tell you, it's useless. It won't matter who you bring. He sized Wang Defa up and down. His clothes were simple, his skin rough, and his face tan dark. He looked like someone who often worked outdoors. This relative must have some influence among Su Hao's many relatives. So he came to support Su Hao, trying to get an explanation from the school. He'd seen too many people like this. Even the King of Heaven himself wouldn't work on him. He doesn't care about family ties. This is his territory. To showcase his prestige as a future outstanding homeroom teacher and a model young talent of Jiangcheng County. His face showed a mixture of conflict and disappointment. However, right now, you're hanging out with Su Hao every day. He'll corrupt you sooner or later. No. He's already corrupted you. You're even skipping weekend tutoring. Do you still want to get into a prestigious university? You all need to understand the teacher's good intentions. The reason I expelled a bottom-of-the-class student like Su Hao was all for your own good. Without the influence of a bottom-of-the-class student like Su Hao, you can finally calm down and focus on your studies. The teachers and school leaders have already done everything they could to help you get into your ideal universities. They couldn't have done more. Sure enough. He'd seen shameless people before. But he'd never seen anyone this shameless. This guy was supposed to be a teacher? It was an utter insult to the word teacher. If it weren't for decades of experience in officialdom that had cultivated his good manners. In the past, Wang Defa would have already punched him, letting him know what true bitterness meant. Wang Defa laughed in fury. You're Jiangcheng Middle School, you don't treat students like human beings at all. In your eyes, students are merely tools to improve your college entrance examination pass rate, your undergraduate enrollment rate, and your performance evaluation. You keep saying you're thinking of the students, but in reality, you're only after your own selfish interests. Do you deserve to stand on this platform? Senior Year 3, Class 9, Classroom. With Wang Defa's deafening, resounding question. The entire classroom fell silent instantly. At the same time, his words also had a significant impact on their young minds. However, it only took a moment for him to recover. Then, his feigned "I'm doing this for your own good" expression crumbled instantly. His face, as smooth as the surface of the moon, turned ashen. His eyes bulged, and blood vessels, like cracks in ice, instantly filled his eyeballs. His face was ashen, and his voice was incredibly somber as he asked, "Who are you? With your pathetic appearance, what right do you have to question me?" He calmly shook his head. Who I am is unimportant. What's important is, you're in trouble. At the same time, he also wanted to wake up the students in the classroom. These students, still in the throes of society, had been deeply corrupted by this teacher. His expression shifted slightly. But then his brow relaxed. Pretending, he thought to himself. He knew Suhao's family background very well, just an ordinary family with absolutely no connections. His parents were both migrant workers, doing backbreaking, dirty, and exhausting jobs. What powerful relatives could a family like that have? Humph. However, he did manage to put on a convincing act. Anyone who didn't know better would really think he was some kind of local official. To the side. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly tense, even somewhat out of control, Suhao sighed softly. He was already deeply moved that Wang Defa and the others came to the school to help him seek justice. As for anything else, he didn't want much. Teacher Lei, I don't want to make a big deal out of this, nor do I want to embarrass anyone. Before Suhao could finish speaking, he felt a soft, cool touch on his arm. Immediately afterward, a pleasant voice, tinged with resentment, rang out. Tang Xiaoro's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Seeing this, Suhao could only manage a wry smile. But now, seeing the hesitation on Suhao's face, Wang Defa pondered for a moment, then stepped forward. Tang Xiaoro was stunned for a moment, then reacted. She nodded, then pulled Suhao out of the classroom. Suhao had no choice but to speak, but the words caught in his throat. He truly hadn't expected things to develop this way. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? If you don't get punished, who will? Suhao shook his head helplessly. If the King of Hell wants you dead at midnight, who dares keep you alive until dawn? You reap what you sow. Suhao thought for a moment, then decided to ignore it and followed Tang Xiaoro outside. Watching Suhao leave. Suhao, you think you're so great? Let me tell you, it doesn't matter who you call. This is Jiangqing Middle School, Senior 3, Class 9, and I'm the boss. Then, his face full of anger, he looked at the students in the classroom. Listen up, everyone else. If any of you follow Suhao's example, maliciously provoking teachers and ignoring school rules, I guarantee it with this uniform I'm wearing, you will be expelled from school immediately. He was truly enraged today. That scumbag Suhao actually dared to bring people to the class to challenge him. He was simply lawless. He didn't even know who was in charge here. Saw Suhao and Tang Xiaoro emerge and quickly understood what was happening. After having Tang Xiaoro take Suhao outside for a stroll, they turned around. Li Xueming and the others walked into the classroom in unison. His gaze was piercing, a hint of anger slowly building within him. Good. Very good. Excellent. Although Li Xueming was slightly hunched, his hands were behind his back, and his aura naturally emanated from him. Li Xueming continued. I know a little about Jiangcheng High School. Indeed, your school has a very high college entrance rate and undergraduate admission rate every year. Your school does indeed send quite a few students to our school every year. But I never expected this. These students actually got in like this. To be honest, Huaqing University's admissions office does pay close attention to Jiangcheng High School. Their college entrance rate is high, and every year they have a few outstanding students. Huaqing University also recruits from Jiangcheng High School, even offering a few guaranteed admission spots. But Li Xueming never expected that the teachers at Jiangcheng High School would be like this. Then, upon hearing his words, he scoffed even more. However, he belatedly realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. He looked up, asking with a tone of inquiry and verification. Li Xueming snorted coldly. Me? In the classroom. As soon as Li Xueming finished speaking, his eyes widened, his eyelashes trembled, and he stared incredulously at the man before him. An old man from Tsinghua University? His face was filled with fear. An old man from Tsinghua University? Could he be an ordinary old man? However, after Li Xueming introduced himself, Wang Defa, Yuan Tianlong, and others also introduced themselves. Fine. Now he knew. Just then, another voice came from the back of the line. Li Shueming had contacted the Jiangcheng County Education Bureau on his way there. Upon learning that a professor from Tsinghua University had come in person, Deputy Director Xiao Bing hurriedly accompanied Li Shueming to Jiangcheng Middle School. However, facing these high-ranking figures, he, as the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, felt somewhat out of place. So he stood a little further back. He hadn't expected Jiangcheng Middle School to have such a teacher. If it were people from Tsinghua University, he would only feel some fear. But people from the Education Bureau filled him with utter dread. This was a higher-level department that could strip him of his clothes and take away his livelihood. As a teacher, the Education Bureau was the department he feared most. The students in the classroom were also in an uproar. Wow! So many important people have come today. A university professor, and people from the Education Bureau. When had they ever seen anything like this? The classroom was filled with murmurs and noise. So many high-ranking officials have come all at once. Did Su Hao hire them all? Did Su Hao just get incredibly lucky? I think, did Su Hao feel he lost face at school, so he deliberately hired this group of people to put on an act? The students' discussions were relatively quiet. Especially when he heard them speculate that these people were all actors hired by Su Hao. That's right. Could that brat Su Hao really have such power that he could get a professor from Tsinghua University and the deputy director of the Education Bureau to back him up? Absolutely impossible. Su Hao doesn't possess any value that would warrant these important figures coming in person. Their identities are most likely fake. Thinking this through, he stood back on the podium, hands behind his back, looking down at the group of actors below, and coldly mocked. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. I must say, your acting is actually pretty good. I almost fell for it. Humph. How much money did Su Hao pay you to put on such a show, acting so confidently, pointing your finger at me and lecturing me? However, you still have to demonstrate your acting skills and your imposing manner. Not bad, very good, keep it up. But this is class time. All you Hollywood actors, get out of here immediately. Don't disturb my class, and don't bother my students. If you don't get out, I'll call security. He was genuinely furious. These actors Su Hao hired had genuinely intimidated him for a moment. If it weren't for the students' timely reminder, he'd probably still be trembling with fear, getting a thorough dressing down. Damn it! Looking at Li Shueming and the others who hadn't left, he was instantly enraged and laughed coldly. You still want to keep up the act? If you were really professors at Tsinghua University and deputy directors of the Education Bureau, wouldn't the school have issued a notice? Wouldn't the school leaders have personally come out to greet you? Why would you walk all the way here to confront me like this? His face was grim, and he gave Li Shueming and the others an ultimatum. And get out of Class 9 of Senior 3 right now, or I'm calling the police. Once the police arrive, you won't be able to clear your names even if you jump into the Yellow River. However, just as he finished speaking, two police officers who had accompanied Wang Defa pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. You want to call the police? Fine, go ahead. I'd like to know if the call center will transfer the call to me later. But in front of the tall, imposing officers, his imposing presence immediately diminished. And at that moment, a key middle school in a county town, and yet it had such a teacher. What kind of good students could such a person produce? And these students too. Li Shueming's gaze swept across the entire class. Students who met his eyes involuntarily lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Li Shueming sighed. No matter how good their grades, if their character is corrupt and their nature impure, such students, when they wield power, will only make society more chaotic. You can verify the authenticity of our identities as you see fit. But he paused for a moment, looking at the students in the classroom, his gaze turning cold. I am extremely disappointed with your performance today. In fact, I have reason to suspect that the academic atmosphere of your entire school is seriously compromised. Senior 3, Class 9. After saying this, Li Shueming looked meaningfully at the students in the classroom. To be honest, this was not a teacher at all. More accurately, he was a profit-driven businessman. His eyes were only on his own self-interest, and he had long since abandoned the educational philosophy of nurturing students. Compared to before, his aura was not as violent. After all, 2 burly police officers stood before him. Although he didn't know whether these 2 police officers were genuine. It was best to use words, not fists, and not get into a fight with them for any reason. A wise judgment indeed. A moment of impatience could ruin a grand plan. For now, let them bloat. While he might be at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat, he couldn't afford to lose in verbal sparring. Old man, you talk like you're the one who calls the shots? Staying here staring at each other isn't going to solve anything, and it's also interfering with my teaching. Since you're so confident and want to escalate things, then call the principal and security guards over. A face-to-face confrontation. If you utter even a single lie, I'll have security take you to the police station. If things continued like this, he would completely lose face and authority in front of the students. How could he face them afterward? How could he be a good homeroom teacher? Therefore, he suggested that the principal come directly. If the principal knew the whole story, he would definitely stand firmly on his side. He was a hero of the school. He had made great contributions to the school's college entrance examination pass rate and undergraduate enrollment rate. As for this, Li Shueming didn't care at all. He even wanted to meet this outstanding principal of Zhongqing Middle School. What kind of person was he? Then I'll trouble you, Teacher Lei, to call the principal of Zhongqing Middle School over as soon as possible. Oh, and while you're at it, you could also call the school's leaders, subject teachers, and so on. Take this opportunity to get to know these selfless good leaders of our dragon country. Saw the old man and the people behind him all with relaxed expressions. He himself felt a little flustered. His heart was filled with unease, his brow furrowed, and he felt that something was amiss. A strange feeling of unease crept into his heart. Inside the classroom, the students also had a watchful, almost theatrical, attitude. Just now they thought these people were actors hired by Su Hao, but now, seeing them so unhurried, the students suddenly felt that something was wrong. Hey, why aren't they nervous at all after hearing the principal is coming? Could they really be big leaders? Whether it's true or not, we'll know when the principal arrives. That little piece of trash Su Hao, even after being expelled, still caused trouble at school. He's so annoying. Being in the same class as him is such bad luck. Seeing the large group of people standing inside and outside the classroom, their eyes behind their glasses immediately narrowed. What's going on? Gathering at the door of a classroom in broad daylight, what kind of nonsense is this? Who are these people? As Gao Zhiyong approached, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. His furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and he strode forward, a smile on his face, extending both hands in a fawning manner. Director Xiao, why didn't you inform us beforehand that you were coming? As the leader of Zhongqing Middle School, Gao Zhiyong was naturally very familiar with the comrades from the Education Bureau. He was especially familiar with Xiao Bing, the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Tang Junliang also stepped forward respectfully to greet Xiao Bing. Director Xiao, what brings you here? Hearing their flattery, Xiao Bing's face showed not delight, but rather disgust. Xiao Bing angrily rebuked him. What wind blew me here? Fine, I'll tell you. It was the corrupt atmosphere of Jiangqing Middle School, the narrow-mindedness that blurs right and wrong, the crooked and evil wind that blew me here. His voice was uttered through gritted teeth. He asked blankly, his face bitter. Tang Junliang chimed in. Xiao Bing was immediately amused by their words. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with rage. Principal Gao, Director Xiao, is it true that you held unauthorized extra classes over the weekend? Is it true that you expelled students without authorization? Is it true that there are teachers with poor moral character among your staff, and you didn't investigate and correct this? Seeing Gao Ziyang about to offer a defense, Xiao Bing immediately interrupted. No need to deny it, the evidence is conclusive. Everything that happened has been recorded and archived by the relevant personnel. Upon hearing this, Gao Ziyang and Tang Juliang's expressions changed drastically. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, condensing into droplets that silently slid down his face and dripped to the ground. Gao Ziyang opened his mouth, wanting to speak. But for a moment, he was too terrified, so flustered, as if someone had shoved a fist into his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. All his thoughts became chaotic. He thought about what he had just done and was instantly horrified. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The person standing in front of the principal and the dean of students was actually the deputy director of the Education Bureau. His legs went numb, and he stood there, stunned. He looked up, his eyes meeting the icy gaze of Xiao Bing, the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Instantly, he could only pray that the others' identities weren't real. Xiao Bing snorted coldly. Principal Gao, Director Tang, let me introduce you. Xiao Bing walked up to Professor Li Shueming, his expression softening considerably. He introduced him to Gao Ziyang and Tang Junliang. Xiao Bing introduced the others in turn. When Gao Ziyang heard that the person in front of him was a professor from Tsinghua University, his face was already filled with shock. His pupils dilated, and he froze on the spot, not even stepping forward to greet him. A professor from Tsinghua University. That was someone he could never reach. He never expected that today, he would actually come to Jiangcheng Middle School in person. But the way he came and the timing seemed a bit off. It took Gao Ziyang a while to come to his senses. He understood. Li Shueming's visit today was probably not for good intentions. Gao Ziyang's heart pounded, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. He forced a smile, his legs shaking as he stepped forward, extending his hands to greet Li Shueming. However, Li Shueming didn't even glance at him, despite his attempt to be friendly. His hands were behind his back, as if he hadn't seen Gao Ziyang at all. Tang Junliang, standing to the side, was already too terrified to speak. Cold sweat poured down his back, soaking it completely. He'd messed up badly. He'd messed up terribly. It was the deputy director of the Education Bureau, and a professor from Tsinghua University. It seemed something big was about to happen at Jiangcheng Middle School today. Of course. When he heard that the old man before him was indeed a professor from Tsinghua University, his body trembled uncontrollably. Sweat streamed down his face as if it were free. His eyes were filled with nothing but terror. It's over. It's completely over. Gao Ziyang, seeing that Li Shueming ignored him, knew that his school's secrets were probably all exposed. Perhaps there was still a chance to salvage the situation. He hurriedly spoke. Professor Li, we hold extra classes on weekends, all for the students' benefit, so they can use as much time as possible to study hard and get good grades. As for expelling those students, we were doing it for their own good. After all, with those scores, their chances of getting into university are basically slim. We're planning to help them find vocational schools to help them complete their studies. Besides, Gao Ziyang tried to continue arguing, but Li Shueming's face grew increasingly grim. He interrupted him directly, his face dark. Enough! Principal Gao, you can fool yourself and the students with these words, but now you're saying this to us? Do you think we're fools? Save your saliva, you can take it to court with the law enforcement officers later. Upon hearing this, Gao Ziyang's face instantly turned deathly pale. He was utterly panicked and helpless, completely unsure of what to do. This was a complete disaster. The students in the classroom witnessed everything that had happened and understood how things were unfolding. A complex mix of emotions washed over them. At the same time, they were utterly bewildered. Why did Su Hao know these important figures? They whispered amongst themselves, their discussions incessant. How did Su Hao know these important figures? Who knows? Damn. We're completely finished now. That old man really is a professor at Tsinghua University. Judging from his tone just now, he's probably going to cancel our school's guaranteed admission quota, and probably even reduce the number of admissions. It's unbelievable. That damn Su Hao. Su Hao knows so many important people, why did the school still expel him? Now we're all implicated. My dream university is Tsinghua University. Listening to the students' whispers, Gao Zhiyong keenly grasped the key information. Su Hao. He knew this student. Unexpectedly. This student who was casually expelled actually knew so many important figures? Thinking of this, Gao Zhiyong was filled with regret and remorse. If Gao Zhiyong had known Su Hao had this background, he would never have expelled him. He hadn't anticipated things would turn out this way. Who would have thought Su Hao had such a powerful background, knowing so many important figures? If he had known, he wouldn't have dared to expel Su Hao even if he had 100 or 10,000 lives. But now, it's already happened. However, what he still couldn't understand was why Su Hao knew these important figures. His family was just an ordinary family, none of his ancestors or relatives had held official positions. How did these people know him, and why were they willing to stand behind him and support him? Could it be that Su Hao reported the school to the Education Bureau? Even if it were a report, only officials from the Education Bureau would come. There's no need for people from Tsinghua University to come too. Strange, so strange. On the contrary, their situation was already on the verge of collapse. Xiao Bing spoke up at this moment. Let's go. Principal Gao, Director Tang, and Teacher Lei, come with me to the Education Bureau to cooperate with the investigation. After saying this, Xiao Bing very politely extended his hand, inviting them to leave. Gao Zhiyong and the others' hearts skipped a beat, their faces changing drastically. This time, they were completely finished. However, just as they were about to step outside, suddenly, the sound of rapid rotor blades came from the sky. Looking up, several helicopters came into view in the azure sky. Closer and closer, flying towards Jiangqing Middle School. Jiangqing Middle School, by the school lake. After Tang Xiaoro pulled Su Hao out of the classroom, they went directly to the school's small lake. They strolled along the pebble path by the small lake, chatting and laughing. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, high school is coming to an end. Tang Xiaoro sighed as she walked ahead. She turned around, tiptoeing backward step by step. Every now and then, she teased Su Hao with a small twig in her hand. Seeing Su Hao's helpless expression, she would smile mischievously, revealing 2 cute dimples on her cheeks. Be careful, don't fall. Su Hao reminded him with concern. To be honest, in his 3 years at Jiangqing Middle School, he had never properly explored the school grounds. Today was the first time he had taken such a leisurely stroll along the campus lake, and with Tang Xiaoro no less. He thoroughly enjoyed the warmth and tranquility of the moment. Looking at the smiling girl before him, Su Hao felt an unparalleled peace in his heart. Tang Xiaoro slowed her pace, walking alongside Su Hao. Su Hao, now that things have come to this, shouldn't you tell me? Why have you seemed so indifferent to being expelled from school and disqualified from the college entrance exam? Hearing this, Su Hao touched his nose and smiled slightly. For a moment, he really didn't know how to answer. The matter of the 6th-generation stealth strategic bomber was a national defense secret. Even if Tang Xiaoro and he were very close, this was something that couldn't be discussed. Therefore, Su Hao didn't know how to tell Tang Xiaoro. After hesitating for a while, Su Hao gave an ambiguous and evasive answer. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Since you've been disqualified from the college entrance exam, find another way. Tang Xiaoro looked at Su Hao suspiciously, her eyes darting around, her slender fingers rhythmically tapping her chin. She speculated with some skepticism. The method you mentioned, could it be a drone? Tang Xiaoro thought about it, and the only thing Su Hao knew of that was that agricultural drone that had successfully extinguished the fire. She guessed that the method Su Hao was referring to must be that. However, Su Hao smiled and gently shook his head. That thing is more important, more valuable, and more outstanding than this. But I can't tell you. At least not now. I'll tell you someday, sooner or later. That day won't be long. Su Hao's gaze sharpened slightly. With the blueprints and the team, that day naturally wouldn't be far off. Seeing that Su Hao was unwilling to talk about it, the clever Tang Xiao knew that something important was involved. Therefore, she wisely didn't press Su Hao further. She just teased him softly, even childishly singing a nursery rhyme. Her pretty face showed a hint of curiosity. "Hey, I heard you say on the phone earlier, is it possible that people from the National University of Defense Technology in China are coming to see you?" When she was at Su Hao's house earlier, the people from the National University of Defense Technology told Su Hao to stay home and not move, that they would come. Su Hao nodded. "That's right. If I'm not mistaken, they've seen the document I sent, and they should be here as soon as possible. And given the importance of that document, the entourage will probably be quite large." Su Hao boasted a little. After all, it was the blueprint for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, a unique document in the world. Tang Xiao rolled her eyes, her face showing disbelief. "Ha! I think it's already a big favor that they're sending even a professor. If Lanka University can send even one professor, you've already got a lot of face." Tang Xiao didn't know about the 6th-generation stealth bomber, so she assumed Lanka University would come because of the exam paper. Naturally, she felt that Lanka University wouldn't go to such lengths to invite Su Hao. You know, those who get in not only need excellent academic performance, but also must pass a rigorous screening process and possess solid political awareness. Seeing Tang Xiao's disbelief, Su Hao's playful side emerged. He smiled meaningfully and then spoke. "What? You don't believe me?" Tang Xiao nodded firmly. "Alright, since you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? What if I'm telling the truth and you lose?" Su Hao teased. She immediately regretted it, a blush creeping up her ears. She secretly glanced at Su Hao, finding that he hadn't noticed anything. Tang Xiao patted her chest in relief and breathed a sigh of relief. To hide her inner panic, Tang Xiao asked, "What if you lose?" Su Hao was momentarily speechless. He had only been thinking about teasing Tang Xiao and hadn't really considered the bet. Seeing this, Tang Xiao's mind raced, and a brilliant idea suddenly flashed into her head. "I've got it." Su Hao nodded, agreeing to the suggestion. This little interlude ended, and the two continued their stroll along the lakeside. The girl's liveliness and cuteness made even the cotton candy-like clouds on the horizon pale in comparison. This heartwarming scene lingered in Su Hao's mind, causing him to momentarily lose himself in thought. A series of put-put-put sounds suddenly echoed above Jiangcheng Middle School. Immediately afterwards, 4 or 5 helicopters sped towards the school from afar in the azure sky. Residents near Jiangcheng Middle School all looked up at the sky. When they saw that helicopters were approaching Jiangcheng Middle School, their faces showed great surprise. Why are helicopters coming to Jiangcheng Middle School? At the lakeside of Jiangcheng Middle School, Tang Xiao stood on a rock by the lake, shielding her eyes from the setting sun, looking up at the sky. "Su Hao, look! Helicopters! Military attack helicopters! They're flying towards Jiangcheng Middle School." Tang Xiao's beautiful eyes sparkled. This was the first time she'd seen helicopters this close, especially in a single-file formation. It was breathtaking. Su Hao stood beside Tang Xiao, his bright eyes fixed on the 4 or 5 military attack helicopters flying towards them. She stepped down from the rock and waved her small hand in front of Su Hao. "What's wrong?" Tang Xiao's pretty face was full of doubt. Su Hao spoke calmly. "They're here." Tang Xiao was stunned. "Who?" "People from the National University of Defense Technology of China. They are here. Judging by the time, they should be here soon." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao gasped, her face filled with astonishment. "You mean, these military attack helicopters came specifically to find you?" She pointed to the helicopters slowly decelerating in the distance, her heart pounding with unease. How could this be? Sending so many helicopters just to find Su Hao? Tang Xiao found it hard to believe. Su Hao didn't offer any further explanation. Their gazes returned to the military attack helicopters. At that moment, seeing this, Tang Xiao's heart skipped a beat. No way, no way. They can't really be here to see Su Hao, can they? Her bright eyes darted between the helicopters and Su Hao. For a fleeting moment, she suddenly felt that Su Hao beside her had become somewhat unfamiliar. So unfamiliar that she couldn't understand him. Tang Xiao looked over curiously. And there she was. On the wide avenue leading to the school gate. At the very front were 2 police cars with flashing lights. Following. Behind the police cars, and at the very back of the convoy, were several SWAT armored riot control vehicles. The dark, gleaming armored riot control vehicles, like cheetahs, fierce and indifferent, cast a solemn shadow over the entire street. Following closely behind was a military green bulletproof pickup truck. Military vehicles? Tang Xiao gasped in astonishment, her almond-shaped eyes widening. Even military vehicles are here? However, that wasn't the most shocking part. In the very center of this massive convoy were several Hongqi bulletproof minivans, their bodies gleaming with a dark sheen. Their bodies were gleaming, perfectly integrated. The license plates were covered by a red cloth. Incredibly mysterious. The entire convoy drove into the school in an orderly fashion. The crowd gathered outside the school was completely stunned. Wow, such a grand display. Could it be that a prodigy has emerged from Jiangcheng High School? Tang Xiao was stunned by the scene. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked. Su Hao watched the cars enter Jiangcheng High School one after another, his gaze lowered, lost in thought. Most likely, yes. To be honest, Su Hao was also slightly surprised by the scale of the operation. He was somewhat prepared. Lonka University would definitely take the blueprints very seriously. But he never expected such a large-scale operation. Sai, it seems the country has indeed encountered significant obstacles in the 6th-generation stealth bomber project, otherwise. Su Hao thought to himself. The international situation is currently tense, and the entire planet is developing a 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. The United States, meanwhile, is upgrading its existing B-series stealth bombers, euphemistically calling them 6th-generation strategic stealth bombers. Under this pressure, China faces a tremendous challenge. It is currently making every effort to break through the core technologies of 6th-generation strategic stealth bombers. However, China started relatively late, and many technologies are embargoed. The country's overall scientific research level and cutting-edge technologies lag behind the international level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be making such a big fuss. But Su Hao thought for a moment. Recently, the international community has been very turbulent. The United States has frequently stirred up global troubles, causing unrest throughout the entire world. This move by the country probably has a deeper meaning. But these are not things he should be considering right now. He came back to his senses. Su Hao cleared his mind of its jumbled thoughts, turned his head, and saw Tang Xiao still staring blankly at the convoy in the distance, her mouth slightly agape. He couldn't help but smile, not daring to disturb her. After the convoy at the school gate had all entered the campus, a group of people disembarked. Armed special police officers were scattered around, only their sharp eyes visible, keenly scanning their surroundings. And from the military jeep, a soldier in uniform stepped out. He looked around and quickly spotted Su Hao. Li Weiguo's gaze sharpened. They had already inquired about Su Hao's information beforehand. So, they immediately recognized the boy standing not far away with a girl as the person they were looking for. Then, he strode confidently towards Su Hao. Upon reaching them, Li Weiguo glanced briefly at Tang Xiao. Then, he walked past her and stood directly in front of Su Hao. Li Weiguo, tall and with a serious expression, began his introduction directly. Hello, I am Li Weiguo, a colonel from a military region. I've come with personnel from Manga University to meet with you. Excuse me, you must be Su Hao? Jiangqing Middle School, by the lake on campus. Li Weigua strode over to Su Hao. Looking at the boy who looked almost exactly like the one in the file, he still spoke to confirm. Excuse me, are you Su Hao? Before coming, the national security personnel had used various methods to investigate Su Hao's personal information. Su Hao nodded. Yes, I am. Su Hao, to confirm your true identity, I need you to tell me about your personal information, family situation, etc. Su Hao hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Su Hao understood. The man before him was undoubtedly a high-ranking official in the Chinese military. His personal presence represented the nation. Given the importance and confidentiality of the blueprint he had sent, this security work required utmost caution. Therefore, he felt no displeasure. May I ask you a few more questions? Su Hao nodded, his expression unchanged. Please ask away. Su Hao answered without hesitation. Su Hao didn't refuse and took out his phone from his pocket. Without a word, he opened Jihu and opened his conversation with a graduate student from Manga University. That's fine, thank you for your cooperation. It's necessary for national security work, please understand. Li Weigua's face was full of apology as he looked Su Hao up and down. He really was a high school student. He was secretly surprised. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Now that he had confirmed Su Hao's identity, Li Weigua took him much more seriously. Su Hao listened to Li Weigua's apology and shook his head indifferently. I understand your work, don't worry about it. He smiled, his face calm and composed. Tang Xiao, who had been listening to their conversation for a long time, was completely stunned. Her rosy, moist lips parted slightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. Her bright eyes were filled with disbelief. If the atmosphere hadn't been somewhat serious, she would have cried out in surprise. However, her heart was still extremely unsettled. Could it be? The military and Manga University personnel coming in person are because of Su Hao's relying on? Tang Xiao's heart skipped a beat, a storm of emotions surging within her. If that were truly the case, just how powerful was that thing Su Hao mentioned? Why would the country and Manga University mobilize so much? Tang Xiao had a million questions she wanted to ask Su Hao. But clearly, it was impossible. These people were all there for Su Hao, they wouldn't have time to give him a proper chance to ask him questions. After confirming Su Hao's identity, Li Weigua extended an invitation to him. Li Weigua turned slightly, reaching towards the several gleaming Hongqi armored vehicles. That person contacted you beforehand and saw the documents you sent. I believe you already know who it is. With outsiders present, Li Weigua didn't elaborate, leaving it at that. Su Hao's eyes flashed. The entourage was huge, with so many police and military personnel deployed and under martial law. Su Hao had a rough idea, it was probably the person he had spoken to on the phone earlier. He smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Okay. Su Hao turned around, walked to Tang Xiao, and seeing her face full of confusion and curiosity in her eyes, smiled gently and reassured her. Don't move around here, I'll be right back. Soon, don't panic. Su Hao, this is your classmate, right? While you're gone, I'll take good care of her, and there are some things my colleague needs to discuss with her. Li Weigua had investigated Tang Xiao's identity to some extent. But for the sake of national defense security, and considering Su Hao's personal safety, he had to be extremely cautious and eliminate all potential security risks. Even those close to Su Hao were under his security screening. Su Hao frowned upon hearing this. Colonel Li, she doesn't know anything? I know the seriousness and security of the matter. I haven't told her anything about the documents. Su Hao didn't want Li Weigua to make things difficult for Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao knew nothing to begin with. Li Weigua comforted her. Su Hao, don't worry, I won't make things difficult for your classmate. I'll just ask a few questions and take some notes. Li Weigua noticed the worry on Su Hao's face and couldn't help but smile. Su Hao hesitated, as if about to say something, when Tang Xiero spoke up at the right moment. Su Hao, don't worry about me, go quickly. Colonel Li is from the military. He's just asking me some questions and inquiries. Don't worry. Tang Xiero smiled knowingly, urging Su Hao to hurry. Over. She was actually a little nervous, not scared. After all, she knew these people were here because of Su Hao and wouldn't harm him. Seeing this, Su Hao could only nod. However, just as Su Hao got up and walked towards the red flag armored vehicle, suddenly, a large group of people walked quickly towards them from not far away. The helicopter commotion was considerable. Li Xueming and his group, having heard the commotion, arrived at the lakeside on campus. Of course, if they didn't behave themselves now, their clothes being stripped off was a minor matter. They might end up with a luxury package of food and lodging. Just to be safe, they were much more obedient now. Li Xueming, Wang Defa, and their group rushed over. From a distance, they could see rows of military attack helicopters parked on the playground. The military green attack helicopters gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Beside each helicopter stood fully equipped Special Forces soldiers, armed with live ammunition. Their eyes were sharp, like hawks, not missing a single clue. Parked inside were rows of riot police vehicles and military jeeps. And several Hongqi armored cars with a dark, gleaming finish. From the outside, nothing could be seen inside. Who were they? Li Xueming, Wang Defa, and the others saw Su Hao standing with a man in military uniform. A surge of joy filled them, and they immediately stepped forward. A strong, muscular hand blocked their way, the expression on his face extremely serious and cold. It seemed, if they took another step forward, they would take necessary action. At the same time, he was also very puzzled. What had Su Hao done to warrant such a high level of preparedness from the military? Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Hao had already spotted Li Xueming and his group arriving. Colonel Li, they're all on our side. As for the others, they are Minister Wang Defa and Professor Zhao Guoyuan from the Science and Technology Bureau of the neighboring county. Su Hao briefly introduced their identities to Li Weigua. The assistant understood and immediately turned to have someone verify the identities of these people. After a short while, once their identities were confirmed, he nodded to Li Weigua. Only then did Li Weigua allow the guards to let them pass. Gao Ziyang and the others, following at the back of the group, were shocked, their hearts filled with turmoil. Looking at the military armed helicopters, the parked riot control vehicles, and the mysterious Hongqi armored cars, the shock in their hearts lingered for a long time. What exactly was Su Hao's identity? Why had so many important figures come to Jianqing Middle School? Su Hao's true identity was definitely not as simple as it appeared. He must have some other special identity. Ever since confirming the identities of the Education Bureau leaders, his heart had been extremely unsettled. His heart had sunk to the bottom. He had initially hoped he could at least keep his uniform. Not only was his uniform gone, but his entire future was in jeopardy. But there's no going back. Now he could only pray that Su Hao would spare him out of consideration for their teacher-student relationship. These people were all after him. The closer they got to Su Hao, the tighter the security became. Every 3 steps were guarded, everywhere they looked, there were armed special police and armed police. Within 3 meters of Su Hao stood several fully armed soldiers, protecting him without leaving his side. Li Xueming was truly shocked. As a professor at Tsinghua University, he was well informed and knew a little about the rules of the military. But it was precisely because he knew this that he was even more shocked. Because, under normal circumstances, military personnel were not easily mobilized. Only orders from high-ranking military officers could mobilize military personnel to carry out a mission. Military personnel had actually been mobilized just to protect Su Hao. This was too much of a show of force. She knew Lanka University would definitely put in some effort to recruit such a talented person as Su Hao. But she never expected them to go to such lengths. Such security arrangements are usually reserved for high-ranking leaders of national-level departments. Now, even facing Su Hao, they're making such a grand show of force. It's simply unbelievable. Comrades, may I ask what brings you here to see Su Hao? She only knew that people from Manga University would be coming. But now even military personnel are here, it's truly strange. A hint of apology appeared on his face. I apologize, we were assigned this mission at the last minute to accompany personnel from Manga University. We apologize for our unauthorized visit. After all, it involved a 6th-generation stealth strategic bomber, a matter of national defense secrets. No one had the right to know this without the approval and instructions of their superiors. However, then, their faces suddenly paled in shock. Su Hao involved national defense secrets? How could this be? The people from Manga University came because of that exam paper, didn't they? How could it suddenly involve national defense secrets? They'd looked at the exam paper too, and didn't find any questions related to national defense secrets. Could there be some mistake? Her cool face was full of confusion. He'd been staring intently at Su Hao, so how did it suddenly become related to national defense secrets? Could it be that she'd overlooked something important? Could she have really overlooked something important? That's right. But why was it receiving such attention from Manga University and the military? At this moment, Wang Defa and the others also realized what was happening, their eyes flashing as they immediately understood. Otherwise, the agricultural drone and the exam paper alone wouldn't have warranted such a commotion. Just as they were making wild guesses, the door of the Hongqi armored car suddenly opened, and the armed police and special police officers beside it became much more serious. Then, an elderly man with slightly graying temples stepped out of the car. The moment he stepped off the bus, a large number of armed police and special police officers surrounded him, protecting him closely. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings. The old man was none other than Lu Jiangwo, who had rushed over at breakneck speed. Although he was somewhat old, he was still very energetic. With brisk steps, he quickly arrived in front of Su Hao. He first looked at Li Weiguo and asked, "Colonel Li, what's going on? Why have you been delayed for so long and not yet boarded the bus?" He had come specifically for Su Hao. However, Su Hao hadn't arrived on the bus and was surrounded by a large group of people. Confused, he had no choice but to get off and investigate. "Professor Lu, these are Su Hao's friends. They've come to inquire about Su Hao's situation." He briefly introduced Li Xueming and the others to Lu Jiangwo. At that moment, when Li Xueming saw Lu Jiangwo stepping off the bus, he was utterly shocked. Professor Lu Jiangwo is a leading figure in many national defense projects. I never expected to see him here today. Hiss. Li Xueming gasped. Even as a professor at Tsinghua University, he had to address Lu Jiangwo respectfully as Professor Lu. This is a true founder of national defense projects. Professor Lu has participated in many of China's current national defense projects. Lu Jiangwo is a highly respected figure in academia. Thinking of this, Li Xueming stepped forward slightly and introduced himself. "Hello, Professor Lu, I'm Li Xueming from the School of Mechanical Physics at Tsinghua University." Li Xueming extended his hand, bowed slightly, and adopted a very proper posture. Lu Jiangwo's expression faltered slightly upon hearing this. Li Xueming? He seemed to have heard the name before. But his impression wasn't very strong. Nevertheless, he still extended his hand and shook hands with Li Xueming. "Hello." Then he withdrew his hand, without further conversation. Li Xueming didn't seem displeased. He understood the purpose of Professor Lu's visit today. Thinking of this, his cloudy eyes looked at Su Hao with even greater surprise. What exactly did Su Hao send to Manga University? Even Professor Lu came personally. After shaking hands with Lu Xueming, Lu Jiangwo glanced around and saw Zhao Guoyuan standing at the back. Hearing Lu Jiangwo's voice, Zhao Guoyuan paused slightly, then laughed and stepped forward. "No, it's not that. I just didn't expect you to actually come in person, old Lu. Although Zhao Guiyuan's position wasn't as high, he was about the same age as Lu Jiangwo. The key was that the two had crossed paths on a project before, their conversations were congenial, and over time, their relationship had become quite familiar. I haven't even asked you yet. Why did you suddenly make me meet at Jiangqing Middle School? Lu Jiangwo asked. He had clearly stated before that they would meet at Su Hao's house. But not long after, Zhao Guoyuan called and told them to go directly to Jiangqing Middle School. He still didn't understand why. However, Lu Jiangwo didn't expect Zhao Guoyuan to give him an answer right now. They'd already wasted so much time and hadn't even had a proper talk with Su Hao. Lu Jiangwo returned to Su Hao, his expression softening, and took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, Su Hao, I'm the one who contacted you on the phone before. My name is Lu Jiangwo, and I'm a professor in the physics department of Manga University. After saying this, Lu Jiangwo's face lit up with a smile, and he jokingly teased. I didn't quite believe it before, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I didn't expect Su Hao to be so young. Truly a young man of great talent. Lu Jiangwo looked Su Hao up and down, his eyes filled with admiration and satisfaction. Su Hao's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this, and he greeted him in return. Hello, Professor Lu. I've seen your name and achievements on television many times. I never expected to have the honor of meeting you in person today. Su Hao's face was full of joy. This wasn't an act, it was genuine. Lu Jiangwo, a leading figure in China's national defense, has appeared on television multiple times, and his deeds have been widely reported by China's official media. Meanwhile, Su Hao was so happy because he had finally met a professor at Manga University. It's over. It's completely over. The people in the Hongqi car were definitely there for Su Hao. Gao Jian wasn't much different. He was devastated. His leadership career was completely over. The three of them were deathly pale. Standing there, trembling. Looking around, they were completely lost. For a moment, they had no idea what to do. Jiangqing Middle School, Senior 3 classroom. The commotion outside had distracted many students, making it difficult to concentrate on their lessons. Especially Class 9 of Senior 3. Now, seeing armed helicopters and special police convoys on campus. Holy crap! So many helicopters and special police riot control vehicles. With just one glance, the students spotted the helicopters and riot control vehicles parked on the school playground and were immediately shocked. Then, their gaze shifted, and they saw Su Hao, protected by armed soldiers and surrounded by several important figures. A student in the class pointed to the lakeside, looking at the somewhat familiar figure and asking. Hearing this, the other students all looked over. A few students without glasses recognized Su Hao's face and nodded immediately. It's Su Hao. Could it be that they all came to Jiangqing Middle School today just for Su Hao? But he's clearly just a bottom-of-the-class student. Seeing Su Hao being treated like royalty, receiving so much attention, made them feel very bitter. Once upon a time, Su Hao always came at the bottom of the class, ridiculed and verbally abused by teachers and students. But now, everything has changed. Not only did a professor from Tsinghua University come specifically for him. Now even the armed police and special police have come. It seems that even higher-ranking figures have come to see Su Hao. This change is hard for them to accept. Is this still the Su Hao they know, the one who always came last in exams? So unfamiliar. What exactly did he do to attract the attention of these important figures? The students present all had this question in their minds. Their expressions were somewhat unnatural, even showing a hint of worry and fear. By the lakeside. What happened? Why were you delayed for so long at Jiangqing Middle School? This time, Lu Jiangwo asked Su Hao with concern. He also noticed that the atmosphere was off. It seemed that Jiangqing Middle School had done something to Su Hao. Zhao Guoyuan wanted to speak, but he glanced at Su Hao subtly. This subtle movement was noticed by Lu Jiangwo. His eyes flashed slightly, and he instructed Li Weigui. Colonel Li, for Su Hao's safety, please take him to the car first. We'll be there shortly. Li Weiguo nodded and walked to Su Hao's side. Su Hao, this way, please. He gestured for Su Hao to walk towards the Hongqi armored vehicle. Su Hao gave a wry smile. He understood Zhao Guoyuan and Lu Jiangluo's meaning. This was to avoid suspicion, or rather, to prevent him from being embarrassed. After all, it's over. The last bit of hope was gone. After Su Hao got into the car, Zhao Guoyuan told Lu Jiangluo everything that had happened to Su Hao. Zhao Guoyuan spoke slowly and deliberately, and Li Xueming stepped forward to add to the story after he finished. Li Xueming's tone was very serious. Although Tsinghua University was about to miss out on Su Hao's chances, he wasn't a narrow-minded person. Someone like Su Hao was bound to have a bright future. Now, before he matured further, he wanted to leave a good impression on him, thus establishing a good relationship. Besides, what Jiangcheng High School did was truly despicable. As a professor at Tsinghua University, such behavior was the last thing he would tolerate on campus. Today, he wasn't just doing this for Su Hao, but also for the other students who had been expelled without authorization, demanding justice. After listening to their story, Lu Jiangluo's expression became much more serious. He nodded, his gaze thoughtfully fixed on Li Xueming. Lu Jiangluo felt Li Xueming's name sounded familiar, and his face seemed somewhat familiar as well. But he couldn't quite place where they had met. Li Xueming was slightly taken aback, not expecting Lu Jiangluo to bring him up. Feeling a surge of joy, he quickly introduced himself. Professor Lu, you seem to have a short memory. But there were too many professors and scholars present at the time, and you were very busy with your work, so you probably didn't notice me. Hearing Li Xueming's explanation, Lu Jiangluo suddenly realized. Oh, I remember now. I didn't expect you to come in person this time. It seems Su Hao is indeed very outstanding, even attracting a professor from Tsinghua University to pay him a visit. Li Xueming agreed with this. He replied with a smile. Although he couldn't recruit Su Hao to Tsinghua University today, meeting Lu Jiangluo was an unexpected bonus. In retrospect, it was through Su Hao that his relationship with Lu Jiangluo had become closer. They wanted to speak up and argue several times, but didn't get a chance to interject. Most importantly, they didn't dare. Lu Jiangluo and Li Xueming chatted for a while, eventually bringing up Su Hao's expulsion. He walked up to them with his hands behind his back and questioned them. Is it true that Su Hao was expelled without your consent? Gao Zhiyong tried to speak several times, but his mouth was tied in knots, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Lu Jiangluo was furious. A genius like Su Hao was actually expelled from school. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Are the leaders and teachers of Jiangcheng Middle School blind? Lu Jiangluo grew angrier the more he thought about it. Seeing Li Weiguo return, he immediately gave the order. Colonel Li, you immediately begin investigating this matter. Find out the whole story of Su Hao's expulsion from Jiangcheng Middle School as quickly as possible. And also, send the investigation team to Jiangcheng Middle School. His body, though slightly hunched from years of hard work, exuded an imposing aura. Lu Jiangluo continued, issuing orders. Without disrupting the students' normal studies, have the investigation team immediately stationed at Jiangcheng Middle School to conduct a comprehensive inspection of all teachers and leaders. Investigate not only their work style but also their lifestyle, do a thorough job. This is a place for teaching and nurturing, yet you've corrupted it with such malpractices. Do you deserve the title of teacher? You entrust students to the school, and this is how you teach them? Lu Jiangluo's tone grew increasingly cold and harsh towards the end. A strong youth makes a strong nation. But now, Jiangcheng Middle School's school spirit is seriously flawed. Not only have they arbitrarily expelled students, but they've also set a bad example for them. What kind of people will these students become after they enter society? Let them taste the iron fist of the organization. Li Weiguo obeyed Lu Jiangluo's orders without hesitation, unconditionally. Yes. Don't worry, Elder Lu, we'll arrange the relevant work immediately. We will not let any of them slip through the net. After hearing what happened to Su Hao, a raging fire had been building up inside him. Is this how Jiangqing Middle School treats such talented individuals? If it weren't for the national law's emphasis on evidence, he would have already made these people suffer. Do these people not even respect the laws of the Dragon Kingdom? Looking at the trembling, pale-faced, and shaking figures before him, Li Weigua felt no sympathy whatsoever. Gao Zhiyong's expression changed drastically when he heard that an investigation team was to be stationed at Jiangqing Middle School. His mind went blank. Like a bolt from the blue, all external noise seemed to vanish instantly. It's over. Utterly over. With the investigation team at Jiangqing Middle School, he would be severely punished, if not killed. Reflecting on his years as principal of Jiangqing Middle School, only he knew best what he had done. He had witnessed the investigation team's ruthless methods firsthand. Gao Zhiyong's face was ashen, his body swaying as if deflated, as if he would collapse at any moment. His mind was in turmoil. Everything that had happened today caught him completely off guard, leaving him no time to react before his career was effectively over. And that wasn't all. At this point, he knew that Su Hao must have done something extraordinary to attract the attention of these powerful figures. No! That's why he traveled a long way to visit in person. And he stood firmly behind Su Hao, supporting him and demanding justice. It's over, everything is over. If only he had known this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Tang Junlian, from beginning to end, hadn't uttered a single word. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he was already terrified. Lu Jiangwo didn't pay any attention to their reactions or feelings. After finishing his business here, he was eager to get back to his car and discuss the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber with Su Hao. Old Zhao, Professor Li, I have some matters to discuss with Su Hao, so I'll have to excuse myself for a moment. Lu Jiangwo was about to leave. Li Xueming smiled readily. Ha, old Lu, please go ahead and attend to your business. Your matters are important. Zhao Guoyuan and Lu Jiangwo were close friends, so he couldn't help but tease him. Old Lu, it seems Su Hao has given your Lanka University something extraordinary. Otherwise, given your usually calm demeanor, I've never seen you so anxious. Zhao Guoyuan knew his old friend's personality very well. Normally, when conducting research, he wouldn't panic even in unexpected emergencies. But now, from the moment he saw Su Hao, he seemed impatient, eager to speak with him immediately. Lu Jiangwo didn't hold back either, hands behind his back, a hint of smugness in his expression. That's right, the document Su Hao submitted involves national defense secrets. Even I have to be extremely cautious. With that, Lu Jiangwo waved his hand, no longer delaying, and strode towards the Hongqi armored car. Lu Jiangwo's words caused Zhao Guoyuan, Li Xueming, and the others' expressions to change slightly. Their hearts were stirred. Involving national defense secrets? Ha! They hadn't considered this possibility at all, simply assuming Su Hao had provided a valuable research technique or a new conceptual idea. But now Lu Jiangwo was telling them. Su Hao provided a national defense secret document? How could this be? Su Hao is just a high school student who hasn't graduated yet, and he's already created something involving national defense secrets. Are all high school students this awesome these days? The group of people all looked at the Hongqi armored car simultaneously. Although they couldn't see Su Hao, their eyes were filled with shock. However, after thinking about it carefully, they realized there was some truth to it. If Su Hao hadn't created something so advanced, old Lu wouldn't have needed to come in person, let alone make such a big fuss. Zhao Guoyuan couldn't help but sigh. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. This young man is remarkable. After a while, Li Xueming also came to his senses and sighed softly. His tone was filled with regret and longing. Perhaps Tsinghua University was simply not destined to have such a talent. Inside the Hongqi armored vehicle. Su Hao, I need your serious, honest, and accurate answers. Was the blueprint for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber truly completed by you alone? Or were there outsiders assisting you in its development? Remember, I want the truth. There can be no hiding anything. Inside the Hongqi car, Lu Jiangmo stared intently at Su Hao, his expression extremely serious. Su Hao, answer me honestly, did you really complete the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber all by yourself? Lu Jiangmo's question was very direct, leaving no room for beating around the bush. This was also related to his personality. Logically, such a personality would have long been marginalized in other industries, preventing him from achieving great success. But Lu Jiangmo was the opposite. Through his exceptional talent and his humble yet assertive personality, he had climbed step by step to his current position. Most people in academia addressed him as Professor Lu or Chief Engineer Lu. He nodded. Professor Lu, from the initial design to the blueprints and the technological innovations of each module, the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber was all completed by me alone. To be precise, it was given to him by the Future Technology System. However, this was also a reward he received after completing his system task. And he had completely absorbed and digested it, making it a part of his knowledge engraved in his mind. Saying that he completed it independently didn't seem like an exaggeration. Lu Jiangmo's eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Su Hao's confidence was so palpable that there wasn't a trace of lying on his face. Lu Jiangmo's tense heart gradually relaxed. His expression also softened considerably. Meanwhile, in another Hongqi bulletproof and soundproof vehicle parked nearby. Inside were various instruments, including a lie detector, a facial expression analyzer, and so on. There were also several public officials in military uniforms. These instruments had been working ever since Su Hao answered Lu Jiangmo's question. However, this meant that Su Hao wasn't lying. The focus returned to the armored vehicle where Su Hao was. After a moment of surprise, Lu Jiangmo quickly recovered. Su Hao, for work purposes, may I ask a few more questions about the 6th-generation stealth bomber? Su Hao smiled calmly and nodded. Understood, Professor Lu, please ask away. I will answer everything I know. Lu Jiangmo didn't mince words and directly asked Su Hao some more technical questions about the 6th-generation bomber. As you know, the most crucial aspect of a strategic stealth bomber is its stealth performance. No problem. Su Hao readily replied. Actually, this material is an artificially manufactured advanced synthetic material. When a fighter jet is in flight and radio waves shine on it, due to the special properties of this material, the radio waves will bounce off its surface and create an illusion, or minimize the radar echo. Of course. Su Hao paused for a moment, then expanded on the question, continuing his explanation. For example, on the radar radome, I used an artificial electromagnetic structure with frequency selection capabilities, which can transmit its own radar wave signal while blocking detection signals from other radars. Lu Jiangmo listened intently, nodding occasionally, his face showing great interest. I understand. Lu Jiangmo had been listening attentively, just like a student diligently in class. But above all, he was shocked. So young, yet with such achievements. The Dragon Kingdom has a worthy successor. Given time and proper nurturing, Su Hao would undoubtedly become a pioneer of the Dragon Kingdom's new generation of national defense. For some reason, Lu Jiangmo had a vague feeling. It was very likely that Su Hao would lead the Dragon Kingdom to a new level of national defense. This feeling came inexplicably, yet it seemed perfectly reasonable. Lu Jiangmo continued to ask Su Hao some questions. Lu Jiangmo was completely captivated, even taking out his phone to record the conversation and take notes. These were points not covered in the original plan. He'd have to study them carefully when he got back. The two talked for nearly an hour, finally reaching a conclusion. He thoroughly enjoyed himself. Lu Jiangmo had never felt so relaxed. But the truth was, he was facing a high school student who hadn't yet taken the college entrance exam. Excuse me, but how did you acquire this knowledge and technology, Su Hao? You know, even the leading teams in China haven't yet broken through a large portion of this technology. Hearing this, Su Hao was slightly taken aback. This question stumped him. How did he acquire it? He couldn't very well say it was given to him by the system. Or one day, he'd be lying on some dark dissection table. Seeing Su Hao's hesitation, Lu Jiangwo suddenly realized. He had indeed been somewhat abrupt. Everyone has their own secrets. Su Hao's mastery of these technologies was his own skill. Moreover, he had directly reported it to the country. Whatever the reason, it was beneficial to China. Great men don't concern themselves with trifles. Most importantly, it was now completely confirmed that Su Hao had indeed single-handedly completed the design of the 6th-generation stealth bomber. In that case, Su Hao was fully qualified to be his student. No. One day in the future, he might have to respectfully address him as teacher. In the scientific research world, strength reigns supreme. Being called teacher was a sign of respect. Shaking off his reverie, Lu Jiangwo took a deep breath and asked the question that had always been of utmost concern to him. Inside the Hongqi car, Lu Jiangwo, somewhat nervous yet expectant, asked Su Hao. Su Hao, do you possess the complete blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber? Therefore, he had come in person today. Firstly, to confirm Su Hao's identity, and secondly, to find out if Su Hao had the complete blueprints. Su Hao nodded calmly. Yes. The answer was brief, but Lu Jiangwo was deeply shaken upon hearing it. His tense heart completely relaxed. The worry on his face vanished at that moment. A happy smile bloomed on his face. Lu Jiangwo cheered repeatedly, his joy overflowing. Having received Su Hao's accurate answer, he finally felt relieved. As for whether he thought Su Hao was lying? But after his conversation with Su Hao and observing his words and actions, such concerns were completely unnecessary. However, another problem also occurred to him. Su Hao's generosity in handing over the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber likely meant his conditions were extremely demanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only submitted the first half of the blueprints, leaving the second half unsubmitted. If Su Hao were to request material rewards, even exorbitant demands, the country would unconditionally fulfill them. But he worried that some of Su Hao's conditions might violate legal provisions or even ethical principles. If such conditions were true, it would be a difficult situation. Lu Jiangwo felt a growing unease, but still couldn't help asking. Su Hao, the nation is currently focusing all its efforts on developing the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Your blueprints completely solved the country's predicament. What conditions must be met for you to provide the second half of the blueprints? The current international situation is extremely serious. The United States, with its advantage in the B-2 strategic stealth bomber, has already achieved a technological breakthrough in the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. The US's allies are also celebrating wildly, acting like dogs relying on their master's power, frequently causing trouble on China's borders and in sensitive areas. Surrounded by wolves, their ambitions are not small. China's situation is not very good. When Su Hao heard Lu Jiangwo's words and saw the slightly worried and conflicted expression on his face, he narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and immediately realized that Lu Jiangwo had misunderstood him. He realized that Lu Jiangwo must have some ulterior motive for not producing the second half of the blueprints. However, this intention might not align with Lu Jiangwo's expectations. Su Hao didn't keep Lu Jiangwo in suspense but answered directly. Professor Lu, I do have a condition. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo suddenly felt tense. He had never felt this way before when conducting experiments and research. Su Hao's seemingly casual remark made his heart clench. He slightly clenched his fists, his eyes flickering as he looked at Su Hao. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. But at this moment, Lu Jiangwo's confidence seemed to waver, and his composure wavered. He steadied himself and forced a smile. Before Lu Jiangwo could finish speaking, Su Hao stated his condition first. My condition is to enter the National University of Defense Technology of China as a student. I wonder if Professor Lu can agree to this condition. After speaking, Su Hao looked at Lu Jiangwo with a smile. Lu Jiangwo was somewhat bewildered. He paused, disbelief on his face. His cloudy eyes widened considerably. What I mean is, after submitting the complete blueprints, would you allow me to enter the National University of Defense Technology of China as a student? This time, Lu Jiangwo understood. But because he had heard clearly, his face showed even greater shock. That's it? He looked at Su Hao in disbelief. Just this small request? Lu Jiangwo felt like he was dreaming. This was the blueprint for a 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. If someone else possessed these blueprints and handed them over to the government, they would surely extort a hefty sum from the country. Su Hao actually didn't want anything else, just wanted to enter the National University of Defense Technology of China. This happiness came so suddenly that Lu Jiangwo was momentarily stunned. That's it. What else? Su Hao asked back. I thought, cough cough. Then he gave an awkward smile, somewhat embarrassed. Aren't you going to make any other requests? Besides, it's such a waste of your talent to enter Lanka University as a student. Don't even mention entering the National Defense University of China as a student. With your talent and ability, you're more than qualified to be a professor. Lu Jiangwo's words weren't an exaggeration. On the contrary, they were rather modest. In other countries, someone with Su Hao's achievements would at least qualify him as a senior academician. Su Hao's current request, to be precise, isn't even a request. Because he had long wanted to recruit Su Hao to Lanka University. It would be a huge mistake not to recruit such a genius. Hearing Lu Jiangwo's question, Su Hao fell into deep thought. Other requests? Thinking carefully, it seemed there weren't any for the time being. His reasons for wanting to enter Lanka University were, firstly, to complete the system's mission. Secondly, Lanka University had ample resources and conditions to facilitate his future experiments. As for the rest, he didn't pay much attention. One must eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. Even with the system, he didn't want to be arrogant and try to achieve instant success. Seeing Su Hao deep in thought, Lu Jiangwo didn't urge him. Instead, he comforted him. Don't rush, take your time, think it over carefully. We will personally deliver the admission letter from Lanka University to you as soon as possible after the college entrance examination. At the same time, whether you like it or not, you've developed the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. This is a major achievement, and I will report it to my superiors and the organization. As for your commendation, it's inevitable. Lu Jiangwo's expression was extremely serious. Regardless of whether Su Hao mentioned it or not, the commendation that was due had to be received. This was an affirmation of the researchers. Upon hearing this, Su Hao smiled wryly and could only nod. On the other side, Tang Xiaoro was also taken to a Hongqi bulletproof and soundproof vehicle. Not long after, a national security officer opened the car door and got in. Seeing Tang Xiaoro's slightly pale face, the national security officer smiled and reassured her. Tang Xiaoro, don't be nervous. We'll just ask a few simple questions. Tang Xiaoro nodded. Although she didn't know which department this person belonged to, being taken to such a secure vehicle for questioning meant that it must involve highly confidential matters. To say she wasn't nervous was impossible. The seemingly simple question she posed was probably not so simple after all. Considering these people's attitude towards Su Hao, Tang Xiaoro wasn't too worried. She calmed down in a moment. This surprised the national security officer somewhat. This young woman is quite something. Excuse me, how long have you known Su Hao? Tang Xiaoro sat in the Hongqi armored vehicle, opposite a Ministry of State security officer. He held a pen and paper in one hand, and a voice recorder in the other. The recorder was flashing, clearly already turned on. How long have you known Su Hao? The officer asked. She looked at Tang Xiaoro while moving the recorder forward as much as possible to record Tang Xiaoro's voice clearly. Tang Xiaoro looked thoughtful. How long have she known him? In her memory, it seemed she had known Su Hao since the beginning of high school. After the class reshuffling in the first year of high school, she and Su Hao were in the same class, and that's when she met him. It should be 3 years, to be precise, 2.5 years. Our school started reshuffling classes in the second semester of the first year of high school, and Suhao and I were in class 9 then. We've known each other since then, so it should be about 2.5 years. The officer's question stirred Tang Xiaoro's memories. He was handsome and sunny, and his grades were excellent. So Tang Xiaoro immediately took notice of him. Tang Xiaoro answered these questions carefully, relying on her memory and her feelings about Suhao. Tang Xiaoro nodded. When Suhao learned that he had been expelled from school and disqualified from taking the college entrance examination, what was his reaction? How did he feel? The national security officers looked directly at Tang Xiaoro, observing every subtle change in her facial expression. Afterwards, to avoid unnecessary trouble, I took him to the school's grove, where he gradually calmed down. The national security officer narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately catching the key information. Do you know what other ways Suhao was talking about are? Tang Xiaoro shook her head. Then he continued to ask. So, what do you know about the fighter jets Suhao mentioned? The national security officer gently pressed a button on the recording pen. In another armored Hongqi vehicle, observers were already on high alert. Upon receiving her signal, they immediately began closely monitoring Tang Xiaoro's every emotional and facial expression through their equipment. Tang Xiaoro didn't notice the national security officer's actions. She frowned, her pretty face blank, and shook her head. I don't know. I only know it's fighter jets. As for the specifics, I don't know. Hearing Tang Xiaoro's reply, the national security officer frowned slightly. No abnormalities found. Thank you for your cooperation, Tang Xiaoro. We have a general understanding of the situation. That concludes today's investigation. However, we may conduct further investigations in the future, and we will need Tang Xiaoro's cooperation then. Tang Xiaoro breathed a slight sigh of relief, smiling. No problem. As she approached to get out of the car, the officer gave her instructions. By the way, don't tell anyone about today's events. Also, it's best not to discuss the chat logs between Suhao and Lunka University with anyone, otherwise it could cause unnecessary trouble for Suhao. Given the involvement of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, the officer felt it necessary to be cautious. Tang Xiaoro nodded slightly. I understand. I promise I'll keep it a secret and won't tell anyone. She solemnly promised. The national security officer smiled knowingly and teased. Suhao is so lucky to have a classmate like you. The officer chuckled at the sight. Then he opened the car door, indicating that Tang Xiaoro could leave. Tang Xiaoro's heart fluttered slightly, and she hurriedly got out of the car. After calming herself down, she returned to normal after a while. Recalling the questions the officer had asked, they all revolved around Suhao. Tang Xiaoro's eyes narrowed slightly. So, Suhao must have caused quite a stir, which is why Lunka University and the national security personnel are so cautious. She vaguely guessed. But, isn't this a good thing? The bigger the commotion Suhao makes, the more attention he attracts from relevant national departments, the more outstanding he is. Just like now. Not only did a professor from Tsinghua University come specifically to invite Suhao, but even people from Lunka University came in person. Suhao's excellence is already obvious. His future achievements will only be greater. He's still the same as when I first met him, always so outstanding. That period of quiet reflection was just him accumulating experience and finally unleashing his potential. Tang Xiaoro smiled sweetly, genuinely happy for Suhao. She turned around and happened to see Suhao stepping out of a Hongqi armored car. The two exchanged a knowing glance and smiled at each other. Then, they slowly walked towards each other. Tang Xiaoro smiled slightly, revealing 2 dimples, as she saw Suhao get out of the car. She tiptoed slowly to Suhao's side. Suhao asked with concern. Are you all right? Tang Xiaoro shook her head. I'm fine. They just asked me a few simple questions, they didn't do anything to me. Suhao's concern, and the worry on his face, warmed Tang Xiaoro's heart. She smiled slightly, her eyes curving into crescents. That's good. Suhao breathed a sigh of relief. He knew a bit about the Ministry of State Security. They were strict in their enforcement, and he worried that the officers might be too harsh and frighten Tang Xiao. But now it seemed that, out of respect for her, their attitude wasn't what he had imagined. At least Tang Xiao's expression was normal, she didn't seem frightened. At this moment, Lu Jiangwo also got out of the car. He glanced at Su Hao and Tang Xiao, then smiled meaningfully. Su Hao, since things have been discussed, let's leave it at that for now. Lu Jiangwo was busy with official duties and had other tasks to complete. It was already extremely difficult for him to come in person, and he couldn't afford to linger here for too long. Yes, I understand, Professor Lu. Thank you and the staff of the National University of Defense Technology for making the trip. Su Hao nodded politely. Lu Jiangwo laughed and waved his hand. Having recruited a genius like Su Hao, what was a little trouble from him making the trip himself? After a brief chat, Lu Jiangwo made to get into his car and leave. Seeing this, Tang Xiao gritted her teeth, hesitated for a moment, and then called out, forcing herself to speak. From Su Hao's attitude towards Tang Xiao earlier, Lu Jiangwo knew. The relationship between Tang Xiao and Su Hao was probably not simple. But why was she suddenly calling him? Tang Xiao, is there anything else? Lu Jiangwo asked kindly. Tang Xiao stepped forward. Professor Lu, although Su Hao has now been officially admitted to the National University of Defense Technology of China, I think we should give Su Hao an explanation regarding his expulsion from Jiangqing Middle School. She knew that the old man in front of her was most likely a leader among this group, and his words naturally carried weight. Su Hao's matter seemed to be resolved, but it wasn't completely resolved. At least, Su Hao's reputation needed to be cleared, he wasn't a bad student. Meanwhile, Lu Jiangwo's expression faltered slightly, then he smiled with relief. He thought it was something serious, but it was just this? Tang Xiao, don't worry. We are already aware of Su Hao's unjust expulsion from school. Rest assured, we will definitely give Su Hao an explanation. At the same time, we will definitely deal with the school teacher's behavior strictly and severely to curb this bad trend. It would be a lie to say he wasn't angry. Such an outstanding student, yet Jiangqing Middle School expelled him without even investigating the matter. These people, so greedy and self-serving, are simply audacious. Even if Tang Xiao hadn't mentioned it, he would have demanded that the relevant departments handle this seriously. Having received Lu Jiangwo's clear answer, Tang Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, a relieved smile appearing on her face. Thank you for your trouble, Professor Lu. Tang Xiao expressed her gratitude politely. The two waved goodbye to Lu Jiangwo and left, walking side by side along the gravel path on campus. On the way, Su Hao spoke first. Actually, you don't need to worry too much about my expulsion from school. We've already reached an agreement with them. Initially, he might have been somewhat angry and annoyed. But now, with his admission to the National University of Defense Technology of China confirmed and the future technology system fully activated, from now on, they wouldn't have much interaction. And his goals wouldn't be so narrow-minded as to hold on to them so tightly. The matter of judgment and punishment could be left to the law enforcement agencies. His goal was to enter the National University of Defense Technology of China, utilize its powerful resources, and with the assistance of the future technology system, develop more cutting-edge technological products. But contributing to the defense of the Dragon Kingdom, and continuously striving to catch up and reach new heights, are things that can and must be done. He hoped that he could equip the Dragon Kingdom with more swords, and make those swords even sharper. Coming to his senses, he saw Tang Xiao quickly walk up to him and face him. Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If I don't bring it up, you definitely won't take it to heart, and you'll forget about it. And another thing. I know you don't like being competitive, but sometimes, when you have the strength and the confidence, you should make those who bully you pay the price. A kind person is easily bullied, a good horse is easily ridden. If you don't teach them a lesson, they'll take advantage of you. Got it? Su Hao smiled wryly and nodded in agreement. Got it. Seeing Su Hao's agreement, Tang Xiao finally let him go. Then she secretly glanced at the Hongqi car, her expression mysterious, and asked in a low voice. Su Hao, what exactly did you give them? They made such a big show of it and they value you so much. After asking the question, Tang Xiaoro suddenly remembered the scene from earlier and realized she might have been asking about something she shouldn't have. So, she quickly waved her hand. Tang Xiaoro patted her chest, a little shaken. Su Hao, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind. As long as it didn't involve specific parameters or data from the blueprints, it was fine. He replied. They didn't give them anything, just a blueprint. Tang Xiaoro suddenly realizing she shouldn't ask any further questions. After thinking for a moment, she quickly changed the subject. Where are we going now? Su Hao looked puzzled. Where are we going? Home, of course. Otherwise, where do you want to go? Jiangcheng High School. With Su Hao agreeing to enter the National University of Defense Technology of China, this matter has finally come to a close. However, the issue of Su Hao's expulsion from Jiangcheng High School is far from over. Lu Jiangwo approached Zhao Guiyuan, Li Xueming, and the others. Old Zhao, Professor Li, this matter is settled, and I should return to Longdu. But before that, the matter of Su Hao's unjust expulsion from Jiangcheng High School must be addressed. What do you all think? Su Hao is now a student at the National University of Defense Technology of China, and he has also submitted blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. From any perspective, he must stand firmly on Su Hao's side and seek justice for him. Zhao Guiyuan nodded. Indeed, Jiangcheng High School's actions were egregious, and those responsible must be severely punished. He understood the ins and outs of the matter and the severity of the situation. Li Xueming naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Although they hadn't managed to recruit Su Hao, this trip to Jiangcheng was still quite fruitful. Not only did they build a good relationship with Su Hao, but they also met Professor Lu Jiangwo and even had a pleasant conversation. For Li Xueming, this was already very good. Professor Lu, what do you think we should do? We'll listen to you. How to handle Jiangcheng Middle School wasn't up to them, they had no law enforcement authority. However, they could report the matter to a higher-level law enforcement department and have them conduct a thorough investigation. Mr. Lu, Professor Zhao, Professor Li, the Jiangcheng County Education Bureau is fully aware of Su Hao's expulsion from Jiangcheng Middle School. Upon returning, we will definitely conduct a thorough investigation according to regulations. The Education Bureau also bears undeniable responsibility for this incident. Xiao Bing thought he should try his best not to escalate the matter, otherwise, they would also face significant consequences. However, Lu Jiangwo clearly saw through Xiao Bing's thoughts. I suggest we jointly report this matter to relevant national departments, requiring the Discipline Inspection Commission, the State Taxation Bureau, the Education and Sports Bureau, and other departments to jointly investigate Jiangcheng Middle School. Lu Jiangwo snorted coldly, his attitude extremely resolute. He knew the nature of local departments all too well. They often don't want to escalate matters and risk being punished by relevant national departments. It's precisely this fear of trouble and fear of being implicated that leads them to avoid consequences. This results in many businesses, units, and organizations committing serious errors, only to downplay them and let them go unpunished. The actions of Jiangcheng Middle School are a prime example. Lu Jiangwo decided that such a thing would not be allowed to happen. Zhao Guiyuan and Li Xueming nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Yes, we strongly support this. Both expressed their opinions. It's over. Completely over. With the matter settled, Lu Jiangwo and the others left one after another. Jiangcheng Middle School returned to its usual tranquility. However, this quiet seemed somewhat unusual, as if something was brewing. A storm was brewing. The calm before the storm was felt by many students at school. Senior 3-9 class. However, at this moment, the classroom was noisy, filled with discussions. Phew, those big shots are finally gone. They're gone, but it feels like this is far from over. Sigh, this whole mess right before the college entrance exam has ruined my study mood. It's all Suhao's fault. If it weren't for him, we'd all be studying peacefully, ready for the exam. Exactly. It's all Suhao's fault. He's up to no good and has ruined our study mood. The students' conversation gradually shifted from the big shots to Suhao. Besides, they were only talking about him behind his back, and he didn't know the truth. Li Chang was the vice class monitor of Class 9 in the third year of high school, and his studies were among the best. His goal for this college entrance exam was Tsinghua University. He thought that with his excellent grades in Tsinghua University's increased enrollment quota, getting into Tsinghua University shouldn't be a problem. But now, the situation was completely different. This means that his chances of getting into Tsinghua University will increase dramatically. And the culprit behind all this is Suhao. Thinking of this, Li Chang's eyes turned incredibly venomous. Damn Suhao, it's all your fault. You've prevented me from getting into Tsinghua University. Li Chang muttered a few angry curses under his breath, his face filled with resentment. His eyes flickered, and after a moment, a sinister smile appeared on his face. I don't understand why Suhao chose this time to cause trouble at school. I can understand him being upset about being expelled, but he could have done it after the college entrance exam. It's hard not to suspect he did it on purpose, to disrupt everyone's studies and prevent them from getting into their desired universities. Suhao is absolutely disgusting. We were classmates, and he went to such lengths. Li Chang's words were like a lit oil drum, igniting the discussion and pushing the resentment towards Suhao to new heights. I think Li Chang is right. Suhao harbors resentment and did this intentionally to prevent everyone from going to university. What a disgusting person. How can someone be so disgusting? Suhao's got some nerve, managing to get so many big shots to come. Li Chang scoffed upon hearing their discussion. Humph. Suhao doesn't have that kind of influence to invite these big shots. I think Suhao definitely has a powerful family background. He's a second-generation official. He's using his family connections to specifically invite these big shots to back him up and get justice. Otherwise, how could a bottom-of-the-class student like him get people from Tsinghua University and the Ministry of Education to come? He paused, his face darkening, and continued. Suhao harbors resentment towards the school for expelling him and is using this opportunity to deliberately suppress and tarnish the school's reputation. He even deliberately chose to come during weekend tutoring sessions, making the school's actions even more egregious. He's also disrupting our normal review sessions. Suhao is incredibly cunning. At such a young age, he's already learning bad habits, resorting to underhanded tactics. I think we should expose Suhao's behavior. We must not let someone like Suhao tarnish this institution of learning and nurturing, and we must restore a peaceful learning environment. What do you all think? Li Chang was the vice class monitor of Senior 3, Class 9, and he also had excellent grades. He was quite popular in the class. As he suggested exposing Suhao's actions, the students, already in a state of high spirits, immediately expressed their agreement. Support! Suhao's behavior must be exposed online. Does Suhao still think he's in the past? Can he bully ordinary people just because his family is in power? Absolutely not. We'll expose his behavior online and let the netizens judge him. Then, he and his family will definitely be severely punished. Vice Class Monitor, we'll all listen to you. Let's expose Suhao's behavior online and get netizens' support. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Li Chang beamed with joy as he saw everyone supporting his decision. We absolutely cannot let a black sheep like Suhao cause the school to suffer injustice. At this moment, Li Chang felt extremely satisfied. Suhao prevented him from getting into Tsinghua University, so he would ruin Suhao's reputation. Later that evening, the school issued a notice ordering all students to go home. After such an incident, the school dared not allow students to attend weekend tutoring sessions anymore. As a result, even more people felt dissatisfied with Suhao. It's believed that it's because of him that everyone is unable to use their weekends to study at school. The college entrance exam is like 1,000 soldiers crossing a single plank bridge. A little more time to study might improve the score a little. A single point can mean a difference of tens of thousands of places. The competition is incredibly fierce. Back home, students started sharing their stories about Suhao online. Li Chang even temporarily created a group chat specifically to expose Suhao online. Everyone was assigned a role. Some wrote the text, some edited the images, and some registered accounts. Then, posting and sharing videos. Some students brought their phones to class and happened to capture images of the school. They also posted these photos. Then they distorted the facts, fabricating rumors that Suhao was the son of a high-ranking official. They then used this status to exert pressure, disrupt and slander the school, making it impossible for students to attend classes normally. Through their organized and disciplined exposure, this attracted the attention of local netizens. After watching the videos, they left numerous comments below. I definitely saw a huge crowd heading towards Jiangcheng Middle School today. Special police riot. Cars led the way, with several high-spec bulletproof Hongqi cars in the middle, and even an armed helicopter. The scene was incredibly impressive. When I first saw it, I thought it was a military exercise. This scene is no less impressive than that of high-ranking government officials. Most of the netizens commenting were residents living near Jiangcheng Middle School. It turned out to be a student's parents causing trouble at the school. Immediately, many local netizens felt extremely disgusted. Already harboring some dissatisfaction with bureaucracy due to varying degrees of class conflict. Now that bureaucratic practices have extended to the school, their resentment is even deeper. Local netizens flooded the comments section with criticism and insults. My dad's Li Gang. This student is really lucky to have been born into such a privileged family. At such a young age, he's already learned to use his family connections. Not bad at all. He'll definitely be a good official in the future. Damn. He's bad at his own studies, and he's even affecting others. This student is too wicked. He's only a high school student. We mustn't let him get away with this. I suggest the relevant departments severely punish him, and we shouldn't let the student and his parents get away with it. Public opinion quietly took hold online. Suhao, the protagonist of the incident, personally escorted Tang Xiaoro back to her apartment building. Tang Xiaoro crossed her arms behind her back, leaned forward slightly, and shyly invited him. She looked at the fine beads of sweat on Suhao's forehead, her heart fluttering slightly. Suhao shook his head. No, I've been away from home for too long. My parents must be worried. I need to go back right away. He chatted briefly with Tang Xiaoro and waved goodbye. Suhao hurried home along the same route he had come from. Looking at the scenery along the way, Suhao reflected on everything that had happened today. To be honest, a lot had indeed happened today. First, Wang Defa and his group came in person to discuss the agricultural drone project. Then, Tsinghua University came to visit, inviting him to join their faculty. Just when he thought things were settled, Professor Liu from the National Defense University of China, along with people from the National Security Department, also arrived. And a series of things happened at the university. The upper half of the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic eye-catching bomber has been sent to Elder Liu, and I've now confirmed my enrollment at the National University of Defense Technology in China. I'll find some time to organize the lower half of the blueprints and send that over as well. I believe it won't be long before the admission notice arrives, or the enrollment procedures are completed, and the Future Technology System mission will be finished. Thinking of this, Suhao breathed a long sigh of relief. The worries of the past few days were finally put to rest. He was overjoyed. Suhao pondered as he walked. Now that the matter at Lunka University was settled, it seemed possible to carefully consider the drone issue. After all, forget it, we'll discuss this further later. Right now, I should hurry home and tell my parents the good news that I've been accepted early into the National University of Defense Technology of China. They've been looking worried and anxious about me lately. They'll probably be very happy to hear this news. Thinking this, Suhao composed himself. He quickened his pace, hurrying home. Mom, I'm home. Suhao shouted at the door. He'd been gone for so long, and with such a commotion, his mother must be incredibly worried. Su Hao didn't waste any time on the way, hurrying as fast as he could to get home. The door opened immediately, and Li Xiuqin came into view. The moment she saw Su Hao, her face was full of concern. "Xiao Hao's back." "Yes, I came back as soon as I finished taking care of things." Su Hao nodded and went inside. In the living room, Su Jinlong, who had just returned from get off work, was drinking water. He looked like he'd taken a shower and changed his clothes. However, the fatigue on his face was still obvious. Hearing that Su Hao had handled things well, Li Xiuqin's face immediately lit up with curiosity. Su Jinlong also put down his teacup and looked at Su Hao. He had also learned about the day's events from Li Xiuqin after returning from get off work. He was equally concerned about Su Hao's situation. His son had been expelled from school and disqualified from the college entrance examination. His academic path seemed hopeless. Su Hao smiled slightly, walked to the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and gulped it down. Then he answered with a beaming smile. "Dad, Mom. I can go to university. I've been officially admitted." Su Hao told them the good news. This was something his mother had been worrying about all this time. Seeing that he had been expelled from school, he tried to comfort himself, telling himself not to be sad, that he could just skip university. But you could see the worry and a hint of disappointment on their faces. Now that he had been officially admitted to the National University of Defense Technology of China, it was time to share this good news with his parents. He thought his parents would be overjoyed to hear this news. And indeed they were. Su Jinlong and Li Xiuqin were slightly taken aback when they heard Su Hao's words, then overjoyed. Su Jinlong suddenly stood up from the sofa, his eyes flashing as he stared at Su Hao. "Son, are you telling the truth?" Su Jinlong stepped forward and placed his hands on Su Hao's shoulders. He was utterly shocked. He had thought that Su Hao had no chance of going to university because of the school. But now, how could Su Jinlong not be happy? Su Hao could feel the immense force on his shoulder. It was clear that his father, a man of few words who rarely showed his emotions, was genuinely happy today. Su Hao met Su Jinlong's gaze and nodded solemnly. "Dad, it's true. I really can go to university." This reaffirmation finally made Su Jinlong breathe a sigh of relief, and the grip on Su Hao's shoulder loosened considerably. Then, a genuine smile spread across his face. Li Xiuqin, who had been happily watching from the sidelines for a long time, finally got her chance to speak. She stepped forward and affectionately pinched Su Hao's cheek. "My son is amazing. Tell Mom quickly, did you promise the professors at Tsinghua University that you'd gotten into Tsinghua University?" Li Xiuqin remembered that a professor from Tsinghua University had invited Su Hao to enroll in front of him. She thought Su Hao had most likely accepted. Tsinghua University. That's a prestigious university in China. Every year, only a handful of students from Jiangchun County are admitted to Tsinghua University. Not only could her precious son go to university, but he was going to a prestigious one. That would be incredibly prestigious. However, she saw Su Hao gently shake his head. Not Tsinghua University, but the National University of Defense Technology of China. These words were like a thunderbolt, instantly freezing the smile on Li Xiuqin's face. Then, her eyes widened in disbelief. "What? The National University of Defense Technology of China?" Li Xiuqin was so excited that her voice trembled slightly. Su Jinlong's initial joy gradually subsided. Su Hao smiled without saying a word, and nodded. Upon receiving his confirmation, Su Jinlong and Li Xiuqin exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and excitement in each other's eyes. "Oh my, this is incredible. My son has made something of himself. He's been specially admitted to the National University of Defense Technology of China. This is truly a great honor for the family." If getting into Tsinghua University meant inviting all the relatives and neighbors to a celebration, being specially admitted to the National University of Defense Technology meant wearing a big red flower, banging drums and gongs, and receiving the blessings and admiration of the entire village. In China, no university could shake the solid position of the National University of Defense Technology. Li Xiuqin was overjoyed. In all her decades of life, she had never been so happy. She gently pinched Su Hao's handsome cheek, speaking affectionately. "Son, what do you want to eat? Mom will go buy it for you now." Su Hao smiled wryly. Before he could finish his polite refusal, Li Xiuqin turned and left, putting on her shoes at the door as she walked away. "I know what you want to eat. Mom will buy all your favorite dishes and cook them for you herself." With that, Li Xiuqin hummed a little tune and walked away with a brisk pace. After chatting with Su Jinlong for a while, Su Hao returned to his room and sent Tang Xiao a message saying he had arrived home. "Tang Xiao, got it. Hey, how did your parents react when they heard you got into Lunka University?" Tang Xiao asked curiously. Su Hao smiled. He briefly told Tang Xiao about his parents' reaction. After all, the college entrance exam was just around the corner. "You go ahead and do your work. I need to study too. I still have to take the college entrance exam, while you're already a student at Lunka University." Su Hao smiled wryly, simply replied okay, and ended the chat. In the chat log, Chen Nong had also sent a message earlier. Su Hao clicked on the message and saw that Chen Nong told him Section Chief Wang Defa had requested to add him as a friend, and asked Su Hao to accept. Su Hao checked and, sure enough, it was so. He accepted Wang Defa's friend request. Immediately after accepting, Wang Defa sent a message. "Hello, Su Hao, this is Wang Defa." "Hello, Section Chief Wang." Su Hao replied politely. He knew this. "Su Hao, what do you think about the agricultural drones?" Seeing Wang Defa's message, Su Hao pondered slightly. Although he had already been admitted to Lunka University, the acceptance letter might still take some time to arrive. He didn't have anything else to do during this time. In that case, perhaps he should resolve the drone issue first? "That's settled then." Su Hao made his decision. Su Hao replied, "I happen to have some free time these days. How about I come see you tomorrow? Is that all right?" On the other end of the phone, Wang Defa's face lit up when he saw Su Hao's message. Perfect. Inside the room, Su Hao and Wang Defa had agreed to meet tomorrow. He turned off his phone and gently placed it on the table. He let out a long sigh. Combined with his sharply defined features, the smile was warm and inviting. Just then, the long-dormant future technology system suddenly reacted. Ding! Congratulations, host, mission complete. Please check, host. Su Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. The system mission, it's completed just like that? He thought that the future technology system would only determine mission completion after he received the admission notice or entered the National University of Defense Technology of the Dragon Kingdom. The future technology system is quite intelligent. Knowing that he had confirmed his joining the National University of Defense Technology of the Dragon Kingdom, it immediately declared the mission complete. Not bad. Su Hao gave a soft compliment, then turned his attention to the reward. This is a massive project that the Dragon Kingdom has been working on for a long time, but has yet to make progress on. Currently, on Blue Star. However, the Charles de Gaulle has many flaws, earning it the nickname lame-legged, as it spends far more time in dock than at sea on missions. The French Defense Minister, Perry, even announced that the Charles de Gaulle project would be decommissioned in 2 or 3 decades. Therefore, to this day, there is still no definitive news. Even the higher-ups and the military had given up hope. But now, the situation is about to change. But it described it as having extremely high displacement, electromagnetic catapults, and long endurance. If someone else had given this assessment, he might have been skeptical. But this was the description from the future technology system, which made things different. Who? Thinking of this, Su Hao's eyes burned with fervor. His fists clenched slightly, and the youthful passion seemed to ignite at this moment. Who doesn't want their country to become strong? Who doesn't want to wield a powerful weapon? These defense weapons are all for protecting the people of the Dragon Kingdom, No amount more, no matter how strong, is too much. After a moment of contemplation, Suhao gradually calmed down. He had been working with the future technology system for some time now. At least for now, it seemed very reliable. Just as Suhao was about to exit the system and go out for dinner, the future technology system emitted another cold, mechanical voice. Ding! New mission triggered. Mission 1, the road to national defense engineering is long and arduous. Complete the national defense mission for the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber. Task 2, assist relevant departments in establishing and operating the drone production line. Reward, corresponding rating reward, selectable by the host. One is a task related to the 6th generation stealth bomber, and the other is a task related to the drone production line. These two tasks are somewhat difficult. They're not exactly simple either. Suhao muttered to himself, analyzing the two system tasks. Partially, the blueprints for the 6th generation stealth bomber have already been submitted. After the subsequent organization is completed, Elder Liu and his team will likely officially begin the research and development work. As the chief designer of the blueprints, he will naturally be involved in the research and development task. After all, it's a 6th generation stealth bomber. Even with complete blueprints, theoretical knowledge and practical operation are two completely different concepts. In the actual research and development process, various difficulties and unexpected events will be encountered, requiring time and effort to gradually adapt. So this task can't be rushed. Rushing won't help. That's a bit simpler. I happen to be meeting with Wang Defa tomorrow, so I can discuss it with them within the bounds of secrecy. I'll also resolve the production line and related issues at the same time. Following the established procedures, setting up the production line should proceed without any issues. Of course. With the core technology in my own hands, I can simply teach them. So this task can be completed quickly. Thus, these two tasks aren't actually that difficult. Great, 2 free tasks. Suhao smiled slightly. Moreover, judging from these 2 missions, the rewards are likely quite substantial. Suhao smiled wryly. Having sorted out his thoughts, things became much simpler. He rested at home for the night. The moment he saw Suhao, Wang Defa's face immediately lit up with a smile, and he quickly walked towards Suhao. Suhao, you're here so early. Wang Defa greeted him politely. Zhao Guoyuan stepped forward with a smile and warmly shook hands with Suhao. Hello, young friend Suhao. Suhao's agricultural drone is noteworthy in terms of both market value and application. Suhao smiled and nodded, shaking hands and greeting Wang Defa and Zhao Guoyuan. Section Chief Wang, Professor Zhao, hello. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Suhao was warmly welcomed inside. After chatting for a while in the reception room, Suhao brought up the drone. Gentlemen, enough with the small talk, why don't we go see the drone directly? Wang Defa and Zhao Guoyuan naturally had no objections. Alright, I'll have the relevant technicians assemble at the technical department workshop immediately. Wang Defa agreed and immediately went to make the notification. 5 minutes later, Wang Defa led Suhao to the workshop of the Science and Technology Bureau's technical department. The agricultural drone that Suhao had developed was stored inside the workshop. Compared to before, the drone now looked somewhat incomplete. Suhao's expression faltered slightly when he saw it. What happened? It's become pieces of a nut in just a few days? Well, Suhao, we were curious, so we took it apart to take a look. But when we tried to put it back together, we found it a little difficult. The internal structure is completely different from drones on the market. We really couldn't put it back together, and we were worried about damaging the internal layout, so... Wang Defa shrugged and smiled wryly. Who would understand? He originally thought this drone was just slightly more powerful, with no other differences. But it turned out. After taking it apart, he discovered that the drone's internal structure was a completely different world. The various structural designs and layouts were all drastically different. He simply couldn't put it back together on his own. Even Professor Zhao, after examining it, frowned, repeatedly stroking his chin, and sighed. The internal structural design is extremely sophisticated. If an ordinary person were to disassemble and reassemble it, it would damage its structure. A single mistake could affect various parameters and performance aspects of the drone. This drone is no ordinary drone. Under these circumstances, Wang Defa dared not touch it rashly. Therefore, it ended up looking like this to Su Hao. After listening, Su Hao's face showed understanding. Indeed. During his design process, he had incorporated some special features to prevent plagiarism and copying. It wasn't surprising that Wang Defa and his team couldn't reassemble it. Su Hao looked around the workshop and noticed a few more people. He asked. Wang Defa replied. Don't worry, Su Hao. These are all key technicians from the Science and Technology Bureau. They've all signed confidentiality agreements. They're trustworthy. Su Hao nodded. The crowd beamed with joy. They all gathered around, listening attentively to Su Hao's explanation. Su Hao fiddled with the drone as he spoke. A drone is an under-actuated system with 6 degrees of freedom and 4 control inputs. Please look here. Su Hao pointed to the drone's attitude controller. So, in terms of control effectiveness alone, it's not as good as PID. Wang Defa, Zhao Guiyuan, and the other key technicians listened intently. They nodded occasionally. Sometimes their faces showed confusion, but after Su Hao's explanation, they would show expressions of sudden understanding. The only sounds in the entire workshop were Su Hao's lecture and the occasional scratching of pens on paper. After the explanation, Wang Defa's face instantly lit up with realization. Hiss. You can actually design it like this? In this way, the drone's extra power consumption will be minimized, and its endurance will be greatly improved. Brilliant! Brilliant! Su Hao's unique design not only greatly improves the performance of the drone but also reduces power loss, thus reducing costs and increasing efficiency. It's truly admirable. Time slipped away quietly during the lecture, and before they knew it, the morning was over. After lunch, they continued in the afternoon. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, Wang Defa and Su Hao also confirmed that a dedicated production line for the drones would be established to begin trial production. Su Hao, the performance demonstrated by this drone will likely play a crucial role in firefighting in the future. Inside the workshop, Wang Defa sighed. Hearing this, Su Hao nodded slightly. Given the current development of firefighting equipment, this type of drone, if properly planned, could indeed greatly assist the fire department. However, all of this depends on the specific development plans later. Simultaneously, he was also negotiating the establishment of a drone production line. His days were quite fulfilling. However, in his spare time, while scrolling through his phone, he noticed some online comments about him. Tang Xiaoro naturally noticed this as well and mentioned it to Su Hao several times. Su Hao didn't pay much attention. Time, like water in a toilet, slipped away with a flush. The college entrance examination, a major battle, had officially begun. Su Hao's admission letter from the National University of Defense Technology of China was also arriving quickly. He had already received logistics information on his way there. Now, with things settled here, he was going to report to the National University of Defense Technology. The 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber project was about to begin construction. Old Lu and his team acted very swiftly. Su Hao sighed softly. Section Chief Wang, Professor Zhao, let's leave the matter of drones at that for now. If you encounter any technical problems later, or issues related to setting up the production line, please contact me by phone. Now, it's basically all done. Considering the time, Su Hao decided it was time to return and prepare to report to the National University of Defense Technology in China. Wang Defa nodded, his face full of gratitude. Understood. Thank you for your help, Su Hao. He meant it sincerely. They had seen all of Su Hao's efforts during this period. The core technicians, including him, benefited immensely. Zhao Guiyuan spoke up at the opportune moment. Young friend Su Hao, thank you for your hard work these past few days. Don't worry about the rest of the way, we'll handle it. Get some rest and prepare to report to Lonka University. If there's a chance in the future, let's get together in Longdu. Su Hao had done so much for them. It would feel wrong for him to personally oversee the subsequent production line. Su Hao nodded at Zhao Guoyuan's invitation. Definitely. After several hours' drive, Su Hao arrived home. Su Hao was a little puzzled. Su Hao, you're back? Tang Shero quickly spotted Su Hao, her face lighting up with excitement. She jumped up and hopped towards him like a little rabbit. You've lost weight since I last saw you. Is the food bad there? Tang Shero looked him up and down, frowning slightly and pouting. Su Hao smiled wryly. I haven't lost weight. That's just your imagination. Besides, the food there is great. They eat meat every meal, fish every day, and fruit after meals. It's all nutritious food. Hello, Senior Chining. Although they weren't at the same university, calling her senior was fine. However, this contrast gave her a unique kind of beauty. Hurriedly prepared the meal. Su Hao sat on the sofa, somewhat puzzled, and asked, Why did you suddenly decide to come to my house? He had only told Tang Shero on his phone that he would be back today, but he never expected them to come in person. Looking at Su Hao, a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Guess? Su Hao's expression immediately turned helpless, and he touched his nose. Seeing this, Tang Shero chuckled. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I came here to share good news. My university admission results are in. Tang Shero tossed her head, revealing a slightly smug look. Oh? What school? Su Hao, intrigued, asked curiously. Seeing Tang Shero's mysterious yet slightly excited expression. It seemed she really liked the school. The National University of Defense Technology of China. Tang Shero's answer stunned Su Hao. China University of Defense Technology? Didn't you say you were going to Tsinghua University? Why did you suddenly apply to China University of Defense Technology? And you actually got accepted? That's all because of you. Tang Shero's face visibly flushed. Crimson. He coughed lightly, a little embarrassed. After a while, he came to his senses and congratulated her. Su Hao offered his sincere congratulations. Lonka University was indeed extremely difficult to get into. Not only did you need to meet the minimum score, but you also had to pass various reviews. It's now clear that Tang Shero's score definitely exceeded the admission requirements for Lonka University. Furthermore, she passed all the necessary background checks and physical examinations. Su Hao was genuinely impressed. Tang Shero's expression returned to normal, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Su Hao, we'll be in the same school from now on. Tang Shero was clearly very happy, her dimples seemed to be smiling. Su Hao nodded slightly, his face also full of smiles. After preliminary investigation by relevant departments, the initial results are that Jiangqing Middle School Principal Gao Zhiyang and Dean of Students Tang Junliang have been suspended from their duties pending investigation. They are also currently under joint investigation by multiple departments, including the Discipline Inspection Commission and the tax authorities. Upon hearing this, Tang Shero immediately beamed with joy. That's great. These people who violated professional ethics should be brought to justice. Their actions this time are so serious, they should at least be dismissed, right? Tang Shero waved her small fist, pouted, and looked indignant. These matters require strict review by relevant departments and confirmation by law enforcement before we can know. She paused, then spoke softly. Su Hao, are you really not going to reconsider coming to Tsinghua University? Although the college entrance examination is now over and admission notices have begun to be sent out. As long as Su Hao is willing, Tsinghua University can still arrange his admission letter and related documents. The prerequisite is that Su Hao is willing. However, Su Hao shook his head. Senior, the admission letter from Lonka University will arrive in a few days. She was only making a last-ditch effort, she no longer held much hope. Soon afterward, Su's parents prepared the meal and brought it to the table. Dinner's ready. Just as Su Hao woke up, a message popped up on his phone. He groggily opened his phone and saw it was from Tang Xiao. Su Hao, look. Although it was text, Su Hao could almost see the excited expression on Tang Xiao's face. Then, Tang Xiao sent him a link. Su Hao clicked on it and found it led to the official website of the Jiangcheng County Education Bureau. The homepage displayed the results of the investigations Tang Xiao had mentioned. Results of the investigations into Gao Zhiyong, principal of Jiangcheng Middle School, and others. The title read as such. Because it was somewhat related to him, Su Hao carefully read the entire announcement. The gist of it was that disregarded the law and illegally provided tutoring, a serious offense. Furthermore, this violates educational principles and constitutes an illegal expulsion of students. Article 27 of the Compulsory Education Law stipulates that schools may not expel students without cause. Based on the above circumstances, other illegal and irregular acts by the three individuals will be handed over to the Discipline Inspection Commission, the Tax Bureau, and other relevant departments for further law enforcement review. Meanwhile, a 1-month rectification and investigation will be conducted on all faculty and staff of Jiangcheng Middle School. Su Hao, after reading the report, showed little emotional change. What the report stated was true. They did indeed violate the relevant laws. Su Hao lowered his eyes. The world is bustling with activity, all for profit. He shook his head. However, it also surprised him somewhat. I never imagined that a teacher who seemed so upright and gentlemanly would have some shady dealings behind the scenes. Su Hao didn't comment further. He just felt a pang of regret. After all, from childhood, he had always thought teaching was a sacred and glorious profession. But now he seemed to understand a little. The profession itself is great. After the Jiangcheng County Education Bureau announced the results of its investigation, relevant official media, and local television stations also successively published the news on various social media platforms. All released the news in video form. Soon, some residents of Jiangcheng County saw the video. They finally learned the whole story of what happened at Jiangcheng Middle School that day. The comments section was immediately flooded with messages from netizens. The principal and teachers at Jiangcheng Middle School went too far. They expelled a student without cause, and most importantly, the student hadn't done anything wrong. Just for the sake of college entrance exam pass rates, they expelled him and sent him home? Jiangcheng Middle School's actions are truly excessive. Wasn't there a video spreading rumors that students' parents were causing trouble? What about now? Why aren't they speaking up? Following the official announcement, they all condemned the school's actions. Even many of the victims' parents applauded in the comments section, marveling that the pests in the education system had finally been eradicated. After the college entrance exam, Li Chang stayed home to rest and recuperate. But even missing the first-tier university cutoff by 2 points, and could only bitterly choose a second-tier university. This was also why he had been extremely angry lately. While scrolling, he came across a video about the handling of Jiangcheng Middle School. Seeing this, he, who had been lounging on the sofa, immediately sat up, staring at the video's outcome in disbelief. Teacher Lei and the others were punished? Li Chang watched it several times before finally confirming it with a sigh of relief. On the contrary, Su Hao got away scot-free. Seeing this, Li Chang's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, a feeling of unease welled up from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, there was a knock on the front door. Knock, knock, knock. The dull knocking sound, like a hammer blow, struck Li Chang's heart, making him increasingly uneasy. Li Chang's mother went to open the door. Upon opening the door, she found 2 police officers standing there. They introduced themselves. "Hello, comrades. We are law enforcement officers from Jiangcheng County Police Bureau. Is this Li Chang's home?" As the officers asked, their sharp eyes scanned the house, immediately spotting Li Chang sitting on the sofa, holding his phone. The moment Li Chang's mother saw the police, she was completely stunned. Her face paled slightly, and her voice trembled as she answered. "Officers, what has my son done wrong?" As she spoke, she slightly stepped aside to let the two officers in. Regardless of what her son had done, she still had to cooperate with law enforcement. Otherwise, labeling her as resisting law enforcement would only make things worse. She knew the gravity of the situation. The two officers nodded and then politely entered the room. "Parents." Li Chang fabricated facts and spread rumors about others, which is disruptive to social order. Considering he is a first-time offender, a minor, and the incident did not cause serious social impact, we will only give him a reprimand this time. But a major crime can be forgiven, but a minor one cannot escape punishment. Li Chang, please delete all the posts spreading rumors in person. At the same time, your personal information and related data will be recorded in your police file. We hope you will abide by the rules and regulations in the future and not do anything illegal or criminal. The officer's expression was very serious. Li Chang's mother was both anxious and angry, and hurriedly urged him. "Why aren't you doing what the police officer says? You brat, you're such a worry." Li Chang's face turned pale, and he nodded blankly. He never expected his actions would attract the police. Trembling with fear, his hands trembled as he deleted all the posts. After checking everything, the police gave him a few more warnings and instructions before leaving one by one. Watching the departing police, and hearing his mother's scolding voice in his ears, Li Chang's fear gradually faded. In its place, resentment began to rise. His eyes turned vicious. "That damn Su Hao, it must have been you. You think you can act recklessly just because you have connections? You're still a piece of trash." Another month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Hao stayed home to rest and recuperate. Meanwhile, that day, Lu Jiangwo suddenly called him. He announced that the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber project would officially commence. As the designer of the blueprints, Lu Jiangwo hoped Su Hao could report to the National University of Defense Technology of China ahead of schedule. The sooner the better, of course. Su Hao agreed without hesitation. "Mom and Dad, I'm going to the National University of Defense Technology of China tomorrow." After confirming the date, Su Hao told his parents. "Going tomorrow? So rushed?" Li Xiuqin was slightly surprised. "Isn't the time too tight?" After all, it's the National University of Defense Technology of China, there must be some other tasks assigned. It's better to go early, to familiarize yourself with the school environment sooner. "Do you need us to take you?" Su Jinlong asked with concern. Su Hao shook his head. "No need, the people from the National University of Defense Technology of China will come to pick me up personally." Su's parents were taken aback, somewhat surprised. Coming to pick him up personally? That's too good treatment. However, it seemed reasonable for them to come and pick him up personally. After all, their son was so outstanding, the school would definitely treat him differently. A rather proud smile immediately appeared on Li Xiuqin's face. It's good that they're coming to pick him up. Safe and worry-free, haha. After saying that, Li Xiuqin hurriedly went to help Su Hao pack his things. She also filled his suitcase with all sorts of delicious food. Su Hao gave a helpless, wry smile. "Mom, don't stuff so much food in my mouth. I won't go hungry." "I know you won't go hungry. Aren't these all homemade specialties? Take some more, so you can eat them whenever you want." Li Xiuqin ignored Su Hao's reluctance and kept stuffing food into his mouth. Su Hao shrugged. A mother worries about her son even when he's far away. He understood his mother's worries and deeply felt her love for him. "So soon? Is there something else?" Tang Xiao replied quickly, asking. "Yes, there are some things I need to take care of ahead of time." Su Hao didn't say what it was. After all, it was the 6th strategic stealth bomber, involving state secrets, and couldn't be easily disclosed. Tang Xiao understood and didn't ask further. Okay, go ahead without worry. See you at the National University of Defense Technology of China. Tang Xiao replied, adding a playful smiley face. Anyway, they were both at the same university. Su Hao was just going earlier. They'd have plenty of opportunities to meet later. Early in the morning, the people from the National University of Defense Technology of China had already arrived. Because the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber was designed and developed by Su Hao himself. Therefore, his superiors attached great importance to Su Hao's trip. They dispatched the National Security Department and several special agencies to provide special transportation. A fleet of black Hongqi armored vehicles. At this moment, they stood there, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, not missing a single clue. Their imposing presence silenced the onlookers. They looked at them with a mixture of shock and fear. Li Weigua, upon seeing Su Hao, approached with a smile. Su Hao, Elder Lu sent me to pick you up to go to the National University of Defense Technology. Su Hao nodded with a smile. Thank you for your trouble, Colonel Li. After greeting Su Hao, Li Weigua politely greeted Su Hao's parents. Rest assured, both of you. With our protection, Su Hao's safety is absolutely guaranteed on his trip to the National University of Defense Technology in Longdu. Su Zhilong and Li Xiuqi nodded, giving Su Hao a few more words of advice before reluctantly watching him get into the car and drive away. The onlookers stared at the 7 or 8 gleaming, high-spec Hongqi cars, their eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. The Su family's son is really something. He's going to university, and the school leaders are coming to pick him up. Heads held high, chests puffed out, eyes fixed ahead, as if saying, "See that? That's my son." The convoy continued forward. Then they boarded a chartered plane and flew directly to Longdu. The journey was safe and smooth, and they arrived safely in Longdu. Then they headed directly to Longdu University. As soon as Su Hao entered the building of the National University of Defense Technology, he saw the figure of Professor Lu Jiangwo. Su Hao quickly went to greet him. Professor Lu, it's a great honor to have you come out to greet me personally. He greeted him politely. Although he had developed the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber, the man before him was, after all, a titan of China's defense industry. He felt somewhat embarrassed that Professor Lu had come out to greet him personally. Don't just stand here, come on. To my office. With that, Lu Jiangwo took the initiative to greet Su Hao and walked towards his office. In the office, the two sat down, and Lu Jiangwo and Su Hao chatted casually. I heard you also developed an agricultural drone, and it performs quite well in firefighting and other applications? Su Hao chuckled slightly. I just messed around with it a bit, but I didn't expect it to perform so well in firefighting. Section Chief Wang and Professor Zhao think it's worth promoting and applying in these areas. Lu Jiangwo observed all of this, inwardly nodding in approval. From Zhao Guiyuan, he learned about the performance of the drone Su Hao designed. To be honest, according to Zhao Guiyuan, once this drone is widely adopted in the firefighting field, it could trigger a technological revolution. Furthermore, the drone's other hidden capabilities also demonstrate remarkable performance in other areas. Su Hao's words sounded somewhat modest. But Lu Jiangwo's regard for Su Hao grew even stronger. Xiao Hao, we've already looked at the upper half of the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic bomber you provided. However, some of the technologies involved still require complete blueprints for further verification. So, you might need to get the complete blueprints out as soon as possible. The office was full of his own people. There were also state security personnel standing guard outside. Lu Jiangwo wasn't worried that their conversation would be overheard. Su Hao nodded, then gestured for Li Jiangwo to bring his box over. Then he took out the complete blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber that he had prepared earlier and handed them to Lu Jiangwo. Old Lu, these are the complete blueprints for the 6th-generation bomber. Seeing this, Lu Jiangwo was stunned and shocked. The blueprints were just given out like that? And in just a few file folders? Lu Jiangwo looked at Su Hao with a strange, even somewhat resentful, expression. he couldn't help but ask. These are the blueprints? In the office. This is all the blueprints? Even though Lu Jiangwo had seen his share of UPS and downs, this was the first time someone had so casually handed him the blueprints for a major fighter jet. This didn't seem quite like the blueprint handover he had imagined. Su Hao was puzzled. Yes. The complete blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic bomber are in there. Su Hao didn't understand why Lu Jiangwo had such an expression. He seemed somewhat surprised. Could it be that the handover of blueprints required some kind of ceremony? Bathing in changing clothes, devout prayer? Then burning incense and praying to Buddha before the formal handover of the blueprints? Feudal superstition is unacceptable. Receiving a positive answer from Su Hao, Lu Jiangwo's surprise gradually turned into impatience. Without hesitation, he broke the seal on the file folder in front of Su Hao. Then, carefully, as if handling a fragile piece of jade, he gently placed the hundreds of pages of blueprints in his hands. He slowly turned to the first page and began to examine them carefully. Then came the second page, the third page. Gradually, Lu Jiangwo became completely immersed in the blueprints. All external sounds seemed to disappear at that moment. Lu Jiangwo muttered to himself as he read. At first, Lu Jiangwo was engrossed, his eyes filled with fascination. But as he read on, he discovered that some things on the blueprints Su Hao provided were beyond his comprehension. Even some of the innovative technologies and knowledge points were different from his current area of expertise. Lu Jiangwo was suddenly bewildered. Was he wrong, or was his knowledge insufficient? He seemed to have never heard of these technologies and knowledge before. Su Hao was still just a student. How did he know this? Could these things be wrong? Thinking of this, Lu Jiangwo had an idea. Pointing to a few points he didn't understand, he directly consulted Su Hao. On one hand, he wanted to resolve his doubts. On the other hand, he also wanted to know if these new technologies were truly feasible. Su Hao smiled slightly at the questions Lu Jiangwo pointed out, then confidently answered. To understand the inverse synthetic aperture radar mode, we first need to understand a basic principle called electromagnetic scattering. Scattering is a physical phenomenon that occurs when electromagnetic waves encounter discontinuities, non-uniformities, or objects. The deviation of the wave's trajectory or path is usually called scattering. Su Hao paused, leaning forward, and continued his serious analysis. Lu Jiangwo, listening to this, felt a little dazed. For a moment, he felt like a student listening to a lecture, and Su Hao was his teacher. He knew the difficulty and importance of this question. Meanwhile, Su Hao resumed his lecture. Radar signals are reflected or scattered in different ways depending on the wavelength of the electromagnetic wave and the shape of the object, i.e., the scattering body. If the wavelength of the electromagnetic wave is much smaller than the size of the scattering body, the electromagnetic wave will be reflected back, just as light reflects from a large surface. This type of scattering is often called optical scattering. If the wavelength of the electromagnetic wave is much longer than the size of the scattering body, the electromagnetic wave will scatter around the scattering body. This type of reflection is called Rayleigh scattering. Had a sudden sense of enlightenment after listening to Su Hao's analysis. The fog that had clouded his mind earlier had now vanished, replaced by a feeling of absolute clarity. Lu Jiangwo sighed deeply. Looking at Su Hao, he was utterly astonished. Su Hao was just a recent high school graduate. Yet he had grasped this cutting-edge knowledge so thoroughly and integrated it so completely. From his calm and effortless performance just now, it was clear that he had already thoroughly understood these concepts and their underlying principles. He had even perfectly applied them to the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, innovating upon the technology. Perhaps, this is what genius is. Lu Jiangwo silently marveled. Actually, there were still many things he didn't understand or was confused about regarding the technology and knowledge on these blueprints. But now he believed that the existence of these blueprints was invaluable. It's not just that it's a blueprint for a completely new 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, unlike any other in the world. Furthermore, it involves innovative and core technologies that cannot be mastered and enjoyed by one person alone. Such a feast of technology and knowledge should be shared by more researchers. Therefore, Lu Jiangwo took a deep breath, his gaze burning as he looked at Su Hao. More researchers should be able to learn and share some of these technologies. Lu Jiangwo was visibly excited. The blueprints in his hand were incredibly valuable. Although he was the founder of many of China's defense projects, but even when faced with the blueprints, he was still quite astonished by some of the cutting-edge technologies and knowledge points Su Hao had mentioned. Therefore, he proposed, "Su Hao, I'm planning to organize an academic seminar, with you as the keynote speaker. What do you think?" Lu Jiangwo looked intently at Su Hao. The knowledge points Su Hao discussed were not something he could fully absorb and understand on his own. It required discussion and exploration of these technologies by more professors and experts from the project team. Su Hao was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. A seminar? To be honest, he was somewhat surprised by Lu Jiangwo's suggestion. Although he had designed and developed the blueprints himself, he was still just a high school graduate. Those attending a seminar would undoubtedly be professors or senior experts. Not only would they be older than him, but their professional knowledge and experience would also be several times greater. Seeing Su Hao's concerns, Lu Jiangwo reassured him. "Xiao Hao, although you are young and your experience is not as rich as those professors and experts, but the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber were, after all, designed and developed by you. No one understands the core technologies involved better than you. Even I don't. You're the perfect lecturer." Having been put on this front, Su Hao could only nod. "No problem. It's just a lecture, nothing serious. Besides, he personally designed and developed the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, and he was the only one who truly understood the ins and outs of it." After thinking it over, Su Hao agreed. Lu Jiangwo beamed when he saw Su Hao nod in agreement. "Then I'll trouble you. I'll go prepare now and gather all the core members of the 6th-generation stealth bomber project in the secure conference room." After saying this, Lu Jiangwo hurriedly left to arrange the seminar. The office fell silent immediately. With nothing to do, Su Hao stood by the window, overlooking the entire National Defense University. The National Defense University truly lived up to its name. The campus environment was excellent, with a vast area and beautiful scenery. Su Hao was filled with anticipation for his upcoming university life. "Now, I have truly become a student at the National University of Defense Technology of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the road ahead is long, but having chosen the distant horizon, I will brave the wind and snow to reach it. Now that I have the strength and conditions, I must work alongside the Dragon Kingdom to equip our nation with more powerful defense weapons to protect our people and safeguard the Dragon Kingdom's 9.6 million square kilometers of territory." Thinking of this, Su Hao's heart was filled with fervor. Su Hao clenched his fist slightly, his blood seemingly burning. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Jiangwo personally went to the research workshop for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, summoning the professors, experts, and key technical personnel involved in the research and development. "Everyone, please put aside your work for now and prepare to head to the secure conference room for a seminar on the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber." Lu Jiangwo's words surprised many of the professors present. Could it be the expert who designed these blueprints? Thinking this, the professors' faces lit up with excitement. Many of the professors present only knew that the blueprints came from a high school student. Hadn't been present at the time for other reasons and didn't know who the design expert was. Professor Qian Hongfei, an expert in dynamics, his expression shifted. After taking off his work clothes, he leisurely stepped forward. "Old Lu, who exactly is the chief designer of these blueprints?" Qian Hongfei was an expert in Chinese aero engines, especially a leading figure in fighter jet engines. As a senior professor at the National Defense University of China, he had worked with Lu Jiangwo for many years and had a very good relationship with him. Last time, he was away on a field trip to a military region and couldn't attend the meeting immediately. Therefore, he was completely unaware of the chief designer's background regarding the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber blueprints. He only knew that the blueprints were complete. And there were no problems. Hearing his old friend's question, Lu Jiangwo smiled slightly and immediately became suspenseful. Lu Jiangwo didn't tell him Su Hao's specific identity. He had recruited a talent like Su Hao, and Su Hao had even handed over the complete blueprints without reservation. Just now, Su Hao's extensive professional knowledge and research capabilities had greatly pleased Lu Jiangwo. He had a mischievous thought and wanted to see what kind of expression his old friend would have when he saw that the chief designer was actually a high school student. What? Is this designer some kind of treasure that I wouldn't tell you about? He looked at Lu Jiangwo with a deep, unsettling gaze, feigning displeasure. His expression, however, betrayed increasing anticipation. Then, he and Lu Jiangwo walked towards the confidential conference room. The others were equally eager, wanting to know just who this chief designer was, that even old Lu was taking him so seriously. Confidential conference room. More and more people gathered, and soon the entire conference room was nearly full. Upon seeing them, everyone in the conference room was startled. Inside the secure conference room, instantly, the slightly noisy conference room fell silent. The professors, experts, and technicians present all turned to look at the two elderly men who had entered. They were astonished. These two actually came? Everyone was shocked. Today's seminar had actually attracted these two giants. But then they thought about it. This was, after all, China's sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber, which had extremely important strategic significance. It was only natural that these two would arrive. After the two elders sat down at the front, the meeting room gradually returned to normal. Meanwhile, the people in the meeting room gradually arrived. However, what was somewhat puzzling was that Lu Jiangwo, the person presiding over this seminar, was nowhere to be seen. It was at this moment that Lu Jiangwo first nodded to Academician Tang Chongqing and Academician Song Wenfei. Although Lu Jiangwo was the leader of many national defense projects in the New Dragon Kingdom, he had made an indispensable contribution to the country's national defense. The three are pillars and representatives of the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Jiangwo stepped onto the stage, while Su Hao stood in a corner below. To be honest, everyone present was at least a professor. Even though Su Hao was confident, this was the first time he had seen such a grand occasion, and he was somewhat nervous, his palms were sweating. Lu Jiangwo picked up the microphone, laughed heartily, and began to speak. Today, I've specially invited the chief designer of the sixth-generation stealth bomber. Please feel free to ask any questions or discuss any related technologies. Now, let's have our sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber's chief designer, Su Hao, come up to the stage and give a presentation. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes immediately darted around the conference room. In their imagination, the expert who could design and research the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber must be an elderly figure. Therefore, their focus was entirely on this age range. However, what they didn't expect was, just after Lu Jiangwo finished speaking, a remarkably young man from a corner beside them walked confidently and steadily onto the stage. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Wasn't the designer of the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber supposed to be here? Why is a complete stranger suddenly on stage? Has old Lu made a mistake? However, to their surprise, old Lu's face was full of smiles when he saw the young man approach. They belatedly realized what was happening. No way! No way! Don't tell them this is the chief designer of the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber that old Lu was talking about? They asked themselves, filled with doubt. Their faces were full of questioning expressions. Even the two elders at the front frowned slightly. Lu Jiangwo saw everyone's confusion and introduced him. Everyone, this is the chief designer of the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber, Su Hao. as Lu Jiangwo personally confirmed that this young man was indeed the chief designer of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. The entire conference room erupted in chaos. Their expression was as if they had seen a ghost. It's no wonder they reacted this way. Old Lu's words were simply too shocking. Looking at Su Hao's youthful, slightly immature face, they simply couldn't believe that this was actually the chief designer of the 6th-generation bomber. Listening to the murmurs rising and falling below, Lu Jiangwo wasn't surprised at all. Not just them. Even he himself was incredibly astonished when he first heard the news. Who could have imagined that the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, which had caused countless researchers headaches and made it impossible to break through its core technologies, would actually be designed and developed by a high school student? If he hadn't personally verified it, Lu Jiangwo would never have believed it either. But it was indeed true. Gentlemen, at first I shared your sentiments, thinking it absolutely impossible. But after personally verifying it, I realized I was ignorant. Su Hao truly possesses that talent and ability. The 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber was indeed designed and developed by him personally. With Lu Jiangwo's reaffirmation, a series of gasps filled the conference room. They had dealt with Lu Jiangwo frequently and knew he wasn't the type to lie or exaggerate. Even so, it was still too unbelievable. Such a young man actually mastered the blueprints? This. Tang Chongqing and Song Wenfei exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. However, they didn't say much. After their initial surprise, their expressions gradually returned to normal. However, their gazes lingered on Su Hao, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A hint of scrutiny and curiosity lingered in their eyes. After a long while, the murmurs in the conference room gradually subsided. Su Hao, by this time, had also calmed down. His expression was composed and unhurried as he took out the blueprints. Hello everyone, my name is Su Hao, and I am the designer of the 6th-generation stealth bomber blueprints. Without further ado, let's look directly at the blueprints and design plans. Su Hao placed the encrypted electronic drafts on the large screen, making them clearly visible to everyone in the conference room. The people in the conference room also refocused their attention on the blueprints on the screen. Gentlemen, as China's latest generation stealth bomber, the 6th-generation fighter jet has undergone technological innovations in many aspects. As Su Hao began to speak, the atmosphere in the conference room immediately became serious. Finally, after Su Hao finished introducing the relevant modules, his tone shifted, his expression solemn. Su Hao's words immediately caused an uproar in the conference room. Su Hao's words are perhaps a bit. The professor didn't continue, his expression unreadable, the meaning self-evident. Tang Chongqing nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. That was indeed the case. Even with the blueprints. A fighter jet is an industrial complex, involving many aspects, such as materials and technology. Academician Tang Chongqing frowned and asked directly. National University of Defense Technology, China, Classified Conference Room. Listening to Su Hao say he hoped to achieve full-scale testing of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber within 1 to 2 years. Academician Tang Chongqing, sitting at the front, frowned and couldn't help but ask. You know, the development time for a military fighter jet is at least 10 years, and often several decades. Isn't the development time you mentioned too short? Academician Tang's tone paused slightly when he called out Su Hao's name. Chief designer? When Lu Jiangwo introduced him, Tang Chongqing might have believed him. But now, hearing Su Hao's words, he began to have doubts about this identity. If Su Hao really was the chief designer of the 6th-generation stealth bomber's blueprints, how could he so shamelessly say such a thing? Achieving fighter jet testing in 1 to 2 years? It's only because Su Hao is still young that Tang Chongqing is belittling him. Otherwise, he would have been pointing his finger at him and starting a tirade. Is such boastful talk something a scientific researcher should utter? Tang Chongqing's skepticism was echoed by many professors, experts, and technicians in the conference room. Having heard Professor Lu's introduction and seen his satisfied expression, they thought Su Hao had some real talent. But now it seems he does have some talent. However, it's all talk. young and impetuous, arrogant and overconfident. This young man has absolutely no idea how difficult it is to develop a military fighter jet. Since he's the chief designer of the 6th generation stealth bomber, doesn't he know that fighter jets involve many core technologies and new materials? Each of these technologies and new materials requires a tremendous amount of time and effort to research and master. Where did he get his confidence from, spouting such irresponsible nonsense? The conference room erupted in discussion. Does he think this is building a toy fighter jet? He wants to finish it in a year or two, and then conduct full-scale testing? Is he crazy? He doesn't look like the chief designer at all. Where did old Lou find this greenhorn? It's good for young people to have confidence, but this isn't confidence, it's arrogance. He's all talk and no action, showing absolutely no caution or respect for scientific research. Has old Lou lost his mind? Such an important meeting, and he just sent a young guy to mess around. The murmurs from below the stage naturally didn't escape Liu Jiangwo's ears. To outsiders, Su Hao's words did indeed seem arrogant. But having personally discussed things with Su Hao face to face, he knew very well that Su Hao dared to say such things because he had absolute ability and confidence. Sitting in the front row, academician Song Wenfei inadvertently noticed the calm and collected expression on Liu Jiangwo's face. A slight sense of unease crept into his heart. Old Liu doesn't seem worried at all? Could it be that this young man really has something special? Song Wenfei wondered to himself. Meanwhile, Su Hao, the protagonist of this discussion, faced Tang Changqing's questions and the murmurs emanating from the audience. Scientific researches achieved in breakthroughs are made step by step through evidence, argumentation, and verification. It's not the questions that are frightening, but the mindless agreement that is. Scientific research is a meticulous and rigorous undertaking, no one can guarantee 100% accuracy. Only through repeated argumentation and analysis can science and technology continuously progress and grow. As the murmurs in the conference room gradually subsided, Su Hao's bright eyes turned to academician Tang Changqing, and he spoke calmly. But it seems I might understand your concerns now. Su Hao's tone was unhurried. If it weren't for his slightly youthful appearance, his composed demeanor would likely have made him appear to be a seasoned researcher with decades of experience. Su Hao continued. Academician Tang's concerns are probably about the stealth technology of the 6th generation stealth bomber's fuselage and its engine, right? Tang Changqing didn't answer Su Hao, but the softening expression on his face undoubtedly confirmed that Su Hao was right. Stealth performance is a crucial, or even critical, aspect of a 6th generation stealth bomber. If it cannot achieve a high standard of stealth performance, it cannot be called a 6th generation stealth bomber. Tang Changqing nodded, agreeing with Su Hao's assessment. Then he spoke. Since you know all this, why did you say such a thing? The stealth material for the fuselage has always been a point we can't break through. Current technology can't allow us to achieve stealth performance of over 90%. If we can't achieve a breakthrough in stealth materials, the development of a 6th generation stealth bomber is simply a mirage, a pipe dream. To be honest, if they could be developed according to his design, the resulting 6th generation stealth bomber would definitely be superior in performance to the 6th generation stealth bombers currently used by other countries on Earth. However, just as mentioned earlier, China's current technology cannot achieve a breakthrough in stealth materials. Furthermore, China's most advanced aviation engine, the WS-20, cannot support the various specifications of a 6th generation stealth bomber. If it's equipped with the WS-20 engine and developed using that, such a fighter jet can only be considered a 5.5 generation strategic stealth bomber. Hearing academician Tang Changqing's words, Su Hao nodded lightly. Indeed. But since he dared to say he could achieve full-scale testing within 1 to 2 years, he must have something to rely on. His bright eyes looked at Tang Changqing, and then he uttered a truly astonishing statement. Academician Tang, and all the professors, experts, and key technical personnel present. What if we broke through the barriers in stealth materials? To put it more simply, what if I had such ultra-stealth materials on hand? In the secure conference room, as Su Hao uttered these words, Professor Tang immediately gasped. What? After the exclamation, instantly, the conference room, which had just been filled with hushed whispers, fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Su Hao. In their eyes were shock, astonishment, disbelief. These emotions made the atmosphere in the conference room somewhat strange. After an unknown amount of time, someone let out a soft breath, and the almost frozen atmosphere in the conference room abruptly dissipated. Then, he has a new type of stealth material? How is that possible? Everyone, what do you think? I'm looking at it with my own eyes. Su Hao observed the reactions from the audience. He smiled without saying a word, took an encrypted USB drive from his pocket, and walked to the side, gesturing for a technician to plug it into the computer. Su Hao entered the password and then shared the contents of the USB drive onto the large screen in the conference room. Watching Su Hao's series of actions, the audience was completely bewildered. Not long after, their confusion was dispelled. Su Hao opened the USB drive and directly accessed two files. When they saw the titles of the documents, they were startled. Research, analysis, and demonstration of super stealth materials for fighter jets. This was Su Hao's trump card. At the same time, he also understood. Building a sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber belonging to China would be fraught with difficulties, involving many entirely new technologies and materials. To accomplish this task as much as possible, significant breakthroughs in many areas were necessary. Therefore, he had anticipated this. When he revealed his identity as the chief designer of the sixth-generation stealth bomber and expressed his desire to complete its development as quickly as possible, he was bound to face skepticism. All of this was prepared for this purpose. Gentlemen, these two documents both involve key technologies and materials for the fighter jet. Please analyze them carefully and see if they are feasible. Su Hao spoke with a smile. The conference room wasn't just limited to the large screen at the front, each person also had a touchscreen display on their desk. The elderly professors in the front row, along with the professors, experts, and key technical personnel seated behind, all focused intently on the display screen. Their expressions were focused, as if they wanted to memorize and thoroughly understand every word and line written on it. Whether due to the system's mission or the current international environment, Su Hao wanted to build the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber as soon as possible. Indeed, the path of scientific research is destined to be fraught with thorns and challenges. He hopes that through his own efforts, along with those of countless senior researchers and the new generation of scientific talents, China will possess more and more national strategic assets, guarding its borders, keeping the enemy at bay. Who? Su Hao's eyes burned with fervor, his heart surging with emotion. He snapped out of his reverie, and a simple sentence made everyone look up at him. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Professor Tang Changqing and other senior professors, nodded thoughtfully. Although they could gradually understand it with time. At this moment, their gaze towards Su Hao was different from before. A hint of respect appeared in their eyes. Professor Tang spoke with a slight smile. Tang Changqing's attitude had completely changed compared to before. But now, seeing the two documents Su Hao produced, Tang Changqing was incredibly eager. He was getting old, and his eyesight wasn't very good. Therefore, he looked at Su Hao with eager anticipation and a hint of appreciation. Professor Song Wenfei, standing nearby, reacted similarly. Seeing this, Su Hao readily agreed to speak. As everyone knows, achieving stealth on a fighter jet's fuselage surface means allowing electromagnetic waves to penetrate directly without reflection. Or, in other words, using special materials on the fuselage surface to absorb all electromagnetic waves emitted by radar, thus achieving stealth. And the ultra-stealth material I'm demonstrating can achieve both of these effects simultaneously. Su Hao's words instantly astonished everyone present. Achieving both effects simultaneously? Is this really possible? If it were true, wouldn't that mean the developed fighter jet could achieve ideal 100% stealth? Hiss. Thinking about this, everyone present felt somewhat incredulous. If it could truly achieve this effect, this material would likely completely revolutionize the field of stealth materials. Su Hao continued his analysis. Under a laboratory microscope, this material exhibits a honeycomb structure with a complex molecular composition. It's precisely this structure that allows it to reflect electromagnetic waves emitted by radar. The combination of these two technologies maximizes the emission and absorption of electromagnetic waves, achieving 100% stealth performance. They stared at Su Hao, their eyes filled with astonishment. Professors Tang and Song, sitting at the front, were equally astonished and incredulous. Feasible. Absolutely feasible. Su Hao's proposed solution, along with the analysis just now, proves that this design concept and plan are entirely feasible. If the test passes, then, their 6th-generation stealth bomber will. Not 100% stealth, but at least 99%. Great. Excellent. Tang Chongqing slammed his hand on the table, his wrinkled face trembling slightly, his expression one of pure excitement. Song Wenfei, while not appearing as excited, couldn't hide his smile. Lu Jiangwo, however, was somewhat bewildered. Su Hao didn't mention preparing these things earlier, did he? Could it be that he has other secrets? Hiss. Lu Jiangwo's gaze towards Su Hao grew increasingly fervent and fond. Just how much more did Su Hao possess that he didn't know? This student, he liked him more and more the more he looked at him. As Professor Tang clapped and cheered, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly boiled over. All the researchers beamed with joy. The breakthrough in core stealth materials solved the crucial problem for the fighter jet. Moreover, Su Hao also revealed another core technology, the WS-30 aero engine. Just as everyone was about to ask about the WS-30. With these two technologies resolved, the development of the fighter jet can now be put on the agenda. However, I believe the fighter jet's maximum performance shouldn't be limited to this. After saying that, Su Hao took out another USB drive and plugged it into the computer. At the National University of Defense Technology, during a classified meeting. Just as everyone was quite satisfied with the two core technologies Su Hao presented. Su Hao, standing on the stage, calmly spoke. I believe the strongest performance of a fighter jet shouldn't be limited to this. He calmly strode to the side. From his pocket, he took out another encrypted USB drive and handed it to the technician. Could you please plug it into my computer? The professors below, puzzled by Su Hao's sudden statement, looked at him with suspicion. After the USB drive was inserted, he took the mouse from the technician and opened an encrypted folder on the drive. Then, he clicked on a document inside, set it to full screen, and shared it on the large screen. In an instant, a very strange device appeared on the large screen in the conference room. At the same time, the instant this device appeared in the document, the three professors at the front of the conference room, Lu Jiangwo, Tang Chongqing, and Song Wenfei, their expressions changed instantly. Then, tokamak. The device in the document Su Hao had shown was none other than the most crucial device in controlled nuclear fusion, the tokamak device. The tokamak device. It is a device that achieves magnetic confinement, generating a sufficiently strong toroidal magnetic field. Professors Tang Chongqing and Song Wenfei were utterly astonished that Su Hao had suddenly come up with something like this. Controlled nuclear fusion. This is a technology that many countries around the world are striving to overcome. However, to this day, there has been little progress. The highest known Q value is 1.25, achieved by Japan on its JT60 device, breaking the Q value barrier of 1. The higher the Q value, the greater the energy output, and the higher the efficiency of controlled nuclear fusion. China began its research on controlled nuclear fusion in the 1960s. In 1983, China built its first toroidal reactor, HL-1. Currently, China has built the most advanced EAST device. In earlier years, China's EAST device achieved an electron temperature exceeding 120 million degrees Celsius and a plasma operation time exceeding 101 seconds. However, the entire conference room erupted in excitement after Su Hao presented his research documents on controlled nuclear fusion. Countless professors, experts, and key technical personnel stared at Su Hao in disbelief. A heated discussion broke out in the audience. Controlled nuclear fusion? Is this even possible? Su Hao is actually engaged in this research. Perhaps he's just interested. The research on controlled nuclear fusion can't be simply described as difficult. Lu Jiangwo was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected Su Hao to have such a hidden skill. Controlled nuclear fusion? He was speechless. After a long silence, Professor Tang Chongqing finally spoke first. Su Hao, are you researching controlled nuclear fusion? Upon hearing this, Su Hao nodded. Yes, Professor Tang. Su Hao's personal confirmation caused a slight change in expression on the faces of the three senior professors, Tang Chongqing, and many others present. Su Hao was indeed researching controlled nuclear fusion, and it wasn't just a matter of interest. However, controlled nuclear fusion wasn't as easy as it seemed. Su Hao, unaware of the concerns in everyone's hearts, continued speaking. In the future, I hope our fighter jets will not be limited to conventional power, but will instead create a super-powerful fighter jet powered by nuclear energy. Achieve leaps in combat performance, penetration stealth, and extended endurance. Su Hao's words were filled with fighting spirit and passion, inspiring many in the conference room. However, they were, after all, older than Su Hao and had experienced the trials of life. Su Hao's idea was good, and such fighting spirit was a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom. However, achieving this goal would be no easy feat. Lu Jiangwo frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then advised. Su Hao, we acknowledge and support your idea. But at the same time, you must understand that research and breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion are not something that can be achieved overnight. Not just in the Dragon Kingdom, but the entire Blue Star is stuck in a rut in controlled nuclear fusion research, unable to make a breakthrough for a long time. Lu Jiangwo sighed deeply. He didn't mean to discourage Su Hao, but reality was cruel. Humanity's technological level was in a very awkward situation. Research on controlled nuclear fusion hadn't seen any major breakthroughs for decades. Su Hao's idea would be difficult to realize. However, upon hearing Lu Jiangwo's words, Su Hao smiled slightly. However, the reason I'm proposing this concept today is because I've made some progress. But unfortunately, he didn't live to see a complete breakthrough in this technology before transmigrating to this world. Coming to his senses. After finishing his explanation, Su Hao confidently stated. According to the current research progress, theoretically speaking, the door to controlled nuclear fusion has been opened. What needs to be done now is to go inside, understand its internal structure, and then completely master it. At that time, we will have completely mastered controlled nuclear fusion. This won't take long, it might be 10 years, 5 years, or even 3 years. With his past achievements, plus the assistance of the system now. Su Hao spoke with complete confidence. He believed it wouldn't be long before he broke through the technology of controlled nuclear fusion. At that time, the entire world's landscape would undergo a dramatic change. Listening to Su Hao's words and looking at the various data and formulas on the large screen, everyone present was stunned. They stared blankly at Su Hao. For a moment, they were frozen in place. The atmosphere in the confidential conference room was somewhat quiet. Su Hao's words lingered in everyone's minds. Perhaps 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, but one day, we will break through the technology of controlled nuclear fusion. Even though they were researchers who had been immersed in scientific research for decades. But, hearing Su Hao's words, and seeing his demonstration of the research progress on controlled nuclear fusion, their once dormant hearts stirred slightly. Yes. Everyone knew that research on controlled nuclear fusion was an exceptionally arduous path. But what scientific work is easy? They hadn't even made up their minds to take the plunge, yet they had already set themselves a hurdle. Is this really the behavior of a scientific researcher? Moreover, from Su Hao's explanation, he had indeed made some progress on controlled nuclear fusion. Perhaps it won't be long before they truly achieve a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion. Thinking of this, a slight stirring stirred within everyone. A strange fighting spirit was suddenly ignited. they stared blankly at Su Hao. For a fleeting moment, they felt that this young, inexperienced man was like a seasoned researcher. Professor Tang Changqing stared at the large screen for a long time before letting out a long sigh and finally coming back to his senses. His cloudy eyes flickered slightly. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. Good. 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 Tang Changqing led the applause. Instantly. Thunderous applause. The entire conference room resounded with enthusiastic applause. This was a stark contrast to the scene at the very beginning of the meeting. Lu Jiangwo clapped excitedly, but he was equally bewildered. Su Hao had brought him one surprise after another today. He had thought that presenting the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber was already a huge surprise. But then, at the symposium, the presentation of new ultra-stealth materials and the blueprints for the WS-30 engine completely exceeded his expectations. And now, he had demonstrated substantial progress in controlled nuclear fusion and proposed the concept of a nuclear-powered fighter jet. These surprises left Lu Jiangwo somewhat stunned, but also secretly overjoyed. The meeting ended, and everyone left. However, as they were leaving, they all took the initiative to greet Su Hao before gradually departing. Given enough room to grow, his future achievements will only be high. What the Dragon Kingdom needs most are also talented, ambitious, and innovative research talents like him. These are the young people who represent the future of the Dragon Kingdom. When almost everyone in the conference room had left, Professors Tang Changqing and Song Wenfei deliberately stayed behind. Professor Tang, Professor Song, you've finally come all this way, why don't you come to my office for a chat? Upon hearing this, Tang Changqing and Song Wenfei laughed heartily. Ha, that's exactly what I was thinking. Saying this, they pulled Su Hao along towards the office. Seeing this, Lu Jiangwo's smile suddenly froze. Something's not right, something's not right. Su Hao is his student. What are Professor Tang and Professor Song doing? My junior brother of mine is a bit too formidable. He shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. In the office, Su Hao sat in the middle of the sofa, with Professor Tang and Professor Song on either side of him. Lu Jiangwo, arriving a little later, could only helplessly sit opposite Su Hao. Old Tang asked Su Hao with considerable urgency. Xiao Hao, is the nuclear-powered fighter jet you mentioned at the conference real? Or is it just a vision for the future? Tang Changqing was very concerned about this question. Su Hao didn't hesitate for long before nodding immediately. It's real. He then continued his analysis. I believe that while there are still gaps in advanced fighter jets among military powers like China, the US, and Russia, these gaps are gradually narrowing. In the future, we must not only strive to close this gap but also develop our own independent plans and innovations. Nuclear-powered fighter jets will be an opportunity for us to catch up. Once successful, we can not only completely surpass them but also leave other countries far behind. Therefore, my focus going forward will be on two aspects: the development of a 6th-generation stealth bomber and research into controlled nuclear fusion. The 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber is crucial to China's current defense capabilities. Furthermore, this is a task assigned by the system. This project naturally has to be prioritized. Of course, the development of controlled nuclear fusion must also be put on the agenda. Tang Changqing's face lit up with joy upon receiving Su Hao's accurate answer. Good. Young people should have this kind of striving and enterprising spirit. He slapped his thigh, appearing very excited. Then he gave very serious instructions. During the research and development process, just let us know what you need. As long as it's within reasonable limits and permitted by the state, we'll do our best to meet your needs. Song Wenfei nodded, echoing this sentiment. With the two elders making such a guarantee, Lu Jiangwo naturally wouldn't be outdone. Xiao Hao, feel free to use the lab. If you need any materials, have your senior brother Zhu apply for them. Just ask for anything you need, and we'll get it for you. The group chatted in the office for a long time before Tang Changqing and Song Wenfei reluctantly left. Time flew by. Su Hao had been at Lanka University for over a week. During this time, he spent every day shuttling between the lab and the research workshop. On one hand, he was developing a sixth-generation stealth bomber, and on the other hand, he was working on technologies related to controlled nuclear fusion. Just as the three professors, Lu Jiangwo and the others, had promised. They had indeed given him a lot of help. He was only a freshman, not yet officially enrolled, yet he already had access to many buildings and key laboratories at Lanka University. According to senior brother Zhu, his current privileges were comparable to those of a senior professor at the university. Su Hao deeply understood this. On the other hand, Professor Lu Jiangwo had suddenly disappeared recently, preoccupied with something unknown. Time passed quietly, and it was soon early September, the start of the new semester. That day, Su Hao received a call from Tang Xiao, asking if he would come to pick her up for enrollment. Su Hao readily agreed. No problem, see you at school. Su Hao promised. Tang Xiao arrived at Lanka University early, accompanied by her parents. However, they kept nagging Tang Xiao about choosing Lanka University. With your score, Tsinghua University would be such a good choice. It's not that Lanka University is bad, it's just that you'll inevitably have to work harder there. How can a girl like you endure that kind of hardship? Tang Xiao completely ignored their conversation. Her eyes searched around the school gate. Lanka University, campus. Tang Xiao, escorted by her parents, arrived early at the gate of the National University of Defense Technology. She craned her neck, looking around anxiously, searching for that familiar person. After searching for a long time, she didn't see that familiar figure. Tang Xiao slowly lowered her tiptoes, her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she pouted, a hint of displeasure on her face. Meanwhile, Lanka University, experimental building. Su Hao walked out of the laboratory, heading to the school gate to meet Tang Xiao, who had come to register. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Lu Jiangwo, whom he hadn't seen for many days. Lu Jiangwo had suddenly disappeared after the seminar that day. Su Hao initially thought he had gone to report to his superiors. But he hadn't seen Lu Jiangwo for several days. Now, he had suddenly reappeared. Lu Jiangwo briefly chatted with Su Hao, then asked him with concern if he was settling into life at Lanka University. Su Hao nodded. Lanka University is great. The senior students here are all very nice, and the experimental facilities are complete, which is very convenient. He answered truthfully. Because of Lu Jiangwo's and Professor Tang and Professor Son's personal appointments, Su Hao enjoyed many privileges at Lanka University. In fact, Su Hao had access to most of the laboratories at Lanka University. Therefore, conducting research here was extremely convenient for him. Many senior students and researchers also provided him with a lot of assistance. This made him feel the strong academic atmosphere and excellent research conditions at Lanka University. Lu Jiangwo nodded, then asked Su Hao about his progress in controlled nuclear fusion. What is the progress of controlled nuclear fusion? Su Hao replied. Controlled nuclear fusion is no small feat, it cannot be accomplished overnight. 5 years is an estimate based on a very optimistic scenario. If other problems arise, this timeframe will extend further. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo frowned, his expression somewhat unnatural. Lu Weigua beside him did the same, his eyes holding a strange look, as if they were hiding something from Su Hao. Su Hao immediately noticed their unusual behavior. He hurriedly inquired. Old Lu, Colonel Li, what happened? Lu Jiangwo gave Su Hao a deep look, hesitating to speak. The words reached his lips, but he swallowed them back. He sighed, shook his head, and finally spoke. But it doesn't matter now, you'll have to deal with this kind of news sooner or later. Li Weigui nodded in agreement. Lu Jiangwo continued. There's a problem with the coastal defenses. His words immediately made Su Hao's heart leap. A problem with the coastal defenses? Before Su Hao could ponder further, Lu Jiangwo continued. Recently, the United States has frequently entered our sensitive waters. They've been blatantly and repeatedly provoking our naval defense fleet's warnings. They're conducting so-called freedom of navigation operations in disputed and sensitive areas. Lu Jianghuo's face darkened as he spoke. He gritted his teeth, his expression one of wanting to tear the U.S. apart. Li Weiguo was equally enraged. His eyes flashed with anger, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Having heard Lu Jianghuo's account and learned of the U.S.'s shameless and despicable actions, Su Hao's face also burned with rage. A surge of urgency welled up within him, a desire to tear the U.S. to pieces. The U.S. has always been arrogant and unreasonable, posing as the so-called world police, and disregarding all other nations. For the rising power of China in recent years, the U.S. has been relentlessly attacking and pressuring it from all sides. Now, relying on its formidable military strength and the recent successful test flight of its sixth-generation bomber, it has brazenly entered my country's coastal waters, conducting so-called freedom of navigation operations in disputed and sensitive waters. Su Hao took a deep breath, his overwhelming anger threatening to erupt. Suppressing his rage, he asked with a hint of resentment. Lu Jianghuo immediately replied, "Of course. One of the LN's 8 boilers suddenly malfunctioned, and one of its 4 turbines jammed, rendering it unable to operate normally. For safety reasons, the coastal defense forces did not dispatch it. Moreover, even if it had been sent, it wouldn't have been able to play a crucial role." Lu Jianghuo sighed deeply, his face showing both anger and helplessness. Li Weiguo added. He shook his head, his expression somewhat dejected. Even if these problems were resolved, the U.S.'s objective had already been achieved. Their arrogant demeanor in the waters near China's borders has been witnessed by people in many countries around the world. The U.S. defended its so-called freedom of navigation right on China's doorstep, flexing its muscles. This also proves to the world the United States is the strongest nation on earth. Even the supposedly rising and increasingly powerful China is hesitant and helpless in their presence. China's naval defenses know the U.S.'s intentions and their sinister plots. Su Hao, after hearing this, also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Yes. Although China's military strength has advanced rapidly in recent years, it still lags behind the U.S., a nation that has become wealthy and militarily powerful through war. Not to mention, China has been truly unlucky this time. After a moment of silence, Lu Jianghuo spoke slowly. For China, the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber is extremely important. It's a powerful weapon for dominating the skies. But equally important is maritime defense. Further strengthening of coastal defense must also be prioritized. Today's humiliation must never be repeated. Lu Jianghuo's cloudy eyes flickered. He was seething with anger. Lu Jianghuo turned to Su Hao. "Xiao Hao, the task on your shoulders is very arduous. Xiao Hao, the task on your shoulders is very arduous." Outside the experimental building, as Lu Jianghuo uttered these words, for some reason, Su Hao suddenly felt an invisible, intangible pressure on his shoulders. It was as if something had been added to him. Su Hao understood. It was mission and responsibility. He took a deep breath. Su Hao nodded to Lu Jianghuo and Li Weiguo. "Old Lu, Colonel Li, I understand what you two are saying." He then offered a factual analysis. Admittedly, the United States, relying on its superior military power, is currently subjecting China to brutal bullying and suppression. I understand that you, I, and the vast majority of Chinese people are all holding a grudge, a desire to teach the United States a lesson they won't forget. But as the saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. Now that we've identified our problems and know our shortcomings, let's learn from them, address them one by one, and make progress step by step. We will definitely achieve a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology. However, everyone knows the difficulty of this technology. It's not something that can be achieved overnight or with mere words. Only by being grounded and working together can we achieve victory on this long march. Su Hao understood that China currently faces many problems. He also knew that a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion was imminent. But the path to national rejuvenation through science and technology and military strength is destined to be exceptionally difficult. Some things cannot be rushed. He also wanted to achieve a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology immediately. But that was impossible. Even with the future technology system, it would still take time and the combined efforts of many researchers to master this technology. After listening to Su Hao's analysis, Lu Jiangwo paused slightly, then nodded as if understanding. I was too reckless. Xiao Hao, you're right. Scientific research can't be rushed, it requires meticulous refinement and careful polishing. I was too hasty and made a fool of myself. Lu Jiangwo gave a helpless, bitter smile. He went to the scene and witnessed firsthand the true colors of the American fleet. The mockery on their faces and the contempt in their words made Lu Jiangwo extremely unhappy. Added to this were the long-delayed progress in the research of the sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber, and the unexpected accident involving the LN ship, among other things. He suddenly became anxious. Looking back now, it seemed somewhat abrupt. Su Hao was still just a student, although he had designed the blueprints for a sixth-generation strategic stealth bomber. He had also made some breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion. But he was still young, with much room for growth. To suddenly place such a heavy burden on his tender shoulders was too rash and irresponsible. This was something they hadn't considered before, and it truly shouldn't have been done. Thinking of this, Lu Jiangwo looked at Su Hao with slight apology. Su Hao smiled slightly, nodded understandingly, and didn't seem to mind. Mr. Lu, please don't take it to heart. I understand your feelings. It wasn't Mr. Lu's fault. Witnessing the shameless actions of the United States, humiliating our personnel on our own doorstep. Lu Jiangwo instructed. Regard the research on controlled nuclear fusion, follow your own path, one step at a time, steadily and practically. If you lack anything, if you need any assistance, speak up as soon as possible. The country will do everything in its power to help you. He also briefly reported Su Hao's situation to his superiors. The instructions from his superiors were to take good care of him and nurture him. Whatever Su Hao needed, they would fulfill it. The strength he had demonstrated fully justified such treatment. Okay. Su Hao nodded, his expression extremely solemn. After chatting for a while, Lu Jiangwo suddenly remembered that Su Hao had been about to leave. Xiao Hao, do you need to go out for something? He had just seen Su Hao rushing out, looking hurried. Their intervention had caused them to waste quite a bit of time. It would have been better if Lu Jiangwo hadn't brought it up. As soon as he did, Su Hao's expression changed slightly. Oh no! He had gotten so engrossed in his conversation with old Lu and the others that he had completely forgotten about something else. He slapped his forehead and hurriedly spoke up. Oops. Old Lu, you didn't mention it, I almost forgot. A classmate of mine is registering at Manga University today, and she asked me to pick her up. He had arranged with Tang Xiaoro yesterday to pick her up for enrollment today. Now, looking at the time, he was already half an hour late. Lu Jiangwo's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. A classmate, Manga University. Could it be that little girl he met last time? Lu Jiangwo immediately gave a meaningful smile. Then hurry up and go. Lu Jiangwo laughed. Su Hao smiled too, looking somewhat anxious, wanting to leave quickly. Go on, go on. Take your classmate on a tour of the campus today, let them get familiar with it. Su Hao was slightly taken aback, full of doubt. What could he not say now? But thinking that he had important matters to attend to, Su Hao readily agreed. Okay, Professor Lu, I'll be going now. With that, Su Hao waved goodbye to Lu Jiangwo and Li Weigua, and walked quickly towards the school gate. On the other side, Tang Xiaoro kept checking the time on her phone, glancing frequently towards the school. Seeing that Su Hao hadn't appeared yet, she gradually grew a little annoyed. We agreed to meet at the school gate at 10 o'clock, it's already 10:30, and I haven't seen a trace of him. Humph. Tang Xiaoro huffed, her pretty face showing displeasure. They had been standing at the school gate for almost half an hour, wondering why their daughter was so reluctant to go in to register. Why was their daughter taking it so seriously? She even jumped up excitedly, waving and shouting. What they saw made them freeze. Good heavens! It's a boy. Oh no! After rushing out of the experimental building, Suhao immediately spotted Tang Xiaoro standing prettily at the school gate. Today, she was wearing a white dress and holding a floral parasol. A gentle breeze blew, causing the lace-trimmed dress to sway in the wind. Seeing this, Suhao also smiled warmly and ran towards Tang Xiaoro. He was panting, clearly having run all the way. Upon reaching her, he quickly apologized. Sorry. Something came up unexpectedly, and I was delayed a little. He had left on time, but unexpectedly ran into Lu Jiangwo and Li Weigui as soon as he stepped out. That's why he was delayed by more than half an hour. Humph. We agreed to meet at the school gate at 10 o'clock, and look at you now, you're more than half an hour late. She pretended to be angry, pouting her lips. Suhao knew he was in the wrong and gave a helpless wry smile. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Knowing you're a very busy person, I'm already flattered that you could take time out of your busy schedule to pick me up. Tang Xiaoro couldn't help but chuckle at Suhao's discomfiture. After chatting briefly with Suhao, he noticed Tang Xiaoro's parents standing nearby. Tang Xiaoro then realized what was happening and quickly led Suhao forward to introduce him to her parents. Dad, Mom, this is my classmate, Suhao, who was also my deskmate in high school. He was specially recruited early by the National University of Defense Technology of China, so he came to school a month early. After Tang Xiaoro finished speaking, Suhao hurriedly greeted them. Hello, uncle and aunt. Suhao. Isn't that the student who caused such a stir in Jiangcheng County and Jiangcheng Middle School? The fact that Jiangcheng Middle School expelled students without cause has been completely exposed. The students' parents and many local residents know about the problems with the school's leaders and teachers. Meanwhile, some of them were indeed not good students, but one student named Suhao was a completely different case. Not only did he have excellent grades, but he also received invitations from Tsinghua University, the National University of Defense Technology of China, and other universities. He's a true genius. So it's Suhao. I remember you. You used to tutor Xiaoro all the time. Sunny and handsome. Bright eyes and delicate features. Standing tall and energetic. Not bad, not bad. Lu Shimei became more and more satisfied with him, and her gaze grew increasingly strange. Suhao had caused quite a stir in Jiangcheng County, it was practically common knowledge. Especially the fact that Tsinghua University and the National Defense University of China had sent large delegations to invite Suhao to their schools. This was unprecedented in Jiangcheng County. It further highlighted Suhao's exceptional talent. A kid like that seems quite good, doesn't it? The two of them standing there are a truly pleasing sight. He snapped back to reality and coughed lightly. Xiaoro. Your father and I aren't very familiar with the school either. Since Xiaohao arrived early, he must be familiar with the area. Let him take you in to register, shall we? As a couple married for decades, Lu Shimei knew exactly what her husband meant and quickly agreed. Yes. We've had a long journey, so we need to find a hotel to rest first. After that, we'll head back. With Xiaohao taking care of you, we feel much more at ease. Lu Shimei affectionately patted Tang Xiaoro's hand, then looked at Suhao with satisfaction. Xiaohao. I'm entrusting Xiaoro to you. Hearing her parents' bold declaration, Tang Xiaoro's pretty face flushed crimson. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Suhao. Suhao smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Don't worry, uncle and aunt, I'll take good care of Xiaoro. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Tang Xiaoro chatted with her parents for a few moments before waving goodbye. After they had walked away, Suhao spoke. Let's go. I'll take you into the school. Suhao took Tang Xiaoro's luggage and walked with her towards the campus of Longwei University. Walking through the vast campus of Longwei National University of Defense Technology, Tang Xiaoro was like a curious child, her beautiful eyes taking in everything with curiosity and joy. Wow, the scenery here is amazing. Is the library at Longwei University of Defense Technology this big? She walked and took pictures, asking questions as she went. You've been at Longhua University of Defense Technology for over a month now, what do you think of it? After carefully taking a set of photos, Tang Xiaoro put away her phone and looked at Su Hao with a smile. There are many labs here, and the lab conditions are excellent. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoro rolled her eyes and sighed helplessly. Truly a science and engineering guy. Su Hao spent the whole morning with Tang Xiaoro. First, they went to register, then they went to find their dorms together. Time flew by. This was even with Su Hao arriving at the school early to familiarize himself with the environment. Otherwise, relying on her alone, she would probably be completely disoriented and wouldn't know her way around. It's too big. The campus of the National University of Defense Technology in China is huge. After making her bed and arranging her closet, Tang Xiaoro felt slightly annoyed that her other roommates hadn't arrived yet. I was planning to go out for lunch with you and the other roommates, and maybe get to know each other better, Su Hao suggested. In that case, let's go grab something to eat first. I've been busy all morning. Tang Xiaoro nodded. They had a quick and simple lunch. After a busy afternoon, they were quite hungry. The food at Longhua University's cafeteria is really good, shall we go there? Su Hao suggested. He'd been eating at the school cafeteria for a while now. The school had even loaded a considerable amount of money into his meal card. Tang Xiaoro nodded. Okay, it'll be a good opportunity to get familiar with the campus and experience the food at Longhua University. Tang Xiaoro put her slender hands behind her back, tiptoed, and skipped forward. Led by Su Hao, the two easily found their way to the cafeteria. After helping her sit down, Su Hao asked what she wanted to eat and then went to get the food. A short while later, he returned with 2 servings of food. All right, let's eat. Tang Xiaoro smiled gently, picked up her chopsticks, and placed some food at the back of the table. Delicious. They chatted while eating. Since what happened to you, Jiangcheng Middle School has been completely reformed. On weekends, all grades are strictly prohibited from holding extra classes. And all the teachers are under inspection and supervision by the education department. Speaking of this, Tang Xiaoro seemed to become interested, her eyes brightening. These were the ones who had put in the most effort when Su Hao was expelled. Now they're receiving the harshest punishment, how could she not be happy? Tang Xiaoro continued her narration. Moreover, they've violated other rules and are currently under investigation by the legal department. Looks like they'll be enjoying a free room and board lifestyle for a long time. A meaningful expression appeared on Tang Xiaoro's face. They're currently under investigation for embezzlement, bribery, and other offenses. It just so happens that the entire country is cracking down on such activities, and they've really run into the line of fire. Tang Xiaoro could only silently mourn for them. Su Hao smiled slightly, nonchalantly agreeing. Is that so? However, thinking back carefully, it really felt like a lifetime had passed. So much had happened in just a month or two. 2 months ago, he was still worrying about going to university. 2 months later, he was already at Longhua University. Meanwhile, he learned from Wang that the drone production line was about to be set up. We believe that mass production will begin soon. All of this is being prepared step by step. Su Hao thought to himself. He was now firmly established at the National University of Defense Technology in China. He was involved in the development of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Simultaneously, he was also working on controlled nuclear fusion research. The National University of Defense Technology was providing him with abundant resources from all sides to fully support his research. His path to becoming a major power in science and technology had officially begun. He couldn't guarantee what the future held. But the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber would be developed. Controlled nuclear fusion would be achieved. And other cutting-edge military products, high-tech products, and so on. The road to scientific research was long and arduous. Be down to earth. One day, all these goals will be achieved. After lunch, Suhao took Tang Xiao on a tour of the school, helping her familiarize herself with the campus. At the same time, he also helped her buy some missing items at the school supermarket. The day passed just like that. Because there were quite a few things to buy, and it was the start of the semester. At this moment, Tang Xiao's roommates had already arrived. Hearing the noise at the door, they hurriedly opened it and immediately saw Tang Xiao. They also saw Suhao standing at the door. His features were sharp and defined, and his demeanor was sunny and refined. The girl's eyes lit up slightly. Suhao hadn't expected so many girls to suddenly appear in Tang Xiao's dorm, especially since it was a girls' dormitory. He felt a little embarrassed. After handing his things to Tang Xiao, he waved goodbye. "I'm leaving now. Contact me by phone or WeChat if anything comes up." As soon as Suhao left, the girls enthusiastically helped Tang Xiao take her things and pulled her into the dorm. Tang Xiao knew them somewhat. She wasn't fat, just had a chubby face, a bit baby-faced. They were in a 4-person room, with bunk beds and desks underneath, 2 beds on each side. Li Yalan was the tallest among them, but also the darkest skinned. Like any child from the countryside, she matured early and naturally helped with farm work. However, Li Yalan had a very cheerful and sunny personality. Her family background was arguably the best among them. However, what surprised Tang Xiao was that Chen Zhejia's personality wasn't like the arrogant and domineering rich kids or children of officials portrayed on television. On the contrary, coming from a scholarly family, Chen Zhejia had a very good personality, gentle and friendly. This was evident from her conversations and interactions with Li Yalan. She was completely unpretentious and quickly became friends with everyone. Chen Zhejia teased, "Xiao, you're something else. You met a senior on the first day of school. And he even personally brought you to his door. It must be your natural beauty that deeply attracted this senior." Chen Zhaojiu and Li Yalan nodded in agreement. They had witnessed the scene at the dormitory entrance. Tang Xiao, however, was stunned for a moment, looking at the 3 beautiful girls in front of her with some confusion. Then she reacted. In the dormitory, Tang Xiao heard them talking about Suhao, assuming he was a senior, and smiled helplessly. "You've misunderstood. He's not a senior at Lonka University, he's my classmate. He was specially admitted to Lonka University, so the school required him to report here a month early." Tang Xiao was both amused and exasperated. Her roommates really had quite the imagination. "Huh? Your classmate? Did you all graduate from the same school?" Li Yalan asked, somewhat surprised. Chen Zhaojiu and Chen Zhejia nodded to themselves. Tang Xiao's answer completely surprised them. This handsome, striking young man was actually Tang Xiao's classmate? Not a senior at Lonka University? Wow, Xiao, you guys are so lucky. Yeah. We went to the same high school, and then to the same university. Chen Zhejia chimed in. Chen Zhaojiu nodded, her eyes bright. Tang Xiao smiled without saying a word, a happy smile spreading across her face. "When I was at home, I was browsing various social forums at Lonka University and heard them say that a very outstanding student came to our school this year. Not only was he specially admitted to Lonka University early, but he also enjoys very high privileges here now. All his expenses during his studies are covered by Lonka University. As a freshman, he enjoys many privileges such as free access to the school's labs, use of various experimental equipment, and the ability to apply for research resources. Most importantly, I heard he's a prized student of one of our senior professors, recruited as his last disciple upon enrollment." Chen Zhejia's storytelling was full of ups and downs, coupled with her storyteller-like tone, truly arousing everyone's curiosity. In any case, Li Yalan and Chen Zhaojiu listened with shining eyes, looking like curious children. However, Tang Xiao felt a strange sense of familiarity listening to her words. Her brows furrowed slightly, looking somewhat incredulous. Could this be Suhao? After some thought, she was pretty sure it was Su Hao. Because she knew that Professor Liu Jiangwo had personally come to recruit Su Hao, and judging from his demeanor, he clearly intended to personally take Su Hao as his student. Su Hao was being treated with such importance, enjoying so many privileges at a prestigious university like Lonka University. This was something an ordinary student couldn't even dream of. For example, they only enjoyed some of the rights of ordinary students. Other things, like access to laboratories, applying for research resources, etc. Forget about them. Tang Xiao was secretly surprised, but also happy for Su Hao. A slight smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Meanwhile, Su Hao returned to his dormitory, quickly showered, and lay down on his bed. Looking at the moonlight outside the window, Su Hao was lost in thought. Now, he'd been at Lonka University for over a month now. The 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber was progressing slightly faster. After all, they had complete blueprints and plans, plus many researchers working together. They hadn't encountered any major difficulties. He believed that the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber would definitely be developed in time. Su Hao sighed softly, his face showing worry. Also, Professor Liu told me to see him tomorrow, but I don't know why? Could it be that he's encountered some other problem? Su Hao wondered. After thinking for a while, he shook his head, trying to clear his mind of these unanswered questions. Go to sleep first. Eat one bite at a time, walk one step at a time. Don't rush or panic. Just follow the plan and steps. Research work, never rush it. Su Hao let out a long sigh, his mind clearing considerably. He closed his eyes and instantly drifted off to sleep. He slept soundly until dawn. Outside the window, there were many bustling sounds. He was happy to have some free time, but still went to his newly assigned class according to the given roster. He briefly introduced himself to his classmates. According to Liu Jiangwo, Lonka University needs more than just an outstanding researcher. It also needs a well-rounded talent with strong skills, a solid professional foundation, and comprehensive abilities. Therefore, the time left for Su Hao to continue his research was actually running out. He navigated the campus and teaching buildings with ease. Some returning female students saw freshmen moving freely through the various teaching buildings and key office areas of the university. My eyes are wide open. Isn't this a freshman? How can he disregard the school's security guidelines and wander around these important areas? Are all freshmen this reckless these days? You know, Lonka University is a key national defense university in China. Many of its seemingly ordinary, inconspicuous teaching buildings are actually incredibly prestigious. Not only are they guarded by special personnel, but outsiders, even students and teachers of the university, are strictly prohibited from entering. Unless you have special permission, you are not qualified to enter. But now, have the school's rules been lowered? Even freshmen can enter, so we should be allowed to too, right? Some upperclassmen, lost in their own thoughts, headed towards an inconspicuous teaching building. However, before they even stepped inside, an armed guard solemnly approached. Student, this is a heavily fortified area. Please leave immediately. The upperclassmen clicked their tongues in astonishment. They pointed at Su Hao as he walked away, wanting to say something, but seeing the guard's cold, serious eyes, they swallowed their words. Scratching their heads, they left, completely bewildered. Su Hao arrived at Liu Jiangwo's office, opened the door, and found Colonel Li Weigui there as well. This only deepened his confusion. Professor Liu, may I ask what brings you here? Office. At Liu Jiangwo's suggestion, Su Hao and the other two sat down on the sofas at the tea table. Su Hao spoke directly. Mr. Liu, what brings you here? He guessed it wasn't a simple matter. Otherwise, Mr. Liu wouldn't have specifically summoned him to his office, especially with Colonel Li present. Xiao Hao, we had a meeting with a national-level department a few days ago. The higher-ups want us to achieve a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology first. What do you think? Liu Jiangwo asked, seeking Su Hao's opinion. After all, both of these major research projects were proposed and for which Su Hao provided the blueprints. As the lead designer, regardless of the superior's intentions, Su Hao's opinion was paramount. If Su Hao thought it wouldn't work, then all his suggestions would be wasted. Su Hao's face froze slightly after hearing Lu Jiangwo's words. So, the reason he was summoned today was because of this? This was something he hadn't expected. The development of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber was to be suspended. No. To be precise, not suspended. But rather, he was to be reassigned to the controlled nuclear fusion research mission. The 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber project would continue, but it would be handed over to other researchers. But what about the system mission? He hadn't forgotten that the 6th-generation stealth bomber project was also one of the missions issued by the system. And the reward for completing the mission was quite substantial. He didn't want to miss out on this reward. Su Hao frowned, caught in a deeply conflicted choice. Should he agree or not? Seeing his inner turmoil, Li Weiguo spoke up at the opportune moment, offering an explanation. Furthermore, given the current international situation and future development, controlled nuclear fusion technology is far more important than the 6th-generation stealth bomber. If they dare to provoke us, we'll send the 6th-generation bombers to deter them. One isn't enough, so we'll send two. Two aren't enough, so we'll send 3, 4, 5. You might not know, the 6th-generation bomber's serial number has reached, hee. A mysterious smile appeared on Li Weiguo's face. This expression was quite unusual for him, given his usually very serious demeanor. Su Hao was completely bewildered. What did Colonel Li's smile mean? Could it be? It seems the rumors about how many guns 6th Master actually has are indeed a mystery. Colonel Li's expression clearly conveyed this to Su Hao. The exact number of guns 6th Master possesses will likely surprise everyone outside. The smile on Li Weiguo's face vanished in an instant. He continued his analysis. If we achieve a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion first, we will not only catch up in the military industry, but also make leaps and bounds in progress. In other industries, there will also be a qualitative leap. The entire world order will undergo a radical transformation. Professor Tang and Professor Song also hope to first conquer controlled nuclear fusion before considering other projects. Hearing this, Su Hao's eyes flickered slightly. Professor Tang and Professor Song. These two had already met once at the last seminar. Their status as elders is self-evident. Furthermore, their strength in the scientific research field is also beyond question. Moreover, such senior figures possess incredibly sharp insight. They see through appearances to the essence. They often have a clear understanding of many things at a glance. Su Hao rested his finger on his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wasn't particularly obsessed with the 6th-generation stealth bomber project. Besides, he had done almost everything he needed to teach, say, and instruct. With numerous researchers and the assistance of design blueprints and plans, he believed there wouldn't be any major problems. He could accept all of that. Was it really okay to end the 6th-generation stealth bomber development project like this? Would the system consider him to have completed the mission? Thinking of this, Su Hao's mind stirred, and he focused his consciousness on the system, softly asking, "System, under these circumstances, have I completed this mission?" He expected the system wouldn't answer, but unexpectedly, after a while, the cold voice of the future technology system rang in Su Hao's mind. "Yes. If the host needs it, you can submit the mission now." The words were concise and to the point. But Su Hao's worried heart finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. If that was the case, then everything was fine. As for the system's suggestion to submit the mission now, since the mission was temporarily completed, submitting it later wouldn't matter. His consciousness emerged from the system, and Su Hao's expression softened. He nodded, agreeing to Lu Jiangwo and Li Weiguo's suggestion. "Okay. Then I'll temporarily end the development of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber and devote myself entirely to the research of controlled nuclear fusion." Suhao was happy to be able to focus on the research of controlled nuclear fusion. He wouldn't have to run between two projects every day, or worry about two things at once. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo and Li Weiguo were overjoyed. Alright, time is of the essence. Starting today, you will no longer be involved in the development of the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber. I will hand over the subsequent work to others. You will work with me and the other core researchers, focusing on controlled nuclear fusion. Hopefully, this technology will achieve a major breakthrough soon. In the office. Seeing Suhao agree to their request, Lu Jiangwo and Li Weiguo both breathed a sigh of relief. You don't need to personally participate in the handover of the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber. I'll arrange for someone else to handle it. Starting today, you, me, and the other core researchers will participate in the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion. Lu Jiangwo instructed. Suhao's face showed a slight surprise. The handover work wasn't needed? He clearly hadn't expected Lu Jiangwo to be in such a hurry. Logically speaking, for the subsequent research and development by the researchers, some handover work would still be necessary. But now, the handover work only takes a day or two. Why the rush? Or had something else happened that forced Lu Jiangwo to be in such a hurry? Suhao couldn't figure it out. Alright. We'll do as you say, Elder Lu. Then, I'll devote myself entirely to the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion. Anyway, the mission to develop the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber was already considered complete. He would submit the system task and receive the reward when he had time, then he could focus on his research into controlled nuclear fusion with peace of mind. However, Suhao understood that the research into controlled nuclear fusion was an extremely difficult task. Although he possessed some experience from his past life, it would be difficult to make progress in a short time. Never mind all that, I'll just take it one step at a time. Where there's a will, there's a way, where there's a will, there's a way. Suhao thought to himself. Lu Jiangwo smiled and nodded, then spoke. I heard you've made some progress in your research on controlled nuclear fusion recently. Now, let's work together to overcome this. Bring your research materials over, and we can hold a seminar together to share our technology and see if we can make any new breakthroughs. To be honest, they used to have a dedicated team researching controlled nuclear fusion. However, for over a decade, they hadn't made any significant progress. The researchers' fighting spirit had been almost completely worn down. Furthermore, the national level hadn't invested as much as it had initially. Over time, while controlled nuclear fusion outwardly appeared to be making great strides, but the technology Suhao brought, and some of the research results he shared, gave Lu Jiangwo renewed hope. No problem. Lu Jiangwo replied. Waving goodbye to Lu Jiangwo and Li Weiguo, Suhao went directly to the laboratory. The experimental data wasn't much. He finished organizing it in a few tens of minutes. At the same time, he also packaged some data on the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber and placed it on an encrypted USB drive. In that case, why not just submit it to the system directly? I wonder what the system's reward will be. Thinking this, Suhao's consciousness sank into the future technology system. 2 missions were displayed in the mission log. One was naturally about the 6th generation strategic stealth bomber. Without hesitation, Suhao submitted the mission directly. System, submit mission 1. After a moment's delay, the familiar, cold, mechanical voice of the future technology system rang in Suhao's mind. System mission 1 successfully submitted. Congratulations, host, mission 1 perfectly completed. Now, the system mission rewards will be distributed. He had a vague feeling. As expected, Suhao's face showed an expression of expectation. Suhao smiled slightly, muttering to himself. Just when he thought the system rewards had ended. After a brief pause, because the host perfectly completed the system task reward, an additional reward is now being issued. As the system's voice ended, Suhao was instantly stunned. What's going on? The system not only issued the basic system rewards but also an extra, perfect level reward. Nuclear-powered mecha blueprint fragments. What is this? Most importantly, the system actually rewarded him with the complete technology for controlled nuclear fusion. Suhao stood there stunned for a long time, staring at the reward quietly placed in his backpack, unable to recover. Happiness came too suddenly, making him feel like he was living in a dream. He was struggling to make a significant breakthrough in the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion. And then the system gave him the complete technology. It's hard not to break through now. With the complete technology, as long as he spends some time absorbing and digesting it, fully understanding the knowledge points, the breakthrough and practical application of controlled nuclear fusion will be just around the corner. He should make significant progress in the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion technology within 3 to 5 years. However, it will likely take quite some time before it can be officially put into application. The situation is completely different. Mastering controlled nuclear fusion technology and putting it into practical application is only a matter of time. Phew. Too much surprise, too unexpected. Could there be a little more of this kind of surprise? Suhao smiled confidently, his consciousness about to exit the future technology. System. Ding. New mission triggered. Technological development, unconventional. Complete nuclear-powered, wearable mech. Mission reward, unknown. Reward will be issued depending on the host's performance. Upon hearing this, Suhao was completely stunned. A mission? In the laboratory. Suhao stared blankly at the rewards in the future technology system and the newly triggered mission. It also gave him an extra fragment of a nuclear-powered mecha blueprint. Most importantly, it included complete controlled nuclear fusion technology. This was something he hadn't expected at all. He was also rather frustrated. The newly triggered mission from the future technology system was truly perplexing. Suhao swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. Suhao felt somewhat helpless. This task isn't urgent for now. Therefore, the most urgent task is to break through controlled nuclear fusion technology as soon as possible and put it into practical application. Thinking this, Suhao no longer hesitated. His consciousness gently touched the blueprints for controlled nuclear fusion. Then, an invisible ray of light surged into his mind. A feeling of fullness permeated his entire body. Far from feeling uncomfortable, Suhao actually squinted his eyes in great enjoyment, emitting a strange sound. After absorbing all the knowledge about controlled nuclear fusion, Suhao slowly opened his eyes. A glint of light flashed across his eyes. Although he had some experience with controlled nuclear fusion, he still seemed somewhat confused. It was as if he had suddenly unlocked his full potential. I'm currently fully involved in the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion, and I now possess complete controlled nuclear fusion technology. Thinking this, he immediately made a plan. In the laboratory. You've arrived? Lu Jiangwo smiled slightly, taking the USB drive from Suhao. He was about to signal the technicians to insert the USB drive into the computer, preparing to look at Suhao's data. Suhao spoke first. Professor Lu, I have some new ideas regarding controlled nuclear fusion research. A calm yet confident smile played on his lips. This expression made Lu Jiangwo pause slightly. He suddenly felt that Suhao seemed different at this moment. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Nevertheless, he asked anyway. Suhao, what new ideas do you have? Lu Jiangwo was quite curious. So, he went out to get some data and suddenly had a new idea? Upon hearing this, regarding controlled nuclear fusion, I believe everyone here already has a clear understanding. But now, I want to ask everyone a very basic, yet unavoidable, question. How do we determine the true realization of controlled nuclear fusion? After asking this question, Suhao's gaze swept over everyone. Seeing the somewhat surprised and confused expressions on their faces, Suhao smiled slightly. Their reactions were exactly what he had expected. Even Lu Jiangwo was somewhat confused, wondering why Su Hao had suddenly asked such a question. Here we can derive 3 criteria to determine the true realization of controlled nuclear fusion. First, the Lawson criterion. The Lawson criterion was proposed by engineer Wiegand and physicist Lawson in the early days of nuclear fusion in the 1950s and 60s. His quantitative description is as follows: eta 1/4f superscript 2 sigma v 3 net/tau eprem greater than or equal to 3 net/tau eprem. Third, the ignition condition criterion. Qualitatively speaking, it means the self-heating power of alpha particles in the fusion reactor alone can offset, or exceed, the sum of the Bremsstrahlung power loss and the thermal conduction power loss in the fusion reactor. Clear and accurate values are essential for making controlled nuclear fusion research more thorough and stable. Before receiving the reward from the Future Technology System, Su Hao hadn't even considered these aspects. Lu Jiangwo's brow furrowed the moment Su Hao mentioned these 3 criteria. Something's not right. Moreover, it seems Su Hao has already researched it very thoroughly, even having ample theoretical data for reference. Is this normal? When did Su Hao begin this research? At the same time. As he listened, he pondered the matter carefully and realized that Su Hao's words did indeed make some sense. Just as Lu Jiangwo was wondering what was going on, Su Hao suddenly spoke up. "Old Lu, could you please prepare a laboratory for me, and also some materials related to nuclear fusion?" Su Hao's expression was extremely serious. Lu Jiangwo was taken aback upon hearing this. "Materials? What do you need these materials for?" For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling. They were talking so peacefully, why did Su Hao suddenly want these materials? His voice was unhurried, his tone unhurried. His expression was utterly calm. As if he were talking about something utterly ordinary. However, upon hearing this, everyone, including Lu Jiangwo, was suddenly shocked. They stared at Su Hao in disbelief. Is he kidding? Try to achieve the values and indicators of nuclear fusion? When Su Hao spoke up, saying he wanted to give it a try, the entire conference room and the lab fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Su Hao in disbelief. Give it a try? Xiao Hao, what are you trying to do? Lu Jiangwo asked directly. His expression was incredibly serious and earnest. Clearly, this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. Lu Jiangwo gazed at Su Hao for a long time. After a long while, he let out a long sigh and gave the order. Have all staff in Lab 2 evacuate. Here. He knew his junior colleague was incredibly talented, exceptionally so. But he never expected this. At a time when researchers in my country and around the world were making no progress in controlled nuclear fusion research. To try an experiment? At that moment, his teacher suddenly called his name, and he didn't know why. You will lead all the experimental and technical personnel in Laboratory 2 to fully support Su Hao. Whatever materials Su Hao needs, whatever equipment he requires, provide it to him. Be responsive to every request and ensure the smooth progress of Su Hao's experiment. They were all somewhat surprised, momentarily stunned, unable to recover. But as his teacher's rather favored student, he would naturally obey his request unconditionally. He immediately fell silent and agreed. Yes. Mission accomplished. They sighed inwardly. Old Lu truly favors and trusts Su Hao. Thinking this, they acted without hesitation. All the researchers and technicians in Laboratory 2 began preparing for the relevant experiments. Su Hao nodded slightly to Lu Jiangwo. Thank you, Professor Lu. Lu Jiangwo waved his hand. Since I've asked you to devote yourself fully to the research on controlled nuclear fusion, I will unconditionally support your ideas and decisions. Go ahead and do it. He strode towards laboratory number 2. For a project as massive as controlled nuclear fusion, there is naturally more than one laboratory. On the contrary, to ensure the normal operation of the project, it also has several heavily guarded laboratories outside. The technicians and researchers were preparing materials for Suhao's experiment. Watching Suhao diligently working inside, they discussed quietly in the preparation room outside. Although the three criteria Suhao just proposed can provide strong evidence for the true realization of controlled nuclear fusion, achieving it will likely still be extremely difficult. That's right. Even a small-scale output module experiment is beyond the current research progress. The young man is impressive, but he's too eager for quick success. Most of these researchers had been deeply involved in scientific research for years. Naturally, they felt somewhat uneasy about Suhao's somewhat reckless actions. Haste makes waste in scientific research. But they also understood Suhao. After all, he was still too young, impetuous, and eager to show off his good ideas. After suffering a setback, they'll be able to calm down. They simply didn't think Suhao could achieve anything significant. This was controlled nuclear fusion. If Suhao could make such a breakthrough so easily, what had they been doing all these years? Wouldn't they be thoroughly humiliated? Hearing their discussions about Suhao, and hearing their implied distrust and disbelief. As Suhao's senior brother and a disciple of Liu Jiangwo, he naturally felt uncomfortable. He had to stand up for his junior brother. Everyone, whether the experiment will work or not, will only know after we do it. Suhao hasn't even started the experiment yet, and he's already belittling himself and diminishing his own prestige. Is this kind of mentality really appropriate for a researcher? Besides, although Suhao is young, this young man has proposed a completely new design scheme for a 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. How can everyone be so sure that he doesn't have his own unique understanding of controlled nuclear fusion? As a result, the room quieted down a little. Outside the door. To be honest, is this possible? Liu Jiangwo wasn't sure. Anyway, he probably couldn't do it himself. As for Suhao, perhaps there's a slight possibility. He didn't know where this idea came from either. Therefore, taking the step was enough. In Experiment 2, Suhao focused his mind and completely immersed himself in the experiment. Following the system's instructions, he began operating step by step. Based on the design concept provided by the system, is it possible to break through the Q value and achieve long-term power output? In just a few hours, Suhao successfully built a small TFR tokamak device. It sat quietly on the workbench, looking extremely inconspicuous. However, this seemingly insignificant device, if successful, would unleash terrifying energy. Suhao let out a long sigh, the mist swirling around the vacuum glass dome in front of him. His eyes were filled with anticipation, and he murmured excitedly to himself. As Suhao buried himself in the lab, dusk was falling outside. Longka University campus. Passing upperclassmen couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing some of the struggling freshmen, they even helpfully took pictures and posted them on the school forum. Tang Xiaoro and her 3 roommates, supporting each other, also walked towards their dormitory. I feel like my legs are completely useless, I can't feel them at all. Chen Jiajiao's chubby baby face was now full of bitterness, as if she was about to cry. With every step, her calves trembled. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was breakdancing. She had stayed home all summer, the furthest she had ever walked was her own front door. Li Yalan and Chen Jiajia nodded in agreement. Li Yalan is a little better off, as she often does farm work at home. However, Li Yalan sighed. Tang Xiaoro, on the other hand, is in a much worse state. Although her face is slightly pale, it's not as severe as theirs. Chen Jiajia asked in confusion. Xiaoro, you look perfectly fine. Chen Jiajiao and Li Yalan looked over, their faces full of curiosity. Tang Xiaoro smiled and replied. Tang Xiaoro smiled, then took Chen Jiajia and Chen Jiajiao's arms, encouraging them. Let's go. Just 5 more floors, and we'll be back in the dorm, then we can finally get some rest. Hearing Tang Xiaoro say this, the two immediately let out a groan. Inside the dorm, the 4 of them, freshly showered, lay lazily on their beds. The rare relaxation brought expressions of enjoyment to their faces. Xianjia then asked. Xiao, how did you and your boyfriend meet? Tang Xiao blushed instantly upon hearing the words boyfriend. Luckily, they were both lying in bed and didn't notice her expression, which made Tang Xiao slightly relieved. And for a moment, Tang Xiao didn't object to the term. A strange feeling welled up inside her. She answered in a soft, sweet voice. Well, we were deskmates in high school. Upon hearing this, oh, I see, you two developed feelings for each other over time. The moment the words left her lips, the entire dormitory fell silent. Li Yalan and Xian Jiejia looked at Xian Jiejia with strange expressions. While the summary was good, something just felt off. Tang Xiao coughed lightly, her face flushed, and continued. When he was in high school, he was almost always first in his grade, winning scholarships left and right. But what? The three girls, like three squirrels, all craned their necks to look at Tang Xiao. Their eyes and faces were full of curiosity. Tang Xiao continued. But, after Su Hao entered his senior year, his grades plummeted, and he was always at the bottom of the class. Ha! The three girls were utterly shocked by Tang Xiao's words. How could that be? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray something like that. Really? Did something happen to him that caused this? Li Yalan analyzed. After careful analysis, I believe it's indeed something else that's disrupting his studies. As for what it is, for confidentiality reasons, I won't tell you for now. Perhaps you'll find out later. Tang Xiao smiled mysteriously. Now, Xian Jiejia and the others couldn't sit still. Judging from Tang Xiao's words, Su Hao was hiding a huge secret. Hiss. Xiao, can you reveal a little something? Was it because of something unknown that your boyfriend got into the National University of Defense Technology in China? Tang Xiao smiled without answering, and nodded slightly. Suddenly, with a snap, the dormitory lights went out. What happened? The power went out? Ah, how come the power went out when we were having such a good chat? Xian Jiejia and the other two started discussing among themselves. Tang Xiao was also a little surprised. Why did the power suddenly go out? She glanced at her phone, the battery was 90%. She leaned out the window and looked outside. She discovered that it wasn't just her dorm that was without power, the entire dorm area was plunged into darkness. Looking around, it seemed the entire campus was without power. She turned on her phone, perhaps because of the backup power system, it still had a signal and she could access the internet normally. Tang Xiao immediately went to the school forum. She found that in just a minute or two, hundreds of posts had appeared on the forum. The posts were all about the power outage. Holy crap! Lonka University is experiencing a power outage? What happened? Why did the power suddenly go out? It's going to be unbearably hot without electricity. Everyone, check the local forums. It's not just our school that's out of power, the whole city is experiencing a widespread blackout. Tang Xiao's eyes widened when she saw the post on the forum. Determined to verify, she opened the local news forum. It wasn't just their school. The surrounding residential areas, and even the entire city, were experiencing a widespread blackout. Tang Xiao was suddenly shocked. A citywide blackout? What was going on? Night fell. The National University of Defense Technology of China, which should have been brightly lit, was now shrouded in darkness. The students of the university were bewildered. Could the nation's premier institution of higher learning also experience a power outage? The citizens of Longdu were also shocked. No notice whatsoever, just a power outage? What was going on? While everyone was still reeling from the power outage. Looking at the small device on the experimental platform, radiating a dazzling light like the sun in the sky. Su Hao's eyes shone brightly, exceptionally bright. Success! Unexpectedly. Following the system's instructions, the small TFR tokamak device had indeed achieved continuous power output. The output indicators and data perfectly matched expectations. However, there was one thing he had overlooked. The power went out because the rated output power was forgotten to be set. Su Hao looked embarrassed, his expression incredibly complex. Outside the lab, the researchers watched everything unfold inside. Suddenly, the dazzling, intense white light seemed to shatter the darkness. It made everyone's hearts race. A surge of excitement coursed through their bodies. Everyone held their breath, as if wanting to freeze time forever. Someone shouted, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the otherwise quiet lab. The paused breathing resumed at that moment. Only now it was much more rapid. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. And utterly surprised. They hadn't expected it at all. Su Hao's experiment had actually succeeded. However, because of the power outage, the lab was quite dark. One researcher took out his phone, intending to turn on the flashlight. Unexpectedly, he just turned on his phone and saw his workgroup chat flooded with messages. He looked closely. They were all talking about the power outage. He realized he wasn't mistaken. It's not just our lab that's lost power. The researcher's face showed surprise. Su Hao's experiment had such a huge impact? The other researchers, upon hearing this, were also suddenly shocked. Their faces paled in shock. They all pulled out their phones to verify the incident. And it was indeed true. They were utterly astonished. They had thought it was just a power outage in the lab. A single experiment had caused a citywide blackout. Was the impact that significant? In principle, this was an electrical accident. But wasn't this also a success for the experiment? It was a resounding success. Thinking of this, the gloom vanished, replaced by excitement. Great! This small-scale verification experiment was a success. I never expected this. Su Hao really did it. Incredible, simply unbelievable. Even though he had absolute confidence in Su Hao. But when he saw the white light bloom across the entire laboratory. Because Lu Jiangwo was his teacher, he knew more or less about controlled nuclear fusion. But without exception, every time his teacher talked about the controlled nuclear fusion project, he sighed. But now, Su Hao, having just officially joined the research on controlled nuclear fusion, has already taken a giant leap forward. His first experiment was a perfect success. That dazzling white light is the best proof. Oof. Back then, none of them had any confidence in their junior brother. Now, seeing the experiment succeed, they're happier than anyone else. Everyone, I told you. With my junior brother involved, success is guaranteed. Although he looked pleased, he wasn't overly smug, nor did he hold a grudge. These researchers were relatively simple-minded. They all hoped to break through the technology of controlled nuclear fusion. However, due to the lack of progress for a long time, they had lost some of their fighting spirit. That's why they didn't have much confidence in Su Hao's experiment. Now, seeing Su Hao's experiment succeed, these researchers were happier than anyone else. Just like now. Their bloodshot eyes were all fixed on the laboratory. Being proven wrong was completely unimportant. At this moment, the success of the experiment was what they cared about most. This was a major step towards controlled nuclear fusion. However, after the initial excitement, the crowd looked at the pitch-black environment with worried expressions. The large-scale power outage caused by this experiment will likely have significant consequences. A researcher spoke slowly. At this moment, hearing the researcher's words, Su Hao was suddenly jolted back to reality. Lu Jiangwo's eyes darted around, and he quickly called out to Su Hao. If this continued, it wouldn't just be a citywide blackout. Lu Jiangwo's voice instantly snapped Su Hao back to reality, his eyes refocusing. The laboratory lights came back on. Su Hao emerged from the control room, his face a mixture of excitement and helplessness. Professor Lu, I never expected that such a small experiment would cause a citywide blackout. Su Hao shrugged, his expression bewildered. It was his fault. He only considered whether the experiment would succeed, forgetting to set the rated output power. Listening to Su Hao's words, Lu Jiangwo felt conflicted. He had been quite happy and excited about the experiment's success. Then, with a bang, the whole city lost power. The surprise and shock came in quick succession, leaving Lu Jiangwo somewhat bewildered. Should he be happy now, or worried? Lu Jiangwo wanted to say something, but the words caught in his throat. He forced a smile and comforted Su Hao. It's all right, don't panic, I'm here. This little thing is nothing, leave it to me. Lu Jiangwo took a deep breath, forcing a reassuring smile. He calmed his somewhat uneasy feelings and turned to Su Hao, asking, Xiao Hao, did you change some of the design ideas for this device? Lu Jiangwo was curious. They had tried similar experiments before, but without achieving the same results. But Su Hao had succeeded. The only possibility was that Su Hao had changed the design ideas, adding some core technologies. Hearing this, the other professors and researchers also looked curious, stepping forward to surround Su Hao. Su Hao, tell everyone. Yes. How exactly did you design it? Su Hao looked at the group of researchers before him, then at Lu Jiangwo. He awkwardly touched his nose. He didn't answer the question directly, but instead asked weakly. Professor Lu, is the citywide power outage really alright? In the laboratory. As Su Hao emerged from the experimental room, a group of researchers crowded around him. Their eyes gleamed. The curiosity and thirst for knowledge in their eyes were almost tangible. At this moment, they didn't treat Su Hao as a freshman at all. Nor did they consider him a junior. His pure passion for scientific research made them feel that Su Hao was a researcher of their generation. No. To be precise, in some aspects, he was even more capable than them. They all began to ask questions. Mr. Su, how did you achieve continuous energy output from the TRF tokamak device? A few years ago, we conducted an even larger experiment than this one, but the Q value was barely a fraction of a second, and it only lasted a few seconds. However, surrounded by these researchers, somewhat obsessed and even fanatical in their pursuit of technical knowledge, he was forcibly pushed aside. This is my junior brother. Lu Jiangwo, seeing this scene, couldn't help but cough lightly. Cough. Instantly, the noisy scene quieted down, and the researchers all looked at Lu Jiangwo. Alright, such a loud commotion, what kind of behavior is this? He sternly frowned. Once the situation calmed down, his expression softened. Lu Jiangwo stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were on Su Hao. But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the slightly strange looks from the crowd. However, as a seasoned veteran researcher, he wasn't embarrassed by these looks. He pretended not to see them, his expression unchanged. However, Su Hao, thinking about the commotion he had just caused, felt a chill run down his spine. He weakly asked Lu Jiangwo, Professor Lu, I caused a citywide power outage, is that really okay? Although he was in the lab's control room, he had clearly heard the exclamations from the crowd. He naturally heard everyone talking about the citywide power outage. Lu Jiangwo's expression froze slightly. Looking at Su Hao's somewhat embarrassed expression, he was both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected Su Hao to suddenly pull such a stunt. Good heavens! However, as his prized student, how could he let Su Hao worry about such a trivial matter? It's all right, leave it to me, I'll take care of it for you right now. After saying that, meanwhile, Longdu Power Company. According to the schedule, Su Xiu was on duty today. However, night shifts were relatively quiet. With the power system stable these days, no unexpected situations were likely to occur at night. Therefore, it was less of a shift and more of a change of scenery for rest. Su Xiu calmly made himself a cup of tea and then carried it to the central control center. Looks like tonight will be another peaceful night. Let's see what to eat for supper first. With that, Su Xiu took out his phone, ready to order supper for the evening. Just then, the power system, which had been running smoothly just moments before, with no issues in any area, snapped up. Right before his very eyes, the power went out. The entire surveillance screen was completely black. A citywide power outage? Su Xiu was startled at first, then jumped to his feet with a start. Holy crap! What's going on? Su Xiu was dumbfounded, his heart pounding. Having been the head of Longdu Power Company for over a decade, he had never encountered anything like this. Whether from shock or fear, cold sweat silently trickled down his forehead. Fine beads of sweat covered his entire forehead. Snap! The screen, which had just gone dark, instantly returned to normal. Power was back on. The light flickered in and out in mere seconds. But Su Xiu's emotions were like a roller coaster, rising and falling wildly. He sat back down, a mixture of relief and lingering fear on his face. He let out a long sigh. His eyes still held a trace of lingering fear. What on earth happened? Su Xiu frowned, his face grave. Even after more than a decade as an electrician, this situation still left him completely baffled. Su Xiu thought to himself. But he quickly dismissed this unrealistic idea. Such a huge oversight. If his superiors blamed him, it wouldn't just be a matter of having his clothes stripped off. He'd have to go to the police station. But now, the situation is almost the same. Although it was only a power outage for a few dozen seconds, this is Longdu, the central city of the Dragon Kingdom. Let alone a power outage for several dozen seconds, even a single second. That's a major power accident. However, one problem after another. Just as Su Xiu was worrying about the cause of the sudden power outage, the on-duty personnel at the power storage station rushed in. Panting and flustered, they spoke. Engineer Su, something bad has happened. Su Xiu's heart skipped a beat. She quickly stood up and looked at the person who had come in. What happened? For some reason, Su Xiu had a bad feeling. The on-duty personnel swallowed hard and then hurriedly reported. The energy storage station's power has skyrocketed. The on-duty personnel's eyes were filled with shock. But even more so, disbelief. Generally speaking, to alleviate peak-hour power demand and for other reasons, the power company usually equips several supercapacitors as a backup. But normally, these supercapacitors are not needed. However, just now, after the citywide blackout was restored, the meters on the power station's supercapacitors started spinning wildly. It was visibly so. The supercapacitor's power was rising at an astonishing rate. Such an unusual event prompted him to report it to Su Xiu without hesitation. Su Xiu was completely bewildered after hearing it. Huh? You mean, just a moment after the power outage was restored, the supercapacitors were fully charged? The on-duty personnel nodded solemnly. Su Xiu was even more dumbfounded. Huh? Such a good thing? Inside the Longdu Power Company, Su Xiu's face lit up with astonishment upon hearing the words of the energy storage station staff. Not only was there a widespread citywide power outage, but now he was being told that the supercapacitors, normally unused in standby mode, were fully charged immediately after power was restored. In other words, the electricity just kept piling up? Could such a thing really happen? Su Xiu frowned, somewhat incredulous. He picked up his walkie-talkie and slung it over his shoulder, giving orders. Let's go, take me to see. With that, he stepped forward and headed towards the energy storage station's monitoring room. The staff member on duty followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the monitoring room, he checked the data for several supercapacitors and found that it was indeed as the staff member had described. Of the 5 supercapacitors, 3 were already fully charged. His face was filled with disbelief. My goodness! After working as an electrician for over a decade, this was truly an eye-opener. Not only had they encountered a citywide blackout, a once-in-decades event, but they'd also seen 3 supercapacitors being charged in reverse, as if by magic. Who would believe this? However, the facts were right before their eyes. Su Xiu couldn't help but mutter to himself. Is this really scientific? The on-duty staff member frowned, answering weakly. Logically speaking, this is completely unscientific. I've never seen electricity suddenly increase while being used. Even novels wouldn't dare write something like this. The on-duty staff member had also been completely bewildered when he witnessed this scene. He initially thought he was just mistaken and hadn't seen clearly. After checking several times, he realized it was indeed true. He rushed to the control room to report to Su Xiu. After confirming that there were absolutely no problems with the supercapacitors, he had to admit it. These 3 behemoths were indeed fully charged. He returned to the control room. Firstly, as the head of Longdu Power Company, he had caused a citywide power outage for dozens of seconds. Such a power accident would lead to blame from above. His position as head of the company was essentially over. Secondly, he turned on his computer and searched for related news. He found many netizens discussing the sudden, widespread power outage in Longdu. Su Xiu sighed. His already weathered face seemed to age even more. This is a huge problem. This power outage was sudden and has had a massive impact. I'll inevitably be held accountable. One wrong move, and I could even face legal consequences. He let out a long sigh. Su Xiu's face was filled with worry. He had thought it would just be an ordinary day. However, in just a few dozen seconds, such a drastic change occurred. It caught him completely off guard, leaving him no time to react. Su Xiu felt wronged. They couldn't find anything wrong with the power system. And the power was now back on and running normally. After a moment of silence, Su Xiu lowered his eyes. Investigate. Damn it, I have to find out the truth. Even if my clothes are stripped off, I can't let them be stripped off so inexplicably. Otherwise, I won't accept it. Su Xiu was resolute, he had made his decision. But even so, after such an incident, he had to report it to his superiors first. What's meant to be will be. I'll report this matter truthfully to my superiors first and see what they say. Thinking this, Su Xiu picked up his phone. He was about to dial his superior's number. Unfortunately, the screen lit up first. Upon closer inspection, it was his superior, someone from the State Grid Corporation, calling. Thump. Su Xiu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What a coincidence! Could it be that my superiors are here to hold me accountable? Su Xiu's chapped lips trembled involuntarily. His left hand trembled as he picked up the teacup and took a small sip. The warm tea soothed his throat, finally easing his fear slightly. His right hand gently swiped the phone screen to answer the call. Su Xiu called softly. A moment later, a magnetic male voice came from the other end of the line. I know about the power outage. You. Jingshan, Su Xiu's superior. Su Xiu felt an involuntary tension when facing him. He had originally intended to report this matter. So, he had to swallow back the words he was about to say. Yu Jingshan continued. I know you have a lot to say, and you're also confused about what just happened. But what I want to tell you is to keep everything to yourself and not pry too much. Also, don't even think about investigating this matter. Yu Jingshan's words startled Su Xiu. Why? You have to understand. This is Longdu, right under the Emperor's nose. A widespread power outage occurred, and they're not even investigating? He truly couldn't understand. If it were before. Now he was actually telling him directly not to investigate. This. Yu Jingshan snorted coldly, his deep voice coming through the receiver. Humph. You want to investigate? Fine. It seems you've been wearing this outfit for far too long. Although Yu Jingshan's voice was neither pleased nor angry, it struck Su Xiu like a thunderbolt. His mind went blank, as if it had exploded. His pupils constricted sharply, and his hand gripping the phone tightened unconsciously. Su Xiu's lips trembled as he suddenly realized something. His face paled, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. That's enough. If you don't want your clothes to be stripped off, just do what you're supposed to do. Don't say anything, don't look, don't ask about anything else. And don't be foolish enough to ask any further. With that, Yu Jingshan hung up the phone. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had just engaged in strenuous exercise. After a long while, he finally came to his senses. He sighed softly and muttered to himself. This matter is not something a mere power company manager like me can get involved in. If he stubbornly continued to investigate, he would only face something terrifying. For his own life, for his future. Su Xiu felt it was best to be cautious. A wise person submits to circumstances. Having figured this out, Su Xiu let out a long sigh. Looking at the twinkling stars through the skylight, she felt an immense mix of curiosity and shock. This commotion is so big, it must be some big shot, maybe even a titan, conducting an experiment. Lonka University, Laboratory. Unable to resist the persistent questions from the researchers present, Su Hao briefly analyzed the relevant technologies of this experiment. Furthermore, we need to pay attention to. Macroscopically, this means that regardless of temperature, more or less ions are undergoing nuclear fusion. The large laboratory was now packed with people. A circle surrounded Su Hao, placing him at the very center. Listening to Su Hao's explanation and analysis, the researchers nodded slightly, their faces showing thoughtful expressions. All right, that's all for today. Su Hao smiled slightly. Even though Su Hao was young and strong, the prolonged mental exertion had left a trace of fatigue on his face. Lu Jiangwo noticed Su Hao's tiredness and, with a hint of concern, advised him. Xiao Hao, you've had a long day, go home and rest. We'll handle the rest. Turning around, his gaze searched the crowd. Yes. After agreeing, he walked to Su Hao's side. Su Hao nodded slightly, then smiled and bid farewell to Lu Jiangwo and the researchers present. Seeing this, the researchers responded one after another, expressing their concern. Thank you for your hard work, Engineer Su. Yes. You've had a long day, get some rest. Leave the lab work to us. After watching Su Hao leave, Li Weigua stepped forward and whispered a few words in Lu Jiangwo's ear. Lu Jiangwo nodded slightly. Okay. Colonel Li, go ahead and get busy. Hearing this, Li Weigua nodded solemnly, turned, and strode out. Today's events were sudden and extremely important. There were some tasks that required his proper handling and follow-up. Meanwhile, after arranging the lab's work, Lu Jiangwo took off his work clothes and headed to his office. Today, Su Hao's experiment was successful, signifying a significant step forward in controlled nuclear fusion technology. According to Su Hao, after meticulous data analysis, coupled with subsequent verification experiments from multiple sources, perhaps not long now, China will achieve a complete breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology. I absolutely must report this news to Elder Tang and Elder Song. These two elders have been very dedicated to research on controlled nuclear fusion for years, and have participated in the development of related technologies on numerous occasions. However, their health has been declining. At the same time, the research on controlled nuclear fusion technology has yet to achieve a breakthrough. They have harbored some resentment. It's like a fishbone stuck in their hearts. Every breath they take causes a dull ache. Now, this thorn in their hearts can probably be removed. Thinking of this, Lu Jiangwo picked up the office landline and dialed Tang Chengqing's office number. Given Tang's personality and work schedule, he must still be in his office at this hour. Sure enough, The phone was answered shortly after ringing, and Tang's slightly weary voice came through the receiver. "Hello, who is this?" Lu Jiangwo answered immediately upon hearing the familiar voice. "Tang, this is Lu Jiangwo. You're still up so late?" Lu Jiangwo asked politely. Hearing that it was Lu Jiangwo calling, Tang Chongqing, who had just frowned because he had been interrupted, relaxed slightly. "Getting old, can't sleep," Tang joked. Hearing this, Lu Jiangwo felt a surge of profound respect. This was the spirit of the older generation of researchers, dedicated to national defense. Even in their twilight years, they continued to shine and contribute in their respective roles. "Professor Tang, you should be enjoying your retirement. The baton of the nation's scientific research and national defense has been taken up by us." Tang Chongqing put down his pen and laughed heartily. "I like hearing that, but I'm not at the point where I can't work yet." Changing the subject, Tang Chongqing changed the subject. "Alright, let's talk about this later. What brings you here in the middle of the night?" It was almost 1 in the morning. Calling at this hour, he didn't believe Lu Jiangwo wasn't busy. Lu Jiangwo, remembering the purpose of his call, spoke leisurely. "Professor Tang, it's good news." Lu Jiangwo laughed heartily. This surprised Tang Chongqing. What good news could make Lu Jiangwo call in the middle of the night to share such good news? Old Tang frowned slightly, thinking carefully. A moment later, his cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be? He couldn't help but ask. "Jiangwo, the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber has been developed?" Tang Chongqing's tone was somewhat excited. Lu Jiangwo was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that old Tang was thinking about the 6th-generation strategic bomber. However, according to their reports, the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber was indeed nearing completion. But today, that wasn't the good news he wanted to share. Lu Jiangwo joked. "Old Tang, you can guess boldly, this good news is even more explosive than the 6th-generation bomber." Tang Chongqing was stunned. Even more explosive than the 6th-generation bomber? Is there any project more important than the 6th-generation fighter jet? Perhaps because he was working so late, Tang Chongqing's mind was a little foggy. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with an answer. Lu Jiangwo's smile faltered, and he coughed lightly. "Old Tang, controlled nuclear fusion has achieved tremendous success." A brief silence followed the phone call. What? Controlled nuclear fusion? He never expected that the explosive news Lu Jiangwo was talking about would be this. It really was explosive. Lu Jiangwo added. That brief power outage just now was caused by Su Hao's miniature nuclear fusion experiment. Old Tang, you didn't see it. Su Hao just casually rubbed it here and there, fiddled with it a bit, and snap, the experiment was a success. Lu Jiangwo was boasting about Su Hao's great achievements. Tang Chongqing, on the other end of the phone, was somewhat bewildered. Handmade nuclear fusion? Jiangwo, are you joking? Then he continued. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others in the experiment, they all witnessed it. Upon hearing this, Tang Chongqing was no longer calm. Judging from Lu Jiangwo's tone, it really was true? Tang Chongqing couldn't sit still any longer. The huge success of controlled nuclear fusion was a matter of extraordinary significance. It's no exaggeration to say that the breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology will change the entire world's landscape. Such a momentous event. How could Tang Chongqing not be excited? Unexpectedly. Old Tang, don't be anxious. Su Hao has been busy all day and has gone to rest. Once the data is organized, you and Lao Song can come together, is that all right? Tang Chongqing thought about it carefully and agreed, finding it reasonable. Okay. After Lu Jiangwo hung up the phone, he was momentarily dazed. He heard a series of noises outside the laboratory building. Colonel Li's actions are truly swift. He walked to the window and looked down. The National University of Defense Technology of China, shrouded in night. At this moment, on the campus roads, countless riot police vehicles, armored vehicles, and other vehicles, flashing their lights. Screeching as they approached, they all drove towards the experimental building. In an instant, countless armed police officers nimbly jumped out of the vehicles. Everyone, stand at attention. The order was given. All the armed officers stood with their feet together, their eyes gleaming sharply. Seal off the entire experimental building. Set up a perimeter. No one is allowed into the experimental building. If necessary, use force. All officers and soldiers must ensure the absolute safety of the experimental building. Did you hear me? As soon as the words were spoken, all the special police officers shouted in response. Yes, sir. Deployed according to orders. The special police officers took their posts, surrounded the entire experimental building, and set up a cordon. Staff were positioned every 3 meters, armed and under strict guard. Each special police officer, with eyes like a hawk, sharply surveyed their surroundings, leaving no stone unturned. The piercing sound of sirens, and a great commotion from the experimental building. This woke up many students who had just fallen asleep. They were still sleepy, dragging their tired bodies out of bed. They looked out the window at the flashing police lights. The sleepiness on her face vanished in the blink of an eye. Her dorm roommates were buzzing with discussion. What happened outside? I don't know. With all that commotion, something must have happened. The police cars are here. Looks like something serious. The commotion from the lab building also woke up Tang Xiaoro's entire dorm. What's going on outside? Why all the commotion? Can't a person get any sleep? She had only just fallen asleep, still fast asleep, when she was woken up. Xian Jiejia couldn't help but say. It sounds like police sirens. Why are police cars in the school all of a sudden? Xian Jiejia got out of bed and looked out the window. Tang Xiaoro also looked out the window. Because of their position, they couldn't see the entire experimental building from their vantage point. They could only vaguely see countless flashing police lights reflected in the window pane. Tang Xiaoro was full of questions. This was the National University of Defense Technology of China. Logically speaking, now they've attracted the police. How serious is this? Tang Xiaoro couldn't help but ask. Police cars came to the school in the middle of the night. Something serious must have happened. She frowned slightly. First, there was a power outage throughout the school and the city. Now, police cars are coming to the school. For some reason, Tang Xiaoro felt that something was off. It seemed vaguely connected. She figured that with such a commotion, Su Hao must have been woken up. So, she picked up her phone, intending to ask Su Hao about the situation. She sent Su Hao a WeChat message. However, he wasn't woken up by such a commotion? Seeing this, Tang Xiaoro hesitated for a moment and then dialed Su Hao's number. But, to her surprise, Su Hao didn't answer the phone. What's going on? He's not answering his phone. Is he really asleep? As far as she knew, Su Hao's dorm wasn't far from the lab building. With such a commotion, how could Su Hao sleep? After trying to call several more times, still no answer, Tang Xiaoro gave up. At this moment, Xian Jiejia asked. Xiaoro, doesn't your boyfriend know what happened? Tang Xiaoro shook her head. I can't get through to him on the phone. Huh? Xian Jiejia was somewhat surprised. Then she guessed. Could something have happened to them? Hearing this, Tang Xiaoro's heart tightened. The counselor suddenly tagged everyone in the class group chat. Tang Xiaoro opened it. Seeing the counselor's notification, her eyes narrowed slightly. Urgent notice from the school. This notice caused an uproar in the entire class. Everyone was discussing it in the group chat. Holy crap! What's going on? Something's not right, something's not right. Did you hear the sirens outside? It's probably related to this. After receiving the notice from their counselors, the various class groups at Lanka University were abuzz with discussion. Meanwhile, Gu Jun, the president of the National University of Defense Technology in China, also learned of the incident at Lanka University from his assistant immediately. Special police entered the school, the military locked down the campus? Gu Jun's face was solemn and his expression serious. Such incidents are actually quite common at Lanka University. However, such a scene in the middle of the night was quite unusual. Thinking of this, he immediately asked his assistant to arrange a vehicle and rush back to the school. The assistant didn't find out the specifics. He heard that the higher-ups had intentionally kept the news from spreading. To find out the truth, Gu Jun decided to go back himself to understand the situation. The military vehicle sped along the roads of Longdu. Shortly, he arrived at the gate of Lanka University. At this time, the gate of Lanka University was guarded by military personnel. A guard every 5 steps, armed and ready. Judging from the situation, something very important had clearly happened at the school. Gu Jun's thick eyebrows shot up sharply. This only fueled his curiosity. What could possibly require such a commotion? Moreover, even his assistant couldn't find out the specifics. Thinking of this, Gu Jun impatiently told the driver to head towards the school gate. Quick! Get in the school immediately! The driver obeyed and immediately drove towards the gate. However, just then, a sentry stepped forward through the gate, first saluting Gu Jun. Comrade, orders from above. During martial law, no one is allowed to enter or leave the Lanka University campus. Upon hearing this, Gu Jun was stunned. Eyes wide, he stared in disbelief at the sentry before him. He was the president of Lanka University. Gu Jun was completely dumbfounded. He assumed the sentry didn't know his identity, so he lowered his voice and stated, "I am Gu Jun, the president of Lanka University. However, sorry. Without orders from higher command, no one is allowed to enter the campus." Gu Jun was speechless. Hiss. At the entrance of the National Defense University of China. Upon learning of what had happened at the university, President Gu Jun rushed back from the military region late at night. He originally intended to enter the university to inquire about what had occurred. Unexpectedly, inside an armored jeep, sitting in the back seat, Gu Jun heard the sentry's stern and righteous tone. His brows furrowed. "You mean, even as the current president of the National Defense University of China, I can't enter without orders from your superiors?" Gu Jun stared directly at the sentry. His large, bull-like eyes were now filled with authority. His thick eyebrows, coupled with his imposing face, made him appear incredibly tense. Although the sentry was intimidated by Gu Jun's imposing aura, he remembered his duty as a sentry and the mission assigned to him by his superiors. He gritted his teeth, still speaking firmly. "Reporting to Principal Gu, yes. It's my duty, please forgive me." His orders were: no one, regardless of who they are or their status, is allowed into the campus. Therefore, even though he was extremely nervous, he wouldn't back down an inch. A soldier prioritizes obeying orders. Gu Jun stared at the sentry for a long time before finally looking away. "Have your superior come over." Gu Jun understood that this was the sentry's duty. Making things difficult for a soldier was not something he could do. Moreover, he admired soldiers with discipline and principles. Even though the sentry was now refusing him entry, it didn't diminish Gu Jun's admiration for him. Gu Jun sensed a somber atmosphere in the car. The bodyguard in the passenger seat understood and quickly got out. He went to the back and carefully opened the door. Gu Jun pretended to get out of the car, looking up at the Lanka University campus. Through the dense foliage, he could vaguely see flashing police lights. His gaze was thoughtful, lost in thought. A short while later, Li Weigua, having received the message, arrived from a short distance away. Seeing it was Gu Jun, his expression tightened slightly. General Gu. Li Weigua saluted Gu Jun. Gu Jun nodded slightly, then asked, Li Weigua, what exactly is going on? You've sealed off the school gates, and you won't even let me, the principal, in? Gu Jun's tone carried a hint of reproach, making Li Weigua slightly embarrassed. Absolute secrecy must be guaranteed. Therefore, General Gu, a major scientific research project is underway in the Lonka University's experimental building. This experiment concerns national defense secrets, and the campus must be temporarily sealed off. No one is allowed to enter. Although Gu Jun was several ranks higher than him, this operation was personally ordered by the Longdu Military Academy. Li Weigua was simply following orders. He had no choice but to defy his superior. Gu Jun was not satisfied with his explanation. He more or less knew that this situation most likely involved some kind of experiment. But precisely because of this, he was just about to go in and investigate. Li Weigua, even if I were an army general, you wouldn't let me in? Li Weigua's attitude was firm. Sorry, no. But then a thought struck him, remembering what Lu Jiangwo had just told him. However, tomorrow morning, Elder Tang, Elder Song, and people from the compound will be coming. A general can accompany them. It was impossible to let Gu Jun in now. Even if he was a general, there were orders from above. No one could be let in. Therefore, he was helpless. Li Weigua's repeated refusal made Gu Jun's expression somewhat unnatural. Elder Tang and Elder Song were coming too? And people from the compound. What kind of experiment was it that made the two elders go to such lengths to come? Gu Jun narrowed his eyes, looking into the distance. He seemed to remember something. He'd heard about it before. Lu Jiangwo had specially recruited a student in Jiangcheng and even admitted him early. That was shortly after. Lu Jiangwo had built several laboratories there. Purpose unknown. A seminar was held later, which had attracted the two elders. Now, because of an experiment, the military had sealed off the school, and the two elders and people from the compound flocked there. Gu Jun's eyes flashed. He suddenly realized the crux of the matter. Could it be that all of this is related to that newly recruited student? Gu Jun's pupils contracted sharply. His brows furrowed, the lines resembling the Chinese character, king. If that wasn't the case, why had so many major events occurred at the school in just 1 or 2 months? Now the entire school was sealed off, leaving him, the principal, barred from entering. The thought, once it appeared, lingered in Gu Jun's mind. His curiosity grew even stronger. Meanwhile, Longdu, as the upper city of the Dragon Kingdom, suddenly experienced a major power outage. On Weibo, countless netizens in Longdu were extremely surprised. A major city under the emperor's nose, actually experiencing a power outage? Therefore, many netizens who personally experienced the power outage posted comments under the hashtag. The sudden power outage scared me to death. I thought something terrible had happened. This should be considered a major power outage, right? For a first-tier city like Longdu, a power outage is nothing short of a disaster. What exactly happened? Online discussions were rife, and all the netizens who experienced the power outage were extremely surprised. At the same time, everyone was very puzzled. What exactly caused this power outage? Although it only lasted a few dozen seconds, the damage caused by a power outage in a bustling city like Longdu is considerable. Amidst this heated discussion, a post from an IP address belonging to Longdu University of Science and Technology attracted a lot of attention. Don't even mention it, I was just about to go to sleep when the power went out. A power outage is one thing. After that, a large number of SWAT riot cars and armored vehicles entered our campus and surrounded one of our experimental buildings. And I heard that the area outside the school is now also sealed off. But some observant netizens still caught the key information. SWAT officers entered the school. The experimental building was surrounded. The school was sealed off. These things, taken individually, don't seem particularly problematic. But that makes things intriguing. In other words, something big must have happened at the National University of Defense Technology in China. And this big event is very likely related to the recent widespread power outage in the capital. Upon connecting the dots, this power outage was suspiciously strange in every way. Weibo. Because of this post by a student from Manga University. After all, it involved a lot of information. And so, netizens flooded the comments section of his post. Holy crap, is this for real? Manga University's IP address, it can't be wrong. Special police on campus, the whole campus locked down, what's going on at Manga University? More and more netizens kept clicking on the post. Likes, shares, and comments all rolled into one. And thanks to the enthusiastic netizens' push, inside a male dormitory at Manga University, Chi Tian watched the page views skyrocket. And the constant ding-dong of new message notifications. Lying on his side in bed, hands gripping his phone, his face was practically contorted with a grin. Is the gears of fate about to turn? Chi Tian shouted excitedly. The white light from the phone screen reflected on his face. His blinking eyes clearly showed his excitement. Every time he refreshed the page, new likes and page views appeared. Suddenly, a private message popped up in the background? Chi Tian's eyes widened. Huh? Did some MCN take a liking to me? The content of the message instantly froze the smile on his face. In the chat box, a stranger with a nickname consisting entirely of numbers spoke. Hello, I'm a netizen from northern China. I heard you're a student at the National University of Defense Technology in China. I'm very curious, could I ask you about what's happening at school? Looking at these words, Chi Tian's slightly haggard face immediately showed a puzzled expression. As a 5G surfing enthusiast, he'd seen it all before, even if he hadn't eaten pork. He'd seen these kinds of terms far too often. But he never expected that the phenomenon of being a walking 500,000 would one day actually happen to him. He hurriedly boasted to his roommates. Look! Even a netizen from northern China is contacting us. Hearing this, Chi Tian's 3 roommates quickly gathered around. Upon seeing this, his roommate unleashed a torrent of elegant C-language comments. Holy crap! Holy crap, awesome! Damn, Chi Tian's got guts. Just report it, and I'll be rich. Although that's what he thought, Chi Tian didn't do it. These walking 500,000s dared to be so brazen, they must have methods to evade the cyber police's tracking. But Chi Tian wasn't going to let it go so easily. He added the text. Brothers, help me see if I've struck it rich? Riding this wave of attention, Chi Tian's post instantly attracted a large number of netizens. For a time, the internet became even more lively. The commotion didn't subside overnight, and morning arrived in the blink of an eye. In the latter half of the night, Gu Jun still hadn't been allowed into the school, but he didn't leave either. Upholding the fine tradition of, since I'm already here, he didn't want to leave empty-handed. Besides, this mere few hours without sleep was child's play. Therefore, Gu Jun stood there at the National University of Defense Technology in China, from late at night until the first light of dawn. As the sun, like a salted duck egg yolk, slowly rose from the horizon, the gate of the university was spacious. The powerful, resounding punches, coupled with his clean and crisp movements, completely relaxed his body's meridians after finishing the set. General Gu, your military boxing is truly a sight to behold. In the military, almost every officer and soldier knows military boxing. But to perform it as fluidly and powerfully as Gu Jun's is rare even in the entire military region. Gu Jun held his breath, then let out a long, heavy sigh. The weariness on his face seemed to vanish in that instant. Gu Jun replied indifferently, letting out a cold snort. Don't try to act tough in front of us, Li Weigua. Everyone knows you won first prize in the military boxing competition. What? Want to have a go?
As an army general, Gu Jun knew the ins and outs of the military base very well.
Don't underestimate Li Weigua just because he's only a colonel.
His skills are considerable. Hearing Gu Jun's words, Li Weigua looked embarrassed and quickly waved his hands.
No, not at all. As the two spoke.
At the horizon at the end of the road, a line of cars slowly approached, stretching out in the distance.
From near to far. Meanwhile, on either side of the central convoy, rows of motorcycle police escorted the procession forward.
Were rows of Hongqi armored cars, their bodies gleaming with red flags.
Brightened by the morning light.
The Hongqi cars reflected a majestic and imposing light. The sheer presence they exuded commanded respect.
Gu Jun stared intently.
The license plates of the two Hongqi cars behind were unremarkable, just a little more eye-catching than ordinary plates. But the first Hongqi car was different, it displayed two red flags on its hood. Gu Jun's pupils constricted sharply, his heart filled with horror.
That person is here? Gu Jun thought to himself.
But then he dismissed the thought. That person is busy with official duties, and for security reasons, they probably wouldn't come. But today the car has arrived, and those sitting inside are likely close to that person.
Even so, it still shocked Gu Jun immensely. He never expected this. This experiment actually attracted the attention of the inner court. His curiosity only grew stronger. What kind of experiment were Lu Jiangwo and the others conducting?
Even though Gu Jun held a high position in the military, he felt somewhat nervous facing that person. Even if it was just his car coming, he still felt this way.
Watching the convoy slowly approach, Gu Jun took a deep breath and, together with Li Weigua, Manga University, at the school gate. A bodyguard in black stepped forward and opened the car door. Tang Chongqing and Song Wenfei got out of the car. At the same time,
a middle-aged man stepped out of the Hongqi car with the license plate long A00000 at the front gate. At first glance, his appearance was not outstanding.
If he were in a crowd, he would be the kind of person easily overlooked. But
every gesture he made exuded a natural, effortless power.
Approaching him made one's heart tighten. Gu Jun and Li Weigua, seeing this, their expressions tightened, they took a deep breath, and stepped forward. Gu Jun was the first to greet them.
Secretary Hu, Elder Tang, Elder Song. His face was filled with respect as he faced the three men. His gaze subtly swept over the middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit. This was none other than Hu Mu, the secretary of the person in the inner courtyard. Secretary Hu Mu had always been that person's right-hand man. Outside, he was the person in charge. Secretary Hu's personal visit today truly shocked Gu Jun. He felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of experiment did Lu Jiangwo and the others conduct that attracted Secretary Hu here? He knew that Secretary Hu represented that person. Hu Mu's personal visit today was enough to show the inner courtyard's attention and importance to this matter. After Gu Jun's greetings, Li Weigua also stepped forward and greeted them. At this moment, Principal Gu, did you just arrive? Hu Mu's voice was flat and emotionless, his eyes even more indifferent. He was very mindful of the occasion when he spoke. Logically, the title General Gu would be far more polite than Principal Gu. But he noticed very carefully. This was Manga University, so the form of address was subtly changed. Gu Jun replied. Gu Jun's expression became somewhat unnatural. He shrugged, his eyes subtly glancing towards the heavily guarded school gate. Hu Mu was a smart man. Seeing Gu Jun's gaze, he immediately understood. His expression froze slightly, then he laughed heartily. Such treatment is probably a first for you, isn't it? Hu Mu joked, easing the somewhat serious atmosphere considerably. Following his laughter, Old Tang, Old Song, and the others also relaxed and smiled. Amidst their casual conversation, Lu Jiangwo, having received the notification, hurriedly arrived from the school. He saw Hu Mu's familiar figure in the distance. Lu Jiangwo was slightly startled. He knew that with the significant breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion, the Inner Academy would definitely send someone.
But he absolutely did not expect it. The person from the Inner Academy was actually that person's secretary. Gasply, Lu Jiangwo quickened his pace. Upon reaching him, he hurriedly greeted him. "Secretary Hu, please forgive me for not greeting you sooner. Professor Lu has been busy with experiments and is exhausted, both physically and mentally. You still took the time to personally greet me. I, who am unworthy of such kindness." The two laughed heartily, which helped to build a closer relationship. After a few casual words, Lu Jiangwo greeted Tang Changqing and Song Wenfei respectively. Seeing Gu Jun standing to the side, Lu Jiangwo's expression changed slightly. Why is Principal Gu back too? At the same time, he was surprised. Lu Jiangwo saw the slightly resentful look in Gu Jun's eyes and felt a little uneasy. Why was the principal looking at him like that? Out of politeness, Lu Jiangwo still greeted him. "Principal Gu, you've come so early this morning too?" "I came last night." Lu Jiangwo's smile froze. He coughed lightly and turned his face away. He finally understood why Gu Jun looked so resentful. Hiss. Leaving the principal standing at the school gate all night. TSK. He's really got guts. But this is a superior's order, it has nothing to do with him, right? Thinking this, Lu Jiangwo's guilt vanished. With Secretary Hu and the two elders accompanying him, Gu Jun finally had the right to enter the campus. The group hurriedly arrived at the experimental building, led by Lu Jiangwo. The entire experimental building was surrounded by armed special police. Security was extremely tight. After everyone put on their work clothes, Lu Jiangwo led them to the laboratory where Su Hao was conducting experiments. Lu Jiangwo introduced. "Secretary Hu, Elder Tang, Elder Song, this is the experimental setup from last night. A miniaturized TFR tokamak device." Upon hearing this, longtime intrigued, Professors Tang and Song hurried forward, their cloudy eyes scrutinizing the small, exquisite device. On the surface, it seemed unremarkable. But the layman sees the spectacle, the expert sees the intricacies. Tang Changqing and Song Wenfei, both senior professors, could tell the device's true value just by looking at it. Brilliant! This design can make plasma reach and exceed the temperature required for effective combustion of deuterium-tritium, greater than 10 K. This design is not only bold but also uniquely innovative. Genius! Genius! Tang Changqing's withered hands trembled slightly. This showed his excitement. Song Wenfei, wearing, nodded repeatedly. His eyes were fixed on the device before him, unblinking. His voice was slightly excited as he spoke. Great! Great! Excellent! His face was slightly flushed with excitement. They had conducted similar experiments before, but their thinking was simplistic, following the old methods. Seeing Su Hao's unique and innovative design, the fog in their minds instantly dissipated. At this moment, their minds were incredibly clear. A feeling of sudden enlightenment coursed through their bodies. This made Tang Changqing and Song Wenfei feel incredibly refreshed. Stepping back a step, Hu Mu, standing behind the two elders, observed their reactions. A subtle, almost imperceptible glint appeared in their usually calm eyes. Hu Mu was well aware of the two elders' capabilities. Although he didn't understand scientific research, he had observed their reactions. What makes them so excited? Clearly, this nuclear fusion device called TFR is exceptionally excellent. He couldn't help it. He nodded slightly, a hint of approval on his face. Hu Mu thought to himself. Not bad, so young, yet so outstanding in scientific research. It seems this young man named Su Hao has great potential. And the future belongs to these young people. After a moment of thought, Hu Mu came back to his senses. Professor Lu, may I ask where the young friend who designed this device is? In the laboratory. Secretary Hu looked around but couldn't see Su Hao, and a sense of unease crept in. He asked Lu Jiangwo. Professor Lu, where is the designer of this device?
They had been at the lab for some time and had examined the device, but they hadn't seen him.
Secretary Hu, Suhao was busy in the lab all day yesterday and didn't get home until late at night. He should be resting now. Colonel Li, could you please go and wake Suhao?
Li Weiguo nodded and turned to leave.
Meanwhile, on the other side. Exhausted, Suhao slept soundly until dawn.
He groggily got out of bed and picked up his phone. He checked the call log and saw dozens of missed calls, all from Tang Xiaoro.
So many calls, is something wrong?
Muttering to himself, Suhao dialed the number. A short while later, the call was answered, and Tang Xiaoro's pleasant voice came through.
Hey, Suhao, why didn't you answer my calls? Last night? Tang Xiaoro asked directly.
Suhao rubbed his nose, looking somewhat embarrassed, unsure how to answer for a moment.
He couldn't just tell Tang Xiaoro directly.
He'd been busy with the controlled nuclear fusion experiment yesterday, so his phone was on silent.
And then, after getting back, he was so tired he just fell asleep, right?
So, Suhao made up an excuse.
Last night? I was so tired last night I just fell asleep and didn't hear my phone ring. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoro on the other end of the phone was speechless. She pouted, looking annoyed. She took a deep breath, her chest heaving slightly beneath her white pajamas. Tang Xiaoro kept reassuring herself. Oh well, maybe he was just too tired from the experiment and was really sleeping too soundly? What else can I do? I can only forgive him, can I?
After a moment of silence, just as Suhao thought she had ended the call in anger,
Tang Xiaoro asked with a hint of curiosity. Do you know what happened last night?
Hearing her question, Suhao smiled helplessly. Although it was all his accident that caused it, he really couldn't say.
So? He still evaded the question. I don't know. But anyway, isn't this a good thing? Suhao could only slightly change the subject in his answer. The two chatted for a while before ending the call. Suhao got out of bed to wash up. Just as he finished washing up, there was a knock on the door of his single dormitory room. Suhao opened the door.
Upon looking closely, he saw it was Li Weiguo.
Colonel Li, what brings you here? Suhao, Professor Lu asked me to bring you to the lab. Upon hearing this,
Suhao's eyes flickered slightly.
Calling him over so early in the morning, it seems there's something going on in the lab. He asked softly. A big shot has arrived? Li Weiguo nodded calmly.
Suhao thought for a moment and guessed.
Old Tang, Old Song?
Not only the two elders, but other important figures have also arrived.
Suhao's expression immediately turned serious.
Hiss.
He became much more cautious.
After dressing properly, he quickly followed Li Weiguo to the experimental building.
The Lanka University campus was incredibly quiet at this moment. All students were confined to their dormitories and forbidden from leaving. Outside the experimental building, countless special police officers surrounded the building, standing guard every 3 meters, armed. Even he could see armored vehicles, riot control vehicles, and so on in the distance. He hadn't seen very clearly last night because he was too tired and it was nighttime. Seeing this scene in broad daylight now, he was truly shocked. Is it really that exaggerated? This level of security is even higher than the protocol for some foreign heads of states' travels, isn't it? After all, it's controlled nuclear fusion. This thing has seen slow progress in various countries. Last night, thanks to his efforts, there was a breakthrough, so it's only natural that the country is paying such attention. Everything makes sense. After passing through layers of checks, Suhao and Li Weiguo finally arrived at the laboratory. Compared to last night, there were far fewer researchers in the entire laboratory.
Suhao keenly noticed Tang Chongqing and Song Wenfei, who were carefully observing and studying the TFR tokamak device. Suhao's eyes narrowed slightly. This might be the big shot Colonel Li had mentioned. But Suhao's momentary lapse in attention was fleeting, his expression quickly returned to normal. He first greeted Lu Jiangwo, then approached the two elders, offering polite greetings. Hello, Elder Tang, Elder Song.
hearing that familiar voice.
Tang Changqing and Song Wenfei turned around, taking off there. Upon seeing Su Hao, their faces immediately lit up with kind smiles.
Little Hao's here.
Because they had met before and had a heart-to-heart talk. The two elders were quite familiar with Su Hao.
Xiao Hao, this device of yours is incredible.
The design concept inside is not only unique, but also innovative.
In a martial arts novel, that would be groundbreaking.
Tang Chongqing laughed heartily, extremely pleased. Hu Mu, standing to the side, had been carefully observing Su Hao from head to toe since he entered. Such a solemn scene, and with important national figures present. Even officials from Longdu would likely be extremely cautious and prudent, let alone a young man.
Neither arrogant nor humble, calm and composed, and remarkably polite. Hu Mu nodded slightly.
Looking at Su Hao, who was chatting happily with the two elders, he stepped forward.
With a slight smile, he spoke leisurely. This must be Su Hao, the chief designer of this device?
Before coming here, Hu Mu had naturally inquired about and learned about Su Hao. Therefore, knowing Su Hao's identity was not surprising. He turned to Secretary General Hu Mu, nodded slightly, and gave him a warm smile.
Yes, may I ask how I should address you? Originally, Lu Jiangwo was going to introduce Su Hao, but hearing Hu Mu take the initiative to speak, Hu Mu calmly introduced himself. I am Hu Mu from the inner courtyard. If Su Hao doesn't mind, you can just call me Uncle Hu. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Elder Tang and Elder Song, was slightly surprised.
Secretary Hu took the initiative to be friendly.
Was it his own idea? Or an instruction from the inner court? Everyone's minds raced.
A flash of surprise crossed Su Hao's eyes, then he returned to normal.
He smiled warmly and nodded slightly. Hello, Uncle Hu. The inner court? Without needing to think too much, Su Hao roughly understood Hu Mu's identity. Su Hao naturally accepted his initiative.
Composed, open and generous. His admiration for him grew even stronger.
He gave Su Hao a deep look. Promising young man, not bad.
This seemingly casual remark stirred a ripple in the hearts of many present. Hu Mu's words carried a lot of meaning. The two elders weren't particularly surprised. They looked at Su Hao with kind smiles, their eyes filled with undisguised affection. Feeling the gazes of Hu Mu and the two elders, Su Hao, for some reason, felt that something was amiss.
Similarly,
Lu Jiangwo, seeing Elder Tang and Elder Song smiling at Su Hao and listening to Secretary Hu's words earlier,
was also aware that something was wrong.
His brows furrowed slightly, and he thought uneasily.
Something's not right.
Elder Tang and Elder Song's gazes are rather intriguing.
In the laboratory.
As soon as Hu Mu finished speaking, the atmosphere became somewhat strange.
But the implied meaning in his words was far more complex. Especially at this moment.
Secretary Hu and Elder Tang and Elder Song were also looking at Su Hao with meaningful smiles.
This made Lu Jiangwo feel increasingly uneasy.
He felt that Elder Tang and Elder Song's eyes were very familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before.
Just as Lu Jiangwo was pondering this,
since Elder Tang and Elder Song are both here today, I'd like to formally invite you to participate in a key national project. Hu Mu's words instantly caused everyone present to gasp.
A thunderbolt struck. Everyone stared at Hu Mu in shock. A key national project? And it was offered by the Inner Academy itself. Everyone was shocked and extremely surprised. They hadn't expected it. The Inner Academy had actually extended an invitation to Su Hao. Has Su Hao's abilities already been fully recognized by the Inner Academy?
They thought about it carefully. Since Su Hao entered the academy, he had taken on a major role. Not only did he provide the blueprints for the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, but he also personally served as the chief engineer, providing on-site guidance.
Now,
with all construction tasks proceeding smoothly, the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber will soon be unveiled.
Now, Su Hao is far ahead of the competition. He has
surpassed all other controlled nuclear fusion research projects worldwide, achieving a major breakthrough.
The complete mastery of controlled nuclear fusion and its subsequent practical application is only a matter of time. Thinking about it this way, Su Hao's recognition by the inner circle is entirely reasonable and justified. Su Hao's handsome face showed a slight surprise upon hearing Hu Mu's invitation.
He had initially thought these bigwigs were only here to take a look at the experimental results of controlled nuclear fusion.
It's more than that. He finally understood the meaning in Hu Mu's and Tang Lao and Song Lao's eyes. Uncle Hu, I wonder what kind of national key project it is. Although it's a national key project, scientific research demands rigor.
Regardless, he had to find out the specifics of the project first.
At this moment,
Tang Changqing took over Hu Mu's words and answered Su Hao for him. Several years ago, the National Military and Research Institutes established a special department specifically to study battlefield situations, intending to develop a new combat mode. This special department is called Mech Special Research Department.
Tang Changqing's words were calm.
But hearing this was like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone's hearts to clench.
Mecha?
It was an incredibly familiar, yet utterly futuristic, term.
In movies and anime, mechas were ubiquitous, dazzling the eye. But hearing it from the mouth of a researcher like Elder Tang was utterly shocking. The country was secretly researching mechas? The researchers in the lab looked bewildered, filled with utter astonishment. They knew absolutely nothing about this project? Not just them. Even Lu Jiangwo was quite surprised after hearing Elder Tang's words. He knew nothing about this so-called mecha project. Now, Elder Tang suddenly revealed that the country had a mecha research project and was inviting Su Hao to participate? Only then did Lu Jiangwo belatedly realize the unusual look in their eyes. I see. I knew it.
Old Tang and Old Song's eyes were suspicious, they were after Su Hao.
Old foxes are shrewder. Lu Jiangwo looked at Old Tang and Old Song with resentment.
Tang Changqing and Song Wenfei ignored them, their attention entirely focused on Su Hao. The country has been paying close attention to Su Hao lately,
considering his temperament and his recent outstanding research achievements.
Before coming here, they had a discussion in the inner courtyard. They decided to take this opportunity to extend a formal invitation to Su Hao. After Old Tang's explanation, Su Hao understood the national key project that Hu Mu mentioned.
His expression showed slight surprise. Mechs? I never expected the country to be researching mechs. To be honest, this project is quite exciting. After all, who, as a passionate young man, doesn't dream of owning a mech? But dreams are beautiful, reality is cruel. Realizing a mech isn't simple.
Even though he already possesses a fragment of a mech blueprint in his future technology system,
many aspects of mech design involve cutting-edge technology.
With current technology, achieving this is a long and arduous journey, incredibly difficult.
However, just as Su Hao hesitated, wanting to politely decline,
the cold, mechanical voice of the future technology system suddenly rang in his mind.
Ding! New mission triggered. Accept the invitation from the Dragon Kingdom's official authorities and successfully develop a wearable combat mech. Mission acceptance, reward, mech blueprint fragment *1.
After a moment of stunned silence, Su Hao's eyes lit up slightly.
A new mission had actually been triggered? Moreover, this time there were double rewards. If he accepted it himself, wouldn't he now have 2 mech blueprints? Most importantly, moreover,
this was a considerable temptation for Su Hao. He already possessed 2 fragments, one more would complete the set. This was the culmination of advanced
technology and industry. Only with complete blueprints and technology could he confidently build it. Now,
a clear path lay before him. Su Hao let out a long sigh, looking at Elder Tang, Elder Song, and Hu Mu. His eyes flickered.
He had already made his decision. Inside the experiment,
Hu Mu and the others all focused their attention on Su Hao. At this moment, Su Hao, having processed the information in the system, withdrew his consciousness. He looked at Elder Tang and Elder Song, among others. His eyes flickered, his expression solemn. Uncle Hu, Elder Tang, Elder Song. I agree to join the National Mecha Special Research Department and participate in the research of wearable mechas. Su Hao accepted the invitation. Partly because of the system. But at the same time, he had other considerations. Currently, he learned from Wang Defa's call that the construction of that agricultural drone production line was nearing completion. He believed that production would officially begin within a month. The 6th generation strategic stealth bomber was also nearing completion. According to the project team's plan, testing was expected to begin in a few more months. The fine tradition of equipping one generation, developing another, and conducting preliminary research on yet another must not be abandoned. The development of an upgraded 6th generation strategic stealth bomber has already begun. After considering everything, Su Hao felt that as long as he kept a close eye on these research projects, they wouldn't require too much time. Agreeing to the wearable mech development task was entirely reasonable. Hearing Su Hao nod in agreement, Old Tang and Song's old faces lit up with happy smiles. With Xiao Hao joining us, our mecha research department's strength has reached a new level. I believe that with our joint efforts, in 3 to 5 years, the wearable mecha project will definitely achieve a major breakthrough. It was clear he was very happy, and his words were full of confidence in Su Hao. Hearing Old Tang's words, Su Hao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He thought to himself, 3 to 5 years? Perhaps not even that much. Based on the technology and knowledge provided by the 2 fragments, creating the first generation of wearable mecha shouldn't be difficult. Of course. These words couldn't be told to Old Tang, Old Song, or the others. The future technology system was his biggest secret, one he would never reveal even to his closest confidants. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. If someone with ulterior motives found out, he'd inevitably be on the dissection table. This trip was very fruitful, and Hu Mu was considering leaving. Now that he had seen Su Hao's research results, and Su Hao had accepted his invitation, he could consider his mission complete. Hu Mu gently patted Su Hao's shoulder, his smile kind. Old Tang and Old Song, seeing Hu Mu's intentions, also got up to say goodbye. Before leaving, Song Wenfei gave special instructions. Xiao Hao, although the mecha research is important, we can't let it interfere with your studies. Therefore, we've unanimously decided. We'll build a dedicated laboratory for you at the National University of Defense Technology in China, specifically for the Mecha Research Department's future mecha development tasks. At the same time, the government will initially allocate 1 billion yuan for mecha research. If that's not enough, just ask us. What do you think? Song Wenfei asked politely. These seemingly casual words caused everyone present, including Lu Jiangwo, to gasp. No wonder they were so shocked. 1 billion yuan. And a dedicated laboratory for Su Hao. Even though they were core national researchers with countless funds at their disposal. Such generosity from the government was truly rare. Building a laboratory and allocating 1 billion yuan for one person. Many researchers looked at Su Hao with envy. Why was Su Hao so outstanding, even though they were all researchers? They sighed softly. But thinking of Su Hao's recent research achievements, they felt relieved. If they were this excellent, the country would also be generous. Unfortunately, they weren't Su Hao. Standing not far from Su Hao, Lu Jiangwo's expression was somewhat strange. Su Hao was someone he had personally recruited from afar to Lunka University. And now, they'd snatched him away from him. It didn't make sense. Lu Jiangwo had no way to express his bitterness. This was the internal department's decision. Even if Lu Jiangwo was reluctant, he dared not say anything. Moreover, the country was incredibly generous. They provided 1 billion yuan in research funding in one go. Looking back, he realized he'd never received such a large amount of research funding at once. Su Hao had only been at Lunka University for a few months, and yet he'd already received such a high amount of national research funding. But he also understood. Su Hao received so much national research funding because he earned it through his own abilities.
Which project he's currently handling isn't a key national defense project? Which one isn't a weapon of the nation? Su Hao was equally taken aback by Song Wenfei's words. 1 billion? Worried about his studies, they even built a mecha lab specifically for him on the Manga University campus? Su Hao touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Humu laughed, noticing Su Hao's embarrassment, and offered reassurance. What's inappropriate about it? You're an important national researcher, and the mecha project is a key national project. The country can afford this amount of money. Humu's words eased Su Hao's expression considerably. He nodded slightly. Upon closer reflection, it seemed to make some sense. 10 billion yuan sounds like a lot, but if it's used for research projects, frankly, it's not that much. As for the laboratory. But at the same time, Su Hao felt that the government also intended to establish this research project at Manga University. So, the project was approved naturally. After the discussion was completed, Professor Tang and the others waved goodbye. Old Tang looked at Su Hao with concern. The project will take some time to start, so please rest well these days. Su Hao nodded in agreement. Okay. Gu Jun's eyes were constantly scanning Su Hao. His mind was racing. Just in such a short time, Manga University had received an extra billion yuan in research funding? The government was even funding the construction of another laboratory? Gu Jun was practically bursting with joy. Other universities applied for research funding and laboratories through layers of approval and stamps. The government gave it to them without a second thought. If the occasion weren't inappropriate, Gu Jun would have burst out laughing. The meat delivered to his mouth was incredibly delicious. He snapped out of his daze, his gaze towards Su Hao growing even more fervent. With the passing of Professors Tang and Song, the controversy sparked by Su Hao's experiment gradually subsided. Lu Jiangwo arranged for relevant personnel to spend nearly 2 days handling the aftermath. Finally, everything was resolved. But observant students noticed something. A construction team suddenly appeared on an undeveloped plot of land behind the experimental building. Many construction workers also arrived and began developing the lawn. It happened without warning, as if it had suddenly appeared. Passing students discussed among themselves. Why was this lawn suddenly developed? I don't know. I don't know what they're building. There's no related information on the school's bulletin board. Is it going to be another teaching building? Chen Jiajiao asked curiously. What kind of facility is the school planning to build? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoro and the others shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. The construction team was enormous, estimated to be over 100 people. Moreover, it seemed that to speed up the construction, a large amount of heavy industrial equipment had been mobilized. Excavators, bulldozers, tractors, cranes, and so on, everything was there. After returning in the afternoon, the grassy area had become a giant pit. Even more so. Steel bars, cement, sand, and gravel had already been delivered. It looked like construction would begin immediately. This speed truly shocked Tang Xiaoro and the others. Seeing this, Xian Jiajia, who was holding Tang Xiaoro's arm, took out her phone from her pocket and skillfully opened the official website of Manga University. Let me see if there's any related news on the website. Unfortunately, Xian Jiajia didn't find any relevant announcements. The official website doesn't say what facilities this construction site is approved to build. Tang Xiaoro nodded, picking up her phone unintentionally. She noticed the message she sent to Su Hao a couple of days ago hadn't been replied to yet. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed, her pretty face showing slight displeasure. Xian Jiajia saw the expression on Tang Xiaoro's face, her eyes darting around, and immediately understood what was going on. She spoke softly. What? Your little boyfriend isn't replying to your messages? Tang Xiaoro was immediately amused, stomped her foot,
and reached out to pinch Chen Judge's cheek as well. The two girls wrestled together, letting out bursts of giggles. After playing around for a while, Tang Xiao's expression finally improved, and she spoke softly.
I don't know what he's been up to these past few days. He's like a dragon, never seen or heard from.
He doesn't reply to messages or answer calls.
Humph. Tang Xiao gave a soft snort and pouted. Li Yalan then analyzed seriously.
Your boyfriend was specially recruited.
Maybe he's working on some research project with his professor.
Her words drew silent nods from the other girls, who seemed to agree. Tang Xiao bit her red lips, her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes thoughtful.
After a long while, she finally spoke. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore, let's go back to the dorm.
She quickly put her phone in her pocket and walked towards the dorm with her roommates. Time flew by, and a month passed quietly.
Especially noticeable were their skin. For a moment, it felt like the entire campus was filled with upright officials like Bao Zhang.
Besides the significant changes among the freshmen, the lawn behind the Longshan University of Science and Technology's experimental building has also undergone a dramatic transformation.
A tall building has sprung up. Passing students are invariably astonished by this new structure. A month ago,
this was still a lush green lawn.
A month later,
in its place stands a building as tall as the experimental building.
Now, the rapid construction speed leaves students speechless. Everyone passing by discusses it. The construction team is incredibly fast.
They built a building in just 1 month.
This is the speed of China. China's infrastructure. China's infrastructure is terrifying. I wonder what this building is for. The school hasn't released any information about it.
The students were shocked by the building's astonishing construction speed. But now that classes had officially started, their focus was entirely on the upcoming lessons. After glancing at the building, they hurried towards their classrooms.
Teaching building, weapon systems, and engineering classroom.
Tang Xiao and Chen Jezhou walked into the classroom hand in hand. They were both in this major. Chen Jiajiu and Li Yalan, although in the same college, were not in the same major.
Sit here. The first class of the semester was a class meeting led by the counselor. Not long after. The counselor didn't arrive first, but Tang Xiao saw a familiar figure first. Su Hao, a tall, handsome young man, walked into the classroom.
It was none other than Su Hao, who had disappeared for quite some time.
Tang Xiao was slightly surprised.
She never expected to run into Su Hao here. Su Hao, hearing the voice and seeing Tang Xiao, was also slightly startled.
Xiao?
After a moment of surprise, he immediately recognized her. It seemed Tang Xiao had mentioned to him before that she had chosen weapon systems and engineering. As for himself, he had chosen this major randomly. He had been specially recruited into Lonka University by Lu Jiangwo, without initially choosing a major. Now that classes had officially begun, Lu Jiangwo had told him to just pick any major to keep his student status. Su Hao carefully looked at the course schedule and found that this major had relatively few courses compared to other majors.
And weapon systems and engineering seemed quite interesting.
So he chose this major. Unexpectedly, he had chosen the same major as Tang Xiao.
Fate is truly wonderful. Su Hao walked towards Tang Xiao. Long time no see. He greeted Tang Xiao first, then nodded to Qian Jia beside him as a greeting. Although Tang Xiao wore a pouty expression, she was secretly delighted.
She was about to ask Su Hao where he'd been all this time. But then, as if remembering something, she swallowed the words back. Instead of saying it aloud, she replied haughtily.
Who wants to see you, humph?
A short while later, the counselor walked in. Upon entering, she saw Su Hao sitting at the very front of the classroom.
She thought to herself. The weapon systems and engineering major.
Professor Yuze, as the class's advisor, was meeting the students for the first time.
However, he knew a little about Su Hao. Why is Su Hao in my class?
A hint of surprise flickered in Yuze's eyes. Moreover, he had entered the university early. He had been working alongside Professor Liu, participating in research projects. That Suhao would choose weapon systems and engineering as his major. Yuze was somewhat puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. His expression returned to normal, and he walked to the podium to begin the class meeting the students had eagerly anticipated. Yuze was a very responsible advisor. He was thorough in his explanations. The students below benefited greatly from the lecture. However, the students sitting below noticed something. The counselor's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, would occasionally drift towards the handsome, somewhat sunny-looking boy at the front. Involuntarily, the students also glanced at him a few more times, covering their mouths and whispering among themselves. "I don't know. Judging from the counselor's eyes, he seems to recognize him? I heard that Lonka University has special admissions this year, I wonder." Lonka University has special admissions every year, isn't that unusual? This special admission is different. A senior professor from Lonka University personally went to recruit him. Wow, that's impressive. Could it be? Amidst the discussion, the students turned their gaze to Suhao. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and disbelief. Yuze had been speaking on stage for nearly half an hour when his phone rang. Hearing the specially set ringtone, Yuze had no choice but to answer. It was a call from an important contact. When Yuze returned to the classroom after the call, his face showed a serious and urgent expression. After saying this, he glanced deeply at Suhao, seemingly unintentionally. Then he turned and hurriedly left the classroom. After class, the students left the classroom in twos and threes. However, out of curiosity, and because they were classmates, Suhao smiled and responded to each one. Once most of the students had left, Suhao also stood up. "Let's go too." Tang Xiao and Chen Jia nodded slightly and left together with Suhao. Having spent a class period together, and with Tang Xiao as a connection, Chen Jia and Suhao had become somewhat more familiar. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Suhao, do you know what happened a few days ago when the school was locked down and the lab building was sealed off? The school hasn't issued any official announcement about it. And behind the lab building, Before Qian Jia could finish her question, Tang Xiao covered her mouth with her small hand. "Qian Jia, why are you asking so many questions? Don't you know curiosity killed the cat? Humph. Don't ask any more questions, understand?" Hearing this, Qian Jia quickly nodded in agreement. Tang Xiao then let go of her, releasing her hand from her mouth. Qian Jia took a deep breath. She looked at Tang Xiao with resentful eyes. "Xiao, you've changed your mind. Our friendship is over." "Wah!" Qian Jia pretended to cry. Suhao, watching the two lively characters, Tang Xiao and Chen Jia, couldn't help but chuckle. The three walked halfway when Suhao looked up and saw Lu Jiangwo walking towards them. Tang Xiao had met Lu Jiangwo before and politely greeted him. "Hello, Professor Lu." Lu Jiangwo smiled kindly and nodded in response. "Hello." After a few words of conversation, Suhao understood that Lu Jiangwo had come to see him about something. He turned to Tang Xiao, a hint of apology in his eyes. "It's all right, you go ahead and do your work. We were just about to go to the library to read for a while, so we'll head over there." With that, as the two disappeared at the end of the road, Suhao and Lu Jiangwo walked together towards the laboratory building. "Your female classmate has a very good sense of confidentiality, and she's quite considerate." He smiled at Suhao, his smile playful. He coughed lightly, his expression somewhat unsettling. Currently, the newly built experimental building is bustling with preparations in all the laboratories. Some related classified documents have arrived in the last couple of days. You can take a look at them beforehand if you have time. Suhao nodded to himself. "Okay, understood." Entering the office, Lu Jiangwo and Suhao sat on opposite sides of the sofa. He spoke leisurely. "I'd never heard of the wearable mecha project before. If Secretary Hu, Elder Tang, and Elder Song hadn't mentioned it and extended an invitation to you, I probably would never have known.
Lu Jiangwo's face showed a mixture of joy and surprise.
He hadn't expected that the country had been secretly developing mechas, even having a dedicated mecha research department.
It was truly unexpected. Su Hao spoke up. Perhaps it's an experiment for the country.
This project hasn't been fully publicized, firstly because of secrecy, and secondly because it's still in its early stages.
Lu Jiangwo nodded deeply, agreeing with Su Hao's reasoning. He looked up at Su Hao and teased.
Thanks to you, I'll also be involved in this mecha research project. The fact that the Inner Academy has taken the initiative to bring up this project shows how much the country values it. The higher-ups value you highly and have high expectations for you. The 1 billion yuan allocation and the newly built experimental building are the best proof. From now on, we might not just be teacher and student, or colleagues.
You might even become my superior. How about this, you call me teacher, and I'll call you Chief Engineer Su. Ha ha ha.
Lu Jiangwo laughed heartily, his smile playful yet incredibly happy, even tinged with pride.
Regardless, Su Hao was specially recruited by him. Now that he had achieved such success, how could he not be happy?
Hearing this, Su Hao's expression froze slightly, and he couldn't help but smile wryly.
Old Lu, please don't tease me.
After a few casual words, Lu Jiangwo laughed heartily, then changed the subject.
The new experimental building is almost finished.
A new batch of equipment and experimental materials arrived these past few days.
Why don't we go take a look? If you need anything else, you can just ask. Su Hao had also been wanting to see the new experimental building.
After a moment's thought, he agreed without hesitation.
Sure. The new experimental building.
After more than a month of construction and decoration, the new experimental building is nearing completion.
Su Hao and Lu Jiangwo arrived at a laboratory. Some experimental equipment had already been installed in the laboratory. Lu Jiangwo took a folder from the side and handed it to Su Hao. This is the equipment list. Take a look and see if anything is missing. Just tell me, and I'll have someone add it. Currently,
this laboratory is specifically for researching mecha construction, and Elder Tang and his team specifically requested Su Hao to participate in the mecha research.
This means that Su Hao's word carries the most weight in this laboratory. Lu Jiangwo naturally wanted to ask Su Hao's opinion. Su Hao took the document, glanced at the equipment list, and found that it was almost ready. He added a few more pieces of equipment and handed the list back to Lu Jiangwo. Let's leave it like this for now. If anything is missing later, we can add it later. Su Hao looked the experimental building up and down, then walked towards the inner room. After Su Hao entered, Lu Jiangwo followed.
Seeing the secluded location, Lu Jiangwo casually asked,
Xiao Hao, what are your thoughts on the nation's mecha research?
Although Su Hao had been invited to participate in the project, he had spoken with Elder Tang and Elder Song, and the project's progress over the years hadn't been smooth. Now that Su Hao had joined, although he was a valuable asset, achieving further breakthroughs would likely be difficult.
Su Hao didn't rush to answer, but instead asked in return. So, where has the nation's mecha research progressed?
He figured that since Lu Jiangwo had asked this, he probably already knew something about the mecha research department.
He might as well take this opportunity to learn more. Lu Jiangwo gave a brief explanation based on the information he had.
The humanoid wearable holographic combat mecha that Elder Tang and Elder Song frankly mentioned is actually more accurately described as a powered exoskeleton mecha.
Hearing this, Su Hao was slightly taken aback. How come this is different from the mecha he imagined? He originally thought the mecha Elder Tang and Elder Song were researching was like Iron Man. Unexpectedly, it uses a powered exoskeleton to amplify various human abilities. For example, using a powered exoskeleton mecha to perform long-distance long jumps, high jumps, running, and so on. Su Hao frowned slightly. With these capabilities, the mech's combat performance isn't very strong, is it? He didn't continue. After all,
The capabilities provided by a powered exoskeleton are indeed limited.
Lu Jiangwo's thoughts coincided with Su Hao's. He nodded and replied. Strictly speaking, this kind of mech isn't exactly a humanoid combat mech.
After a moment of contemplation, he looked up at Su Hao, who seemed hesitant to speak, and couldn't help but ask.
Do you have other ideas? Su Hao didn't hide anything and spoke his mind. Its capabilities are comparable to a war machine.
Su Hao's eyes flickered, a fiery glint rising within them. His words stirred Lu Jiangwo's heart.
However, but to achieve it, Lu Jiangwo shook his head helplessly.
To avoid discouraging Su Hao, he spoke softly.
Your idea is good. You can try it in this direction in the future. Lu Jiangwo didn't take Su Hao's suggestion to heart. After all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huaqing University, School of Mechanical Physics.
Professor Li Xueming took off his glasses and rubbed his slightly swollen eyes.
Professor, have some water. Li Xueming nodded, smiled, and then took a sip of warm water, his fatigue lessening considerably. After a month of work, this project is finally finished. Li Xueming sighed deeply, his face relaxing considerably.
This project wasn't difficult, but it involved a lot of data, so it took some time.
At this moment, Li Xueming suddenly thought of Su Hao. It's a pity Su Hao didn't get into Tsinghua University, otherwise, sigh. He sighed softly, his face full of regret. He was very satisfied with Su Hao. But he was only interested in Manga University. After a while, Li Xueming came back to his senses. Alright, let's prepare for the upcoming military exercise.
Li Xueming let out a long sigh, his expression becoming more serious.
Teacher, are you talking about the Zurid military exercise? Li Xueming nodded.
The anti-Japanese war military exercise emphasizes adaptability, experimentation, and research. It highlights the joint operations context and the application of new combat forces.
It emphasizes innovation in troop organization and tactics.
It sets up challenging, dangerous, and perilous situations. It is organized and implemented continuously day and night, maximizing realism.
The engagements between the red and blue forces are like actual combat.
This is a military exercise that has been highly valued by higher authorities for many years. It is of paramount importance for testing the strength of the Chinese military. General Man from the Blue Force has requested that our research group, along with other military research teams, cooperate with them in the military exercise 3 months from now. They hope we will develop a new type of equipment or weapon.
The requirement for this weapon is that it can quickly end a tense battlefield and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. National University of Defense Technology, China.
With the new experimental building nearing completion, Su Hao had a few rare days of free time.
Since entering National University of Defense Technology, he'd been either in the lab or on his way to the lab every day.
Only recently, going to class with Tang Xiao every day reminded him that he was still a freshman.
However,
leisure time is often fleeting.
Thanks to the construction team's tireless efforts, working day and night,
the new experimental building was completed, and all the labs passed inspection and were ready for use.
That evening, Su Hao received a message from Lu Jiangwo and went to his office. After Su Hao sat down, Lu Jiangwo asked, "The labs have passed inspection and are ready for use. When do you plan to officially begin research?"
Su Hao thought for a moment and answered,
"Tomorrow. I've rested enough for a while, it's time to get busy." Lu Jiangwo nodded. "Alright, then let's officially begin the mecha research tomorrow." Students at Manga University noticed. The newly constructed building suddenly had extremely high security. Entering and exiting the experimental building required checks and facial recognition and other security procedures. And from that day on, the building officially began operation. The students at Manga University were very curious. What kind of research was being conducted in this new experimental building? Why did it seem so mysterious? Time, like water in a toilet, suddenly slips away.
In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed.
During these 2 weeks, Suhao has spent every day in the experimental building.
The mecha research is also on track.
Old Tang and Old Song would occasionally come over to discuss related issues with Suhao.
But as the research progressed, Suhao discovered a very awkward problem.
In the laboratory. Professor Liu, you've come at the right time. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Now that the research is on track, the lab only has a few researchers, we're completely short-handed.
Suhao looked troubled.
Scientific research requires not only outstanding individual ability but also teamwork.
The large laboratory only had 5 or 6 researchers.
With so few people, Suhao was severely stretched thin trying to conduct tests or collect data.
His expression faltered slightly before he recovered.
Without hesitation, he immediately agreed.
Okay. We have received this question and are currently selecting some outstanding professors, lecturers, experts, etc. from the entire teaching staff. Xiaohao, the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber, has officially rolled off the production line. Upon hearing this, Suhao's expression faltered slightly, showing a hint of surprise.
The 6th-generation stealth bomber has rolled off the production line? So fast?
Suhao had initially thought it would take at least 3 or 4 months to assemble. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiangwo suddenly told him that it was already completed and officially off the production line.
No wonder Lu Jiangwo looked so excited when he came in, it was because of this. Lu Jiangwo seemed very happy. After all,
the 6th-generation fighter jet project was something Suhao and he had worked on together. Although they weren't overseeing it anymore, they had completed the most important work. Upon hearing the news of its official completion, he was naturally incredibly excited.
The speed is indeed very fast.
I heard a few days ago that it would still take some time to officially roll off the production line. I didn't expect them to notify me today that it was officially completed. I don't know why they suddenly accelerated the progress.
Lu Jiangwo looked slightly puzzled. However, a faster completion was a good thing. Sometimes, being faster isn't a bad thing.
Suhao wasn't too concerned about the speed, he was more focused on the fighter jet's testing.
Hearing Suhao's question, Lu Jiangwo shook his head.
What they're saying seems a bit different this time.
Lu Jiangwo frowned slightly. Suhao was slightly surprised, his eyes lowered. Are real-world tests being handled with such secrecy?
Even they haven't revealed any related information.
Or is it for official secrecy? For a moment, Suhao was quite confused. Several days passed. Suhao focused entirely on mecha research and didn't pay much attention to the 6th-generation mecha test anymore. On this day, Lu Jiangwo brought Li Weigui to the laboratory. A military officer in uniform accompanied them.
His face was serious, clearly showing he spent a lot of time outdoors, as his skin was tanned a healthy shade.
Li Weigui introduced him to Suhao. Suhao, this is Minister Zhou of the Zuri Red Team Equipment Department.
Then he introduced him to Minister Zhou Wenchang.
This is Suhao, currently engaged in mecha research.
Zhou Wenchang simply shook hands with Suhao, his expression barely changing. He felt that this student named Suhao was probably just Professor Lu Jiangwo's assistant. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to him. Unaware of Zhou Wencheng's thoughts, Li Weigui continued, addressing Suhao and Lu Jiangwo. Professor Lu, Suhao, in 3 months, our red team and blue team will hold a large-scale military exercise at Zura. Upon hearing this, Suhao was slightly taken aback, his eyes showing some confusion.
The Zura military exercise?
He had heard of this before.
But did this military exercise have anything to do with him? Were they going to send him to the front lines?
The red team's superiors want the mechs to participate in the military exercise 3 months from now, to catch the blue team off guard.
Hearing his explanation, Suhao understood and nodded in realization. So that's how it is. He thought they were going to capture him to be cannon fodder. Using mechs in military exercises?
If it's a powered exoskeleton mech, it can be completed in 3 months.
After all,
the research on exoskeleton mechs has already progressed to the later stages.
The first test won't be long. Su Hao nodded, about to answer. At that moment,
a crisp, cold mechanical sound rang in his mind.
Ding! Mission triggered. Inside the mecha laboratory, Su Hao was
about to speak to Minister Zhou Wencheng about the mecha's situation.
Unfortunately, a cold, yet incredibly pleasant voice rang in his mind. Ding! Mission triggered. All weapons and equipment are designed for actual combat.
Agree to the military's military exercises and ensure that the developed wearable mecha achieves a crushing victory under unequal conditions.
Mission accepted. Reward, wearable nuclear-powered mecha fragment *1. Mission success reward, rating reward based on the mecha's performance in the military exercises.
The suddenly triggered system mission gave Su Hao a slight surprise.
Unexpected. He thought today would be another ordinary day.
But Minister Zhou, brought by Colonel Li, had given him an unexpected surprise.
Not only had the system mission been triggered,
the reward for this mission was exactly what he wanted.
During this time,
he was simultaneously following up on the powered exoskeleton mecha project of Elder Tang and Elder Song.
At the same time,
he also began developing the nuclear-powered humanoid wearable mecha rewarded by the Future Technology System.
However, even though I currently possess 2 fragments, I still want to rely on existing technology and knowledge. The goal is to derive the complete blueprints and the intricate complex technologies within them. We were really struggling.
Research and development had been slow, even stalled at one point.
But now, Su Hao's lips curled into a warm and happy smile. Just like a pillow delivered to someone who's been sleeping.
He was worried about how to solve some difficulties encountered in the research and development process.
Now,
collecting all 3 fragments would allow him to synthesize the complete mecha blueprint.
However, what did the system mean by military exercises under unequal conditions? Are there unequal conditions in military exercises?
Su Hao was puzzled, completely baffled. After thinking it over and over, he still didn't understand the meaning of those words.
He paused. Without hesitation, he immediately accepted the task.
In an instant, with a crisp ding sound,
a silver fragment appeared in his system inventory.
Without further delay, Su Hao whispered in his mind.
Synthesize.
As soon as the words left his mouth,
there was no earth-shattering sound, nor any dazzling, beautiful special effects.
The 3 blueprint fragments were thus easily pieced together.
And then, except for a single digital blueprint lying quietly in his system inventory,
a flood of knowledge poured into Su Hao's mind like a sudden awakening.
In just a few seconds, he grasped the technology and knowledge about nuclear-powered humanoid mechs.
He let out a long breath, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. What had just happened in his mind seemed like a long time. But in the outside world, it was merely a fleeting moment. Zhou Wencheng noticed that this student, who was somewhat too young, had just been deep in thought. He seemed like a completely different person, radiating an aura of calm confidence from within.
But only once, Zhou Wencheng asked, Professor Liu, I wonder if it's possible to successfully get the mechs participating in the military exercises within 3 months? Thanks to the instructions from the inner court, their Red Army camp knew about the mech research department.
They also learned from various channels that was also the reason Zhou Wencheng had come to him. The military exercises were in 3 months. He'd heard that this time, the Blue Army was not only upgrading various equipment but also had a research team from Tsinghua University working on a new weapon.
Intelligence indicates that the Blue team has a trump card up its sleeve. This is not good news for the Red team. However, if the mech development proceeds smoothly and it can be deployed in the military exercises 3 months from now, then it will be a major boost for the Red team. Turning the tide of battle is not impossible. Lu Jiangwo didn't answer Zhou Wencheng's question immediately.
He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Su Hao with a completely indifferent gaze.
Zhou Wencheng saw this expression and assumed Lu Jiangwo was asking his student to show off. So, he also looked over. Su Hao's consciousness had already exited the system.
Hearing Zhou Wencheng's question and meeting Lu Jiangwo's in his gaze, he spoke calmly.
3 months, the powered exoskeleton mech is no problem. Even without the system and without triggering the system mission. The research on the powered exoskeleton mech was in its final stages. Therefore, if it were merely a matter of deploying powered exoskeletons in military exercises after March, that wouldn't be a problem. But now, Su Hao wants more than that. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wencheng's expressionless face relaxed considerably. Really? That's great. However,
just as he was feeling pleased, Su Hao abruptly changed the subject.
I think that's far from the goal that Minister Zhou and I mentioned.
To have the mechs participate in the military exercises, and to launch a surprise attack, catching the Blue Force completely off guard. These were Zhou Wencheng's exact words.
To achieve this effect, powered exoskeletons alone are completely insufficient.
Strictly speaking, powered exoskeletons are a type of auxiliary mech.
But according to Zhou Wencheng, they want an offensive mech. Therefore, powered exoskeletons can't meet this requirement. Therefore, we must use the nuclear-powered humanoid mecha. If it were before, he wouldn't have been confident in completing the research and construction of a nuclear-powered mecha within 3 months. But now, possessing complete blueprints, as well as the full set of technology and knowledge, completing the construction of a nuclear-powered mecha within 3 months is no problem. Since Zhou Wencheng wants the mecha to dominate the battlefield and intimidate the blue team, then let's go all out. Let the blue team see what a surprise really is. He stared at Su Hao in astonishment, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. Are you kidding me? Does this student think he's funny? Out of respect for Lu Jiangwo, Zhou Wencheng held back his temper and asked instead. What do you mean? Su Hao smiled without answering immediately. Minister Zhou,
I need a special forces team of about 10 people.
In the laboratory.
After deciding to dedicate 3 months to developing the nuclear-powered humanoid mech, Su Hao had already made up his mind.
He looked at Zhou Wencheng earnestly.
Minister Zhou, I need a special forces team of about 10 people.
Can you provide one?
The nuclear-powered humanoid mech, strictly speaking, is a cutting-edge new type of combat equipment.
Inevitably. It also needs continuous testing during the development process. At the same time, since Zhou Wencheng intends to use the mech as a surprise tactic to defeat the Blue Force, this mech team needs explosive combat power and extremely seamless teamwork. Therefore, they must adapt to the mech in advance to unleash its full potential on the battlefield. However, hearing Su Hao's words, Zhou Wencheng frowned. His sharp eyes were now filled with surprise. This young man was making a request of him? And he wants 10 Special Forces soldiers right off the bat? Does he really think Special Forces soldiers are as common as cabbages? He just spouts nonsense. Where did he get the audacity? Zhou Wencheng's expression became somewhat unnatural. Comrade. He hesitated, unsure how to answer Su Hao. This request was simply too absurd. What would a researcher like you need Special Forces soldiers for? He looked up. Zhou Wencheng glanced at Lu Jiangwo, intending to gauge his reaction. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiangwo didn't react at all to Su Hao's words.
Zhou Wencheng's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt something was wrong.
Isn't this student Professor Lu's assistant?
His own assistant was spouting nonsense, making such an illogical request.
Seeing Lu Jiangwo's lack of reaction, Zhou Wencheng could only look to Li Weigui for help. If he refused directly, it would make things awkward for both sides. However, Li Weigui often dealt with Lu Jiangwo and they had a good relationship. Therefore, having him mediate wouldn't be a problem. But,
Su Hao's request must have been carefully considered.
I think it's acceptable. Minister Zhou, please do as Su Hao requests. Lu Jiangwo thought for a moment and spoke at the opportune moment. That's right. Minister Zhou, just do as Xiaohao says, don't worry about anything else. He might not trust others, but with Su Hao, he had complete confidence. Since Su Hao made such a request, and his face was so serious, he must have a plan. The two men's unwavering support for Su Hao left Zhou Wencheng somewhat bewildered. His expression was confused, his eyes strange. He looked at Lu Jiangwo, then at Li Weigua, and noticed that both of them had incredibly serious expressions on their faces, not like they were joking. Zhou Wencheng was greatly puzzled. His gaze towards Su Hao immediately became much more serious. Just who is this student? Judging from his expression, his words carry considerable weight with Professor Lu and Colonel Li. Therefore, he knew very little about Su Hao's identity. But now it seemed things weren't as simple as he had imagined. However, all right. I will select a special forces team of about 10 people to report to Lunka University another day. With the discussion concluded, Zhou Wencheng, burdened with a heavy workload, exchanged a few words and then departed. At this moment, Xiaohao, why did you suddenly ask for military special forces? What does this have to do with our mecha research? Li Weigua asked. Yes, Su Hao. Does that mean special forces will also be involved in the mecha research? Li Weigua had been puzzled when Su Hao made this request earlier. But considering Zhou Wencheng's presence, he hadn't dared to question him. Now, however, he couldn't help but ask. Su Hao smiled and replied. Currently, the research on the powered exoskeleton mecha is in its final stages. All that's left is some testing. Therefore, the nuclear-powered mecha project I proposed earlier can be expedited. This 10-person special forces team is partly for subsequent mecha testing. The goal is to make the nuclear-powered mecha, like a stealth bomber, capable of large area fire coverage. Under the current circumstances, it's impossible. Therefore, Su Hao felt that to achieve the exercise results Zhou Wencheng had mentioned, this might have unexpected results. In small-scale operations, mechs would be overwhelmingly dominant. However, Lu Jiangwo and Li Weigua were utterly shocked upon hearing his words. Nuclear-powered mechs? He had heard Su Hao mention this mech project, but at the time he thought Su Hao was just talking. He never expected Su Hao was actually serious. And that wasn't all. He wanted to complete the development of a nuclear-powered mech in just 3 months? How was that possible? Even novels wouldn't dare write something like this. Li Weigua frowned. Nuclear-powered mechs, such futuristic technology, are they too far ahead of reality? Moreover, judging from Su Hao's expression, he plans to realize it in just 3 months. Although Li Weigua didn't say anything outwardly, he wasn't very optimistic. Su Hao didn't say much either, just smiled slightly. After a long while, Lu Jiangwo broke the somewhat quiet and strange atmosphere in the laboratory. As long as it doesn't affect the normal research on powered exoskeletons, it's fine if you intend to develop a nuclear-powered mech. Moreover, because of the anti-Japanese war and military exercises, the mecha research department was also busy. Su Hao had been staying in the laboratory for days. The team sent by Elder Tang and Elder Song, along with Su Hao, were making a final push on the powered exoskeleton mecha. Powered exoskeleton mecha laboratory. On the control panel, a powered exoskeleton mecha, nearly 3/4 complete, sat quietly. Engineer Su, under the current circumstances. Judging from the simulation data just now, the coordination between the wearer and the powered exoskeleton mecha is not ideal. As the research progressed rapidly, the powered exoskeleton mecha was now nearing completion. Today, during their full-scale powered exoskeleton simulation test, they discovered this serious problem. If this problem cannot be solved, then the powered exoskeleton will lose its original purpose. Upon hearing this, Su Hao closed his file and stepped forward. While comparing the test data, he carefully examined the entire powered exoskeleton. After pondering for a moment, the worry between his brows eased. Everyone, you've overlooked a very serious problem. Upon hearing this,
Yang Qi and the others immediately became serious and looked at Su Hao. A serious problem? How come they hadn't noticed it? Su Hao didn't hide anything, pointing to the powered exoskeleton on the control panel. Everyone needs to understand that the wearer and the exoskeleton are, after all, two different entities. For a powered exoskeleton to unleash the wearer's abilities, it needs a link. This link is human-machine coupling technology. Su Hao looked up at the still somewhat confused crowd. Human-machine coupling technology is based on biomimetic engineering, employing anthropomorphic design to maximize the exoskeleton's assistance to the human body and minimize interference. This is the key technology for easily controlling and driving the exoskeleton. At the same time, a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on everyone's faces. I see. No wonder the powered exoskeleton seemed a bit stiff during our tests, like a zombie. The researchers nodded, their brows unfurrowing as they breathed a sigh of relief. Their gazes towards Su Hao held a hint of admiration. They had initially thought this young genius was just all talk. But now it seemed he had some talent. He pinpointed the crucial problem immediately. Such ability was in no way inferior to that of veteran researchers. With this problem solved, Su Hao took the opportunity to discuss the nuclear-powered mecha with them. Alright, with this issue resolved, the entire powered exoskeleton mecha should be fine. The researchers present nodded in agreement. Su Hao then changed the subject, continuing. Gentlemen, based on the current research progress, our powered exoskeleton mecha will definitely be able to participate in the military exercise 3 months from now. However, we have to admit a fact: the powered exoskeleton mecha with its current performance cannot influence the battlefield situation. In other words, the powered exoskeleton mecha we've built simply cannot meet Minister Zhou's requirements. Su Hao's words were blunt, but also very realistic. Indeed. Powered exoskeleton mechas are only auxiliary mechas, they cannot significantly alter the battlefield situation. Yang Qi and the others frowned upon hearing this. Mr. Su, what do you mean by that? With the powered exoskeleton almost complete, what did Su Hao mean by saying this now? Yang Qi was puzzled. To turn the tide of the military exercise, we need a more powerful, all-around nuclear-powered mech. Full power, explosive combat power. Only then can we possibly influence the entire military exercise situation. As soon as Su Hao finished speaking, Yang Qi and the others stared wide-eyed at Su Hao in disbelief. What? A nuclear-powered mech? What a joke! The nuclear-powered mech Su Hao was talking about was similar to the one Iron Man in science fiction movies, wasn't it? He wanted to build that? Yang Qi was incredibly astonished. Not to mention whether this thing could even be realized. Even if it could. With their current technology and zero experience, they wanted to create such a surreal mecha in 3 months? Is that even possible? Absolutely impossible. It's utterly a fantasy. Yang Qi looked at Su Hao as if he were a fool. Just now, he thought Su Hao had some talent. But now it seemed, he did have some, but not much. Or rather, Su Hao was simply too young, arrogant, and unrealistic. Although the powered exoskeleton mecha had been successfully developed. To be precise, Su Hao had only gotten lucky. He was building upon the work of Tang and Song Lao, conducting further research. To think that achieving this much and then trying to leapfrog to develop another unrealistic nuclear-powered mecha. Yang Qi sighed softly and silently shook his head. Lu Jiangwo, standing to the side, didn't seem too concerned about Yang Qi and the others' reactions. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Su Hao. Xiao Hao, what are your thoughts? He turned to answer Lu Jiangwo's question. To utilize nuclear power for nuclear-powered propulsion, enabling the wearer to freely pilot a humanoid mecha for individual combat, pinpoint penetration, and instantaneous explosive attacks. To achieve the ability to advance with overwhelming force, as if no one were there, to retreat with unwavering resolve, like an ancient tortoise. Only in this way can we completely turn the tide of battle, catch the enemy off guard, and secure victory for the red team in the exercise.
Listening to Suhao's explanation, Lu Jiangwo pondered for a moment. After a long while, his eyes narrowed. I've seen your abilities. Out of absolute trust in Suhao. Even though he felt Suhao's idea was somewhat far-fetched and impractical, he still supported Suhao giving it a try. Moreover, if he did, wouldn't that be? A glint of light flashed in Lu Jiangwo's eyes. With Lu Jiangwo's support, Suhao nodded emphatically. His eyes gleamed, brimming with fighting spirit. Yang Qi, seeing this, scoffed and shook his head. Just a young man, he won't learn until he hits a brick wall. In the experiment. Yang Qi shook his head dismissively upon hearing Suhao's words. Nuclear-powered mecha? Ha! Or rather, bringing science fiction into reality is something countless people dream of. However, dreaming is one thing. Whether it can be realized is another. Across the entire planet Earth, no country has yet been able to materialize the surreal mechas from science fiction movies. Even if they did, they would be mere shells, their actual performance would be worlds apart. Suhao's idea can only be described as wishful thinking. Moreover, he actually wants to realize a nuclear-powered mecha within 3 months, and even have it used in anti-Japanese wars and military exercises? Yang Qi felt a sense of disbelief. However, seeing Lu Jiangwo's support, he didn't say anything more. He shook his head and took his leave. Old Lu, Engineer Su. It's time to leave work. If there's nothing else, we'll head home. With the powered exoskeleton issue resolved, there's plenty of time now. For Yang Qi's team, the subsequent research tasks aren't too heavy. In fact, they're quite relaxed. Therefore, it's rare that they can leave work on time today. Hearing this, Suhao nodded in agreement. Okay, you guys go home first. Lu Jiangwo sighed softly. Xiaohao, they don't think much of you. Lu Jiangwo had seen it all. Suhao smiled nonchalantly. Professor Lu, this is, after all, a completely new field of scientific research, and an attempt to start from scratch. It's understandable that they're not optimistic. However, on the other hand, their opinions and attitudes won't have a significant impact on me. In scientific research, strength and results reign supreme. Once you produce results, plenty of people will believe in you. Suhao's calm and confident smile, coupled with his handsome, sunny face, was captivating. Lu Jiangwo was slightly taken aback, taking a moment to recover before bursting into laughter. Good. I'm relieved that you think this way. That's right. Scientific research needs your spirit. Lu Jiangwo looked at him with satisfaction. Suhao was young, only just starting university this year. But the talent he had displayed during this time, and the maturity and composure he showed, so different from his peers, made Lu Jiangwo like and value him even more. Given time, and with proper guidance, Suhao's achievements would only be greater. Moreover, for some reason, he had a strange thought. Suhao dared to propose such a plan because he already had the corresponding technology in mind. This feeling came inexplicably, leaving Lu Jiangwo somewhat bewildered. After a brief chat with Suhao, Lu Jiangwo left the laboratory. As a professor at Manga University, he also had his own matters to attend to. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and walked towards his own independent laboratory. This was an independent laboratory built specifically for Suhao by Manga University. From the expressions on Yang Qi and the others' faces just now, Suhao understood that they lacked confidence in his plan. No. To be precise, they completely disbelieved it from the bottom of their hearts. But this couldn't be blamed on them. The concept of a nuclear-powered mecha was indeed somewhat abstract and futuristic. But Suhao dared to propose it because he possessed a complete set of blueprints and the necessary technology. Otherwise, he wouldn't have considered building a nuclear-powered mecha in 3 months and deploying it in anti-Japanese wars and military exercises. Therefore, to convince them of his idea, he first needed to create something tangible. After all, building such a mecha couldn't be done by him alone. It required the concerted efforts and coordination of a team. In that case, let's develop a module of the mecha first.
Su Hao had a plan in mind.
But, which module?
His brow furrowed slightly, then his consciousness sank into the future technology system. Using the knowledge the system had imparted to him during this time, he continuously deduced the design of the mecha's various structures.
How about building the entire mecha arm first?
Su Hao's eyes lit up slightly. This can be completed quickly, is highly operable, has a significant and explosive effect, and provides the most direct feedback.
Let's build the mecha arm first.
Su Hao had already made up his mind.
With this in mind, he immediately began to act.
But not long after he started, he encountered another problem.
What about the materials for the mecha arm?
Leaving aside the advanced technology, materials were another factor that determined the mecha's limits. If the materials weren't hard enough, even if the mecha had explosive power, it wouldn't be able to withstand it.
Moreover,
if the materials weren't hard enough, the defensive performance would drop drastically.
Before even getting close, it would be taken down by a single shot. Su Hao was suddenly at a loss. I was careless.
If the material problem isn't solved, the mecha I build will just be a metal lump that gets beaten up. After a long while, he suddenly remembered something, and his eyes snapped open.
With this thought in mind,
he used the virtual space within the system to extract the material ratios related to the fuselage of the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber. Then, he began relentless experimentation. His consciousness stormed within the system, frantically experimenting, his mental and physical strength visibly declining. Until the first light of dawn, he abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp glint in them.
It's done!
The materials needed for the mecha were finally proportioned.
Although compared to the materials used in the mechas in the movies, this alloy was much heavier and completely unsuitable. However, its strength was unparalleled. It was perfectly feasible for the mecha. The mecha was, after all,
nuclear-powered, with ample power. If I had enough time, I could definitely develop a new material that is lighter, stronger, and more flexible.
Unfortunately, time is tight, the task is heavy, and I don't have much time left.
Su Hao sighed slightly, a hint of regret in his voice. But then, he shook off those thoughts, a renewed surge of passion and fighting spirit returning to his eyes.
Now that the material problem is solved, let's get to work. Meanwhile, at the Blue Army camp in Zura. Inside the tent,
Blue Army Brigade Commander Man Zhiguang, in full military uniform, was analyzing tactics with the camp commanders. Looking at Man Zhiguang sitting at the head of the conference table, one of the commanders spoke with a slightly excited expression. Commander Man, this time we have a variety of new combat equipment in our force, we're sure to annihilate the Red Army.
Not only that, the Blue Army camp also possesses a powerful weapon.
He nodded to himself, putting down the map in his hand. We'll leave the Red Army with absolutely no chance to retaliate. Man Zhiguang tapped his fingers on the table, his face radiating confidence. The saying, "Crush the Japanese and capture Man Zhiguang alive," was widely circulated. This made people marvel at the Blue Army's strength.
This year. Just then,
Man Zhiguang's bodyguard rushed in from outside.
Reporting, Brigade Commander, the professors and experts from the military research team have arrived. Hearing this, Man Zhiguang's eyes lit up with joy. Oh? So fast? Please invite them to the reception tent. I'll be there immediately. Yes, sir.
The guard acknowledged the order and turned to make the arrangements.
Gentlemen, today's tactical discussion will conclude here for now.
He stood up first and walked out of the tent.
The other commanders hurriedly followed.
They had heard from Brigade Commander Man long ago. In order to annihilate the entire Red Army with invincibility, he had specifically invited a weapons and equipment research and development team this time.
It seems, the team has arrived. They couldn't help but feel a great sense of anticipation. Inside the reception tent,
the others were from various teams, including civilian research institutes and military enterprises.
Teacher, there are really a lot of people involved in this military research. Li Xueming nodded. Yes, quite a few. It seems Commander Man attaches great importance to this military exercise. Just then, Man Zhiguang walked in from outside. Upon entering, he saw Li Xueming and the others. Man Zhiguang frequently interacted with professors, experts, and military advisors from various universities in China, so he was naturally very familiar with them. He stepped forward and greeted Li Xueming warmly. Professor Li, long time no see. Li Xueming also laughed heartily and stepped forward to shake hands. After a brief exchange with Li Xueming, Man Zhiguang greeted the other team members one by one. Then, Man Zhiguang sat at the far left of the conference table, adjusted the microphone in front of him, and began to speak. Gentlemen, I believe you all know why I've gathered you here today. I won't waste any words. Let me first give you a brief introduction to some of our military's weaponry. As soon as he finished speaking, Man Zhiguang pressed a button on the remote control, and the weapons used in this operation were displayed one by one on the screen at the front of the conference room. A variety of new combat weapons were on display, dazzling the eyes. Even Li Xueming and the others, who knew that the Blue Army's weaponry was extremely advanced and numerous, were secretly astonished upon seeing it with their own eyes. Although it seems to everyone that the blue team has a lot of weaponry. But I think this is far from enough, or rather, the firepower suppression is far from sufficient. These weapons are still too conventional. What we need is a completely new weapon, one that the red team won't expect, to crush them with overwhelming force. Man Zhiguang tapped his finger lightly on the table, his seemingly kind face now revealing a hint of ruthlessness. He continued. This time, to comprehensively test our troops, the newly rolled out 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber will also participate in the military exercise as a major lethal weapon for the blue team. And what I need is for you to cooperate with the 6th-generation strategic stealth bomber in developing corresponding weaponry. As soon as Man Zhiguang finished speaking, everyone in the conference room gasped. Didn't this behemoth just roll off the production line? It's already participating in the anti-Japanese war and military exercises. With such a trump card, doesn't it completely overwhelm the red team? She hadn't expected it. That incredibly mysterious, absolutely secretive 6th-generation stealth bomber was already in the blue team's base. And it was going to participate in this military exercise. With this eagle dominating the skies making its move, how could the red team possibly fight back? However, even so, the blue team's brigade commander man actually felt their combat strength was insufficient. He even ordered them to come and develop a new type of combat weapon to operate in conjunction with the fighter jet. It's simply terrifying. This is completely going to utterly crush the red team. While everyone was discussing, she pursed her lips and spoke to her teacher, Li Xueming. Teacher, with the official rollout of our 6th-generation stealth bomber, the gap between our military strength and that of Western countries has narrowed considerably. As a Chinese citizen and a researcher, she naturally hoped for a better future for China. However, China needs to face this gap squarely. Li Xueming nodded slightly upon hearing this. You're right, we still have some gaps with them. One must take it one bite at a time, one must walk one step at a time. The road to becoming a great power is long and arduous. The future belongs to you young people. I hope you will not forget your original aspirations, keep your mission in mind, and lead China to even greater heights. At this moment, Man Zhiguang tapped the table with his finger, instantly bringing everyone present back to their senses and silencing them. Gentlemen, even with advanced equipment and the support of 6th-generation strategic stealth bombers, it's not enough. Far from enough. I need everyone to develop a wartime drone and establish a drone combat group within 3 months. In conjunction with the stealth bombers, comprehensively detect all movements of the Red Force, launch a saturation attack, and annihilate them. A swift and decisive victory, giving them no chance to resist. In the military camp conference room. As Man Zhiguang finished speaking, the atmosphere immediately became serious. 3 months to complete the mission of a swarm of unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, combat group. This
Many researchers frowned slightly. Even Li Shueming did.
3 months is a bit short, he murmured softly. If it were just ordinary UAVs, 3 months would be more than enough.
To develop such a UAV from scratch, and to require a large number of them for fire coverage.
This task was not as simple as it seemed. However,
our military research department currently has a drone on hand, and its performance in all aspects has been preliminarily tested.
It basically meets the requirements you mentioned.
After testing by their military research department, its performance was found to be surprisingly good. Therefore, he brought it along for this anti-Japanese war in military exercise.
Nan Guangji's expression faltered slightly upon hearing this. What a coincidence!
But considering that the other party is from the military research department, they probably have relevant research projects
underway, so he didn't think too much about it. Nan Guangji nodded and instructed.
Okay. If this drone meets the standards I mentioned, then everyone should proceed with the modification and upgrade based on this drone. Strive to achieve a comprehensive upgrade within 3 months, meeting operational requirements and establishing a drone combat group.
After saying this, at this moment,
the researchers present gathered together.
Li Shueming asked, Professor Yen, could you show everyone the drone you mentioned? Yen Tianqi nodded and spoke first. No problem. However, for confidentiality reasons, let's go directly to the research lab. Everyone nodded in agreement. Led by Li Shueming and Yen Tianqi, they headed towards the research lab that Nan Zhiguang had prepared for them.
Upon arriving at the lab, they opened the door and saw a drone, about 3 meters in diameter, resting quietly on the ground. It was entirely metallic gray, with a gleaming sheen, exuding a very high-tech feel.
Li Shueming asked, Professor Yen, is this the drone you mentioned?
Yen Tianqi stepped forward and stroked the cold drone in his hand.
That's right. To be honest, this drone isn't a product of our military research department. We acquired it through a special channel. But rest assured, this channel is absolutely safe.
Moreover, this private drone manufacturer is backed by the government and is highly reliable.
Yen Tianqi's words immediately surprised everyone present.
They had initially assumed this drone was the latest product from the military research department. Unexpectedly, they had purchased this from elsewhere.
Moreover, the manufacturer of this drone was actually a private company? But they didn't think too much about it.
Li Shueming stepped forward, carefully examining the drone, and nodded in approval. Putting everything else aside, the exquisite craftsmanship of the body is quite impressive.
Li Shueming genuinely thought the drone's craftsmanship was excellent, not just agreeing with Yen Tianqi.
The body was perfectly formed, with seamless joints.
Such craftsmanship was unmatched by many drone manufacturers across the entire planet. Although the specific performance of this drone is still unknown, its appearance alone is enough to catch the eye. She couldn't help but lean forward slightly, observing it more closely. Looking at the logo and markings on the drone, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Haojiang Drones? This name. I don't think I've ever heard of it before.
She had heard of several major drone manufacturers in China. But this private company called Haojiang Drones was a first for her.
At the same time,
she felt something was off about the name of this drone manufacturer, and she was somewhat puzzled.
Haojiang, is it a newly established drone technology company by some research tycoon?
After observing for a while, Li Shueming suggested. Engineer Yen, just looking at it like this, I can't see anything special about this drone.
Anyway, we'll be doing modifications and upgrades later. Li Shueming was very satisfied with the drone's appearance.
A drone can't just be good looking.
The most important thing is its overall performance.
Yen Tiancheng naturally had no problem with it, nodding in agreement without hesitation.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
After we take it apart, I hope everyone will speak freely and offer valuable suggestions for a comprehensive upgrade and modification of this drone.
After all, this drone will be used on the battlefield. Together with Li Shueming and the others, they carefully began to disassemble the drone. Time passed slowly. As they gradually disassembled the drone's internal structure, their eyes narrowed slightly. Li Shueming uttered a soft sound. It actually uses an upgraded version of the APM flight control computer. But after examining it closely, he noticed something amiss. No. Unlike common APM flight control computers, the flight control computer in this drone is entirely independently developed. Test data shows that its mission execution frequency can reach 800 to 1000 Hz. Moreover, it's not just the flight control system. Other modules of this drone, such as the onboard computer, structured light depth sensor, 2D LiDAR, and data radio, are all quite different from common drones. All looked on with surprise. Li Shueming couldn't help but say, "Engineer Yen, is there nothing more that can be modified in this drone? Are you sure you want us to make any changes?" After saying that, everyone, including Li Shueming, looked at Yen Tianqi with resentment. Upgrades and modifications? It's already so perfect. How can it be modified? Yen Tianqi looked embarrassed, realizing that the drone he had presented seemed a little too perfect. He spoke weakly. The others nodded helplessly. Li Shueming sighed softly, his expression unreadable. Lonka University, Mecha Lab. For nearly a week, Su Hao had been confined to his private laboratory. He hadn't left the room. He was working tirelessly on developing a mecha. On the control panel, the prototype of a mecha arm was gradually taking shape. Su Hao was focused, his hands moving constantly, his mind racing. The mecha arm involves dozens of terminal systems, including transmission, output, joint, and energy systems. He operated the controls. While using the blueprints and technology provided by the system, along with his own understanding, he began searching for the perfect solution. Time passed by, but Su Hao seemed oblivious to the passage of time. In the lab's break room, there was a large amount of dry rations. With these rations, Su Hao worked day and night, relentlessly working on the mecha arm. Outside the laboratory. When Yang Qi and his team arrived at the laboratory at dawn, they saw the still-closed door and shook their heads. "Still not out?" Yang Qi murmured. More than a week had passed, and Su Hao hadn't emerged from the lab, nor made a sound. What had become of him? His researchers, looking at the lab door, also began to discuss. Can Su Hao really achieve his so-called nuclear-powered mecha? A nuclear-powered mecha? Impossible. No country on the entire planet can achieve that. Su Hao. It's absurd. A complete waste of time, just doing useless work. The researchers shook their heads, turned, put on their work clothes, and continued working on their powered exoskeleton mecha. They ignored Su Hao. After all, the task of developing the powered exoskeleton was specifically assigned by Elder Tang and Elder Song. This was of paramount importance and could not be neglected. Su Hao could set aside his time to work on that unrealistic, delusional nuclear-powered mecha. They couldn't. If they couldn't complete the development of the powered exoskeleton within 3 months, Su Hao might be fine. The adult world is never easy. Days passed, and Su Hao still hadn't emerged from the laboratory. That day, Lu Jiangwo walked in from outside the laboratory, hands behind his back. Looking at the tightly closed inner laboratory, his thick brows furrowed slightly. Su Hao still hasn't come out? Yang Qi shook his head slightly upon hearing this. No. He put down what he was doing, wiped his hands, and walked over to Lu Jiangwo. Professor Lu, Su Hao has been inside for over a week, even though there's food in the lab. But if he keeps going like this, his body won't be able to take it. Yang Qi, though somewhat dismissive of Su Hao's idea. Health is the foundation of success. If you ruin your health, it'll be too late to cry later. Lu Jiangwo nodded readily. Yang Qi's words make sense. After saying that, he discussed matters related to the powered exoskeleton with Yang Qi and the others. He instructed them to continue the follow-up work on the powered exoskeleton according to Su Hao's plan. He then left the lab. After Lu Jiangwo left, Yang Qi and the others agreed.
Yang Qi then stared intently at the lab door. He gazed at it for a long time, finally letting out a long sigh, his face expressionless, lost in thought. 3 more days passed. Looking at the still-closed lab door, Yang Qi and the others finally felt impatient and annoyed. Professor Yang, we're working hard and tirelessly here developing the powered exoskeleton mecha. But he's been stuck in his experiments, working on that so-called nuclear-powered mecha. It's been almost 2 weeks, and he hasn't participated in the powered exoskeleton mecha project at all. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After he finished speaking, the other researchers nodded in agreement, and a murmur of discussion arose. Yes, Professor Yang. This is a bit too much. We come here to work on our research every day, while he's all alone in the lab working on his own stuff. Engineer Yang, this can't go on. Research is a collaborative effort, everyone working together. Now they're dumping all the work on us while he reaps the benefits. There's no such thing as a free lunch. They no longer cared whether Su Hao could hear them, they each voiced their discontent at the lab door. 2 weeks had passed. They spent nearly 10 hours a day working on the powered exoskeleton. And Su Hao? He'd been there for over 10 days, with no intention of coming out. Yang Qi frowned, staring at the lab door with a puzzled expression. His subordinate's words, though harsh, were all true. Su Hao had indeed gone a bit too far. But he still offered words of comfort. Alright, everyone, let's cut to the chase. Su Hao is probably at a crucial stage and can't spare the time right now. Besides, Su Hao solved the core technology problems of the powered exoskeleton mecha, that's already a huge achievement. It's only right that we dedicate a little more time. We're all colleagues, let's just focus on our own tasks. Yang Qi didn't want this small matter to damage their relationship. After all, Su Hao does possess some ability. He's currently obsessed with the so-called nuclear-powered mechs, momentarily blinded by his own ambition, stubbornly refusing to leave the lab. A good mindset is key to success for a researcher. Su Hao's behavior also subtly displeased Yang Qi. After this project is over, I'll have a good talk with Professor Tang and Professor Song about Su Hao. Thinking this, he made to dismiss his huddled colleagues. However, just then, the lab door slowly opened. Click. The laboratory door opened with a sound. Then, they all looked towards the laboratory door. Yang Qi called softly as he looked at the young man who emerged. Compared to half a month ago, Su Hao looked much more listless. His handsome face was covered in grime. His face also showed signs of fatigue. However, his eyes still shone brightly, sparkling with a sharp light. It was entirely metallic gray-black, with strong mechanical fingers and a thick arm. What else could it be but a large arm? Yang Qi didn't leave immediately. He stepped forward and asked. Su Hao smiled, his expression showing some excitement. This is a mecha arm. A mecha arm? Yang Qi's pupils contracted slightly. He really made it? Yang Qi's attention instantly focused on the mecha arm Su Hao was holding, examining it closely. From the outside, this so-called mecha arm did indeed have a very high-tech feel. The various structural arrangements were also very sophisticated. In other words, putting everything else aside, its appearance was very similar to Iron Man's mecha arm. However, Yang Qi noticed very carefully. This mecha arm wasn't actually very large, but it looked extremely heavy, and Su Hao was struggling to hold it. Yang Qi asked. Engineer Su, this thing isn't light, is it? Su Hao nodded, then placed the extremely heavy mecha arm on the test table and took a deep breath. It's definitely not light, at least 80 or 90 pounds. Su Hao shook his aching arm and admitted it directly. There was no other way, time was too tight. It was already quite an achievement that he could create an alloy material with extremely high hardness and flexibility in such a short time using existing technology and knowledge. Of course, the price to pay was weight. Fortunately, with the controlled nuclear fusion reactor, power was not a concern at all. Hearing Su Hao's explanation, Yang Qi's surprise gradually faded.
For a moment, Yang Qi even thought that this highly technological mechanical arm was actually a mecha. But now, hearing Su Hao admit that this mecha arm was extremely heavy, the shock that had surged in Yang Qi's heart vanished instantly. That's it? He locked himself in the lab for more than half a month and created such a bulky mecha arm? Aside from looking a bit pretentious, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. A stranger would easily mistake it for a scale model made by some knockoff company. Yang Qi looked sullen, though he thought this to himself, he didn't show it. Mr. Su has been working for over half a month, you should go and rest first. You don't look too well. He had been indoors for a long time and hadn't eaten regularly, so he didn't seem to be seriously ill. However, the fatigue on his face was obvious to anyone. However, Su Hao gently shook his head upon hearing this. I'm perfectly fine. Now that the mecha arm is complete, I'd like to conduct a test first. Could you all lend a hand? Su Hao asked politely. Testing alone would be difficult. Moreover, he would need to collect various data. Besides, he had spent over half a month working on this mecha arm, precisely so that Yang Qi and the others could witness the power of this marvel firsthand. Inviting them to participate in the testing also served that purpose. Yang Qi's expression faltered slightly. Test? Test it now? He had initially wanted to ask if this thing even needed testing. But then he thought about it. After all, it was something Su Hao had spent over 10 days developing, saying that would easily undermine the young man's confidence. Yang Qi didn't want to be the bad guy. However, his research staff weren't so friendly. They had already harbored resentment towards Su Hao for some time, and now he had this cumbersome metal contraption, and he wanted them to test it too? The group spoke rudely. Engineer Su, this thing doesn't really need much testing, does it? Yeah. It's just a robotic arm. If you really want to test it, just find a brick, punch it a few times, and see how explosive its power is, right? It's better to test it in the testing workshop. Scientific research requires rigor. Su Hao was absolutely confident. Once they saw the explosive output of the mecha arm, they would definitely change their minds. Now, he wanted to show them the test results. All right. Since Engineer Su wants to test it, let's go help out. And see if Engineer Su's newly developed mecha arm truly delivers explosive power. He then turned to lead Su Hao to the small testing workshop in the laboratory. However, just then, the laboratory door opened, and Lu Jiangwo walked in with his hands behind his back. His eyes immediately fell on Su Hao and the large arm placed on the control panel. He asked in surprise. Xiao Hao, you finished it? Su Hao nodded. Yes. I was just about to have Engineer Yang and the others test it when you arrived. Lu Jiangwo stepped forward, stroking the hard, enormous, and cold object, his face expressionless. He nodded, pondering. Let's go test it first. At first glance, he couldn't see anything special about the robotic arm. Since it's going to be tested, let's go. With that, he took the lead and headed towards the laboratory's testing workshop. Seeing this, Su Hao called out to Lu Jiangwo. Old Lu, this testing workshop is too small, we need a larger space. Su Hao spoke calmly, his expression very serious, even a little solemn. But Yang Qi and the others couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. After a long pause, he suddenly realized the occasion was inappropriate, especially with Elder Lu present, and quickly suppressed his smile, clearing his throat. Ahem. Engineer Su, although the testing room in our lab is small, it can still accommodate your large arm. I think. Yang Qi glanced at Su Hao, then at Elder Lu, hesitating to speak. It's just a small robotic arm, how much of a commotion could it cause? Worried the testing room couldn't handle it? It's ridiculous. However, Su Hao still shook his head, rejecting his suggestion. To be on the safe side, I think we should move to a larger, safer testing room. Yang Qi's expression changed, and he immediately fell silent, inwardly sneering. Let him do whatever he wants.
Anyway, as long as he doesn't get too discouraged after being proven wrong later, that's fine.
Lu Jiangwo didn't think too much about it.
Seeing Su Hao insist on going to a larger testing workshop, he thought for a moment and nodded in agreement.
Okay.
After saying that, he took the lead and walked down underground. The underground high-level testing chamber was built along with the new experimental building. Located underground, the chamber is nearly half the size of a football field.
Constructed from 5-meter-thick reinforced concrete, it can withstand numerous large-scale explosion experiments.
According to the construction team, in the event of a nuclear attack, it can withstand the blast impact without any problem.
At the entrance to the high-level testing chamber, Lu Jiangwo stepped forward and underwent iris recognition authentication. Ding!
A crisp sound rang out, and the heavy alloy security door opened.
Let's go in. With that, Lu Jiangwo strode in first. Su Hao, holding his mecha arm, entered without hesitation, following closely behind. Yang Qi and the others didn't say anything and quickly followed.
Xiao Hao, this underground testing room is spacious and safe.
It should meet your standards, right? Lu Jiangwo teased.
He was rather curious.
Was the mecha arm Su Hao was holding really that powerful?
Besides its good texture, it didn't seem particularly remarkable.
Could it be that he had overlooked something important?
Su Hao gently placed the mecha arm on the ground, let out a long sigh, and then answered.
Yeah, this place is very good. Looks like they put some effort into this underground testing room.
I don't have to worry about damaging the lab.
Su Hao smiled. He knew there was a testing room under the experimental building, but he didn't know the specifics.
Now that he saw it, he was genuinely surprised.
It's so big. Lu Jiangwo laughed heartily.
He assured Su Hao confidently.
With Lu Jiangwo's words, Su Hao felt much more at ease. In that case, Elder Lu, shall I begin? Let's begin. Lu Jiangwo nodded. Then he added, I also want to see just how powerful this unassuming mecha arm really is. To be honest, Lu Jiangwo didn't have high expectations. He simply wanted to see what this thing was all about.
They listened to Su Hao and Lu Jiangwo's conversation but didn't participate. They came along partly because of Su Hao's request. Also, because Lu Jiangwo was present in person. They had to give him face, after all. As for the mecha arm Su Hao had developed, they didn't care at all. They didn't have much time to play around with Su Hao. With Lu Jiangwo's permission, Su Hao stepped forward and stood in front of the mecha arm. After putting on the arm guard and gloves, Su Hao squatted down and slipped his right arm into the mecha arm. With a series of crisp click sounds, the seemingly bulky mecha arm was fitted onto Su Hao's arm. At first glance, the mecha arm seemed to be an integral part of Su Hao's body. Lu Jiangwo's eyes narrowed slightly. When Su Hao held it just now, he hadn't thought much of it. But now, as he donned it and slowly stood up from the ground, a chilling, murderous aura emanated from him. The temperature in the entire testing room seemed to drop several degrees. Su Hao turned around and ordered in a completely emotionless voice. Old Lu, Engineer Yang, you two retreat to the safe zone. The shockwave from the mecha arm could very well affect you. Yang Qi and the others were slightly stunned upon hearing this. The shockwave would harm them? What a joke! How big of a shockwave could this mecha arm possibly generate? It probably couldn't even break a normal wall, right? Yang Qi shook his head dismissively. Keep pretending. Does he really think this is a mecha? It's just a piece of junk. Even if it's nuclear powered, how much noise can it make? The researchers subtly curled their lip, their dislike for Su Hao growing even stronger. Lu Jiangwo, however, was obedient, carefully retreating to the safe zone as Su Hao instructed. Seeing this, Yang Qi and the others hesitated for a moment, then followed Lu Jiangwo to the safe zone. Regardless, they had to give Lu Jiangwo face. Su Hao's eyes narrowed as he saw them all retreat to the safe zone. He gently pressed a button on his arm, and a crisp sound rang out. Ding! Program activated. The incredibly heavy mecha arm instantly transformed, its scale-like armor clinging tightly to Su Hao's arm.
At the same time,
the nuclear-powered miniature reactor activated, providing a continuous power source to the mecha arm. Once all the scales returned to their original position, the entire mecha arm was no longer as heavy as before. Su Hao's mecha fingers slightly clenched, he could feel an immense power slowly accumulating.
He let out a low shout. "Activate, Mighty Vajra Fist."
As soon as the words left his mouth,
instantly,
2 ring-shaped shockwave nozzles appeared on the arm, rapidly accumulating energy at an astonishing speed.
Lu Jiangwo and the others, not far away, narrowed their eyes slightly upon seeing this. Visible to the naked eye,
the powerful energy caused ripples to appear in the space around Su Hao's arm, as if that part of space itself was distorted.
Just then,
when Su Hao saw the display screen show the charge had reached 100%, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Under Lu Jiangwo's expectant gaze, he slammed his fist into the impact plate on the ground.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the underground special-grade testing chamber.
A visible shockwave emanated from Su Hao, radiating outwards in all directions.
Lu Jiangwo's face instantly changed drastically. Not good. Quickly, crouch down. With a loud shout, Lu Jiangwo crouched down.
Yang Qi and the others were momentarily stunned, but prompted by Lu Jiangwo, they also hurriedly crouched down. The powerful shockwave caused the thick reinforced concrete in front of them to vibrate, as if it were about to crack. The entire underground special-grade testing chamber began to shake.
It looked like it would collapse at any moment. And that wasn't all.
Vibrations, as if originating from the Earth's core, spread upwards throughout the entire National University of Defense Technology of China.
In an instant,
the ground began to tremble uncontrollably, the earth shaking violently, like an earthquake.
Teachers and students active on campus noticed this and their expressions changed drastically. Panic spread. Countless screams echoed throughout the campus. Boom! Like a roaring earth dragon, the ground shook violently.
It was early morning, students were either on their way to class or had just finished. Feeling the tremor beneath their feet, panic instantly spread throughout the school.
Holy crap! What's going on? An earthquake? Why is the ground shaking so suddenly? Is some colossal entity awakening? An earthquake? Can we have earthquakes here? It shouldn't be an earthquake.
The source of the tremor is coming from the lab building. The students stood frozen in fear, too terrified to move.
Tang Xiaoro and her roommate, who didn't have classes that morning, were in their dormitory. Feeling the
slight tremor in their room, their faces turned pale.
What happened? The bed was shaking, like an earthquake. Could there have been a huge explosion somewhere?
Chen Jiaojiao, still in bed, jumped off like a frightened rabbit with astonishing speed.
Clawing at the blanket, she looked terrified. Wah, I'm scared. Chen Jiaojiao clung to Tang Xiaoro's arm, almost hanging on it.
Tang Xiaoro was also startled by the sudden tremor. Her eyes widened in shock, and she hurriedly ran out of the dormitory.
Meanwhile, other students who had noticed the tremor also came out of their dormitories.
For safety's sake, Tang Xiaoro returned to the dormitory, calmed everyone down, and immediately gave instructions. Especially at times like this, we mustn't lose our composure, or will cause unnecessary harm. After calming her roommates down, they huddled together in a corner of the dorm. Tang Xiaoro, however, was filled with confusion.
Why did the National Defense University of China suddenly experience an earthquake?
Shaking her head, Tang Xiaoro quickly dismissed the thought.
If the National Defense University of China was under armed attack, where in China would be safe? Meanwhile, in the experimental building, in the underground special-grade testing room,
Lu Jiangwo, Yang Qi, and the others hid behind the thick reinforced concrete piles, escaping the initial powerful shockwave.
Even so, the deafening roar and the ear-piercing aftershocks still made them extremely uncomfortable.
Their heads were buzzing, and they felt slightly dizzy. The dust and debris thrown down by the shockwave splattered on their heads, making them look disheveled and extremely wretched. Their faces were filled with shock.
Yang Qi asked in a trembling voice.
Hiss, what just happened? He patted the dust off his face and clothes, a wave of fear washing over him.
That one instant.
Suddenly, Lu Jiangwo's hysterical scream rang in his ears. He instinctively crouched down, covering his head, and hid behind the reinforced concrete pillar.
Then, the shockwave of the explosion arrived instantly.
He was still shaken.
The damage would have been unimaginable.
He let out a long sigh, looking at Lu Jiangwo with gratitude. If it weren't for old Lu's quick reaction, they would have been seriously injured today.
At this moment, Lu Jiangwo slowly stood up.
Unlike the relief in Yang Qi and the other's eyes, his cloudy eyes were filled with shock and excitement.
Terrifying explosive output.
Terrifying shockwave power.
Lu Jiangwo commented in a hoarse voice.
He was present and had observed most closely, so he could clearly sense the explosive energy from the mecha arm.
It's no exaggeration.
Fortunately, this underground high-grade testing room hadn't been skimped on. At best, Su Hao's punch would have created a huge crater in the floor.
At worst, the entire testing room would have been destroyed. Su Hao's mecha arm could unleash such immense energy.
Lu Jiangwo stared blankly at Su Hao, who stood slightly bowed in the center. His wrinkled face was filled with excitement.
Xiao Hao succeeded. Lu Jiangwo shouted loudly, making no attempt to hide his excitement.
Hearing his voice, Yang Qi and the others also reacted.
Their eyes turned to Su Hao in unison.
Now, besides shock, they were filled with astonishment. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost.
Su Hao, he really did it. In just half a month. Not only did he create a mecha arm they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Now, the explosive output he demonstrated in the tests is simply astonishing. The entire testing workshop was almost destroyed, the ground beneath it trembled.
Such terrifying output is utterly astonishing. Yang Qi and his team exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes.
Then,
a burning passion welled up in their eyes. As if by prior agreement, they rushed towards Su Hao.
Engineer Su, are you all right?
Engineer Su, quickly take off the mecha arm, don't overwork.
Yourself. Engineer Su, quickly sit down.
One by one, they surrounded Su Hao, helping him to sit down.
After Su Hao rested for a while. Professor Su, how did you achieve such explosive power in the mecha arm?
After Yang Qi finished speaking, the other researchers nodded in agreement. They all looked at him expectantly with expressions of eager learning. Although Su Hao had thrown a punch, he hadn't exhausted much of his energy. Seeing their fervent thirst for knowledge, he seized the opportunity to give them a lesson.
For example, the one I have here uses a hydraulic cylinder transmission device and a linkage mechanism to achieve the irregular movement required by the arm. Speaking of professional knowledge, Su Hao suddenly became interested and began to talk fluently.
Lu Jiangwo, who had lagged behind, couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Yang Qi and the others change their attitude and suddenly become friendly with Su Hao.
These brats, humph. Lu Jiangwo shook his head helplessly.
He understood that Yang Qi and the others weren't bad people. They were just a little resentful, and their self-perception that Su Hao couldn't do it. Therefore, they were dissatisfied with Su Hao.
However, their exploration and pursuit of knowledge and scientific research were pure. Just like now.
But he hadn't smiled for long when he suddenly realized something serious. The commotion Su Hao had caused just now.
Lu Jiangwo's expression instantly changed.
Without even saying goodbye to Su Hao and the others, he hurriedly walked outside.
Calling as he went. I'm going to the principal's office. After leaving the underground special grade laboratory, Lu Jiangwo rushed to the principal's office as quickly as possible.
Su Hao had caused such a commotion that the entire school was shaking. The panic had to be quelled as quickly as possible to prevent any accidents. Lu Jiangwo had just arrived at the principal's office when he heard Gu Jun frantically making phone calls, trying to find out what had happened inside the school.
Principal Gu.
Gu Jun, seeing that it was Lu Jiangwo, immediately put down his phone and asked urgently. "Professor Liu, do you know what caused that loud noise just now?" It was so sudden, the whole school was shaking. Lu Jiangwo didn't answer his question but instead made a direct request. "Principal Gu, please issue a notice immediately, informing everyone that the tremors and loud noise were just a simple, small-scale experimental test." He had seen it all on the way here. Panic was spreading throughout the school. This couldn't continue. The cause of the loud noise needed to be announced as soon as possible. Of course, the specific reason couldn't be revealed, they had to make up an excuse. Gu Jun was bewildered. He hadn't even asked about the source of the noise, and Lu Jiangwo was already demanding a notice? That didn't make sense. Whose small experiment could have caused such a commotion at the school? Gu Jun was annoyed and continued to press. "Professor Liu, what kind of experiment were you conducting? Why was it so loud?" However, to Gu Jun's surprise, Lu Jiangwo simply shook his head and refused to answer his question. "Principal Gu, it's best not to ask too many questions about the research experiments. You know, we have confidentiality requirements." Lu Jiangwo answered seriously. His expression was so serious that Gu Jun momentarily felt as if he had violated discipline. After a while, he finally reacted, looking at Lu Jiangwo with a slightly resentful gaze. "I'm the principal, and I have no right to know?" Lu Jiangwo nodded firmly. "It's a matter of great importance, the fewer people who know, the better. Only Su Hao knows, I know, and Yang Qi and a few others know. No one else knows." Gu Jun was speechless and didn't press further. But, he felt so uncomfortable. Last time, being locked out of the school was one thing. Now, he, the principal, didn't even have the right to know what experiments the school he managed was conducting? So, he, the principal, was just a tool for holding routine meetings, reviewing documents, and issuing notices? However, from Lu Jiangwo's words, he still gleaned key information. Su Hao. Gu Jun's mind immediately started racing. Last time, because of Su Hao, the government directly built a new experimental building for Manga University and allocated 1 billion yuan in research funding. Thinking of this, Gu Jun's resentment vanished instantly. A tool is fine. I'm happy to be one. He laughed heartily and spoke directly. "Professor Liu, don't worry, I'll issue a notice right away, reassure the students, and handle the aftermath." After saying that, he hurried off to make arrangements. Lu Jiangwo looked at Gu Jun, who was suddenly all smiles, and felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He muttered to himself. Are all university presidents this easygoing these days? After dealing with the matter, Lu Jiangwo rushed back to the laboratory. Later that evening, the Manga University broadcast system made a campus-wide announcement. Regarding the loud noise and ground tremors that just occurred, students, please don't panic. This is a small-scale experiment being conducted by the university. Hearing this announcement, the anxious hearts of the teachers and students finally calmed down a little. Oh, it's an experiment. That scared me. What kind of experiment is this? Why is it making such a commotion? As expected of the lab building, the campus returned to its usual hustle and bustle. In her dormitory, Tang Xiao heard the school's announcement, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly. A small-scale experiment? Really? A small-scale experiment causing such a commotion? It all seemed strange. But the school hadn't released any further information, and she had no way of knowing what had happened. With a sigh, he glanced wistfully at the experimental building and returned to his dormitory. The underground special grade testing room. Alright, that covers the basic concepts. We'll analyze and solve specific problems later, okay? Su Hao smiled at Yang Qi and the others. Yang Qi and the others nodded in agreement. They were already very satisfied, having received a wealth of cutting-edge knowledge from Su Hao. The fervor and excitement in their eyes lingered, and their faces showed a lingering sense of satisfaction. After a while, Yang Qi finally came to his senses. His gaze towards Su Hao was slightly apologetic. But seeing the performance of the mecha arm today,
I realize I was wrong. Yang Qi solemnly apologized to Su Hao. The other researchers also looked ashamed and sincerely apologized to Su Hao. Professor Su, we're sorry. We were ignorant. We admire Professor Su's technology and talent. Professor Su, please forgive our ignorance. Led by Yang Qi and the others, they stood before Su Hao, sincerely apologizing. Su Hao was slightly taken aback, then smiled knowingly. He stood up, walked to Yang Qi, and patted him on the shoulder. Professor Yang, and everyone else. I understand your lack of confidence before. After all, this thing is somewhat cutting-edge and impractical for the entire planet Earth. So, you took it too seriously. Everyone, are you willing? Su Hao's gaze swept across each person's face. Yang Qi and the others, upon hearing this, their eyes gleamed, their faces filled with immense excitement. They thought they had no chance left. But now,